You're going to need to have variable refresh rate and a PC. And this TV has 8 speakers in it, so it's a 4x1x2, so it's more audio coming out of this TV than the other one. We talked about some of these features like IMAX. Both of these TVs powered by Google operating system, and as you can see here, you can get up to 100-inch. Now we're going to try to figure out what kind of panels are used in these televisions, and keep in mind, I'm going to use display specification. They are known to be wrong, but the cool thing is, if you know they're wrong on something, you can submit a ticket and they can update their website after they do some research. As far as panels, according to what they're saying, the 55, 65, and 85 all use vertical alignment panels, which is known to give you better contrast. If you go with the 75-inch, you can get an IPS ADS panel. The benefits is usually it has better colors, better viewing angles, but in some cases, the contrast won't be as dark. And keep in mind, when it comes to 4K, the smaller screen is, usually it looks better as far as clarity. So they have a pixel density here. As you can see, the 55-inch has 80 PPIs, and as you get up to the larger one, you're talking about 52. So that means the pixels on the screen are larger, so it's not going to be as clear. So you're definitely going to need a higher resolution source going to that television. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but it shows the 55-inch has up to 1500 nits, not 3000. The 65 and 75-inch has 3000 nits, and when you go up to the 85-inch, you're going to lose a little brightness with 2500 nits. Now, as far as the local dimming zones, it's showing 672 on the 55-inch, 1600 on the 65-inch that I use today, as well as 2000 on the 75-inch. But look at this. If you go to the 85-inch, it drops down to 1296. So seems like the 75-inch is going to have more local dimming zones, and that's going to be great for the IPS panel in it. And there's the VESA mounts. If that's accurate, then that's what kind of wall mount bracket you're going to need if you're going to get these televisions. And again, all of them does support the ATSC 3.0 TV tuner. Now we're going to take a look at the U8QG, and a lot of this information might not be in there, but it's showing that the 55-inch uses an IPS ADS panel as well as the 75-inch, and then it's showing the 65 and 85 using vertical alignment panels. So if you guys can confirm that, it'd be great if you have that TV. Some other things here is if you look at the pixel density, you can see that it does change again. That's just going to be common with most TVs. The bigger you get, the larger the pixels are. And this one is showing some different measurements as far as the peak brightness. It has the 55-inch at 4000 nits. It has the 65, 75, and 85 at 5000 nits. So they did make some improvements there if this is accurate. But you can see the contrast level on the 65-inch is better than the other one. So that's something to take consideration. Now, when it comes to local dimming zones, they did put more in here. 55-inch, we're looking at 1008. The 65-inch, we're looking at 2048. The 75-inch, 2160. And look at this. They did increase the local dimming zones on the 85-inch. So now it has 3068. So that's some huge improvements for black levels. Motion rate still 480. And let's see if we have anything else down here. Here's the VESA mounts, if you're wondering what size bracket to put on it. And all these TVs have the ATSC 3.0 tuner. Now we'll take a look at some pricing, and I'm on Amazon, but in the description, I'll have links for Amazon and Best Buy, so you can go check it out. And if you decide to use my links, I do get a little credit for doing this work for you guys, so I would greatly appreciate it. If you're going to buy anyway, if not, don't go out of your way. According to, if you use to buy it right now, the 55-inch is $920, 65 is $1299. The 75-inch is $1,049, and 85-inch is around $1,700. So it looks like the 75-inch on Amazon would be the best value with the IPS panel because you get a much larger TV. Now let's check out the U8QG. See right there, the 55-inch is less on the new model. The 65, 1200, 75, 1800. 85 goes up to 2400, and if you get that 100-inch, we're looking at $4,800. So that's give you an idea of the pricing on these televisions. Now, as far as my thoughts on these TVs, I like the U8QG better because I do prefer the inkier black levels. I know I'm going to lose some shadow details that the U8N has, and if you have the U8N, keep it. It's a great television. I have calibration settings you can go check out, and maybe that'll make it that much better. But for now, I think it's a great television and a great buy. So that's kind of like my opinion. And just keep in mind, these TVs do use the same remote control. They both have backlights. So pretty much the TVs are identical in some aspects, but with that larger cabinet, you're going to get better sound from the U8QG. You're going to get better colors, better spectral highlights, but you will lose some of those shadow details, which would take some adjustments to clean that up. And that's all I have on this video. And if you guys have any questions, make sure you leave it below. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. On this video, we're going to compare two TVs. The first thing we're going to do is just take a look at the design in the back of these TVs. 8000F is a lot thinner television in compared to the Q7F. Now, both TVs can be mounted on the wall with the little screw holes, but let's take a look at the inputs. When it comes to the 8000, we have 2 USBs, Ethernet input, and 3 HDMI inputs. Plus, you have a fiber optic output and a TV tuner. Now, the feet on this TV can be raised up and down, but the TV doesn't have those center mounts, so you have to raise it, lower it, but you have to make sure that it fits your stand. Now, when it comes to the Q7F, this TV, again, can be mounted on the wall. And as far as the inputs, it lacks a little bit that the U8000F has. For example, we have only 1 USB. And then as we go farther down here, we have 3 HDMIs. We have an Ethernet connection, and we do have a TV tuner right there. But this TV does not have fiber optic output. Now, what makes it unique is that it does have 2 mounting positions. So for example, you can raise it up and down right here, but it has a center mount as well. So you can easily put that on a smaller stand compared to the U8000F. So that's the back of the TVs. Let's go ahead and get them turned around so we can start comparing them. Now, we'll have both TVs in movie mode, but keep in mind the U8000F had to do an update, so it's going over to the new One UI interface. So that's a good thing that you are going to be able to get that newest and greatest update. All right, we're going to do a few demos. We're going to start off with some SDR content. And just so you know, I'm using Apple TV so I can control both TVs at the same time. First thing I'm going to do is go ahead and turn off the light so we can get a better picture on both televisions. And currently both TVs are in standard mode with brightness at 100%. So first thing we're going to take a look at is some football games here. And one thing I noticed is that it looks like the U8000F has a little bit better colors in it. If you notice, look at the grass. Right here in this area, I'm seeing a lot more details in the grass. And this is very interesting because the Q7F is a QLED television, so it should have more colors than the 8000F. So let's go back and see what's on. And here's another scene, but one thing I want you to pay attention to is look at that background. Which one is more accurate? It appears that the Q7F has a lot more blue tint right here. And again, these are factory settings. You can always adjust them. Where this looks a little bit more natural to me. But I would say that the Q7F, I do like the dirt on this particular scene a lot better. And I can see a lot more highlights in the background than I can see on the U8000F. And this is where you can definitely see the QLED kick in, because the colors pop more on the Q7F. So it seems like scene to scene, each TV has a different type of look to it. But when it comes to greens, I think I'd like the U8000F better. It just looks a lot more natural in this setting. Another thing I want you to know is that when it comes to the Q7F, you can use your smart device to do what they call smart calibration. And the thing is that you might see calibrated on movie mode, but I did go in here and removed all the presets. So for some reason, once you calibrate it, you can't get rid of that word on the screen. But with that being said, let's switch back over to movie mode on both of these TVs. And while I'm factory resetting these again, I will tell you that the Q7F does have a color boost, and that's going to be turned off as well. And the picture settings have been reset back to factory, but you will see that calibration piece pop back up from time to time. Now we're on YouTube. Again, both TVs are in movie mode now. After the update, it seems like the Q7F just looks a lot more natural than the U8000F. Now, I'm not sure if it's the way Samsung wants it or if there's something different going on. And it's hard to determine how TVs look unless you put them side by side and do a lot of recordings. But right now, the Q7F is definitely doing a lot better job. But I will tell you that on either TVs, you're gonna have great colors, but you're gonna be able to see the backlights. If I crank up the ISO on my camera, you can definitely see a difference there. If you look at the U8000F right on this area and the Q7F in this area, You can see the backlights on the 8000 are definitely going to be a lot more brighter, so you're not going to get as good as contrast. Neither one of these TVs do have local dimming zones. They use Samsung's Supreme Dimming. You can definitely see if you had a full array local dimming television that you're going to get better results, but people love the Samsung brand. Now pulled up Disney Plus, and this is some clips from the movie Black Panther. And let's go ahead and pause it here for a second. And now we can take a look at the different picture profiles. And this is the brightest the TVs can get. They're in 100% brightness. And this is what dynamic mode looks like. You can definitely see the brightness coming in a lot more on that Q7F, and you're supposed to because it is more expensive TV. And here we have standard mode. Again, it's still kind of bright on both TVs. And I wish this actually went down to the bottom of the screen because it's kind of cutting off what we need to see here. This is the eco mode on both televisions, and both TVs do have filmmakers mode. The Q7F is definitely worth spending extra money. Now, I don't have the Q8F, but I would say that it's going to probably be pretty similar to these two TVs, but it's hard to say unless you have one. Neither of these TVs will support Dolby Vision, but we can put them in what they call HDR10 Plus, which is very similar to Dolby Vision. And one thing I noticed when I switched to HDR, if you look at the U8000F, it actually shows HDR right there. Unless it's on a different screen, I don't see it anywhere here on the U7F. But the cool thing is with the older remote control, I can then pull up the info and it will show it right there. Again, buy yourself one of these $10 remote controls. It's definitely worth it. So here's HDR. This is in dynamic mode. This is in standard mode, eco mode, movie mode, and we have filmmakers mode again. There's no settings like IMAX or anything on these TVs. When I look at these pictures, it just seems like the U7F definitely looks a lot more natural to me. Maybe with a little calibration, you could bring out that U8000F, but keep in mind when you do calibration, it could cost you $250 to $500. So it might not be worth the investment unless you're a purist, but in that case, you'd probably be buying a more expensive TV. Now I'm going to show you some gaming on these TVs, but keep in mind, both of these TVs are 60 frames per second. But the good news is that most content when it comes to games is 60 frames per second. If you're a hardcore gamer, you probably want to go up to a more expensive model so you can get a TV that's a native 120 Hertz or 144 Hertz so you can get the best experience. But when it comes to 60 Hertz, I think these TVs do just fine for most people. Now, one thing I'll tell you about these TVs is that the U8000F does have a game mode, but it doesn't support a game bar. And if you look at the Q7F, you can see that it has features like virtual aiming point, mini map detection, Game Motion Plus, and when you turn on your gaming console, it will bring up this gaming bar. But if you press and hold the play pause button on the Q7F remote, you do get this little setup right here where you can see all your different settings. At the bottom of it shows you frames per second, HDR, variable refresh rate. So if you're a gamer, you might want to go with this TV just to have this extra feature. Also, both TVs will support 4K gaming. Because I'm going through a switcher, you might not be able to get all these features, but I did make a full review on both televisions. But you can see right here, they support 60 Hertz. And again, Samsung does not support Dolby Vision. And I can't remember, but I know one of these TVs do support variable refresh rate. It's just the selector is keeping the other TV from doing it. Now I'll show you some gaming play on both TVs. Both TVs have really good colors when it comes to gaming. I definitely see a more natural look inside of the Q7F. Like I said, guys, I'm not a big gamer, but I like to play around a little bit. But again, this is what gameplay looks like, 60 frames per second. I don't see any major tearing or smearing or anything like that. And the colors actually look really good on both TVs. But let me know what you guys think in the comments below, because when it comes to the colors on it, sometimes I like to hear other opinions. All right, so that's gameplay on these TVs so you know what it looks like. Now it's time for some testing on these TVs. We're gonna go over the motion, skin tones, as well as viewing angles and things like that. So let's jump right into it so you can see which TV performs the best, but I think we have a pretty good idea by now. The first thing we're gonna take a look at is motion at 24 frames per second, and both TVs really respond about the same. And keep in mind, 24 frames per second is gonna have more of a jaggedy edge to give you that cinematic look on movies. And now we're gonna switch over to 60 frames per second. And as you can see here, both TVs are very smooth because this is the native signal of the televisions. Now I can't tell the difference from each one, so my conclusion is that both TVs
are going to have the same response when it comes to motion. And while we're in the Spears and Muscles disc, we're going to go ahead and check out the skin tones. And keep in mind, both TVs are still in movie mode. Now here's a skin tone test. And if you look at the Q7F, you can see that it looks a lot more natural. And it's because of the quantum dots technology that's built into this television. Now I would say that for the average user, the U8000F is a great TV for what it is, but it's not going to compare as far as the quality of the image that you're going to get out of the Q7F when you compare these TVs side by side. Here's the dirty screen effects on both TVs. I would say you're going to get a little vignetting on both televisions, kind of like in this area. The fact that neither one of these TVs have local dimming zones, I think it's still doing a decent job, but I've seen better and I've seen worse. So it's pretty equal to me and pretty neutral when it comes to this particular test. Now, when it comes to upscaling, keep in mind 480p is just a really old technology. Not a lot of people use it. But if you jump up to 720p, what we have here, this is going to be the sweet spot for these televisions. Once I switched over to this resolution, everything looks clean. I don't see any jaggedy edges. So the upscaling on these TVs is doing a good job when it comes to looking at these demos. And I would say that 1080p is going to give you the absolutely best upscaling on these televisions. So if you have a way to play this type of content, I think you're going to be just happy with it. Now here's some 4K footage. And again, one thing you're going to notice is that the U8000F is a lot more cleaner when it comes to the warmness of the picture. And if you want something that looks a little more natural, you can go with the Q7F. So I would say that between these two TVs, with all the demos I did, I still like the Q7F. But if you're on a budget and you want to save a few bucks, the U8000F is definitely a great TV to consider as well. Now, as far as glare, I feel that both TVs have almost the same type of glare level. So no matter which TV you get, you're going to experience the same when it comes to reflection on these televisions. The last thing we do is just check out the viewing angles. So if I go over here, bend at these VA panels, you're going to get some coloration to the side. And if I go to the other side, you can see that coloration right there. If you want to get the QLED technology, I think you're going to be very happy with the Q7F over the U8000F. The 8000 series is good, but you know, you just don't get that pop that you get on the QLED series because this uses that crystal UHD, but it is pretty good, I would say, for a bedroom TV or someone who's just not into television, just want to have something to play on their living room, but they like the Samsung brand. Other than that, just let you know, both TVs do have voice commands. This again has AI technology where it can actually give you like titles and things like that on certain applications like Samsung TV Plus. But other than that, I think the design on the Q7F is better too. The fact you have those feet that can move inwards or outwards, and don't quote me on this, that might not be available on all the sizes. But if it was me looking at these two TVs, I would spend a little bit more money and get the Q7F. Again, that's my opinion. If you guys like my video, make sure you go check out my online community, which is 4ktvchat.com. You can post images, TV problems, as well as more. I hope these videos have been helping you out making the best buying decision for you and your family. And if you want to see the full reviews on these TVs, go check them out right here. Go ahead. I'll wait. Just click on it. Thanks all for watching. I'm Tech Steve, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace. Today we're going to talk about the new 2026 lineup of Samsung speakers, and keep in mind this is not a sponsored video. With that being said, let's get right into it. This first speaker is the HWQS90H. This soundbar is an all-in-one solution, and what I mean by that, it has 7.1.2 channels built right in it. And using virtual surround sound, it creates a pretty good audio track, and I'll let you hear the audio in just a minute. The configuration of this soundbar is that it has a left, right, and center built into the front of it, and it has two side firing and two wide firing speakers on it to create that Dolby Atmos virtual effect. The S90H will support Q Symphony audio system. It also has Wi-Fi built in, Bluetooth 5.3, and it will support Bixby and Alexa voice commands. The soundbar also supports Google Cast and Apple AirPlay, so you could take your Apple devices or Android devices and stream your music directly to it. Another thing about this soundbar, it does have Spotify Connect, and it does support what they call RON Ready. Now, as far as connection, it does have an HDMI input and an output and an optical in as well. And keep in mind, it will only pass through 60 Hertz. So if you have a gaming console that you want to plug into it, that is the limitation of this soundbar. Now this supports Dolby Atmos, Dolby True HD, Dolby Digital Plus, Dolby Digital 5.1, and it does have a nighttime mode and a voice enhancer. So there's a quick rundown on the Samsung QS90H. The next soundbar is the HWQ800H. The thing about this soundbar is that it doesn't come with rear speakers, but it has a left, right, and a center on the front of it and 2 firing speakers, and it comes with a subwoofer for better bass response. Most of the features are the same as the Q90H, except for you don't have 7 speakers on the front, you basically have 5. But for the most part, it does have Wi-Fi built in, Bluetooth 5.3. It does have the HDMI input, output, and an optical input, and it will only support 60 Hertz pass-through. It will support Dolby Atmos, Dolby True HD, Dolby Digital Plus, and Dolby Digital 5.1. But take note here, this soundbar does not support DTS audio. So if you're looking for that format, this probably won't be the soundbar for you. Now keep in mind, this audio system doesn't have a bass booster, but it does have night mode as well as the voice enhancer. If you want to go to the next level and you want to add the rear speakers, you're probably going to go for this one at the minimum. This is the HWQ930H. It's a 9.1.4 channel audio system. So if you're looking to do Dolby Atmos, this is truly where you want to start off because it has everything that you need. It has 3 front speakers, which is a left, center, and right, 2 up firing speakers, 2 firing side speakers, and it comes with the rear channel speakers. Plus it comes with a subwoofer for that enhanced bass response. And personally, if I was looking at the Samsung lineup and I was living in a house, this would be the system that I would minimally go for because it's going to give you everything that you need. Now this system does have Wi-Fi capabilities, Bluetooth 5.3. Pretty much this is a theme across all the different soundbars. Plus it has an HDMI input, output, optical, just like the other models. And this is surprising. It only supports the 60 Hertz pass-through. And this normally is not a problem because most of the Samsung TVs that supports 120 Hertz will have for HDMI 2.1, so having this pass-through won't be a problem. It just gives you 1 extra input. And I find this very interesting that it supports all the Dolby formats, but again, it doesn't support DTS. You have to go to the next model that I'm going to talk about, and that's the HWQ990H. This speaker is considered Samsung's flagship model. It has 11.1.4 channels. So again, if you're going to do Dolby Atmos, in the Samsung lineup, this is more the top of the line, and it's going to go well with their new OLED series as well as the Neo QLEDs. And there's more to these speakers over the other series. Now these speakers have a left, right, and center, 2 front firing speakers, 2 side firing speakers, and the rear speakers have 4 separate speakers. So you have up and forward, so you get the full Dolby Atmos experience. Now one thing about these speakers, they do support Dolby Atmos as I mentioned earlier. Plus, they will support all the DTS formats. So the point is, if you're looking for something that can support everything, that's exactly what these speakers can do. Now, another thing about these speakers, they have 2 HDMI 2.1 inputs, 1 output, and it does have an optical input as well. And here's the thing, it does support 120 Hertz pass-through, and this is ideal if people want to have the inputs on a television running for your gaming system and run another one through the soundbar so you don't lose that port on the back of the TV. And keep in mind, this supports everything that the other speaker supports, like your Alexa, Bixby, Google Cast, Apple AirPlay, and you can load up Spotify as well. I did get a chance at the Samsung headquarters to record some audio on these, so here, take a listen and tell me what you guys think in a comment below. Now keep in mind, I will move the camera around, so it's not going to be a consistent audio, but you'll get the idea of how these speakers perform. In my opinion, these speakers sound fantastic, and I wish you guys could actually hear them live, especially hearing the Dolby Atmos. But the problem is, I had a mono microphone, so you'll never get the experience unless you go see them at a retail store. Now, Samsung does have some new series of speakers that will connect with the Q Symphony, but they're more like a bookshelf type of speakers. Now we're going to switch it up. Samsung has two new Wi-Fi speaker systems, and they call it the Music Studio 5 and 7. Now the reason they want to use Wi-Fi speakers is because Wi-Fi has a higher bandwidth, so you can get more audio out of your different audio systems. Bluetooth is a great protocol, but the problem is a lot of times you actually get lip syncing problems, delays, and you're not going to get the full resolution of audio coming from your source. But of course, we're going to use Bluetooth for our cell phones and things like that. Now let's talk about the Music Studio 5. The Studio 5 is still going to be a great little addition to Samsung because it will work with the Q Symphony televisions. Another thing about the build quality of these speakers is that it has two tweeters and a little woofer on there to give you some bass response. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to see this speaker live, but we will go over the 7 in just a minute. Now, when it comes to the Music Studio 5, it does have a microphone in it, so you can do voice commands with Bixby and Alexa, and you can also connect it to the Spotify to be able to stream music directly from the soundbar. And this speaker will allow you to connect it to the Samsung Sound application, so you can do all the controls directly from your mobile device. And this speaker does support Wi-Fi 6 and Bluetooth 6. So those are some great add-ons because they did put a newer system in it to give you better sound quality out of such a small package. The cool thing about this audio system is that you can start off with one, but you can connect a bunch of them together to get surround sound. And you can get Dolby Atmos as well as Dolby Digital 5.1. But this audio system will not support DT and be honest with you guys, I'm not sure how many people really use DTS and you don't really see it mentioned like it was in the past. And just like the other series, it does have a lot of presets built in, such as adaptive sound, so it can adjust itself with the room you're in. It also has a night mode, the voice enhancer, and you can connect two of them to create a stereo sound. And if you have an Android or iPhone, you can do Google Cast as well as Apple AirPlay. Now let's talk about the Music Studio 7. This is a speaker that they had set up so I could check it out, and it looks like a pretty impressive speaker, especially if you connect two of them to get a stereo sound. This speaker uses a 3.1 channels, and that includes a left, right, center speaker as well as an up-firing speaker, and it has a subwoofer built in. So ideal if you're trying to create a movie effect, you can get 4 or 5 of these and you can have a really robust sound. And a unique thing about the Music Studio 7 is that it has an HDMI input on the back of it, so you can connect it directly to your television, and with a bunch of them hooked up together, you can also get the Dolby Atmos effect. Another feature about this particular series of speakers is that you can do group play. So let's say, for example, you put one in your living room, one in another room, one in your kitchen. You can link them all together to play the same audio. And I can see where that would be handy on a party night. And just like the whole series, it does have adaptive sound as well as the night mode, the voice enhancement, and stereo sound. So that's all I have on this video. And this is not the normal way I do videos, but when I don't have the product here in the studio, I just want to get you guys the information out there. And again, Samsung didn't sponsor this video. I got this information. I decided just to give you guys some updates on what's happening out there. So if you've been thinking about buying it, at least have the specs verbally and you can make the best decision for yourself. I'm Tech Steve. I want to thank you guys for all your support, and I'll catch you on the next one. Hey everyone, Tech Steve here, and what I have here is one of the biggest, one of the baddest televisions on the market. This is the TCL X11L, and TCL says it can do up to 10,000 nits of peak brightness, and that's blinding. And additional to that, it has 20,000 local dim zones, so that's going to help out with all the contrast that you need to get the best performance. Now, this is a huge TV. This is an 85-inch, so if you've been thinking about home theaters, you might want to consider going with this TV. But let's go ahead and get out of the box so we can take a look at the design, and I can give you my first impressions. Now, TCL has been really good at boxing these TVs up. This TV did come in a crate, and this is so the TV doesn't get damaged whenever you get it shipped to your house. But keep in mind, if you buy it from any of the carriers like Best Buy or anybody like that, they're probably going to just bring it on the back of a truck so you can get delivery of it safely. Now that we have the plastic off, how do you get this thing open without cutting up your hands? I see they put these little clamps on it so you can take it out from the front, but we will have to turn it around so we can get access to the front of the TV. Now I don't see a way to open this besides the tabs on the side, but let's see if this hammer will help. All right. All right. Okay, we're getting a little bit closer. Xander, we're getting it. We're getting closer. And here's the moment of truth. Well, I hope they don't need this box back. And here it is, the 85-inch X11L. All right. Now this TV is a beast. Oh, yeah. All right, you got it? All right. So me and Xander got everything out of the box. Now TV is extremely heavy, but I want to see how much it weighs before we start unboxing it here. So now we got the scale balanced. Let's go and lift this TV up and put it on there. You ready? Go. 168 pounds. That's how much this TV weighs without the crate or anything like that. It's pretty damn heavy. In other words, don't try this at home by yourself because you won't be able to get it. So let's go and get this all ready to go. And then you need to take out these side clips and you just squeeze them and pull them out. All right. And this one, it's a tab. Then all you need to do is go ahead and pull these off the other side, and then you can start getting access to the TV. And this other side just has two clips, one here and one here. And now we're gonna get to the accessories at the top of the TV. And let's see what we have. All right, it does come with these huge feet. They're made out of metal. And there's also this right here. This is a bag that includes the remote control, power cord, as well as a user manual. And one of the cool things about the way they built this box, these are only like 8-foot ceilings. So if you had to raise it above the TV, it wouldn't fit. So the great thing is they're setting this up to be able to be taken apart in most people's homes. All right, over here we got plenty of protection. Let's go and put this over here to the side. So we got this little piece right over here. Whee! And we got the main piece right here. Now this feels pretty stable. Let's see there. We got this little piece. So the good thing is they do sandwich this TV on both sides because it's so massive. They will make sure this thing gets to your house in a really good condition. And then we have the last piece over here, and then we can get to the TV. So one thing is important whenever you get any type of television that you read the instructions, because before I got started, I want to make sure I did this properly, and this is how you install the feet on this particular TV. The way this was set up, you want to just want to hold this down on the front and the back, kind of like this. And now you got the flat surface. Then you want to pull the styrofoam back on each side so you can basically have the TV balancing in the center. Go ahead. Okay. One thing I can tell you for sure, if you don't have two people helping you with this size TV, you may lose your balance and it could fall and crash. Here's the feet that comes with it, and of course they're made out of metal. And if we go down here to the television, and what you want to do is take the feet and put it kind of like that, and then put the screws in. All right, there we go. And let's go get the other side. And the cool thing, after you get the feet screwed in, they have these little covers for it.
And it just goes like that right there.
Nice clean look to it. Now let's talk about the back of this TV. It's got this nice pixel look to it, and I would say that they built this TV to look and perform very premium. Now this one has stub overs on the back and is powered by V&O. And here's the other two on the other side. And one thing about the X11L is that it has built-in wire maintenance, and it goes all the way across the TV, as you can see right here. And you can mount on the wall. We have screw holes here, 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 and over here. And it uses this bracket. And the X11L has plenty of connection to work with all your peripherals. For example, we have a USB 2.0 Ethernet connection. It has 4 HDMI 2.1s, and this is EER for your soundbar. So finally, you can hook up 4 gaming consoles or 3 gaming consoles, as well as a soundbar. You also have a TV tuner, a second USB 2.0, and you do have a optical output right here. Now, if you're wondering about glare, I have the studio lights on, and this is what we get with the screen protector on. But let's go ahead and pull off all these different corners so we can get the screen protector off and see if it improves. All right, so we got some of the tape off, but you guys have to bear with me when it comes to glare on this video because I still need to get the studio set up. So just gonna grab this corner right here where the yellow tab is. Satisfying. All right, so here it is. This is kind of glare you're gonna get on it, and to me, it looks about like the QM8K as far as that. But besides the glare, this TV has a lot more to offer than the QM8K ever could. Now, first of all, when you're looking at this operating system, it appears that it looks the same, but this particular TV now has Google Gemini for TVs. And you get features such as asking the questions, news briefings. You can even create your own images. And besides the Google operating system, I will tell you that this TV is very fast and very snappy. There's no lag like you got on some of the previous models. Plus you have the live TV feature. You have all kinds of free content. You can shop for your favorite shows. And there's a robust app store so you can find just about anything you're looking for. And you can get streaming content directly from TCL's own application. We're not going to take a deep dive into the operating system, but you have features like your channel inputs, display and sound. And this is like you can change all your picture settings, screen settings, sound settings, and audio settings. And it's powered by Android 14, as you can see right there. We also have 52 gigabytes of internal memory, so you can put plenty of applications on it. You can cast from your Android device, and it does have Apple AirPlay and HomeKit built right in. And with this newer processor in here, you have access to HDMI 2.1 on all the ports, plus you have the EER that's on the back of it. And the last thing is that this is a Bluetooth remote to be able to do voice commands, and you can add your own Bluetooth headphones to it. And this TV has the most impressive sound quality because you have speakers that goes all the way across the front here, and it has ones on the back to create a Dolby Atmos virtual surround sound. Now I want to pull up this demo for you guys so you can see how good the contrast on it, and it's extremely bright. A lot of times I do see these TVs in a demo that I don't have control over, but I'm looking at it live right now, and the colors on it are punchy, vibrant, and the contrast on it is bar none some of the best you're going to find on a TV in today's market. And just keep in mind, this is not a full review. I'm just looking through some of the things. In 24 frames per second, it looks really smooth. And switching over to 60 frames per second, it looks even that much better. And when it comes to gaming, you have auto low latency, variable refresh rate, gaming mode, shadow enhancers, and aiming aids. Plus, if you hold down the 3 lines, you get this gaming bar that's going to show your frames. It supports AMD FreeSync. And you have all these controls at the bottom. You also have a floating windows that shows your frames per second. It also supports HDIG, high frame rates, and you see there's plenty of settings on this TV, including some different themes if you prefer green or cartoon look. Now this TV will support up to 144 Hertz using a PC, but as you can see here, we got up to 120 Hertz on the PS5. We have 1440p up to 120 Hertz, and we have 1080p up to 120 Hertz. That's all I have on this video, and there's a lot more to go over and a lot more details. So I will be making a full review on this television right after this video ends. Got a lot of testing to do, get out some equipment, and I will make the quality just a little bit better because I'm still trying to figure out the lighting in this room. But with that being said, I want to give a special thanks to TCL, and I want to also give you guys my first impressions. The TV is very bright but balanced. It also has vivid colors and great contrast levels. Now the thing that I'm looking for is where are some of the flaws at, and so far it runs pretty smooth and it looks really good. The audio system much improved over the last generation that had the B&O systems. With this front bar, it almost sounds like a center channel. With the subwoofers on the back, it's more immersive than it was before. But if you guys have questions, let me know. Also, if you go find anything bad on the internet or something someone else says, let me know before I get the full review filmed, because I like to investigate it and see if that's my finding as well. These videos are not all about making something look perfect. It's all about really just telling you the truth of how something performs and giving you my personal opinion about it. And if you trust that, then I'm always going to do you right. Now, with that being said, got a lot of work around here to get done, a lot of filming to get done, but I also want to take a moment to say thanks a lot for you guys supporting the channel over the years, and I will tell you that we're just getting started. That's all I have on this video. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. Did I say that right? Huh.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. The other day I was at Target and I realized they have their own TV brand and it's called Hero. This is a Roku TV and it's more on the budget side, but for people who shop at Target, this might be a decent TV for you. So today, let's see what it's all about. Now the one I picked up is a 55-inch, has 4K, and it does have the Roku remote control, but one thing I noticed is that it doesn't have the voice command. And it does work with Roku, has built-in Apple AirPlay, Apple HomeKit, and you can connect it to Alexa as well as Google using the Roku application. Now, chances are you would be buying this TV as a gift or your older TV just went out. But one thing about reviewing TVs, Christmas is like every single day unboxing all these different brands and figuring out how good they are. All right, let's go and get everything out of the box and then we'll go over everything that it comes with. Now, it looks like it's packed pretty well. In here, we got this styrofoam on each side of it. And just so you guys know, this is the 55-inch, but you can get this TV in a 50 as well as a 65-inch if you want a different size to fit your application. It's pretty lightweight. So it does come with these feet. They're made out of plastic, which is expected on a bargain television. And it comes with this little package. Looks like a quick starter guide, the Roku remote control, and some batteries. Now here's a closer look at the remote control. You have your back button, home button, navigation. Down here you have some standard controls like play, pause, some hotkeys at the bottom, and over here to the side we have the volume rocker and the mute button. Now I'm going to put the feet on, and this kind of reminds me of LG TV because the way to set up, you got to drop the feet in and make sure they come out the bottom, then you can put your screwdriver in. So not ideal, but it worked at the end of the day. Now we have the feet on. There's a speaker on each side. There's a press button right here where you can change to the inputs. And keep in mind, this is a much thicker television, so you're not going to get all those frills of having a newer thin TV. Now here's the back of this TV. Looks like it has a metal chassis on it, which is pretty good. Now this is not my favorite, but it does have attached power cord, and it does have some holes so you can easily mount it on the wall. Not a ton of inputs, but it does have a USB-C, and I'm pretty sure that's for charging different devices. It also has 3 HDMI, one is EER, a digital output, and a TV tuner. And down here we have an Ethernet connection. And just so you know, this TV doesn't have a screen protector on it whenever you get it. It does have a piece of cardboard. What I'm going to do is go ahead and set it up, and I'll show you that at the end of the video. But for now, let's go ahead and do some demos to see what this TV is all about. The first thing we're going to do is take a look at some movie trailers, and what I'm seeing so far is that it doesn't have the inkiest black level, so you are going to see gray bars in these different parts, especially watching letterbox movies. Now what I'll do is go ahead and turn off the light so we can take a closer look at it,
And the colors are not too bad considering this is a budget television. It's going to be ideal for someone who wants to put it in their bedroom or garage. But me personally, I don't think I will go for the living room. With the lights back on, one thing I can notice is some of the gradient. So I don't see a smooth picture, but we'll check that out later when we get to some testing. But overall, it's not a bad picture if you have the right expectations. Now back to that contrast level and the gradient. You can see on this demo that it is not going to give you that dark picture quality, but overall, it doesn't appear to be that bad for someone who's looking for something basic. And here's a few more demos for you to check out. And one thing I do notice is that you are going to get glare. As I walk back in the scene, you can see my pants and shirt right there. I walk back out. So if you have a lot of lights in your room, just keep in mind that you will get some glare on this TV from different sources. And that's not even bright. And here's an example of that gradient I was talking about. This should be very smooth, and sometimes you get this from 8-bit panels, but it's not a 10-bit panel because otherwise all that would be a lot cleaner. And these videos just to give you an idea of what to expect if you walk into the store, because we're going to break it down and see more details that you wouldn't normally notice. Now let's take a look at some picture profiles in SDR mode, and we'll go down here to picture settings. So this whole time I had it movie settings, but you do have a few other ones to choose from. Now this is low power. I think it actually helps the contrast. Then we have standard, but you can only notice a little bit difference in the brightness, but not really affecting the picture. Then we have vivid, which got darker for some reason. Look at that. And then we have sports. This is going to bring out a lot more skin tones. As you see, it got a little bit clearer. And then we have movie mode. Now, another thing about this TV, you do have different brightness levels. So this is normal, bright, brighter, and then you can go for that dark look. That's great for watching TV late at night, and back to normal. Now keep in mind, I am using an Apple TV. The only reason is because I have all my applications pre-set up. It just makes these videos a little bit easier to do. And as you can see right there, it does have an HDR that will pop up in the corner. Now as far as picture profiles, you do have 3 of them. We have dark, standard, and bright. Let's flip through them real quick here. There's your standard, gives that more cool look. And then we have bright, that definitely helps out with the contrast, but you lose a lot of shadow details. So if we take a look there, you can see that difference there. And this one also allows you to adjust the brightness as well. So we can make it brighter as well as darker. And just so you know, you can customize the picture. So if you're trying to get a little bit better contrast ratio, you can go in here and play around with it. Another thing you have here is picture size. So that's normal, stretched, zoom, and automatic. It's going to allow you to fit some of the old content on it. There's also a game mode, and over here we have contrast, and that's what we're trying to get. When I turn down this contrast, the picture does get a lot darker. So again, you're going to lose some details, but this may help out with the black bars on it. And there's even a gamma correction here. As you go down these different ones, 1.8 is going to bring a lot more brightness in. And if you go down to 2.4, that's going to give you the darkest, but they do recommend 2.2. And there's some other settings down here as well, including color space. You can do automatic, native, custom, and if you have calibration equipment, you can go in here and play around with that as well. Now, if you're a sports fan, the TV has a decent picture on it. I wouldn't have the very high expectation, as I always say on bargain TVs, but it does look presentable, again, for that bedroom or garage type of scenario. And the motion rate looks pretty decent, but what we need to do is when we get to the test, we'll check it out with software just to see how clean it is going to be.
Not yet. We're still securing a couple inmates.
Bet it feels good seeing the guys who escaped last year going back to the raft.
Real good. The raft's an eyesore. It's secure. As long as the octopus-related flaws have been fixed.
Let's hope. Okay, closing in on you. Be there soon. Should let Mom know I'm here.
Now we're going to take a look at the input lag on this TV. Now keep in mind, this is only a 1080p 60 hertz tester, but it kind of gives us ideal. And what I'm going to do is go in here and customize a picture. And I'm going to go down here and put in gaming mode so we can get the fastest response time. So with that turned on, let's see what the input lag is. And keep in mind, 30 milliseconds or lower is considered pretty good. So we're getting about 13 milliseconds, which is not bad for a budget price television. If you go to some of the Samsungs, they're about 10, but keep in mind, if this was 4K testers, that would be even lower. Now let's go back to the PS5 and check out the capabilities of the display. But first I always check to see if 1440p can even run to this TV. And as you can see here, it does not support that whatsoever. Now, if we go back up here to video signal, as expected, it will do 4K at 60 frames per second. And normally these type of TVs will do 1080p as well, but you don't get all those options that you get like on some of the gaming televisions like TCL, Samsung upper end, and Hisense. Let's check the variable refresh rate, and it does support that. And if we go down here, we already know that it will support auto low latency. Besides the backlights, I'm not seeing much blooming on the television. And you see right here, so a lot of these TVs actually do a good job for not having a lot of blooming around the different edges. And it's because it's the design of LED televisions. Now, if you was to get mini LED, in some cases, those will have a lot more blooming on it, but this TV seems to be fine. Well, here's the motion. This is at 24 frames per second. And one thing about this TV, it doesn't have motion controls. What it does have is over here, if you change the picture profiles, you can see that it will change the line. So here's the Vivid, here's the Sports, Movie, Low Powered, and Standard. So what I'm seeing here is at 24 frames per second, this TV might have a lot of judder to it. And that's that shaking that you see on that middle line and the top lines. This is 60 frames per second and it's very smooth. I'll go through those picture profiles again so you can take a look at it. And this is standard mode right now. Here we have Vivid, we have Sports, and we have Movie. So again, if you have 60 frames per second content, I think you're gonna be just fine getting a great picture out of this. Now here's the skin tones on it. It actually looks pretty good. I would say that it doesn't have very punchy colors, but it actually doesn't look too bad. Let's go and change this brightness down to normal. And then we'll try some of these other picture profiles. So that's the Movie profile. There's your low, standard, Vivid. And me personally, I tend to like the Sports mode just because it makes the colors look a lot more punchier. So if you want to get that better picture quality like I like, you want to go over to that Sports mode. But a lot of people like this very flat, warm look to it. And that's okay. We all have different opinions about things. So again, Sports mode, Movie mode. Let me know which one you like. One thing I do notice in the Sports mode, you do lose some of the details in the shirts. You can see those shadow details came back. See, they're disappearing there. So I might be wrong about that. Now I will tell you, I'm very surprised because normally you'll see a lot of dirty screen effect. There's a little bit over here I can see here live, but again, it's not that bad. That's actually pretty decent. And here's an upscale test at 720p. Again, it's not that bad. I see just a little bit of jaggedy edges on some of these buildings, a little bit of artifacts, but nothing major. So if you have old content on it, I think you'll be just fine. If you have 1080p or 4K, of course, it's going to look a lot better, but for planned older 720p content, I feel that it's not going to be that bad unless you have a real low quality source going to it. But these are 4K videos that's been converted down to these different resolutions just so I can show you the differences on these televisions. And here's another glare test. As you can see, it will pick up a lot of light. So just keep that in mind if you plan on using this in a room with a lot of windows. Now, as far as viewing angles, we're on the front. We're going to move over to the side. And here live, you don't actually lose that much colors. It's actually pretty decent. But again, you can see those black bars in the top and the bottom areas when it comes to those black levels I was talking about on this video.
This is a Tech Steve dialogue test to check the clarity of this TV built-in speaker system. I recommend the audio system for movies, but if you're wondering how it sounds with music, let's test them now.
Turn it up, test those TV speakers. Let that twang resonate through the rafters.
To set it up is very easy. Just go ahead and choose your language, set up for home use. Then you would connect your Wi-Fi. After the update, you can put in your email, but I do recommend activate with a QR code so you can log right in from the website. Pull up the camera on your phone, press on My Roku, and here you can register the account, but I'm an existing customer. And once I sign in, you can see that it did find a TV. Choose a room location. You will need to go through a series of questions, and you can choose any channels you want it to download. And as you can see, once the TV's registered, it will start downloading applications to get you ready. There will be special offers in here. You can decline everything by going down to the bottom, hit continue, and now it is complete. And you can download the Roku application. So I already have the Roku application downloaded. If I hit on devices, I can select the TV. Now here's what the application looks like. As you can see here, I can choose the different inputs. You also get an on-screen remote control. I can press enter. And to finish up these steps, I do have a gaming console and a Apple TV plugged into it. As you can see here, I can just use the phone to do all this. And we're just going through all the steps with the phone, not the TV remote. Now going back to the application, you have a guide on here. You have a back, you have a home. You also have all the same functionality as you would on the TV remote. If I need to type something, I hit the keyboard at the top and just type it right in. And I can even use the phone's volume control to control the volume on the TV, which is pretty cool. I have made a few videos on Roku TVs, but just give you an idea, this is the home screen. You have live TV, you have backdrops where you can add screensavers, and then you have a list of your application and inputs. If you go over to the side, you can choose live TV, and that's if you have antenna plugged into it. You can search for different applications. And if you go down here to settings, you can add Roku compatible Bluetooth headphones, speakers, things like that. You have different themes. And if you go down here, you can customize everything. And just keep in mind, this TV does support Apple AirPlay and HomeKit, and you can cast to it from like YouTube and different sources like that. So that's a quick rundown of the operating system. Didn't want to go too far into this, but just kind of give you a rough idea of how the Roku operating system looks. After watching this video, you should have a better understanding about this TV that you can pick up at Target. Again, this is not a sponsored video. I'm just looking for budget TVs, and I will review more expensive one as well. In fact, I have one coming up. But here's the thing. This TV is not for someone who's really hardcore into movies or hardcore into gaming. This is going to be a TV for your bedroom, your kitchen, your living room, or something for someone who doesn't really understand technology, because the Roku operating system is still one of the easiest ones to use. Now, as far as the overall color reproduction, this doesn't have QLED, but I thought in some scenes it actually looked pretty decent and streams very well. As far as if you want to hook up YouTube application and things like that on it, I think it'll work just fine. I also like the backdrop feature, so when you're not using the TV, it will go into like a picture mode where it shows different art on the screen, and you can cast to this from your Apple devices and Android devices. So with that being said, I would say with the right expectations, this is a decent TV to buy, but keep in mind everything that I spoke about. I'll leave all the links in the description below, and you can go check it out for yourself and read other people's reviews. And if you haven't already, make sure you go over to my new website, 4ktvchat.com. We're signing up different people. It's absolutely free, and you can upload your TV stories, electronic stories there. That's all I have on this one. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Hey everyone, I'm Tech Steve, and
as we all know, Samsung has a full lineup of televisions, and some of them are not affordable for the average consumer. So on this video, let's take a look at one that most people can afford. This is the new U8000F. This is a Crystal UHD series. And one of the things that I like about it is that it's available from a 43-inch all the way up to an 85-inch. And I'll leave all those links in the description below if you want to find one that meets your needs. Now, Samsung is one of the most sold television, and this one has some couple of keywords that people might want to look for. Like it has the Samsung TV Plus, security, as well as it connects to the SmartThings application, and it's got a slim design. This TV does support HDR, and it will work with Alexa, Apple AirPlay, Google Home, and the new Matter system, which is pretty standard these days because a lot of TVs will support a lot of these same technologies. But the thing is, Samsung is the #1 sold television in the world. How well does this perform, and is it worth you spending your hard-earned money on it? So let's go and get it out of the box and see what it comes with. Now, if you're looking at a 7 series, generally it doesn't come with the voice remote, but the 8 series does, and we'll take a closer look at that. So when we first open it up, over here we have an instruction book, as well as the remote and some other things, and we'll take a closer look at that. On this side, we have some feet. Now, the one thing about these feet is they don't look like you can raise the TV up and down, but we'll take a closer look at that in just a minute. The 8000 series comes with this remote control. It's not the one that has a solar panel on the back. It uses AAA batteries. And here's a closer look at it. We have a voice command button, as well as your back, home, play, pause. Now, this volume right here is a rocker, so you lift it up and down and you press it in to mute. We have a channel button and then some hotkeys here at the bottom, including Netflix, Samsung TV Plus, Amazon Prime, and YouTube. One thing I want to point out here is Samsung doesn't put cardboard on the front of their TVs, but they seem to ship pretty well overall. So here's the bottom of the TV, and again, I don't see adjustment for the foot to be able to raise it, but we have a base port right here, so it should have and on this side of the TV, there's a press button right here. And this usually allows you to turn off the TV and change your inputs and basic features. So here's the back of the TV. It's got this new rib design, maybe to make the TV a lot more rigid. You got your power cord input over here. And then we have HDMI EER right here, a USB TV tuner. But the interesting thing, if you plan on mounting on the wall, it has 2 more HDMIs right here on the back, so that could be in the way of your wall mount. And it does have a Ethernet connection. So this has become the trend. I remember reviewing the DU7200. They got rid of the fiber optic output, and that's the same here. So if you have old audio equipment, you're gonna have to buy a bunch of adapters, or you're gonna have to switch over to new equipment that uses HDMI EER if you wanna get the best sound quality. And there's a little red tab over here for the screen protector. So we can just go and peel this right off. This is not a full review. I just wanted to get out of the box and show you some of the gaming on it and the menu system that changed on this new model. But I would say that according to what I just saw unboxing the television, it seems like they took the DU7200, which removed the fiber optic, and then they took the DU8000 and they gave you some of those features and kind of stitched them together to make this TV. And I'm very surprised that you cannot raise the TV or lower it. But the good thing is you can still fit a soundbar underneath it that's low profile. Now this TV is powered by the Crystal UHD processor. And according to Samsung, it takes your standard regular signal and it upconverts it up to 4K, but isn't most TVs doing that nowadays? Now, as far as gaming, I would say that it does have what they call a motion accelerator, but it is 60 Hertz. So you're not going to be able to get 120 Hertz gaming out of this. And I did check the input lag, and on average, it was getting about 10 milliseconds in game mode, so that's pretty respectful. Another interesting thing about this TV, it doesn't have a game bar, and I thought that that's a software thing that Samsung could include even a basic one in this TV, and they did not. Now we're going to check out some of the settings in the Xbox, and I'm going to try to override, see if we can get 120 Hertz out of it, even though it's a 60 Hertz panel, but we'll see. Here's the menu system inside of the Xbox, and as you can see here, it will support 4K, 1080p, and 720p. If you go into TV details, this TV will not support at 120 Hertz because it is a 60 Hertz television. And keep in mind that Samsung televisions do not support Dolby Vision nor Dolby Vision Gaming. But you do have features under video modes such as auto low latency, and this TV will support variable refresh rate, which is a pretty good feature to have, especially if you plan different types of games. Now this is not recommended, but I'm going to go into the Xbox menu and override the HDMI input just to see if we can get 120 Hertz. Now one thing I noticed when I switched this over, now it will support 1440p. Again, this is forcing the HDMI to do this, and there is an option for 120 Hertz, but more than likely it's going to go to 1080p. But here's the error that I got is that mode is not supported. So let's manually try to put the TV in 1080p. So now we have it in 1080p. Let's try the 120 Hertz once again. And here it is. It's still not supported. So this TV will support 60 frames per second. So your options on this TV is 4K, 1440p if you override the system, and 1080p at 60 frames per second. But in my opinion, you just leave it on the automatic detection mode and you'll be just fine and you won't have any problems whatsoever. Just so you guys know, I'm not a big gamer, but when I was playing some games on it, I thought it was very smooth and it had a lot of great colors on it. Now, when it comes to colors, I would say this TV reproduces colors very vividly and it looks fantastic overall. But I also would say that this TV doesn't have dark contrast levels on it. And I even went into the settings when I was filming some footage for the full review. And I'll just say that the TV is not going to give you those really dark, inky black levels like we expect on a lot of televisions on this market. But if you like Samsung's brand and you want to get a good picture, I think you're going to be very happy with this television. And I always say, make sure you have the right expectations when buying a new television. Now, for the last part of this video, since I just got it out of the box and all that good stuff, I want to walk you through the setup process that I went through when I first got the TV and show you some of the basic features in the new menu system on this U8000F. All right, so let's walk through the setup here. Now, normally when you get these TVs, they want you to have the Smart Things application, but you can hit right on the remote control navigation keys to bypass this. So let's get started. Now, currently I don't have anything plugged into the back of it, but if you have an antenna or any gaming consoles, Apple TV, anything like that, it will show them right here. Then go and press on next. Now you want to enter your Wi-Fi credentials. After it's connected to Wi-Fi, you want to go ahead and start the setup. Now, in order to do this, you need to have a Samsung account if you want to get access to all the applications, and you can scan the barcode that pops up on your screen. So I use my phone to go ahead and sign into my account. Now I can hit next. And if you want to, you can go ahead and register your product, but this is a demo unit, so I'm going to go ahead and skip that. Now, this is a cool feature because if you have the Samsung account logged in, you can back up all your information off this TV and restore it at a later date. Just for demo purposes, I'll go ahead and back up the TV onto my cloud. Now, we'll look for the latest software, but I want to finish the setup process first, and then we'll get back to that. Now, since I have other Samsung TVs on my account, you can see right here, I can select one of them and restore this TV from those settings, but we're not going to do that. And if you have any of these applications, you can go ahead and select them so the TV will download and install those as soon as we get done with the setup process. Now, this is new. It is asking me to put in a PIN number and I can't skip it. So I'll just put in a bunch of zeros and see if it'll allow me to do that. And then you can put in your zip code. And this is for the Samsung TV Plus service. So I'll just go ahead and put a random San Diego zip code in here so I can get those channels. And once it's all done, you'll get this Samsung screen and just basically getting the TV ready to go so you can start using it. Now, we're not going to go over everything in this menu. I just want to show you a few things. First of all, at the top here, you have your profiles. And keep in mind, if you don't add your profiles, you will not have access to the applications. You can also search for applications. And this TV still has the Daily Plus, and this is like the Smart Things application, as well as some different applications like Samsung Health if you have like the watch and the smartphone. Now, this is the gaming hub, and what it's going to ask you to do is pair a controller to it, but you can set that up later. And this is great because you can stream Xbox, Luna, and a few other applications if you want to use the TV as a game hub. Plus, you have your inputs on the back of it for your gaming consoles like your PS5. Now, on the home screen, you're going to see For You, and that's pretty much all the content you watch. This is the Samsung TV Plus, so you can stream different TV content, and this is where all the apps are. So if you need to download applications, this is where you find it. You just click on any apps that you want, and it'll start downloading it as long as you're in the Samsung home account. Under devices, it's going to show you everything that's connected to TV. And like I said earlier, I don't have anything connected. Now, one thing I would point out here is that Samsung used to have this menu system that shows all your settings, but now it has this little pop-up. So if you want to get to your picture settings, you would just go here and you can do your equal mode. Let's go ahead and put it on standard, give it a little more brightness. But let's go ahead and put it on movie mode. And then if we go back, you have expert settings where you can control everything right here. There's also sound connection. Advanced features, and this is where you can start your start screen, and it does have some voice controls. So right now it does support Bixby, so I don't see access to Google or Amazon anymore, just so you know that. So Samsung's really want everything to be in their ecosystem. And just so you know, this TV does support Bluetooth. There's all your Wi-Fi, sleep timer, and all that good stuff. And then over here, you can change the tone, and you can customize the screen as well. My first impressions on this TV so far is that I like the software better than the previous generations. It seems to be a lot more easier to use, a lot more intuitive. And this little number pad right here now gives you easier access to the settings, and you get to your inputs and all that good stuff. But I still wish they put an input button on this remote. It's just something I just think they should have. Other than that, the contrast ratio is not as dark as what I like to see. I like to see a little bit more inky or black levels, but I will say that the colors on it, it's great. I thought the gaming was good if you're not a hardcore gamer. In that case, you probably want to go for a newer TV that has support up to 144 hertz or even 120 hertz television. But if you have questions on this TV, let me know, because I'm putting together the full review and I'm going to try my best to answer those questions on that video. That's all I have on this one. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
This is a Dyson vacuum cleaner, and it's very expensive, but you know it's not expensive? The TV that I'm going to show you today. This is the Signia Fire TV. Now, one thing I can't figure out about these TVs is the model number. So check this out. NS55 UQFL26. And this is a liquid crystal display with direct backlights, and that's just a mouthful. This is a QLED 4K Ultra HD television that supports Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos, DTS, and Alexa. And I'm sorry if I triggered your device. For the price of this TV, it could be a great bedroom TV, living room TV. We just don't know until we get it out of the box and see if it's ready for your living room. So let's go ahead and get this opened up so we can take a closer look at it. And I would say that this TV is not available in all the sizes, because I expected to find a 43-inch, but this was available in a 55, 65, and 75. Of course, we have the typical feet that comes with most budget televisions, and they're made out of plastic. Inside of here, we have instruction guide, power cord, some screws, and here's the remote control. As you can see here, it has your Amazon Alexa button, your navigation, here's all your controls, volume, channels, and you have some hotkeys at the bottom. And one of the cool things about having a Fire TV is that it can control all your devices directly from the television. All right, let's get to the TV. And inside of here, it does have a piece of cardboard, a bit of smaller TV. It looks like it weighs around 25 pounds. On the bottom, we have some screw holes to mount the feet. Over here, we have this teeny tiny speaker. I'm sure it's going to sound pretty decent. And if we go over here, there's a little press button. Turn the TV off, get through some basic menu options. So it's easy to mount the feet on. It's just 2 screws. And now we're going to take a look at the back of the TV. As you see here, this looks very familiar. And just so you know, it does have screw holes right here, so you can easily mount it on the wall. And there's an Ethernet connection back here on the back. On the left hand side of the TV, we do have a power cord input. And one thing is, you use a standard power cord so you can easily extend the wire. And we have a USB 2.0. There's 3 HDMIs. And the bottom one is EER to go over to your audio system. Down here, we have a TV tuner, headphone jack, and we do have a digital output to go over to your audio system.
All right, we got the microphone fixed, and now we have the screen protector to go ahead and pull off the television. So you will see this orange tab, and you just kind of pull it off the screen like this. Satisfying. Now, first thing we'll do is check out some movies and the colors on this TV. And one thing that's very surprising is the black levels are actually pretty good. I didn't expect it to be that clear. And here's another movie. And I will say that in SDR mode, the colors are crisp and very white and detailed. And I think I would be happy with this TV, especially the fact you can hook it up to Amazon. So if you was to get this TV for movies, I think you're going to be very happy with the results on it, because everything looks really good. More surprising than I thought. Now, I wouldn't say that it's completely perfect, but look at what I'm seeing. You see how these flowers are popping out? This black level is good. I don't really see any gray over here. I don't see any bleed around the edges. We haven't gotten to all the tests, but so far It's looking pretty good, very promising for this television. Now, one thing I do notice is that we do have a little bit of gradient on this, but it could just be the signal. This is not a high performance signal. This is just a YouTube video that I want to play so you guys can see the black level on it. And to take us up a notch, I want to turn off all the lights in the room so you can still see how good the picture looks. Again, I can see now a little bit of backlight bleed, but not that much at all. And look at the darkness of the contrast on it, the brightness of the picture. So when it comes to performance at the price of this Fire TV, if you're okay with the operating system, I think it actually looks really good for the average person who's not looking to spend a lot of money, but enjoys the Fire TV and Amazon products, because you'll have access to all that on this TV as well. Now we're playing some sports on YouTube TV, and I would say that this signal is not the best, but it looks very presentable. I need to put on something a little higher end, because I can't see a lot of infringement around the edges. And switching channels, I think this signal looks much better. It's a lot cleaner. It all comes down to what you're playing. So for those who are playing IPTV all the time, sometimes that signal looks better on a 1080p TV because those TVs don't have as much resolution as something like this. But this one's very presentable as sports. Now this is Apple TV Plus, the morning show, and we're going to take a look at some of the different picture profiles. So right now it's in SDR mode, and the picture profile is standard. But let's switch through some of these different ones. We have movie, and this looks really flat. You lose some of the details, but it is going to give you that cinematic look. We have dynamic, which is the brighter one. We have natural, which looks similar to movies, and we have custom. Now we're going to check out HDR10 Plus, and again, we're back on standard mode. And here we have movie. I think it looks a lot better than your SDR mode. We have dynamic, we have natural, and the last one we're going to take a look at is Dolby Vision. So yes, this TV does support it. We have Dolby Vision Bright, Dolby Vision Dark, which almost gets too dark, and we have Dolby Vision Gaming down here at the bottom. But out of these settings, I prefer Dolby Vision Bright, but you might like Dolby Vision Dark, and that'd be great for watching it with a sleep timer on late at night. Now we're going to check out the gaming on the PS5, and I would say that when I switched over to gaming mode, the TV did get much darker, so sorry about the image. And I've already checked out the 1440p, just see what the capabilities are. So if we go over here to where it says information, as far as the connected HDMI device, you can see at 2160, which is 4K, it will support 48 Hertz up to 60 Hertz, and HDR is supported. If we drop down to 1440p, now we get support up to 120 Hertz, and we still get the HDR. And cool thing about it, if we go down to 1080p, we still get 120 Hertz. So that's very surprising in this television. When I pulled up the menu, you can see that auto low latency is covered. There's another feature down here called DLG. I'll look that up in just a minute. And then we also have the variable refresh rate. So you have plenty of controls. And if you go down to advanced settings, you have white balance and all these different settings right here to enhance the picture quality, including a local contrast enhancer. So if I turn it on, it don't really do much in the gaming mode, but just let you know, these are options that are in the TV.
Members of the resistance, report to your nearest intake facility immediately. We promise nothing nefarious will befall you. We promise.
Whew, masterful work. Now get out of there and decrypt that thing.
Give a big welcome to the grand marshals of our parade.
We're going to do these tests with the light off so we can take a look at the screen in the darkness. And I don't see any blooming on this television when it comes to that. I just noticed that it doesn't have the inkiest black levels. And again, when you're buying budget price televisions, you're not going to get local dimming zones or anything like that. But for what it is, I think it's very presentable. And it's not something that you're going to notice, especially when you know you're saving a little bit of money buying a TV on this level. And here's the dirty screen on the television. You do have some blotchy areas. So if I pause this, I can see some on the camera right in here and right over here. But this is not something you're going to notice on a daily basis. It's just something if you have a gray screen, and we're just seeing how the screen actually performs. Now, I must say, switching over to this 480p content, it actually looks really good. Upscaling is going to be much better than you expect. And let's take a look at something while I'm in here. If we go down to the picture in advanced settings, in the settings, if you go down to display And go down here to the bottom, you do have these screen sizes. So a 16:9, you have 4:3, you have zoom, and you have native. So you do have some controls, but in some cases, you have to use an external device to get controls of that. Here we have 1080p content on it, and the upscaling works fantastic. In fact, just by looking at this, it looks like 4K to me. So if you're looking to put at least 720p, 1080p content, the upscaling on it, you're going to be very satisfied with it. And even on this bolt, I don't see a lot of fringing around the edges here. Everything looks nice and clean. Of course, it will be better with 4K, but with 1080p, I'm very satisfied with how good this picture looks. This is motion at 24 frames per second. And look how smooth it is in standard mode. If we switch over to movie mode, you can see it gets a little more choppy, and that's so it can smooth out the resolution on those type of movies. Dynamic's going to get a little bit smoother, and natural will get a little more jittery again. And just so you know, this TV also has motion processing. So some of the older Fire TVs didn't have this feature, but now we have medium and we have high. So you have a lot better controls, and the motion is smooth when it comes to this TV, especially whenever using standard mode. Now we're switching over to 60 frames per second, and as expected, no matter which picture profile you put it in, it's going to look very smooth. So it all depends on the signal, but one great thing about this TV is that it does a really good job with motion. Now here's a quick rundown of the audio system. You see that we have different sound modes. We have bass and treble. We also have advanced setting down here at the bottom. And this is a dialogue enhancer. You have auto level, and you do have simulated Dolby Atmos just with the 2 TV speakers. There's also a built-in EQ. And if we go back here to the sound modes, at the top here, we have movie, music, sports, and clear voice. So there's the options for sound. And also want to say that it also supports virtual DTS.
This is a Tech Steve voice audio test to see how good this TV sounds.
And here's the Fire TV application on the Android. I just hit open, and we want to finish up the settings on the television. So the first thing we'll do is choose your language, and then we can scan this barcode. So what I'm going to do is just go and scan on that, press on the app, hit allow, and now it's searching for the TV. Press on continue, and as you notice here, it has already set up the network, as we can see right there. Now it's looking for updates, and it will automatically connect to your Amazon account from the application. Now you can go and press on the available TV from the app, and then it's going to ask for a 4-digit code. Next, you will use the remote control to hit continue, and you can restore from a previous install, or you can skip it. If you have children, you can subscribe to Amazon for Kids Plus. You can add more streaming services. You can add parental controls, and you can subscribe to newsletters. Once you put everything in, just say, I got it. And if you have antenna plugged in, it will scan for channels. And here you can choose different profiles for everyone in your family. This is a demo account. And that's pretty much it. Now it's going to load up and pre-install some applications. Now, if you do install an application, you can use the controls on your phone to get through all the screens, but it does have some lag to it. You also can pull up a keyboard and you can type it right there on your phone. Now, just so you know, if you're using the application on your phone, you do have controls. You also have a night mode. You can pull up a keyboard and search for your device. You have the voice commands, and you can get quick access to your favorites. Another thing you can do with this is that if you go back to the main screen, you can change the volume up and down as well as the channels. If you slide it over, you go back to your main controls, and then there's your favorites right there at the bottom. Now, as far as the operating system, when you use the remote control, it's a lot quicker than using the application because it could be a delay with your Wi-Fi. But as you can see here, it's pretty fast overall, and that's one of the great things about Amazon software. One thing I want to point out here is that that's where you're going to find your inputs, and you can choose through all your different connections. You have your stuff, search, home, live TV, and this is where all the apps are down here. If you go to the gear over here, you have your inputs as well as your notifications, your different profiles. You can change your Wi-Fi if you need to. You also can adjust your sound, uninstall applications, hook up equipment, hook up Bluetooth controllers, and this is where you have your Amazon voice commands And that's a quick look at the Fire TV operating system. All right, so I showed you guys a lot about this television, but let's talk about the pros and cons. Some of the cons for me, I have really 3 that stands out for me is 1, the sound quality. Definitely get you a sound bar. It just sounds really teeny, but there's a lot of people who don't want to add sound bars, so you might be okay with, 20 watts of power for your audio system. The second con is that you're not going to get that dark level on anything that has really, really black scenes. It may have like a little bit of gray look to it, which is expected on budget television. And the third con is there's no source button over here. You have to go to the main screen or pull up the menu to switch inputs. This TV relies on what they call CEC. And what that is that if I turn on an Apple TV, it'll switch over. If I turn on a PlayStation, it'll switch to that automatically. And then you can hit the house button to go back to the main TV's interface. So just keep that in mind. But let's talk about the positives. The fact that this TV has voice commands, I can say, what's the weather like today? Or I can open up any of the applications right from your voice commands. Also, being that it is Amazon's Fire, it's going to work with all your devices in your house. If you have, the little Echo units and things like that, that's going to be great. Some other positives, I thought it had a really good picture. Depends on what you're looking for. It's not going to be the brightest TV, but this would be a great TV to put in your living room if you're not into TVs that much, or a great bedroom TV, garage TV. I think it'll be just fine for that. Also, the motion, it was very smooth. The fact when I put it on standard mode, how smooth the image was, you can't beat that in a budget price television. So that's all I have on this video. If you guys have any questions, make sure you leave that in the comments below. And if you're interested in buy one, be sure to use my links because it doesn't cost you more, but it helps me buy more budget television so I can review more televisions for you. I put everything back into the business. I'm Tech Steve. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We have some exciting things coming out for the holidays. And that's all I have on this one. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace. For everyone who's looking for a budget who likes the TCL brand, we're going to check out this TV today. This is the QM5. Now here's the thing, it's mini LED technology, it's 60 Hertz, but it has a motion rate of 240, and we'll test that out later on in the video. This QM5K has some pretty good features for the money. I paid around $379 for it, but it has the LD300, and that's for local dimming, as well as HDR, quantum dots, and a gaming accelerator up to 144 Hertz. And it has that new AI processor. This TV is powered by Google with plenty of applications. It also has Google Cast, Apple AirPlay, Apple HomeKit, and it will work with Alexa using the TCL application. Now this TV is not available in those massive sizes, but you can pick it up in a smaller 50-inch, which is great, as well as the 55 like I have here. You can also get it in a 65 and a 75. With that being said, let's go and get out of the box so we can see how this TV performs. Full rate local dimming used to be a thing, and this TV does have that technology. So along with mini LED, I'm very interested to see how good the contrast levels are. Now let's see what's in the box here. Pretty standard stuff. Most of these TV comes with your basic accessory kit. So we have your power cord, remote control, some paperwork. Has these little tiny feet in here, and looks like they just have 2 screws to hold them in, made out of plastic. Just gonna get the styrofoam out. Does come with that protective cardboard on the front of it. And one thing about this TV is actually got some good weight to it, so it's not like a really light TV or anything like that. Looks like the styrofoam's catching it, so we'll get it out of here. There we go. Go ahead and lean it back here, and we'll go ahead and get everything out of the way. So here's all the accessories that come with it. You have this power cord, and it's got like that computer type plug. You have some little zip ties for wire maintenance, screws for the feet, remote control, batteries, and some paperwork. The remote control is actually pretty nice. It's kind of like what comes with your standard TCL television. You see there's a source button on top. You have also a menu button. You have a home button as well as your Google voice command, volume, channel up and down, some hotkeys at the bottom. And this one does support the TCL TV Plus, as you can see right there. So this is where the screw holes go for your TV. There's some speakers right here inside of here. So press button to get through some basic remote control, and the same on the other side. So now we're going to go ahead and screw the feet in. Very easy, just get your standard screwdriver, line them up, and just screw it in. And then we'll just go ahead and put in the other side. Very easy. Now you guys ready for the big reveal? There it is, the QM5K. Wow, look at that. This TV has subwoofers on the back, which is a pretty cool feature. On this side is where you're gonna go ahead and plug in your power. Whoa, got shocked. Here's the screw holes, so you can easily mount it on the wall. There's 4 of them. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a 60 Hertz TV, so you're not going to get 120 Hertz HDMI 2.1, but we do have a USB, Ethernet. There's 3 HDMIs, including eARC. You also have that TV tuner, and over here we have a optical output. And look at here, we have a label that says Dolby Atmos, and keep in mind that is virtual because you can't get that kind of sound out of 2 speakers or subwoofers. You gotta have speakers behind you. And we can't forget that signature premium QD mini LED badge that TCL puts on their TVs now. And here's a side view, and as you can see, it is a little bit thicker television, but the thing is that when you have these subwoofers on the back of it, it's going to require the TV cabinet to be just a little bit larger. While filming this video, you may see some glare. I'm trying this out in a new room, so I don't have all the curtains set up, but you can see the glare on the TV, so it gives you an idea of what we're looking at when it comes to the anti-glare coating. Now you will see an orange tab here, and that will indicate that you do have a screen protector on the television. Let's go ahead and pull it off. Satisfying. This TV is powered by Google operating system. In order to get started, you're going to need a Gmail account plus Wi-Fi or Ethernet connected to the television. When you get to this welcome screen, just go ahead and choose your country, choose your region. You can set it up as Google TV with all the applications, or do a basic. You can use the Google Home application, but we're going to just do the TV instead, and then you want to enter your Wi-Fi credentials. Now it's connected. Now enter your Gmail account, accept the terms and conditions, allow access to all your applications so you can use voice command to search for different content. You can customize it with voice match. You can activate that and go through the steps. If you want to get local news and weather, you need to turn this on as well. And if you have any of these applications, go and hit the little checkbox and it'll automatically install them for you once it gets done with the process. Now we need to pair the remote control. You want to press on home and your OK button in the center of the navigation keys, and make sure you're about 3 feet from the television. Without this feature, you will not be able to use the Google voice commands. You can also connect this TV to the TCL Home application if you like. Now the TV is going to set itself up. This can take from 5 minutes up to 30 minutes, depends on which applications you selected to download and how fast your internet connection is. And finally, the finished touches. A few things you can do with the Google TV is you can add your favorite photos from your Google Cloud. You can add multiple profiles, and there's a kid profile that you can create as well. The Google operating system is not really that hard to set up. You just got to have the right credentials. Once you get all logged in, it's not something you have to do all the time. Now, if you wonder what the QM5 has as far as the menu system, I'll walk you through it just so you know what it has to offer. So here we are on the main screen, and just checking out how fast this TV is. It's got a little bit of lag, but it's not too bad. You also can do live TV, and this is where your streaming application is going to be, as well as your channels if you decide to add them to the TV. You also have access to the Google App Store, so there's plenty of applications in here. And you do have a library if you make any purchases. Plus, TCL has their own tab where you can stream some free content as well. So there's plenty of different options for getting content. Now if we go to the side, we can hit the settings, and under channels and input, this is where you can scan for your channels if you have an antenna plugged in, but I don't have one plugged in for this demo. And this is for your inputs, and CEC is turned on so you can control the TV from your different devices like your gaming consoles as well as your cable box, as long as they're compatible. This TV is using Android 12 for the operating system, and you have 8.5 gigabytes internal memory. There's an ambient mode, which I showed you earlier. You can also have an art gallery or custom AI art. And this gives you an idea of what the AI art looks like, so you can always have something on your screen when you're not using it. Now, one thing I do recommend, if you do have an external device like a cable box, so when you turn the TV on, it'll automatically go there. I also like to go in here into the energy dashboard and make sure that these settings are turned off unless you want the TV to automatically adjust itself. So I will go to dynamic brightness and turn it off. That way you have full control, but that's something that you can decide on your own. This TV does have sleep timers. You can cast your Android device over to it. It will support your Apple devices, plus you can hook it up to the HomeKit so you can use Siri to control it. And this TV does have a game master, and we'll take a look at that a little bit later, but I suggest you just leave everything to automatic for that settings. And if you need to, you can hook up Bluetooth headphones and different controllers to the television. So that's a quick rundown of the operating system, and we'll go into some of the picture settings a little bit later on in the video. For all you gamers out there, keep in mind this is a 60 Hz television, but I was pretty impressed after filming this footage. And the thing is, this TV does have up to 144 Hz motion rate, so you can use variable refresh rate on a computer to get even faster speeds on it. Now this TV does have a gaming mode, and there's also a feature called Game Master. If you press and hold the 3 lines on the remote control, it pops up this menu, and you can see the frame counter, HDR, auto low latency as variable refresh at the top of the screen. And you do have a frame counter. You also have access to HDIG, and you have high frame rate where you can get up to 144 Hz, but keep in mind this is a 60 Hz television. Now on the Xbox, it will support the 4K 60 frames per second. You have a TV detail where it supports everything, including Dolby Vision gaming at 60 frames. And here's the video mode, and as you can see, it supports pretty much everything for a 60 Hz television. Now there is a trick here. If you go over here, you have a toggle for 120 Hz, and when you press on that, the TV will give you up to 120 Hz at 1440p. So if you think about it, at the price of this TV, you're definitely get some great features in here for gaming. And here's the interesting thing. I want to pull up this gaming menu, and as you can see at the top of the frame counter, it does now show 120 Hz. So I just loaded up this game, and man, this TV's got some really nice natural looking colors. It's gonna be hard to compete with a TV on this level. Look at this. It is a beautiful picture, and the fact that it is a budget TV makes it that much better. Now, I would say this particular game is very hard to drive, but I'll give it a good shot and see what happens here. Look at the sky, it's very natural. Dirt looks really nice and clean. Now I would say the color's not that punchy, but that's something that you can adjust with the saturation. I must say though, I'm very impressed with the colors on this TV. All right, you know I gotta play my favorite game, Dirt 5. I'm gonna say this right now, this TV, it's gonna be hard for certain brands out there to compete with the level of quality that I'm seeing on this TV. And keep in mind, I'm not trying to be biased or anything, but this TCL has a lot to offer. This is going to be the go-to TV for people who are not looking for spending a lot of money, but want to get great performance. I'm impressed with this TV so far. The fact that it does support 1440p at 120 Hz, and the fact that it has Dolby Vision and all these different gaming settings, it's actually a great television for the money. Now I'm going to just do some different tests on the television just so you can see how it performs. And keep in mind, I normally film at 60 frames per second. This video is 30 frames per second, trying something new out. But here's the thing, you might not see as smooth as motion as you normally see with my other videos. I'll put the TV back in 4K mode. Brightness is at 45. Let's boost it up just a little bit just to get out of equal mode, which is 65. All right, let's check out the motion on this TV at 24 frames per second. Like I always tell you guys, it's not going to be the smoothest image possible. At 24 frames per second, it's doing a pretty decent job. So here's the motion menu. Let's go ahead and turn it off. And you see how it gets really chalky, especially on that top line. But I find if you put it on high, it's going to give you that smooth look, even at 24 frames per second. So the fact that this TV has a motion rate of 240, it is pretty incredible. Now, if you want to get that cinematic look, you can go to what they call natural cinema mode. So as they're moving the camera, it gives you that cinematic look. That's something you can do. Plus, you can customize it. This is the judder control, and this allows you to control the motion manually. So if you went on 10, it's going to be the smoothest. You put it on 0, and it's going to give you that chalkiness. So if you're getting that soap opera effect, you can go here and play around with this and see what you like. And for skin tones, here's Vivid. Next, we have your standard mode, and this is for everyday TV watching. We have a sports mode that just turns down the backlights just a little bit. You can connect a PC to this, and it does have an intelligent mode. And intelligent mode, I think actually looks really good. It's gonna basically take the content that you're watching, use AI technology, and try to always give you the best pictures. So if you're looking for an automatic setting, intelligent mode is the way to go. Now I want to check out the black levels with this LG OLED demo, and it's doing a good job. I don't see any like backlight bleed. So if I pause this up here at the top, you just don't see any glowing come in, and it's because that full array local dimmings that's on this television. If you're looking for a recommendation on a TV to buy, as far as not spending a lot of money and you don't care about the 120 hertz gaming in 4K, I feel like this is a great contender for that particular market. I can't play a lot of this content, but this is the trailer for the new Avatar movie, and it's looking really good. I mean, look how smooth and how vivid these colors are. I want to pause the scene so you can see the blur in the background and the skin tones on it. And again, this TV is very impressive. Now, if you've been following my social media, you probably realize that I purchased all these TVs, so I'm pretty unbiased to reviews in general. But what I'm seeing right here, it's definitely very impressive for what it is. So I just put this TV in sports mode and just want to check out YouTube TV, which is a good way to get great content. And I've already showed you the motion test, so we already know that's good. But look at these colors on the TV. They pop really good. I just really can't say enough about it. In fact, this is streaming content. It's a television that I definitely think you can enjoy. You can see that this is a 720p signal at 60 frames per second. So it all depends on how good your signal is and how well it's recorded. This is something I like about YouTube TV. So if you're not getting a good picture, it kind of lets you know how the upscaling is working. Now I pulled up some tennis here, and this one is streaming at 43 kilobytes per second. And it is a 1080p signal, so it should be a lot clearer. You see that the picture did get a little bit better on this broadcast because of it's 1080p and not 720p. Now I pulled up Disney Plus. Let's put it back in movie mode, and then we can do some other little tests here. I like this movie Brave because it shows a lot of red details in the image. I'll say only downside I'm seeing so far is this TV's not that bright, but if you just watch a movie like this in a dark room, it would be fine. And just so you know, I have the brightness at 69 here. Even if I put it at 100%, there's some settings in some of these TVs that even won't allow you to change it. But we'll try some different picture profiles. So this is what the TV is gonna look like in Vivid. Only thing is it did make the picture look a little bit more on the purple side. Standard mode, sports, and back to movie. Since I'm using the Apple TV, let's switch it over to HDR and see how much brighter it gets. And you will get that HDR10 confirmation in the screen whenever you're playing content. So even switching on to HDR, it didn't get that much brighter. Let's go here and play around with it again. And it did go into IMAX mode, which is still a great feature. So here's the Vivid mode, your standard mode, and back to movie mode. And then we have that IMAX feature here at the bottom. Let's even try intelligent, so it gets a little bit more natural, but we'll leave it in movie mode for this particular thing. But one thing I'm seeing is on some content, it's just not gonna be that bright. Now we'll switch it over to Dolby Vision. And again, you get that Dolby Vision little icon up in the corner, which is cool. And it's slightly brighter than it was before, just very slightly, I could barely even tell. But then we have Dolby Vision Bright, and as you can see over in the corner, it's at 100% brightness. We have Dolby Vision Dark, and this is so dark it's almost unwatchable. We have game and back to bright. Now we're just going to play a couple of demos I have in here. And like I said, this TV has a great picture on it. It's not the brightest TV, but the details on it are very good. The mini LED, the local dimming is doing a fantastic job, especially for people who are going to put it more in a darker room. A lot of mini LED TVs have blooming, so let's check that out real quick. There's a little bit of blooming around the edges here. Not going to say it's perfect, but it's doing a decent job. It's not something that I think you would notice too much. Only when you're watching a movie and you see some credits at the end of it that you would notice that this TV is going to have a little bit of blooming. We'll check out some dirty screen effects, and this TV actually looks really good. I'm looking at the camera right here, just looking for flaws, and you can see just a little bit in the edges, but not too much. So when it comes to dirty screen effects in a white level, it looks good. Let's get over here to some of these gray levels. So you can start seeing a little bit of clouding on it. I've seen a lot worse out there, but this is what the TV looks like. So overall, I think you're going to get a pretty solid picture on it. Now I do see just a little bit of blotchiness on one side of the TV, the right side, where I'm not sure if that's the lighting or something, but I can definitely notice it on the camera here. And you can see it's kind of moving around right there.
That was kind of interesting seeing those artifacts on the screen, and I really don't know where they came from. It's kind of like if you rubbed your eyes too hard and you start seeing dots in the air, something like that. But let's keep going.
Now let's check out some upscaling. And right now in 420p, I'm going to say that it is going to be a little bit of jaggedy edges on it. I'm not sure how many people still use 480p content, but if you have some IPTV or low resolution, you will notice that it's not going to be that clear. Let's step it up a little bit. So here we have the 720p. Again, this is a lot better than it was before. Not going to be perfect. I can still see a little some lines on some of those back buildings, but it's actually doing a pretty good job. And 1080p is where you're going to get the best resolution out of this television. So here's 4K and no jaggedy lines. Everything's native. Everything looks nice and clean. I think you'll be very happy with this TV. If you like that nice flat look to it, the colors look more like they've already been calibrated. There's not any kind of punchiness or oversaturation in this TV. I think it looks really good, especially I just can't believe the price point of it, considering all the features that I'm seeing so far in it. Now we're going to take a listen to the audio on it, and keep in mind this is a recording, so just want to give you a general idea. And remember, we did see Dolby Atmos on the back of it earlier.
This is a Tech Steve test to see how good this TV sounds.
I think I found my favorite distraction. Comes to my pros, I don't play by the rules, I switch up the flow. Hey, chill on the weekend, give X's and no, she in love with the kid, I ain't texting.
And just so you know, in the sound system, you have standard, movie, music, voice, game. So you have a few options in here, including intelligence. You also have custom sound, where you have a surround sound virtual EQ, as well as a bass enhancer, dialogue, and definition that enhances the high frequencies. The audio processor, you have Dolby Atmos, DTS Virtual X. You can even turn it off if you don't want that feature. There's some other features in here like internal speaker, EER. You can hook up Bluetooth speakers to it. You have that optical output, and you can add a subwoofer to it. But that's the audio settings in here, and you have different screen ratios such as 4:3, as you can see right there, wide, zoom, zoom 2, and stretch. So if you have those older movies and you want to be able to put them in 16:9, it will lose some of the content sometimes or stretch the image, but you can do it.
Before we end this video, I want to show you some things on TCL's website so you can kind of get a better idea as a consumer of what to expect. And as we mentioned earlier, it does support the QD mini LED technology with the LD300 Precision Dimming series. And this is basically going to clean up the contrast, and it actually did a good job doing that. It has high HDR brightness, and it depends how many nits this TV is to consider the brightness, but I couldn't really identify how many nits was available. And the QM5 will support up to 98% of the DCI P3 color gamut. So really good colors, and I actually seen that. And the intelligence setting that I showed you on the television is AI processing. And check this out. It supports HDR Pro Plus with Dolby Vision IQ, HDR 10 Plus, which most of the Samsung TVs use, and it has HDR10, and HLG. So this TV supports pretty much everything out there in the market. Now the audio system, I wasn't aware of this, but it is an Onkyo 2.1 audio system with those subs on the back. I just wish they had controls where you can adjust the subwoofer. Now, even though you can use voice command on this television and you see things like works with, Alexa, works whatever, what that means is that TCL has an application that you can log into. You then would go to your Alexa app and give it authorization to the TCL app, and then that's how it talks to it. But it doesn't have the feature built right into the television. I'll leave all those links in the description below. But the 50-inch at the time of this video is going for $349. I purchased the 55-inch, so for $30 more, you can get a bigger TV. They have a 65-inch version, and this TV is going for $499. And if you go with the 75-inch version, this TV is going for $649. So you can get everything that I showed you on this video for $649 for a 75-inch, which is pretty cool. And here's the full array local dimming. If we go over here and hit specifications, pretty much everything I showed you, 60 hertz, 140 motion rate. And it does have a standard TV tuner. It's not the ATSC 3.0 or anything like that. Wait a minute, I do stand corrected. It does have one HDMI 2.1 and two HDMI 2.0. So I'm gonna have to go take a look at the TV a little bit closer. So my bad. I'm trying to correct it as I see this information. So honestly, in my opinion, I think this is a great television, except for those blotchy spots. The black levels are great. Gaming's great. Colors are great. It looks so natural. So if you're looking for a TV and you want to save a little bit of money, I'm going to recommend this particular television, especially at these price points or sell them at. I think you'll be very happy with it overall. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching. Catch you guys on the next one. Peace. If you own a Samsung television, I would say that you want to get a Samsung soundbar, and it's because of a technology they call Q Symphony. And this is a technology that allows you to use the TV speakers with the soundbar to get the best sound quality. And this soundbar has 3.1.2 channels. Now, one thing about this soundbar, it doesn't come with the rear speakers, but you can buy them as an add-on if you want to get the full Dolby Atmos experience later. Now, this soundbar does support the Dolby Atmos if you have the rear speakers, plus it has virtual DTS:X, and it does have DTS. And over here, it also works with Apple AirPlay, Google Chromecast, and Spotify. But let's get out of the box and see everything that it comes with so we can see if it's the right soundbar for you and your family. Here's everything that comes in the box besides the subwoofer and the speaker. You get the remote control plus some batteries, an HDMI cable plus 2 power cords, a user's guide, and keep in mind this one does work with the SmartThings application. And you get the wall mount bracket and some screws for it. And here's the subwoofer that comes with it. And one unique thing about this subwoofer is that it has a woofer over here and it has a passive radius on the other side. On the back of it, there is a pairing button as well as your power cord input. And there's some rubber grips on the bottom, but chances are you're going to be putting it on carpet. But if you have hardwood floors, it won't scratch it up. And here's the soundbar. It has a nice premium look to it. Now on this side, you have the Samsung logo and it does have speakers on it. And here's the other side of it. And on the front of it, it's got this nice mesh material. And when we get to the full demo, I'll measure everything out for you and we'll take a look and see what kind of speakers inside of it. It also has a power, volume up and down, a source button on top of it. And we'll check out if it has 120 hertz pass through later on. But right here we have the HDMI EER as well as the HDMI input. And down here we have your digital output. Plus it has a USB for service and your power cord input. And there's a line over here so you can run the cable flat. Now we talked about the QS700 speaker. Let's go do some testing and see how good it sounds compared to TV speakers. So now we're in the second studio and we're going to check it out on this QM7F. I did a review on this TV right before this video, so go check it out. It's a great looking television. Now one thing about this QM7F, it does have that center base on it, but check this out. The center bar will fit flush right below it, so you can use it on this television. Now I did tell you guys I wouldn't measure it, so here we go. We're looking at almost 46 inches. Looks like 45 3/4. It's shy of 2 inches high. Now as far as the depth on it,
we're looking like 4.5. So that's all the different measurements on it. And to connect it, I'm using what I know is certified HDMI 2.1 cable. It's not the one that came in the box, but over here I have it going to the eARC on the back of the TV, and then I have it connected to this Xbox Series X so we can check out the pass-through. Over here is the power cord, and you can run it through this little track here, so make it flush. But what you can do is just put it right here on the back of it. It all depends on your particular setup. And the cool thing about the subwoofer, all you need to do is just plug it into the wall. And if it doesn't connect, you can press this little pairing button here on the back of it. Now we'll check the pass-through out, and keep in mind, the soundbar is connected to the TV and the Xbox is connected to the soundbar. And what I can see here, it doesn't support 120 hertz pass-through. So just keep in mind, if you have gaming consoles, plug them directly to your television. Do not run this unless you have older gaming consoles. And just keep in mind, if you go through the soundbar, you do lose the auto low latency as well as the variable refresh rate, but it will support, again, 4K at 60 frames per second. Now I have the Xbox plugged directly into the television. And if we go over here to video options, now you do have access to auto low latency and variable refresh rate. Now the soundbar has an array of speakers on the front of it, and it has a top firing speaker on each side to give you that overhead just in case like a helicopter or something's passing by. But if you want to get the full effect, you want to definitely add the rear speakers either now or later. The 0.1 is for the subwoofers, and that's to give you that bass response. Now I'm going to play some demos for you guys, and I kept it pretty short because of copyrights, but this should give you a general idea of what it's going to sound like from the TV speakers and switching over to the soundbar.
Well, folks, we're not going there. They are coming here. Well, folks, we're not going there. They are coming here.
When you connect this to a Samsung TV, you do have access to all your sound modes, and that's gaming, adaptive, as well as DTS, and you do have standard down here at the bottom and surround sound. And if we go to sound output, you can see that the Q Symphony soundbar is connected via HDMI. And under all settings, you have sound output. You also have those surround sound modes that I showed you a minute ago. You also have the Q Symphony setup. And over here, we have sound devices, which will show you anything's connected to the system. As far as I know, you had to get the rear speakers to be able to adjust the position and the levels. So just keep in mind, you won't have that option unless you buy those optional rear speakers. There's also expert settings, and inside of here, you can control the woofer volume as well as have an EQ for the speakers. So that's the option you get with the soundbar connected to the television. Next, I'm going to show you the SmartThings application. And as you can see here, the Q Symphony soundbar is on it. And once we press on it, you can see a picture of it, and you can also change the volume right here. As you can see, it's changing on the TV as well. You can change your inputs, and then you can access all your sound modes. There's also a setting for your EQ, and this is where you have full control, plus you have some different presets like pop, jazz, and classical. And then we have advanced settings at the bottom. Now in here, you can enhance the voice, you can enhance the bass response, you can put it in night mode, and a few other settings here at the bottom. We also have channel levels, and this is for the center or the top fronts. We have audio sync, and this is in case you're getting a delay in the signal. And then we have voice guide, where you can change it to different languages as well. Now we're on the TV. There is a device list, and as you can see here, there's the Q Symphony soundbar, and we have some basic controls there as well. Now the application on your phone is going to give you full control, but you can see here, you do have some options with this SmartThings hub. Before we wrap this up, there's a couple more things that I want to talk about. First of all, when it comes to soundbars, HDMI EER is a system that connects any soundbar with any television. It is protocol for it to work. But here's the thing. I have some other brands that I've tested out, even some at my house, that don't connect automatically. You turn the TV on, and then 20, 30 seconds, it finds the soundbar and connects. I have never seen that on Samsung. You turn the TV on and it's ready to go. So that's a plus for this. But you know, if you got a Samsung TV, you can add any brand that you like. Just keep in mind, Samsung soundbars, Samsung TVs are always going to work the best. Now, I did have a gripe about the soundbar is that they did remove the display off the front of it. So now you have a series of lights. So you can't really see the status without pulling up the application or something like that. Now, don't get me wrong. I love applications, but it's getting to the point where we have 100 different apps on our phone to do different things, and there's no central way to do this. So that could be annoying. But when it comes to the sound quality, the build quality, I think this system is really good. And I would say live, I wish I could let you guys hear the actual demo, but it was shaking the room pretty good. And I gotta be careful because I'm in an office space. With that being said, I do recommend you get this soundbar. It will work with any brand and it will work with the SmartThings application. But if you want to get the on-screen controls and things like that, like I showed you on this video, you have to get a Samsung TV that's compatible. With that being said, leave me a comment below. Tell me what you guys think. I'm Tech Steve, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace. This is the Hisense U8QG, and over here we have the TCL QM8K. Both of these are 65-inch TVs, but which one has the best picture? On this video, you're going to find out. Let's get into it. The first thing we're going to talk about is viewing angles, and for me, the Hisense slightly edges out the TCL just because I can see a lot more colors in the image. If you mount both of these TVs up high, I don't think you're going to get any major discoloration when it comes to the viewing angles. And the Hisense does have a little bit better anti-glare coating, as you can see in these demos. The TCL reflects just a little bit more light, but I think both of these TVs would be great in a room with a lot of windows. Now we got that out of the way, let's talk about picture quality. And I'm going to say that this is pretty confusing, and I'm going to need your guys' help when it comes to watching movies. So what I want to do is just play a series of different demos, and be sure to comment below and tell me what you think. But in my opinion, it seems like the Hisense has more layers of colors, but the TCL looks more natural in comparison. Now keep in mind, I do have the Hisense in theater night mode, and I have the TCL in the movie mode. And when I look at both of these images, I think both of them look great. And both TVs can be adjusted. Both TVs can be calibrated. But on some scenes, I'm really liking the Hisense color value. It seems a lot more saturated. When I look at the TCL, again, it looks more natural to me. So it's definitely confusing between these two televisions. Next, we're going to check out the picture profiles in SDR mode. And the interesting thing is that I do like the TCL colors better than the Hisense in these modes. Now, even though the movie mode that I was playing earlier looks a lot more flatter, it appears that the TCL has punchier colors and better saturation than the Hisense. But the question is, which TV do you think looks the best? One thing I noticed in HDR is that the Hisense is a much brighter television over the TCL, and depends on which picture profiles. I think both TVs look great. And keep in mind, both of these TVs also support the IMAX feature, but movie mode appears to be the most natural looking if you don't want those punchier colors. With both in sports mode, you're going to get a bright picture with a lot of details. But one thing I did notice is that the TCL QM8K has a little bit more natural look when it comes to the grass. It just appears to have a little bit more range of colors in it than the Hisense on this particular mode. And we'll check out the motion a little bit later on in the video so you can see how smooth they are. So far, I've showed you the colors on these TVs. So you have a dilemma, which TV to choose from out of these two. Now, I will say that both TVs do have a game bar, and I went over that on the full video. Both TVs do have some high frequencies that you can use when gaming. In fact, the Hisense can go up to 165 Hertz. The TCL can do 144 Hertz. But when we game, how good does that look? Let me show you.
Fast for you to see anything.
Your attitude's still intact.
As you can see, gaming is smooth on both of these TVs, and if you want to get a great experience, make sure you use HDMI 2.1 cables. Now, one unique thing about the Hisense is that it has a display port on the side of it and 3 HDMIs, where the TCL has 4 HDMIs. With that being said, it's TV testing time. The first thing we're going to check out is the dirty screen effect. And one thing I can say is that the Hisense got more of that really light gray tint to it, where the TCL is more on the whiter side. But I would say when it comes to uniformity, the TVs are almost identical. You see a couple areas here and there, but overall, I think both panels are pretty consistent all the way across the board. Now we're going to take a look at upscaling, starting off with 480p. And I'm going to zoom into the screen so you can see the differences between the two. And for me, it looks like the Hisense slightly edges out the TCL just by a little bit, just because I can see a little bit more details in the buildings in the back. But I did want to say that both of these TVs are going to look very similar, and no matter which one you get, I don't think you can go wrong except for some other logistics like the inputs. But as you go from 720p all the way up to 4K, TV is going to do a great job for upscaling. So if you have older content, you're going to be able to get a pretty good looking picture out of either model. Next, I'm going to show you a blooming test, but I want to slow down the video to say this. I did crank up the ISO on my camera, so what you're about to see is not reality. It's just basically me overexposing the footage because I want to show you something. TCL basically says they have a feature called halo control and a very fast transit time. And when I was doing this particular test, I did notice that the stars on the screen did load up a lot faster than the Hisense. So this technology is actually working. And when I put my camera back to normal, you don't see all that light coming in through the televisions. But here's the thing. I still think the TCL does a better job when it comes to blooming over the Hisense, but the Hisense is going to give you a great picture. And on some things, you might see that halo effect in comparison to the QM8K. And even though both of these TVs do have a fast motion rate when it comes to reproducing the image, I thought at 24 frames per second, the TCL was a little bit smoother than the Hisense, but at 60 frames per second, both TVs appear to be very similar. So in my opinion, when it comes to motion, the TCL wins. But when it comes to skin tones, I think I like the Hisense a little bit better overall. It just seems like it has that nice, smooth look to it. And the TCL is great, but it doesn't have as many colors and it has more of a white background. But it all depends on what type of look you're looking for. I think both TVs are going to be great, but these demos are here to help you out making the best buying decision based off of what you see and what's going to work for you and your family. The last thing I want to show you on this video is the audio of both televisions. The Hisense has 6 speakers. I'm talking about side speakers, top speakers, and it has some very powerful subwoofers on the back. The TCL has 4 speakers and they're powered by B&O, and it has a nice little EQ and all that good stuff in it. But this TV has 2 subwoofers on the back and 2 on the bottom. Next, we're going to listen to the audio in both of the televisions so you can see which one has the best sound.
Tennessee, while the cold here in Sweden got the best of me.
This.
Tennessee, while the cold here in Sweden got the best of me.
In my opinion, I really like the sound quality on the Hisense a little bit better than TCL. I mean, with 6 speakers, it's a lot more punchier, but I always like to have a sound bar. But let's take a quick look before we end this video of the TV. And here's the Hisense. Again, 65-inch, very nice TV. We have that logo here at the bottom. It's got that nice metal stand on it. And this TV has speakers right here, as I mentioned earlier, and speakers on the top. And you might not be able to see it, but there's a subwoofer back there as well. Now, one thing TCL is proud of is that if you look at the Hisense, you can see that black border right there. And you can see the TCL goes right up to the edge, so there's no black border, and they call it zero bezel. And this one has, again, the logo right there in the front. This pedestal is made out of plastic, not metal like the Hisense. And as far as the subwoofers, if we go back here, we can see that on the back of it. And again, those are B and O. But yeah, I think both TVs are really cool, and it all depends on what's important to you. In my honest opinion, I like the picture on both of them. I felt like the Hisense in most scenes had a little bit more saturation and color, but the TCL had better contrast, and it does have that fast transient response time, so it's going to load up faster than a lot of TVs on the market. But I think if you're on the market to look at these two TVs, the things to consider is a lot of things I showed you on this video. This one does have the 4 HDMIs, 2 of them are HDMI 2.1s. One of the HDMIs is 60 frames per second, but for eARC, it's only going to give you compressed Dolby Atmos. The Hisense has those 3 HDMI 2.1, so it will give you uncompressed Dolby Atmos, but then you lose one of the ports with that USB on the side. So most people don't really have that right now. You'll probably have to get a splitter, and I made plenty of videos on that. But I really like both TVs, and it's a hard decision to choose which one. I think both of them has their pros and cons, and I think this video is here to help you out and make the best decision for yourself and your family. I'm Tech Steve. If you guys want to see the full videos, go watch one of these. Catch you guys on the next one. Peace. Let's find out which TV is better, the Hisense U8QG or the TCL QM7K. Now here's the remote control that comes with both TVs. This is the TCL remote and this is the Hisense remote. Next, let's get right into the picture test because I know that's the most important thing for you. The TCL is not as bright as the Hisense overall, so I have the brightness at 70, and on the Hisense, I have it at 55, so it matches up best as possible. Now, the TCL has a movie mode where the Hisense has a theater night and a theater day mode, so I just adjusted the theater night mode. And one thing I can see is that the TCL has really nice warm colors where the Hisense seems to pop a little bit more, especially in this yellow down here. But overall, I think both TVs look good. The TCL is going to have more of a warmer look to it in comparison. And here's another demo for you to check out. Let me go ahead and pause this. And for what I can see, the TCL again has that more flatter look where the Hisense has a little bit more punchier colors. And if you look in the background, you can definitely see this light right here coming in just a little bit more than the TCL. But again, these are settings that you can adjust. I'm just telling you how I see it with these particular demos. And for these demos, I am using Disney Plus, but there's a couple more scenes I want to take a look at. Now, one thing that you notice, both TVs will pop up Dolby Atmos. And again, both TV has that nice warm look to it. Now, you can definitely tell me what you think, but this is what I'm seeing here live. And again, I didn't make any kind of adjustments other than what I just showed you. I will adjust this back, but I'm going to put both TVs in sports mode so we can just look at a couple clips here. And we're going to take the TCL out of the echo mode. So we have the TCL brightness at 70 and the Hisense at 55. Now in this mode, I think the TCL has a more natural look to it. And it's definitely noticed when you look at the skin tones. So if you look at his face right here and right here, this is a lot brighter, but it's not as detailed as the TCL. But all the icons and logos and everything at the bottom seems to be pretty good on both televisions. And here's another scene with the grass. And as you can see, the TCL looks more natural, where the Hisense looks more exaggerated. So I'm gonna have to give it to TCL when it comes to the sports mode on these televisions. Now note here, the Hisense, again, that brightness is sticking out on this television. But again, you lose some details in the process. And here's another demo for you guys. And we can take a look at the yellows on the screen. Again, the TCL also looks smoother as far as the edges. And I would say that the Hisense is doing a great job, but the TCL, in my opinion, is beating it on this particular demo. Now I'm going to pull up some of the demos that I created, but to get the best effects, we're going to go and turn off the lights so you can see all the details that I want to show you. First, we're going to look at this blooming test, and the TCL is definitely doing a much better job when it comes to that. And I'm gonna crank up my ISO on my camera so you can see. And as you noticed, the TCL with that halo control is doing a better job than the Hisense. Now the Hisense again is still pulling in a little bit brighter screen, but overall I will say that the TCL is definitely doing a better job when it comes to blooming out of these two TVs. So here's the dirty screen effect on both TVs. I can see a little bit of artifacts here live. TCL, I can see a little bit more right in this area, and the Hisense I can see more in this area. And keep in mind, it's not the lens that I'm using on the camera. This is what I actually see here live. But as far as dirty screen effects, both TVs are decent, but no TV is perfect out there. Now let's take a look at some upscaling, and I'm going to play some 480p on both TVs, and they look almost identical. As far as what I see here, the Hisense is just slightly sharper on the logo at the bottom of it, but overall they look almost identical to me when it comes to this particular demo. Let me pause this scene for you again. And in the background, again, it's kind of blurry on both TVs. And it's mainly because these TVs wasn't made to do 480p content. They was really designed to do 720p and higher. So let's go ahead and play some 720p. Definitely gets a lot better. And one thing I've noticed here is the TCL appears to be a lot more smoother as far as the motion. But we'll get into that in just a minute. But what do you guys think? That's 720p. Let's fast forward a little bit here. And again, they look almost identical as far as upscale on 720p, according to what I can see right now. So here's the 480p content, and just let this play out for a second here. And both TVs are a little bit blurry. I would say that the Hisense appears to be just slightly sharper over the TCL as far as what I can see at the bottom in the 480p. I'm gonna just make out the letters a little bit more. And let's go ahead and switch over to 720p because that's more of the native signal that these TVs are designed to do. But 1080p is definitely the sweet spot on pretty much all these TVs. Now I do notice just some slight motion blur on the TCL. I did notice some slight motion blur on the Hisense when this was transitioning. But if you look at these two TVs, again, I feel that they both have a great picture, but I'm seeing a little bit more detail over here on the Hisense. If you look right here on the TCL, out of the two TVs. But it all depends on if you like more of that warmer look or if you like more of that punchier colors. But as far as upscaling, I think both TVs are doing a decent job. And one thing I noticed on the TCL is over in the corner, that's actually doing a little bit better job than the Hisense. So I think you'll be fine either way. Just want to do a comparison here so you can see the differences. And here's a 1080p test. Again, both TVs look pretty much identical. It seems like the TCL has better colors on this one to me. That warm look really bring out the buildings as far as the top of them. And as far as having any kind of jaggedy edges, I don't see that on either TV when it comes to this upscale test. But let's move on. So here's a demo with some black backgrounds on it, and for me, I think both TVs look about the same. The local dimming's working great on both TVs. And on this demo, the pictures look almost identical. So if I was to choose between these two TVs, it would definitely be harder to choose. But I still like the colors a little bit better on some instance than the TCL. Now this is a low bitrate demo, this part right here. And I do notice there's a lot more artifacts on the TCL than the Hisense, especially I can see like some artifacts here. There's here on the Hisense, but not as bad. But switching back over to another demo, you can see that it's actually doing pretty good. Some slight halos on the Hisense, but as far as picture quality, they're pretty identical as far as that goes. Just so you guys know, I am using an Apple TV, so let's switch over to some HDR right here. And one thing, the TCL did pop up HDR10 in the corner where the Hisense did not. But now we got that going. Now because of copyrights, I can't play too much of this, but let's take a quick second. All right, for this settings, I'm just putting both TVs in filmmakers mode. That way we can do a more fair comparison, because if I put it in another settings, then it's not gonna look as good in HDR. An interesting thing about having both of these TVs in filmmakers mode, I think they look very similar. One thing I noticed is that the TCL has better highlights. If you look at her hair, you can see a lot more detail at the top here, where her hair is a little bit darker here. And as far as the background, TCL has more of that warm look, but you can see those highlights coming out on the TCL so much better than the Hisense in this demo. And this also happens when I switch scenes. Look at the background on the TCL and look at the background on the Hisense. Personally, I didn't think it was going to be this big a picture difference, but I'm definitely seeing it right here live. And again, I'm not biased to either television. To me, you can buy anything you want. Like, these demos are just to show you the differences. But let's switch it over to IMAX and see if that makes a difference. You can see both TVs at 100% brightness. I didn't go and change the peak values or anything. And again, those highlights on the TCL is definitely popping in comparison. Let's go over to the movie mode on the TCL. And on the Hisense, let's go over to theater mode. Even with these settings, look at the difference there. The TCL is just bringing out a lot more of those shadow details in the background, but the Hisense definitely has a little bit more contrast, but in the process, you're losing those details in that background, as you can see right here. So I must say that I'm very impressed with the colors on the TCL compared to the Hisense. Even though I really love Hisense TVs, this is definitely eye-opening to see the difference between these two televisions on this particular demo. I like to stay non-biased on all my videos. So first of all, we're going to try to bring out some more details on this Hisense. And as you can see here, the local dimming is at high. If I bring it down, it doesn't change anything to help it compete with the TCL. We go into peak brightness. See, it doesn't change anything. And brightness at 50%. Even if I move it up to 100%, it's still not bringing those details that we get on the TCL. We got contrast, black levels. We can try the dark details. Again, it's not doing much for that. We got AI. Still not bringing it out like the TCL. And I will turn off the dynamic tone mapping, and all it does is just make the TV a lot darker. We can also go to HDMI dynamic range, limited, and full. And I'll try to change the color space too to push it out of the HDR mode. And it's still not getting as bright. And as you can see here, between these two TVs, you can see which one is brighter in HDR. And again, if there's a setting that I'm missing, please let me know. But like I say, on all my videos, I stay non-biased because at the end of the day, this is your buying decision. And any type of reviewers shouldn't be able to persuade you one way or another. Seeing what you see is the results. And I'm even take it one step further. Here's all the different modes in this TV. So if we put in vivid mode, it gets pretty close to it, but you do lose some details in the skin tones. If we go to standard, you can see it's gonna not be as bright in the background. Energy savings, sports. But no matter what I do here, I cannot bring out those details in the background that the TCL has between these two TVs. Now, if you ever want to test your TVs, you can check out these. They're called Spears and Munsel's HDR bench test, and that's where I get these motion tests and everything that I show you on the videos. Now, both of these TVs are in HDR, so I have the TCL movie mode, and Hisense is on HDR theater. And looking at the motion on these TVs, it appeared that the Hisense looked a lot smoother on this top line. Even on this line right here, you can see the TCL has a little more jaggedy edges as far as the motion. When I pull up the motion settings on these two TVs, you can see that the TCL has limited on the clarity and the Hisense has a lot more options there. And pull up the clarity settings where the motion controls are. You can see in HDR mode, the TCL is a little bit more limited, where the Hisense has the MPEG, motion enhancement, motion clearness, so it has a lot more options. So I'm just going to put TVs back in Rec 709 so we have more options available on both TVs. So far, the Hisense did better in 24 frames per second. Let's check out 60 frames per second. In my opinion, both TVs are doing almost the same job as far as 60 frames per second. So if you watch a lot of movies, it seems like the Hisense is going to be a lot smoother, But if you look at the colors overall, the TCL is going to be much better. So this gets very confusing. Next, let's check out some skin tones, and we'll try the 3x3 matrix. Now here's the skin tone test, and again, both TVs look really good. The TCL is going to have more of that warmer look to it, as you can see, the background, and the Hisense has more of that white look to it. In this particular demo, I think the colors pop a little bit more on the Hisense overall. And now we switched over to everyone together. Again, that color checker appears to look a little bit better on the Hisense to me, but it all depends on the color tones. So if you like that warmer look the TCL has, go for this one. If you like that more whiter look, you can go with the Hisense. And you can definitely change the settings on both televisions, but just want to let you see it with the factory settings in HDR mode. So again, both TVs have really good skin tones overall. For the last part of this video, we'll just do some basic gaming and let you know that both TVs do have a game bar. If you press and hold the 3 lines on the TCL remote control, you then get this game bar where you have aiming aids, magnification, you have different gaming genres, as well as auto low latency, variable refresh rate, shadow enhancer. And up here you can see the frame counters as well as HDR and all that good stuff. And then the TCL also has this frame counter that you can have floating on the screen and move it around. And this TV does support HDIG, but keep in mind, I'm going through a selector to make both of these TVs match, so that's not going to be available. And you have different themes as well as far as on the screen. On the Hisense TV, there's a game bar over here that you can turn on, and this one still has the frame counter at the top of it, just like the TCL. And then this one has AI game settings. You have different themes, dark settings, your brightness, crosshairs. So you have a few other settings in here, as well as AMD FreeSync Premium Pro, high refresh rate. And this one does have a frame counter as well, as you can see right there. Now you can move that around as well. Now, as far as I can see, this TV doesn't support HDIG. It might be available, but I don't see it here in the menu options. I just loaded up Dirt 5 just so we can see the differences. And one thing I could see when I was loading up is that the TCL seems to have a little bit darker contrast ratios. But let's get this up and running so we can just see how they... All right, they got pretty bright when the game loaded up, but let's go ahead and just play some basic gaming here. Now, one thing I noticed is that the clouds are a little more exaggerated on the Hisense. Let's take a look at these details as I go through here. Now, I'm noticing a lot more shadow details on the TCL. And also the sky looks more natural. Seems like the Hisense is a little bit blown out when it comes to the skies. Let me just slow down right here, kind of give you an example. So if you see over here on the TCL, I can still make out the clouds right there, but the Hisense is kind of blurred out. So I seen another review on this and they was kind of saying the same thing, and I'm sitting here witnessing it live. So it looks like when it comes to the gaming, the TCL is going to do a better job. Not trying to sound biased, but it seems like the TCL is beating the Hisense in a lot of categories. So there's some basic gaming on these two televisions. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the car here so you can just take a look at the details and those clouds again. So in my opinion, so far, the TCL is looking pretty good for gaming. Another thing that I noticed here with this scene right here is if you look at the gravel right there compared to here, I can see a lot more light in the TCL as well. And the Hisense is really nice, but it seems like you're losing a lot of details, but you're getting a great TV. If you're a Hisense fan, it's just not appearing to be as clear as the TCL in some aspects. The TCL QM7K. Now, as far as inputs, you have 2 USBs, Ethernet, and you have 4 HDMIs. Now, 2 of these are 144 Hertz, one of them 60 Hertz, and this one is EER, so it will have compressed Dolby Atmos, meaning that this is a 60 Hertz port. and has a TV tuner and a digital output. Now over here we have dual subwoofers, and this is by a company called B&O, which makes great audio systems. You can mount it on the wall, and you can see the bass here on the back of it. Now this TV does have like a Dolby Atmos sound. It's a little bit thicker on it, and you can see it has that checkerboard look. Next we have the Hisense U7QG. Now if we go to the inputs, this one does have a USB 3.0. It has 4 HDMI 2.1s, so this is going to give you uncompressed Dolby Atmos. And keep in mind that this TV can go up to 165 Hz on computers using variable refresh rate. You also have a TV tuner, AV input, headphone jacks, and then it has more, including Ethernet, digital output, and a second USB. Now this TV does have a subwoofer here on the back of it. It's a single subwoofer, and on the bottom of it there's the bass on it, and it has some little clips right here so you can do some wire maintenance. But both TVs actually look pretty good as far as the design. Now one thing you can notice, there is some glare on both of these TVs, but not anything major, and we'll take a look at that in a little bit. But let's take another look at the design. So here's the top of the TCL. It's got the nice border around it, and the Hisense has a nice border around it as well. On the front of the base, one thing that stood out to me is that the Hisense has a shorter base span, where you can see the TCL's right here at the edge, so the base on it is a lot larger. Now as far as the TCL, we have a B&O logo here on the corner. On the bottom of it, we do have the hands-free Google voice commands, and it has a light on the front of it. And then as far as the Hisense, you do have hands-free Google voice commands down here as well. And one thing I want to point out here is that you can take this base off just by unsnapping it if you need to. Now keep in mind, both TVs will be just fine, but the TCL is going to stick out a little bit farther because of the base design to keep it stable to your table. And here's a reflection test using a flashlight. And it looks like the TCL has less glare on it than the Hisense. If you look at the center of the flashlight right there. So if you have a lot of lights and windows in your room, the TCL is going to do a better job as far as that's concerned. Now we'll take a look at the viewing angles, and keep in mind we have the TCL over here and the Hisense on this side. And as we switch over to my other camera, let's go and go to the sides. And being that the TCL's VA panels is actually holding up pretty good. So let's go to the other side so we can see how the Hisense compare. And definitely the TCL's is beating the Hisense when it comes to the viewing angles, as we can see right here. On this video, we went over a lot of information, and I feel that when it comes to picture quality, overall, I would give it to the TCL, even though the Hisense is just right there. Now there's a caveat here when it comes to audio. The TCL uses 2 HDMI 2.1s, 2 HDMI 2.0s, and one of those 2.0 ports is used for EER. So if you have a full Dolby Atmos sound system, then you're going to get compressed sound, where the Hisense has 4 HDMI 2.1s. And what that means is it's going to allow 48 gigabytes per second to go over to your soundbar. So this television is going to give you uncompressed Dolby Atmos. With that being said, I think both TVs are great for anyone who's looking for a new TV. And again, this is a comparison, so if you had these at home, you would not be able to tell a difference because you probably didn't see this video. But I would say I would go either one, TCL for picture quality, Hisense for audio quality, and the picture is still good. With that being said, I want to say that I want to appreciate you guys for subscribing to my channel. This is a new format of making videos, so I'm trying to make them faster, but here's the downside of it. I'm not going to be able to control all the different white levels and things like that. So you did see some scenes that are a little bit more blown out as far as the graphics on the screen, but let me know if you like this format, and I will continue to do videos like this. And I have a lot more TVs that are coming out, so we can definitely get some good reviews out there. Now, one last thing I want to mention is that I do have a new community, and it's called 4KTVchat.com. It goes along with a podcast that I'm working on, and if you guys are interested, click on this link below. You can go sign up, it's free. The benefits to you is that you can upload your TV issues. You can talk about different types of things when it comes to televisions and entertainment. That's all I have on this video. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Hey everyone, Tech Steve here, and welcome back to the channel. Normally I film TV videos, but every once in a while a product hits my email that I want to check out for myself and show you guys. So today we're going to take a look at the Oxys Thunder Duo X. And I will tell you that I'm very selective what products I bring to the channel to show you guys, even if it's sponsored or not. But here's the thing, the way this is set up, you have basically two speakers in the front of it, and then it has this cool headrest that needs to be charged from time to time, but this creates a Dolby Atmos surround sound that you can get from your gaming, and that's pretty cool. And if you want to take your gaming to the next level on your PlayStation, Xbox, PC, or even connect a Blu-ray player to watch movies, this video is for you. So here's the box that it comes in, and it's packed pretty neatly, and it has features like Dolby Atmos, has HDMI input, and it supports Bluetooth. But I want to see all the speakers and see what they look like. Now the first thing we get in here is called a satellite neck speaker, and we'll take a look at that in just a little bit. But here's where the magic comes in, and I can't wait to get everything set up and check out these RGB lights. Now the first thing we're going to check out is this satellite neck speaker, and this speaker is designed to go behind your chair to create that Dolby Atmos effect, and I think that's going to be pretty cool when we get to that part. So in the box we have a user's guide and some specifications, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on in the video. It also comes with this dongle, and this is used to get the outputs to go over to the rear speaker. And here's the headrest speaker, and it does come with a long USB cable. Now the cool thing about this design, it's got a really nice cushion to it. It also has this strap on the back to go around your headrest. And there's speakers on this side as well as this side, which includes a power button, a pairing button, and a USB-C input to power them up. And I do like this because if you ever went to an arcade that had the speakers behind you, this really immerses you into the sound, so can't wait to check it out. So now let's take a look at the main system, and this one also comes with a user's guide, and there's an accessory pack here on top of it. And then let's get down to the speakers. So this gives you an idea of what the speakers look like before I get them all powered up. And let's take a look at the left one. And on here we have a base port as well as a USB-C, and you can see that it does have this nice rubber around it, a tweeter. And it has this up-firing speaker that provides the two sky channels. And it has this nice base on it that has rubber on it, so it seems to sit pretty firmly. Now on top of it, we do have these capacitive buttons, and it has a base port, but here's where all the magic comes in, all of these connections that's available on the speaker system. Well, first of all, we have that input for the dongle. And again, you just plug that in, and that'll power up the rear speakers. We also have a PCN that runs off a USB-C, and it also has an eARC and an HDMI input, so you can actually get Dolby Atmos from a television as well. And there's also a USB-C right here, an optical, and a 24-volt power input. And this is everything that it comes with. You get a power cord with a power brick, an optical cable, an HDMI cable, a USB-C to charge the rear speakers, a proprietary USB-C to link the speakers together, and you get the dongle. And this is a cool add-on because it does come with batteries and this remote control. And this remote control is fully loaded. We're talking about volume up and down, your power, you can change tracks, built-in EQ right there. You also have a motion, lights, colors, bass and treble controls. That's everything that comes in the box. Let's go hook it up so you can hear what everything sounds like. So here's all those ports I showed you earlier. The first thing I'm gonna do is plug in the dongle. And that's gonna allow us to get sound to the rear speakers. Now we're gonna connect the PC, and it's already connected to the computer and right there. This other USB is actually to power up the second speaker, and it comes with a proprietary cable. So make sure you just plug it in like that. And the final part is just to go ahead and plug in the 12-volt power supply. And here's that USB-C on the second speaker. We're just going to get it plugged in like that. To set it up, it's pretty easy. On a Windows computer, just go down here to the speaker, hit that little icon right there. And then we have sounds. You have different sound settings in here, and just make sure you choose the USB Thunder Duos. Now, another thing you can do is once you select the speakers, you can hit this little arrow, and then you can change the format, and this gives you different
quality rates. And for Windows users, they also had this Enemy X-Space interface that you can control the speaker. You can do things like lighting, and you can actually change the brightness right here. You also can change the colors and the transition time. There's also an option to change the direction of the lights, as well as a built-in EQ. And you can also sync the lights as a flame, lighting, turbo, and custom. You can adjust the gains, and then you have settings. And this will come in clutch if you have a gaming PC and you want to get the most out of these speakers. I'm going to be hooking up a PlayStation, but you're probably wondering what I'm wondering. If we go through the HDMI inputs right here and then out to your monitor or TV, are you going to lose your resolution or variable refresh rate? Let's check it out. So what we're going to do is go to screen and video on the PlayStation. Then we'll go down to connected HDMI devices. As you see here, it's still picking up variable refresh rate and HDR when it's in 4K mode. The same for 1440p and the same for 1080p. Not only are you going to get 120 Hertz, but now you have an audio system that you don't have to update.
Wow, this is awesome.
One thing you'll notice is these rear speakers really enhance the audio because it's right here. I'm hearing everything all around me, and it's pretty insane, to be honest with you guys. And I didn't realize this, the Thunder Duos uses a studio grade driver, and this helps reproduce the sound more faithfully, and it lets you hear the audio closer to how it was originally intended. I pulled up my Envato account so we can listen to some music. So let's start off with a little bit of Latin music. And the cool thing is when you hit the remote control, you can see that it does change on the computer.
Para con todo, saben bien, vino el juego, y más que quieres, y yo lo tengo, tira.
Dang! Now I know it's recording, but that bass is insane, so I hope my mic is picking it up. But wow, you don't need a subwoofer with these speakers, I'm telling you that right now. I'm about to get in trouble with my neighbors over here, but man, so far, just listening to music, these speakers are incredible. Now let's take a look at some of the controls that are available in remote control, such as the sound presets. When you press on the EQ, you get these different sounds.
Music, game, movie, studio.
And there's a motion control where you can change the different effects of the lights. Just by pressing it, you can find a theme that works for you. It also has a brightness level, and there's a button for colors so you can find a theme that works in your gaming setup or your TV room. On top of the speaker, there's a minus and a negative button for your volume. Right here, you have a surround sound mode, and this includes movies, games, music, studio, and you can create your own custom EQ in the application. Over here, you can change the inputs, and that's how I switched over to the HDMI for the PlayStation. And then you have another brightness button right there that you can control the light. On this video, I showed you what the Oxys Thunder Duo X are all about, and if you guys are interested, I will leave a link below in the description. But in my opinion, if you're looking for robust sound, something that's going to get you in trouble with your neighbors, something that has a lot of bass response, something that's going to give you full Dolby Atmos, then these are the speakers for you. Thanks a lot for watching. I'm Tech Steve, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. Steve here. Welcome back to the channel. So today we're going to compare the Hisense U7N to the newer TCL QM6K. After filming this video, I'm going to say these TVs are so close to the same performance that it's going to be hard to make a decision. But I'll show you some examples on this video. We'll do some gaming and some audio, And at the end of the video, you'll know which TV is going to be best for you and your family. Let's get into it. The first thing we're going to do is take a look at some demos that I created. And as you can see, these TVs look pretty close to being the same model. I would say that the QM6K has just a slight better contrast ratio, but the colors on both TVs are so similar that it's hard to pick out one over the other, especially seeing them side by side like this. Now, switching over to movies in HDR mode, I can say that I could see some differences now in the picture quality. The Hisense U7N has a little bit higher specular highlights, so you can see a lot more of the colors coming through. And like I said earlier, these TVs are so similar. If you was to see them side by side in a store, I don't know if you could be able to tell the difference, but I will say that the Hisense has better colors. The TCL on some scenes has better contrast. This even comes through even when watching a sport event. Again, you can see a lot more colors on the Hisense, but the TCL, being that it is a 6 series and not a 7 series, is doing a great job keeping up with the Hisense in these different demonstrations. Now, when it comes to motion, I think the TCL slightly edges out the Hisense, as you can see in these demos. But again, both of these TVs, you can go into the settings and adjust the motion blur and the judder to make sure they both look smooth. So I'm not sure if you're going to notice any difference between these two televisions. Now, when it comes to dirty screen effects, I think both TVs has a little bit of cloudy areas in certain parts of the screen. But as you can see here, they look very similar in the tone of the pictures. And they do have a great black level when it comes to contrast on both models. So I don't think you can go wrong either way. And when it comes to upscaling, both these TVs do a fantastic job. Even with the 720p on top and the 4K on the bottom, I can hardly notice a difference between the two picture qualities of these televisions. So if you have older content that you want to play through them, you're going to definitely get a great experience out of either television. As far as blooming, playing these demos, I do notice that the HVA panel on the TCL is a lot more accurate around the glows and controlling it. But I do think the TCL will outperform it when it comes to any type of credits at the end of a movie or anything that has white in it on a black screen. When it comes to viewing angles, I think both TVs perform very similar. Now, the TCL uses the HVA panel and the Hisense uses the VA panel. And as you can see, as you get off axis, both TVs are going to give you a similar experience. But I do feel that the TCL QM6K slightly edges out the Hisense from a lower viewing angle. But when it comes to the anti-glare coating on the televisions, I do feel that the Hisense is going to do a better job reflecting light in your room. But I would tell you that both TVs are going to be great if you don't have a lot of windows or a lot of lights in the room. That's going to reflect off the panels. Now, when it comes to the back of the television, you can see that the Hisense does have a subwoofer on the back. Plus, it has two HDMI 2.0s, two HDMI 2.1s, and a headphone jack, so you could have more options. The TCL QM6K has dual subwoofers on the back of it. It has those feet on the side of it. And this TV also has two HDMI 2.0s and two HDMI 2.1s. And again, both TVs have separate eARCs, so you can run a soundbar and two 120 Hz gaming consoles. I think both TVs have a great audio system, but I do believe that the Hisense U7N slightly edges out the TCL when it comes to clarity. But here's a demo so you can listen to it. And if you put headphones on, you're going to get the best experience.
Tennessee, while the cold here in Sweden got the best of me. Tennessee, while the cold here in Sweden got the best of me.
For those who are interested in gaming, I will say that these TVs will support up to 144 Hz using variable refresh rate. They also support auto low latency. And if you're interested in learning more, I made a full video on both TVs so you can check out all those features. Here's the gaming menu on both TVs, and you're going to be able to see the frames per second. You can also change the TV in different profiles to meet the type of action game you're playing. They also have crosshairs and a lot of features to make sure you get the best gaming experience. And I'm going to show you some basic gaming, but one thing I want you to pay attention to are the highlights when this truck drives off the cliff.
See you on the other side.
last thing I want to show you is the remote controls on these TVs. This is the Hisense remote, and it's silver and finish, so it's going to be easy to find late at night if it's on your couch. And the TCL uses this new black remote, which is nice. They both have full features, so you get access to everything on it. And both these remote controls have backlights. So if I was to decide between these two TVs, one thing you got to keep in mind, the Hisense is a 7 series and the TCL is a 6 series. Now the new TCL 7K will be coming out soon, and I've seen some specs on it, and it's going to be a fantastic television. But out of these two TVs, you got to think about 6 series versus 7 series, and I think the TCL is performing well and the Hisense is doing a great job as well. So hope this video helps you out to make the best decision. Use these demos to come up with a conclusion on which TV is going to be the best for you and your family. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to dive into exciting head-to-head comparison between the 2024 TCL QM7G and the 2025 TCL QM7K. If you're shopping for a new TV and can't decide between these two models, you're in the right place. On this video, I'll break down the differences, the performance, features, and the value so you can choose the best one for your needs. And I had to be honest with you guys, the last year model QM7G did have a lot of red tint to it, and we're going to use the factory settings for this video. And I did make a calibration video on that television, so if you're interested, go check out that video if you have a QM7G. With that being said, let's get into it. Here's a closer look at the QM7G. It has a single subwoofer on the back that's powered by Onkyo. This TV has 4 HDMI inputs, and 2 of them supports up to 144 Hertz. And as you can see here, it has a traditional bass on the back with a single pedestal. The QM7K has an upgraded audio system that's powered by B&O with dual subwoofers. It also has 2 HDMI 2.0s and 2 HDMI 2.1s, but in my opinion, this TV has a much more premium look to it overall. And both of these TVs do have a separate E-arc for your soundbar, so it's not occupying the 2.1 ports on it. Even though the QM7K has a newer panel in it, when viewing angles, I think they're very similar overall, but it is a much better television when it comes to glare. So if you have a lot of lights in your room, the QM7K is going to give you a better anti-glare coating. Before filming this video, I did look for updates on both televisions, so everything you see will be from the factory from TCL and no calibration has been done. I also went into all the picture profiles that we're going to be using and set everything back to factory default. Before we jump into this whole video, I want to show you a couple of examples. Now, remember earlier, I did tell you that the QM7G does have a little bit more of the red push, but on some scenes, it actually makes the picture looks better. I would say if you do play black and white movies, I would definitely go into the picture settings and use those adjustments that I showed you on the calibration videos. When it comes to movies, I feel that the QM7K has a lot more colors to it and it looks a lot more natural. Now the QM7G does have a great picture on it, but you can see that this TV has a lot of saturation compared to the QM7K while in movie mode. But I will say that both TVs do have very good lighting control because I don't see any type of gray in the letterbox at the top of the movies. Another thing that stands out to me that you do get a little bit better shadow details in the QM7G. So I did notice a little bit more detail in some of the background scenes of these movies. And another thing that I noticed is that the QM7K did load up the image faster, and this could help with the motion. So we took a look at how the TV performs in some regular demos and the movies. Now let's check out some of the picture profiles, starting off with SDR. Now what I want to do is just toggle through some of these different picture profiles so you can see how the TV performs and see what the different colors look like on each television. Now keep in mind the QM7K does have in filmmakers mode, where the QM7G does not have these options. Now we switch it over to HDR mode, and as you can see, the QM7K just looks so much better than the QM7G when it comes to these demos. And I also want to point out that both TVs do have an IMAX mode, so they're certified to give you that movie-like experience if you want to use that picture profile. And last thing we're going to check out is Dolby Vision on both televisions. Now one thing I can tell is that the QM7K definitely has a lot more details in the background, but both of these TVs does support Dolby Vision IQ, Dolby Vision brightness and darkness. And one thing I can say for sure is that TCL made some huge improvements on the new QM7K. Now is TV testing time.
The first thing we're going to check out is the dirty screen effect. And when I'm looking at these demos, I think both TVs are very similar, where you can see a little bit of coloration in the center of the screen and a slight vignetting around the edges. And if you notice, the QM7G has more of that red tint, as I mentioned earlier. Now I'm going to show you something very interesting when it comes to blooming. So TCL says that on the new QM7K with the HVA panel that it has better blooming control. And at first I didn't notice, but what I did is I turned up the exposure on my camera, and it's very obvious that they're doing a great job with blooming when it comes to the newer model over the last year's series. The motion rate on these TVs is 80, and I found that they look very similar when it comes to overall. So if you watch a lot of sports or movies with a lot of fast action, there's plenty of hertz in these TVs to make everything look smooth. But to really see how these TVs perform side by side, both of them in movie mode, you can see that on the QM7K, it looks so much more natural. So TCL made a lot of adjustments on this TV to make it look more realistic, better colors, and with all the new technology in this TV, overall, you're going to get a much better picture on this television, and you don't have to do a lot of adjustments to achieve that. Now, when it comes to upscaling, both of these TVs are going to give you almost the exact type of processing when it comes to picture quality. 480p is going to look good, but just slightly blurry. As we switch over to 720p, you can see that these buildings clean up quite a bit. And the 1080p is going to make the TV look a lot more cleaner, but slightly over 720p. And 4K is going to give you absolutely the best quality because the TV doesn't have to upscale it. It's the natural resolution that these TVs were built for.
I think I found my favorite distraction. At least I'm
Comes to my pros, I don't play by the rules, I just switch up the flow. Hey, chill on the weekend, give X's and no. She in love with the kid, I ain't texting her phone.
I think I found my favorite distraction. At least I'm
Comes to my pros, I don't play by the rules, I just switch up the flow. Hey, chill on the weekend, give X's and no. She in love with the kid, I ain't texting her phone.
So in my opinion, I think both TVs have a decent sound, but like I always say, I prefer to add a external TCL soundbar if you want to get a much improved audio system. Now, when it comes to gaming, I would say that both TVs do have a game bar on it. You can see that the QM7K game bar is a lot more advanced, where you can see a lot more features, and you have a lot more controls over the QM7G. And the last thing I'm going to do is show you a little bit of gameplay on both TVs so you can see how well they perform.
Luminara, we've got to find a safe place to land. Obi-Wan and Anakin do not have much time left.
Not going to be easy. Watch your fire base.
On this video, I showed you guys the differences between these two TVs for the most important parts. It's very obvious that TCL did make some improvements on the QM7K, and if it works in your budget, this is a TV that you definitely probably want to consider over the QM7G. I'm not saying that QM7G is a bad TV, I'm just saying that the new model is better. If you guys are interested in learning more about these televisions, I'll leave all the links in the description below. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. Steve here. Welcome back to the channel. On this video, we're going to talk about the Hisense QD5. I'm going to show you everything that you need to know. And then later on in the video, I'll show you the unboxing and the menu system. Now you might be wondering about the Hisense QD7. Well, I chose not to review that TV because it's 2025 and there's going to be a lot of new stuff coming out soon. But keep in mind, the QD7 will support up to 144 Hertz, has 240 motion rate, it has the QLED quantum dots on it, so it's going to be a much better television. So you have to figure out if you want to spend a little bit more for that particular TV. With that being said, let's get into it. The first thing we're going to check out is movies on this television, and I didn't really know what to expect, but in my opinion, I think it produces a lot of great colors and it has pretty decent contrast considering that it doesn't have local dimming zones. I think a TV like this would be great for a bedroom, and if you're on a budget, I think it depends on which size you get, it could be a great living room TV as well. In my opinion, I think this TV looks great on movies, especially in full screen, but I had to be transparent with you that you will see a little bit of gray in some of those black areas just because of the nature of design and the price point. Now, we're going to jump right into gaming just because I know there's gamers out there who wants to see some of the settings in this television, so let's jump right in, starting with input lag. Now with the TV in gaming mode, we're going to check out the input lag, and keep in mind this is a 4K 60 Hz television, but we're getting .4 milliseconds, which is really good for a small TV, and it's going to be ready for gaming. And this TV also has a game bar, and it's going to show you your frames, HDR, variable refresh rate, and auto low latency. Plus you have features like dark details, brightness. You also have crosshair, which puts this little slash in the center right there. And it has features like frame viewing, where you can see the frames per second right here in the corner, and you can move it around. You can change the picture size, as well as the genre and audio settings. As far as the display capabilities, it is a 4K 60 Hz television. You can see that it will support Dolby Vision gaming up to 60 frames per second. And if you go into video modes, again, it has that variable refresh rate, Dolby Vision gaming, HDR, everything that you need. It also supports 1440p at 60 frames per second, as well as 1080p at 60 frames per second.
Overcast.
Bring in the next module.
Incoming, Damon.
All right. Step 1 for combat with TVs is making them.
And after doing some games on it, I personally didn't notice any tearing or smearing. I think it has a really good picture. You got to remember that the new technology that's growing is mini LED, but the other TVs on the market still has some of the same capabilities. Now, if you're a sports fan, I want to show you some footage on it, and I was amazed how well the colors looked on this television. And it also has great shadow details as I was looking into the crowds on the different images. And granted that the broadcast signal is not going to give you the best quality, but I even thought the grass looked pretty good on these soccer matches. And I was very impressed with the upscaling on this TV. On the left side, we have 720p. On the right hand side, we have 4K. And as I was watching this video, I could barely tell the difference between the two. So as you can see, you could take your old content and make it look fantastic. But when I did a dirty screen effect on this television, I noticed that it's not completely uniform. There is going to be some areas that has a little bit of patches in it, but keep in mind, I always got to go back to it. This is a budget television. But I must say, when it comes to viewing angles, I was pretty impressed. As I went side to side, there was very little coloration. You will get some because of the panel type, but it was pretty good. So if you're off axis, I think this would be a great TV when it comes to viewing angles, especially if you have furniture in different parts of the room. Now, when it comes to glare, I think you're going to pick up quite a bit on this television. I don't think it has an anti-glare coating, but it's not as bad as I've seen on some televisions. So just keep that in mind if you have a lot of lights or windows in the room. Now, this TV does support formats like Dolby Vision, HDR10, HDR10 Plus, HLG, picture profiles. So you're going to have a lot of range for different types of content. And I can say, as I was watching some demos on this television, I was very impressed with how well the colors are right out of the box. So if you get this TV and you run high bitrate content to it, such as streaming applications, I think you're going to be very satisfied with this television and the money that you save. This TV has a okay audio system. It's going to be great listening to the news and things like that. But for movies, I'm always going to recommend a soundbar. But I want you to hear what it sounds like. I think it's around 10 watts by 2, so it's not that impressive, but again, it's great for dialogue.
Hello, Mr. Steve. How are you? Fine, thank you. What can I do for you?
Now, when it comes to gaming, I think you're going to pick up quite a bit on this television. Especially if you have furniture in different parts of the room. Now, if you're a sports fan, I want to show you some footage on it. And as I was watching this video, I could barely tell the difference between the two. So as you can see, you could take your old content and make it look fantastic. But when I did a dirty screen effect on this television, I noticed that it's not completely uniform. There is going to be some areas that has a little bit of patches in it, but keep in mind if you have a lot of lights or windows in the room. And I think you're going to pick up quite a bit on this television.
Tennessee. While the cold here in Sweden got the best of me.
If you stuck around to this part of the video, now we're going to unbox it, set it up, and I'll show you the menu system and some of the great things that this TV has to offer. All right, let's go ahead and get this opened up. And I would say this TV has a lot of features since it does have Google operating system. I filmed a lot of videos with a lot of those features on it, and this one I'll show you the same. It has these little tiny plastic feet, and it has some styrofoam like most boxes. And I will tell you that it does have this piece of cardboard in the front of it to keep it protected. And here's the bag with all the different parts in it. Of course, you get an instruction manual. There's also a remote control and a power cord, and it does come with batteries, so that's pretty much standard stuff that comes with most TVs. And here's the remote control that comes with it. Has all your hotkeys at the top. It has these white navigation buttons to make it easy to find everything. But I will tell you that this remote control does not have a backlight on it. This TV is available in a 43, 50, 55, and 65. And one of the great things I like about a 43-inch is easy to get everything all set up and running by myself. And I will say that this will be a TV that you probably want to put in your bedroom. To mount the feet on is pretty straightforward. It has this little plastic clip. You just stick them in there. And then there's 2 screws to hold it into place. Pretty simple stuff. On the bottom, there's a speaker on each side, and over here there's a press button to get through some of your basic menu controls. So here's the back of the TV. You got that hump in the center. You also have plenty of inputs, and this includes a headphone output as well as composite inputs for those older VCRs. This TV is 60 Hz, but it does have 3 HDMI inputs, and this one is EER. So now I'm going to walk you through the setup. First of all, you have multiple languages that you can choose. So just choose your language and press OK. Then you would choose your region, and you can set it up for Google TV or Basic TV. Now keep in mind when you do Basic TV, it's really just to use your antenna and external devices. But we're going to set it up with the Google TV. Now you can use this barcode if you have the Google Home app, but we're going to go to the bottom and hit TV instead. Go ahead and enter the username and password for your Wi-Fi, and once it connects, we can look for updates. Once the updates is complete, go and enter your username and password for your Gmail account. If you don't have one, you will need to create one to get to the next step. There will be some terms and conditions. Make sure you read through them. And if you want to use voice command, this allows you to search all the applications installed on the TV. There's also a service where you can activate voice match so it knows your voice from other people. And I do recommend you put on personal results if you want to have the best experience. If you have Google devices in your home, you can choose the profile, and then you would choose where the TV is going to be located. Next, you'll get a list of applications. If you have any of these, just hit the little checkbox. And what it's going to do, install these applications as it gets done with the setup process. To pair the remote control, you want to press the back and home button for about 3 seconds. And this connects your remote control with Bluetooth so you can use the voice commands from it. If you have an audio system, you can go through these. You want to go ahead and enter your zip code. You can also have it set up if you cast to it to turn on the screen automatically. This TV also has Apple AirPlay and HomeKit, so you can set that up with your Siri and control it with voice command. And now the setup with Hisense is complete. The final steps is it's going to set up your television using all these configurations, and be patient because this could take from 1 minute up to 10 minutes. So here's the operating system, and I would say it's pretty snappy overall. I don't see too many glitches or delays, and since it is Google operating system, of course you have live TV where you have free play, where you can stream all types of music. And it does have live TV, and these are basically streaming channels from Google. So you can go in here and find content anytime you want. And at the top here, we have the App Store. And again, this is the Google App Store, so you have plenty of options in here. There's also a web browser. There's a device assistance that clean up the memory. And over here, we have family moments where you can use a thumb drive to play your pictures. Plus there's a media center and a music player. Again, all these will be done off of external devices. There's a lot of features in the settings, but I'll just show you the bare bones. Over here we have CEC, and these are some options that you can use to control different devices with the television. You have display and sound where you can make all those adjustments. And down here, there's a game setting, and you can control the contrast, black levels, auto low latency, and you can connect it to a PC for syncing. This TV does use Android 12, which is the latest version of it. And it has 5.9 gigabytes of storage, which is not a lot, but you're probably just going to use this for basic TV streaming. You have ambient mode, so whenever you're not using a TV, it will go into the sleep mode with different images from the Google Cloud. And you can change this from your own family photos, art gallery, or custom art. And if you're wondering, you can turn off the LED on the front of it off and on with this little switch right here. And you have sleep timer down here at the bottom. You can cast to it from your Android devices. And as I mentioned earlier, it does support Apple AirPlay and HomeKit. But that's pretty much the settings in here that you need to know. But I did want to point out that this TV does support Alexa as well, just by going in here and setting up everything. So this TV has a lot of functionality. In my opinion, if you're not on the market for a mini LED or OLED television, I think this is going to be a great television for the average person who's not a big TV person, they say. But if you are, it does have a lot of the same features, such as the Google operating system, Apple AirPlay capabilities, Alexa capabilities, and it does have a lot of gaming capabilities up to 60 frames per second. Being that it is a direct lit panel, it has decent audio, nothing major, but I would say that if you have the right expectation, it'd be a great TV to buy right now. I'm Tech Steve. If you have any questions, make sure you leave that in the comments below. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. One thing I noticed on my channel is that a lot of you guys love Samsung television, so I decided to pick up one of their more basic models. This is the U7900L. This is where they start off with the Crystal UHD technology for 2025. Now, I did pick this TV up from Samsung.com. One of the benefits of ordering from Samsung.com is that you can get points on your orders, plus you can get up to 24 months same as cash, and that's going to come in handy for the holidays. And you can order their full line of televisions from Crystal UHD all the way up to the QD OLED models. And this includes appliances and the full lineup of the Samsung Galaxy phones. A size TV like this, you're talking about 12 bucks a month. But let's talk about some of the different things that this TV has to offer. Now, first of all, it does have Crystal UHD processor, has HDR, as well as some Samsung TV Plus, and that gives you streaming channels. The first thing I want to do is just go and get this out of the box and get it all set up so we can take a look at it and just see how good it really is. So let's go ahead and just drop this down. And the good thing about being a 55-inch, they're not that heavy. But here's the thing, they do make this TV from a 50-inch all the way up to an 85-inch. So there's different sizes that you can get that's gonna fit your needs in your home, whether you put it in a living room, down in the basement, man cave, bedroom, you name it. There's a size for you. Let's go and get the rest of this out of the box. And the TV looks packed pretty well. There's no foam on the sides. There is a piece of foam on the front of the TV, and it's not that heavy. So good thing is I can get this out by myself. So I went ahead and got the TV out of the box, and over here, it does come with a warranty card, and this has some basic information. And then it comes with this little packet here. This shows you basically how to put the TV together. We also have the remote control. And the remote control has some basic features, like you get to your settings. You do have this special key, and this is for certain Samsung apps, navigation, as well as your home, back, volume up and down. And just so you guys know, if you're pressing the volume control, it actually mutes it. And we have some hotkeys here at the bottom. Now, here's the thing. If you go to Samsung's website, it does say that it will work with Bixby, but I think that's running through the application, but I'll download the app and we'll check that out a little bit later. You're also going to get a power cord, and you're going to get these feet, which I showed you earlier. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and mount the TV up. And what I like to do is basically put some type of cloth down. And what I'm going to do is lift the TV up, kind of like this right here. And then we can get to the bottom of the TV. Oh, we got the feet in the way. Now if we go over here to the bottom of the TV, this is where you're going to put the feet in. This is a port for the bass response. And then we have another port, another speaker down here as well. And then this is a little press button so you can get through some of the basic turn the TV off and get to the inputs. And the way these feet work, you just kind of line them up and snap them into place like that. The only thing is, I'm gonna try to see if a soundbar would actually fit below this TV, because without having that height adjustment, it could be an issue. Now I have this smaller Samsung soundbar, and I just went to try it on this 55-inch. And as you can see here, it actually wouldn't fit below the TV, which is kind of interesting. But with that to the side, let's just go ahead and put that here on the floor. And then if you look at the feet, let's go ahead and see how far they're apart. And again, this is a 55-inch. We're looking at about 31 inches between foot to foot, and maybe about a little bit over 2 inches tall. So that gives you an idea. Now, when it comes to the back of the TV, this TV is very, very basic, very limited, but it's not all bad. If we look here, they still use a metal chassis here. You have some screw holes so you can mount it on the wall. And then we have a power cord on this side. We have a HDMI Ethernet connection. And then over here we have another HDMI, a USB, and we have a TV tuner. So very limited, but for a lot of people, you could just put this literally in your garage or second room and stream content. I did turn the TV around so we can just check out glare in a normal environment. So you can see here, this is with the screen protector on. It's literally like a mirror. But I want to go and pull the screen protector off so we can get an idea of how this screen reflects. Now you will have this little red tab down here on most Samsung TVs. See that right there? And then we can just grab it like this. Satisfying. Now back to the glare. I can still see myself as far as reflection wise. So again, this is not going to be ideal if you have a lot of windows and lights in your room. Keep in mind, this is a basic Samsung television, but what I really did like is the S95F OLED, because that has that matte finish. Beautiful television for not getting that much glare. But now I'm going to do is go ahead and set everything up, and so we can take a look at the picture quality. And I'm very excited to see what this TV actually looks like. And just so you know, there's two ways you can set up any Samsung televisions. One, we have a barcode where we can scan with a phone and set up through the Smart Things application. And that's what I'm going to end up doing. And that's to give you an idea what the Smart Things application looks like. You can add different devices. It's a pretty cool setup. Or you can use the remote control. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and get everything set up so we can start looking at the television. But keep in mind, I made a full video how to set it up with either or. If you want to go check it out, I'll leave a link in the description below. Now, before we get into the features, I did find out if you want to use voice command, you can download the Smart Things application on your smart device, and you can control all the main features of the television. Plus, if you hit this button right here, you can go home, back, and this is where you can find your Bixby voice commands. Open up YouTube app. And as you can see with the phone, with the voice command, it will start opening up applications for you. One thing I want to point out here is that if we go over here to the side, we do have all the same features, like you can add the different profiles for your children, anyone in the home, so they have their own interface. You can search with the remote control, but if you download the Smart Things app, you get the voice command. Then we have Daily Plus. This is going to give you features like your Smart Things applications, karaoke, and a few other items. And then we do have game settings, and I'll show you some gaming a little bit later on in the video. But just keep in mind, this TV is compatible. Adding a controller to it, plus you have access to these cloud applications if you pay for these services. Back to the home screen, one thing people can't find is the apps, and there it is right there on the home screen, but you need to sign into a Samsung application to get for it. And this is where you can download multiple applications if you can find one that's going to meet your requirements. The last few things I want to show you is under connected device. This is going to show everything that's plugged into it. And if we go into settings, we have all your controls right here. And this includes sound settings, Bluetooth, as well as your Wi-Fi and a few other features right there. But now I'll show you the operating system. Let's take a look at some demos to see how well this screen performs. Now, watching movies on this TV, I say that it has some really great pictures, but keep in mind, since it doesn't have all the local demi zones, you may see just some slight grayish areas up here, but the reproduction on this TV is actually looking really good. When watching movies on this TV, just keep in mind it's not going to have the inkiest black levels, but Samsungs always have a good picture with punchy colors on it. And far as picture profiles, this TV does support HDR, HDR10 Plus, HLG, and that crystal processor 4K will upscale some content from your 1080p up to looking like 4K quality. Now to show you some picture profiles, I want to pause this scene right here so we can see what it has to offer. So the first thing I want to show you is dynamic range, and you can see it brings out a lot more colors and details in the image. And if we switch over to standard, you will still get a great picture, but it won't have as much brightness. Here's the eco mode, which is great for saving energy. Plus it's going to give you actually a little bit darker contrast on it. And then we have the movie mode, which everyone loves. And this is going to give you the most natural look to it. This TV also supports filmmakers mode. So there's some differences between the different picture profiles when it comes to SDR. Now I have the TV in HDR10 Plus mode, as you can see there by the indicator. And this is dynamic. This is standard. And then we have the eco mode. And we have movie mode, plus you still get the filmmakers mode. So those are the different settings for HDR10. Now keep in mind, I am using an Apple TV. That's how I'm able to manually switch this over to HDR10 Plus. But if you just use the built-in applications, if it sees HDR, it will switch over automatically. Next, we're going to check out the input lag when it comes to gaming. And keep in mind, this is only a 60 Hertz tester. But what we need to do is go down to gaming mode and we're going to manually turn it on. Now we have it turned on. We can now check the input lag and see how fast it's receiving the signal. And as you can see there, it's getting around 10.2, which is great. And I would tell you that even with a 1080p input lag tester, most Samsungs will get really good results like that. Now we're going to take a look at the PlayStation, but keep in mind, this is a 4K 60 frames per second television, and it does support HDIG, which is a standard for gamers. But now let's check the auto low latency and the variable refresh rate. So if we go down here to where it says screen and video, we can then go to information for connected HDMI devices. And as you can see here, this TV does support variable refresh rate up to 60 Hertz, and it does support HDR. If we go to 1080p, it supports the same thing. Now, if we go back into the resolution, it's saying it doesn't support 1440p on the PS5, but we'll check the Xbox in just a second. And I will say, if you go down here, it does support auto low latency. So that's the different options for the PS5. Now we switched over to the Xbox. Let's go check out the settings in here. And under TV and display, we can see that it does support 4K as well as 1080p and 720p. So we're getting the same options that we did get on the PS5. If we go over here, you can see it will not support 120 Hertz. And since Samsungs don't support Dolby Vision, you will not be able to get Dolby Vision gaming. Well, if we go into the video modes, everything is supported except for Dolby Vision. So it will support pretty much everything that you get in those different consoles. So if you're a gamer, those are the options that you have. Now, since the Xbox, you can't override the HDMI. Let's go ahead and try that out. And what I'm going to do is switch over to HDMI right here. And then if we go back in here, there is an option for 1440p. Let's go and click on it and see if it'll take it. So it did accept the 1440p signal, so it will support it to some degree at 60 frames per second. Now, if we try to switch this over to 120 Hertz, the TV will not take that signal. Now we're going to try 1080p at 120 Hertz. And again, it does not support that resolution at that frequency. So 60 frames per second is the max you're going to get out of this television. I want to do some basic testing on this television, and I'm going to turn the light off so we can see the TV that much better, so we can see how well it really performs. Now, the first thing I want to try out is motion at 24 frames per second. And surprisingly, this TV actually looks very smooth, being the fact that it is not Samsung's flagship model. So if you're looking for motion, this TV actually is going to look good without any adjustments whatsoever. And now I switched over to 60 frames per second, and it is very smooth. So if you're looking for motion, Samsung is one of the best in the business. So it's going to look smooth just about on any content that you watch on it. Now, when it comes to skin tones, I would say dynamic mode is going to bring out the most brightness and make the TV look a lot more like it pops. Standard mode kind of dims it down, but it still has better colors on it. If we go to eco mode, it still looks good, but it is a lot dimmer. And then we go to movie mode. I think it's going to look great, but it's going to have that warm look to it, which you can adjust. And then we have filmmakers mode. So skin tones, I think it all depends on which profile that you put it in. But I think all of them is going to work good. Depends on your particular preference. Now, when it comes to blooming, I don't see much on this TV, but one thing I do notice is you're going to see the backlight. So right here, you're getting a little bit of gray area, as you can see right there. But I had to be realistic with you guys. If you buy this particular TV, that this is something that you're going to expect on certain contents at certain times. But rest assured, whenever you look at dirty screen, I don't see much on it. There's just some slight areas like here, but for the most part, the screen is pretty solid according to what I can see. And I don't think it'll be a concern. But you will notice it just slightly on some of these other gray levels. So dirty screen effects is good, but it's not perfect. Just giving you guys a clear understanding of how this TV actually performs in real time. Now, as far as upscaling, I think it does a pretty good job with the Crystal UHD processor. This is 720p, and I would say that this U7900F will do a decent job. But I will tell you, there's a huge improvement on the image quality when we use 1080p content. So if you have any of the services like Netflix, Hulu, or any of those paid services, I think you're going to get a great picture just for everyday TV watching as long as you have 1080p and above, but 720p will work just fine. I want to pull out this demo just because it doesn't fill up the screen, and I'm going to show you how you can crop the image and make it larger, because a lot of people do watch older content like their family memories. So if we go into settings and click on picture and then go into expert settings, down here at the bottom we have picture size. So right now we have it in 16:9, but if we hit custom, this is where all the magic happens. So if you go down here to zoom in position, you can literally stretch this screen out to customize it to fit just about any type of signal. So again, if you have those older home movies and you want to be able to fill up the screen, look at that, a perfect fit off this 480p content. And I don't know a lot of TVs that can do this, so Samsung is going to be very unique with this particular feature. As far as audio, this TV has 20 watts by 2 and it's limited with different sounds. So you have your standard and amplified. So there's not many settings whatsoever on this TV. Now, if we go into all settings and then go over to sound, we can see all the options. So you can hook up a soundbar, but it is recommended to get a Samsung soundbar that supports Q Symphony, which is going to allow you to use the TV speakers along with a Samsung soundbar. So again, there's the sound settings. And if we go down here, this is the Q Symphony setup, and then we have an expert setup. Now inside of here, we're going to have your balance control. It does have a built-in equalizer. This is where you could turn the e-arc off and on. And then we have digital output, auto volume, and you can reset the sound. So pretty basic options, but it does have enough to get through most systems to get better audio out of the television.
This is a Tech Steve voice audio test to see how good this TV sounds.
Tu love no falla, te llevo pa' la playa, el sol está puesto afuera.
On this video, I covered just about everything you need to know about the Samsung U7900F. Now, I will tell you that you can screen share with a Samsung phone, and it does support Apple AirPlay too. So if you have any kind of Apple device like a computer or an iPad, you can stream your videos over to this television as well. Now, I will admit this is a more basic television, but like I said, I picked it up on Samsung.com for only $279 at the time of this video. And if you guys are interested, I'll leave all the links in the description so you can go check out one for yourself. Now, I do think this is a decent television. Of course, if it's me, I'm going to go for a more higher end one like the OLEDs and things like that. But if you're looking for a basic model for your bedroom, garage, I think it's going to work just fine for you. So if you guys have any questions, make sure you leave that in the comments below. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. If you know Samsung and Mini LED put together, you might be used to what they call Neo QLED. But today we're going to talk about a more budget-friendly model, and they call it the M80H, and this is a Mini LED television. I was reading some comments on the post, and a lot of people think this may be an edge LED. Well, after doing some research on ChatGPT, as well as pulling up BestBuy.com, this TV is a direct lit LED model. Now, I picked up the 55-inch, but you can get this in a 65, 75, and an 85-inch if you want something a little bit larger. Now, this is not going to be the full review. I have a series of televisions where we're going to just get the unboxing. I'll give you my first impressions, and then as I get some time, we'll come out with the full review. So sit back and relax, and let's get started. Now, one thing about this 55-inch, it is a smaller size, so it's going to be pretty easy to handle for most people with all the traditional things that you get in Samsung TVs. And this includes a remote control, a power cord, and some batteries, so it doesn't have the solar remote control. And it comes with these 2 feet, and they're not metal, but it looks like some kind of composite material. Now, before, you could raise the TV and lower it, but it looks like they took out that little plastic tab that used to be on there. So I guess it's preset for certain size sound bars, but we'll get out of the box and see what we can see. Now, it doesn't seem to be that heavy, but it's not that light either. And it's weighed in around 23.6 pounds without the legs. So here's where you slide the foot in right there. And over here, it does have a base port. And if you notice, it's a little bit thicker TV, and it's because it has that direct LED panels on it. And over here, we have the Samsung logo, and there's a little press button right here, so you can actually change the inputs and turn the TV off. So here we have the back of the TV, and still got some of that styrofoam on there. I'll get that off in just a minute. And it has a HDMI, USB, as well as a TV tuner. And here's 2 additional HDMIs, as well as a LAN input for your direct connection to your internet. But rest assured, Samsung has you covered because all of these are HDMI 2.1 connections, and this TV will support up to 144 Hz. Thank you, Samsung. Thank you. And now it's time for the screen pull, and keep in mind you will see a little red tab here at the bottom. Satisfying. So now we have the screen pulled off. Let's take a quick look at the design of it. One thing I did notice about the TV, it is a lot thicker. The design of the screen does floating right there in the middle of the bezel. As I suspected, since you can't raise this TV up and down, check this out. You only get this much room to adjust the television, so if you want to add a soundbar, you might have to wall mount the television. And that can be very frustrating. Yeah, I know. But let's get it all turned on and see what it's all about. So I went ahead and got the TV all set up. I just basically used the SmartThings application, and now I have full control of the television from the application, and it set everything up. But let's talk about the new operating system that's in this television, because they did make a few changes over the previous generation. So they do have a search up here, but now I like the fact that they have connected devices, so you can see all your inputs right there. Let's face it, Samsung did remove the input button on the remote control, and they just won't add it back. On the home screen, you can find all your favorite applications, and keep in mind, this TV does have an internet browser, and it works with Amazon Alexa. There's also a live view where you can see what's playing now, plus you have access to Samsung TV Plus in certain areas, where you can see content and you can see what sports are playing as well, which is a pretty cool feature to get access to some shows. Samsung has been doing this for a while, but it does have a gaming tab. And if you pair a controller to the television, you'll get access to some cloud-based applications without having a console. And they have a new feature called Game Breaks, which is kind of limited. And at the time of this video, you can see there's only 2 games in here that you could play. So I do expect this to be extended as time goes on. And just like the Frame TV, you can load up all this art. It costs you about $5 a month if you want access to 5,000 pictures. And that's gonna be about $50 a year if you wanna be able to mount the TV on the wall and have it displaying this cool art whenever you're not using it. And of course there's daily, but the main thing is now they have a selection back so you can get access to apps that you can download. Now, if you go down here to the bottom and click on app settings, this TV has 7.93 gigabytes, which is not a lot of memory, but maybe it's efficient because it's a Samsung television. But I would think, you know, at the price of this television that you would at least get 32 gigs, 64 gigs, or even 128 gigs. But that's just my opinion. Now, checking it out for movies, I can say that the colors look pretty decent on this television, but we won't know how good it is until I get to the full review. But so far, it looks pretty presentable. And the fact that it's mini LED, I can see that it does have some decent brightness. And the color seems pretty natural. It doesn't seem oversaturated. The skin tones look decent. And if you're a Samsung fan, I'm pretty sure you're gonna be happy with the results of this television. Now, the bigger question is, companies like Hisense and TCL are bringing out TVs that are 1,500 nits, 3,000 nits, or even up to 10,000 nits. I don't see the brightness on this television being as vibrant as those, but does it really matter to a lot of people? Not sure. At 24 frames per second, it has a little bit of motion. Blur, but it's not too bad. But I'll go into the motion settings on the main review. But switching over to 60 frames per second, there's still a little bit of judder on the screen, but it actually looks a lot more natural and realistic. Now, as far as dirty screen effects, I am seeing a little bit of areas here and here. So it's not completely uniform, but it actually does pretty decent, nothing special. And one of the biggest issues with most mini LED TVs is blooming. So let's check it out. Now, looking at this TV, it looks actually pretty solid. If I go in here to the picture modes, now it's on movie mode, but let's switch over to dynamic. And I see just a little bit of blooming, not too bad. Standard's good, equals good, movie's even better. But that's basically what we're gonna get when it comes to blooming on this television. Since it's not as bright a TV as some of the other brands, I think they have it pretty well under control in comparison. Now let's take a listen to the audio on it.
This is a Tech Steve voice.
Now, for his audio, it actually has a decent sound. Now, in my opinion, TV speakers are okay. I see them when I go get a pizza or something like that. But overall, if you want to get the best experience out of any Samsung TV, think about getting one of their either basic sound bars or more advanced one with the Q Symphony sound. And this is actually going to give you the audible experience with the television as well as the visuals. So that's my opinion on it. I prefer to get a sound bar or external audio system. TV speakers just won't work for me, but maybe they'll work for you. Here's my opinion about this TV so far. It looks definitely better than Crystal UHD, not as good as the Neo series, but one thing that I do like about it is that the picture seems to be nice, clean. There's some spots on it that are not perfect, but there's more cons. For example, the plastic non-adjustable feet, that could be improved on. They got rid of the optical output, so you can't run it over to the older systems. You got to use HDMI EER. Also, the bezel around the edge has that little gap in it, so I did have some styrofoam to get caught in there, but no big deal. And being that this is a mini LED, I wish the remote control that came with it had the solar on it, because that's the thing they're pushing, but maybe they got some feedback from that. Also wish this had an input on it. That would be great. But what I'm seeing so far, I think it's going to be great for most Samsung fans who want to get something better than Crystal UHD, not as good as a Neo. And when I get to the full review, we'll talk a little more details about it, and I'll get into a little bit more of some testing so we can actually see how it performs.
That's all I have on this video. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next video. Peace. You've probably been hearing a lot of hype about it. It's one of TCL's flagship TV for 2026. And this is one of the first TVs I've seen that has 4 HDMI 2.1s, and that's compatible with some of the competition out there. Now, the thing is that this TV says that it can do 4K resolution at 144 Hertz for gaming. On this video, I want to check it out. So I did some tests on here, and on this video, you're going to be able to see if it can do exactly that. Now, I will tell you I'm not a big gamer or anything like that, but I will show you PC, the PS5, the Xbox, and see what kind of specs we can get out of it. With that being said, let's get started. This iBuyPower PC has the latest generation of i7 processor. It has 32 gigs of RAM, a 1 gigabyte NVMe drive, and it's using the RTX 5060 graphics card. And just so you guys know, it is in PC mode, and we can control the brightness, but I'm trying not to blow out the camera too much. And with that being said, let's check out the computer. So if we go here and type in display, we can then look at the display settings. And again, this is in PC mode. I can turn the HDR portion on. And if we go down here to the bottom, we can look at the refresh rate. You can see that it is showing 120 Hertz. And if I look at that, 120 Hertz max. So that's all set for the PC mode. So if I pull up frameratetester.com, hit start, you can see, in fact, it is pulling up 120 Hertz using this web browser right here. But what we're going to do is we're going to push this over into the gaming mode right here. Now the game mode is turned on. I'm going to then turn the Game Master back on manually. Then we're going to hold the 3 lines down the remote control, and then I'm going to go here to the menu. And this is the high frame rate mode. So let's go ahead and turn that on. The TV will configure itself. Now we'll go back into the computer settings, put in display again, turn HDR back on. Now these settings. With this turned on, we can get up to 288 Hertz. Now keep in mind, this is supported at 1440p, and you can see the frame rate tester is finding that as well. Now we'll drop down to 239 Hertz, and this is at 1080p, and you can see the frame rate tester is finding that. And now we're back into the system settings, and now I have 144 Hertz checked off. And as you can see here, it does support 144 Hertz at 4K resolution. Now, an interesting thing is that the variable refresh rate did turn off in the computer for some reason, but it is showing 144 Hertz. And now the TV's at 144 Hertz. Let's test it out. So I'm going to add more dots to it. So let's go down to 23 elements. And even though I added more elements to it, it's still maintaining 144 Hertz. It did drop down, but let's max out these elements and see what happens. That's 5,000 elements. And this computer is still pushing to get you 144 Hertz. Wow, after doing that testing, it is pretty impressive. The fact that we can get 4K at 144 Hertz and 120 is standard. We also have the 1440p at 288 Hertz, and we was getting 1080p at 240 Hertz. So as you can see, this TV is really built like a gaming monitor, and it's thanks to the TSR processor that they have in this television that uses AI technology. But I will tell you, this processor is actually a MediaTek 800 processor. Let me tell you a little bit more about it on the computer. So this is MediaTek's website, and as you can see here, this is the Pantronic 800 processor. And you can go in here and you can read all the specs, but down here below is what we want to take a look at. First of all, this is a quad-core processor running at 1.8 gigahertz, and it uses DDR4 memory. Now this processor can support up to a maximum of 165 Hertz in 4K mode, and it's going to support all these features like Dolby Vision, HDR10, and it does have AI technology. Another thing it supports is Dolby Atmos and the Dolby Atmos Flex Connect, which I did a video on before, and DTS Virtual X. But just keep in mind, with all these specs, each manufacturer will program this chipset to give it the maximum resolution for their particular brand, and TCL has done a really good job tweaking this processor for the X11L.
Now let's take a look at the PlayStation. As I showed you on the previous video, if you have the TV in gaming mode, you can then exit out this and then press and hold down the 3 lines on the remote control. This will give you the full gaming experience, so you can change the aiming aid, you can magnify the screen. There's also some different picture modes, auto low latency, variable refresh rate, and a shadow enhancer. And as you can see here, it does make the TV a little bit brighter if you want to play around with that. And in the menu, you have a floating window that shows you your hertz. It does support HDMI, a high frame rate if you plan on gaming over 120 hertz. And some of these are grayed out, but you do have some other settings like the theme settings. Now, since we're in the PS5, let's go ahead and check out the information. As you can see here, it will support up to 120 hertz in 4K mode, and that includes HDR. It does the same for 1440p, and you get the exact same settings for 1080p. So it will take care of everything that you need. So let's go ahead and load up a game just to see how it performs. And right now you can see that it's showing 59 hertz. If we go down to the settings on this particular game, we can then switch it over to 120 hertz. And you can see that it's switching from 62 hertz up to 119 hertz over in the corner. Now, one thing I can say, this TV has some specular highlights that are really good. But let me go sit on this roof for a minute so we can check out the brightness. If I hit the 3 lines on the remote control again, you can see the brightness defaulted back to 12. This is going up to 100, and that's really bringing in a lot more details. But again, you control that the way you like it. So with the brightness up, let's go ahead and check it out. Man, this gaming experience is really nice on this television. And it's nice and smooth. I mean, let's see here. Let me go find a spot and we're gonna look around. Let's see if we see any blur. Just a little bit of slight blur, but that's just because I'm moving the camera real fast. Well, what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. Do you see any blur, or does everything look pretty smooth and fluid? And look at, again, that sunlight bringing out those specular highlights. The PS5 works pretty flawless, and I think it's going to be a great gaming TV in general. It's working really well. I just want to show you guys the Xbox before we wrap up this video, and I think it'll be just as good as the PS5 as far as the specs that you can get on it. The Xbox does support the 4K at 120. It also supports 1440p at 120. It supports 1080p at 120. And keep in mind, if you drop it down to 720p, it's only going to max out at 60 hertz. Now we're in the 4K TV details. As you can see here, it does support 120 hertz. It does support Dolby Vision at 120 hertz, and it's using 10-bit technology. And under video modes, it's going to support everything you need, and this includes the variable refresh rates. On this video, I didn't do a lot of gaming, like hardcore gaming, because I still need to set up the PC with, I think, Stream, or one of you guys tell me what program's good for getting games at a reasonable price, because I won't play them a lot. But for what I've seen so far, this TV is a high performer. As you can see, we got some really good frequencies out of it with HDMI 2.1 cable and the different consoles that we hooked up to it. So if you guys have any questions about it, leave that in the comments below and I'll do my best to see if I can get that answered for you. One last question for you. What would you like to see on the full review? I'm going to screenshot a lot of these questions and finish up that review video for you guys and see if I can answer some of those questions as well. I know this TV is very expensive for a lot of people, so maybe you just want to have a general inquiry about it, but no intentions on buying it, which is okay. I'm Tech Steve. I want to thank you guys again for watching my content, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace. Hey everyone, Tech Steve here. Welcome back to the channel. Today, we're going to compare two TVs that I know some of you guys may be interested in it. We're talking about the TCL QM6K versus the TCL QM7K. I just want you to know that both TVs will be in the exact same picture profile through all the demos that I show you. But the first thing I want to show you is viewing angles. In my opinion, I think both TVs are going to look about the same when you go side to side. But one thing you're going to notice is that the QM7 does have more colors. And if you have a lot of lights in your room, the QM7 is definitely going to do a better job reflecting glare off of the screen. So that's something to consider depending on your particular situation. I'm not going to go over everything in this video because I did make a full video on both televisions, but now let's take a look at sports. One thing I can notice when watching sports is that the QM7K has a lot more color volume than the QM6K, but keep in mind the QM6K definitely holds its own when it comes to color reproduction, but it's not going to compare to the upgraded model of the QM7K. But one thing for sure is that both TVs are smooth like butter when it comes to motion, and you have plenty of controls in the menu system where you can adjust each television. But from just a basic standpoint, I would say that both TVs will be smooth on any type of content that you run through it, thanks to the AI processors that these TVs have. If you're buying these type of televisions, what I mean by that, it's not going for the lowest end budget television. Both of these TVs have a lot to offer when it comes to movies. One thing I do want to point out, if you look at the QM7K, you can definitely see that color volume that I mentioned earlier, and it has a lot of details. I would say that it has more of that red push like the last year G series, but overall this works good in the warm settings that we use for movies. Now the QM6K is still a great looking television, has really good shadow details, and if you didn't have this TV next to the QM7K, I think you'll be very happy with the results from this television. After all, the QM6K will save you a little cash and you will get a great picture on it, so I think you'll be fine with either television. But if you want higher performance, the QM7K is definitely going to have a lot more to offer. Watching both TVs in SDR mode, I want to show you the different picture profiles. And the one thing to point out here is because the QM7K is a much brighter television, some of these settings are going to show how bright it is in comparison with the camera at the same settings. Now I would say that the QM7K definitely has a lot more details, and the QM6K is going to be great, again, if you don't have it beside the QM7K, but ultimately both TVs are going to be just fine for most people. Switching over to HDR mode, I still think both TVs have a great picture, but definitely the QM7K looks a lot more detailed, and you can see a lot more of the shadow details in the background. The QM6K has more of a blue tint to it, in my opinion, on this particular scene, and the details are really good in the background as far as the shadows. So I think it comes down to personal preference between these two TVs in HDR mode, but I personally do prefer the QM7K over the QM6K. And here's a few more demos so you can take a look at both of these TVs, and keep in mind both of them are in movie mode, so you can see the color differences between the two televisions with the camera at the same settings. So what do you think? QM6K or QM7K? Both of these TVs do support up to 144 Hz, but it does require a high-end video card to be able to get that setting out of these televisions. But for the average person like myself, we can use our PS5 or our Xbox Series X to get 120 Hz off of input 3 and 4. And the cool thing about these TVs is that it does have a separate eARC, so you can hook that up to a soundbar and still have two gaming consoles running at 144 Hz. Now both TVs do have a game bar, which gives you plenty of controls of seeing what the TV's doing, how it's performing. Both TVs have variable refresh rate, auto low latency. They have different themes, but one of the biggest difference is that the QM7K does have a high frame rate, and this is because of that extra hertz that's available on this television. Both TVs is going to be great for gaming, but I must point this out. The QM6K, I did prefer the clouds on it. They just seem more natural than the Q7K when it came to the colors. Now it's TV testing time. The first thing we'll check out is skin tones, and keep in mind you can make some adjustments on either television by going into the settings, but this is the factory movie settings from TCL. Now the QM7K is going to have more of that warm look to it, and there's a slight red push to it, which is much better than the last year model. And I think both TVs look natural. You can see that they both have great contrast, and they both have really good colors overall. And as far as dirty screen effects, I think both TVs do a decent job, but as I get into some of the darker gray levels, you are going to see a little bit of discoloration in both televisions. So neither one of these are perfect panels, but this is not something you would notice on a daily basis. So you know how well these TVs perform side by side using the same demo. And both of these TVs use a technology called HVA panels, so you're not going to notice any blooming in these pictures unless you get into the really high bright levels of the televisions. But when watching movies and those credits pop up at the end, I don't think you're going to see any type of noticeable blooming where it's going to be a problem to you whatsoever. And that's to say both of these TVs do a really good job when it comes to that. When it comes to upscaling, both of these TVs will be pretty much identical, but because of the colors on the QM6K, it just appears to be a little bit sharper to me overall. Now, I would say that as you get into higher resolutions, you got to get used to that warm picture that you get on the QM7K. But overall, I think both TVs going to do good upscaling some of that old content that you might be watching. But just don't expect miracles if it's very blurry material. Most of these TVs do prefer having 720p and up to get the very best picture quality to upscale it close to 4K. The last thing I want to mention is the design of both TVs. The U6K is a nice looking television. On the back of it, it has Onkyo audio system. It also has two HDMI 2.0s and two HDMI 2.1s for your gaming consoles. The QM7K uses a B&O audio system with subwoofers on the back of it as well. And it has two HDMI 2.0s and two HDMI 2.1s. The QM6K has the traditional stands where the feet are on the side of it and they're non-adjustable, where the QM7K has a pedestal in the center of it, so it's going to fit on most of your entertainment centers, plus it is raisable. And I want you to hear the different speaker systems in both of these TVs so you can get a rough idea of how they sound, but keep in mind this is a recording.
This is a Tech Steve test to see how good this TV sounds.
I think I found my favorite distraction. At least I'm
Close to my pros, I don't play by the rules, I switch up the flow. Hey, chill on the weekend, give X's and no. She in love with the kid, I ain't texting her phone.
I think I found my favorite distraction. At least I'm
Close to my pros, I don't play by the rules, I switch up the flow. Hey, chill on the weekend, give X's and no. She in love with the kid, I ain't texting her phone.
As far as the audio, I think the QM6K is a lot more fuller, but when it comes to sound quality, here live, I'd like the QM7K and the fact that it has some better controls to create more of a surround sound with that B&O system, but it's not going to be as full. It seems just the sound is much richer. With that being said, what is my opinion about these two TVs? I think if it was me and I just watch TVs, movies, I'll be okay with the QM6K. It's a great looking television, and again, not seeing it side by side, most people are going to be happy with that TV. But if I was a gamer, I'd definitely go with the QM7K. Plus that TV has a higher nits rating, has more local dimming zones, so the TV is going to perform in so many different facets over the QM6K. But it really comes down to how much money do you want to spend on TV? Are you a TV person or not? But that's my perspective, and hopefully these demos let you make the best choice for yourself and your family. Now, if you want to check out the full videos, I'll make sure that we leave the links in the description below. With that being said, I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching. I appreciate you guys, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Today I'm going to show you a solution that may solve some of you guys' problems. Let's say, for example, you have two TVs like these TCLs, and you want to send the sound from either TV over to a soundbar. Or you have two soundbars or audio system, and you want to send the sound from TV over to separate audio systems. Well, today I have a solution. These are some OLED adapters that they sent over to me to try out, see what I think about them. And on this video, I'm going to show you everything that you need to know about it to fix those solutions. So first thing we need to do is get them out of the box so you can take a closer look. Then we'll do some demos and I'll show you how to connect it. Let's go. So here's the two eARC adapters, and I'll show you what each of them do later on in the video when we get to the demos, but let's unbox each one and see all the different controls on it. The first one we're going to take a look at is the eARC 102, and basically this is going to allow you to take one eARC soundbar and run it to two separate televisions, which could be in handy for some different scenarios.
So first of all, it does come with a USB-C to USB adapter, and this will plug usually directly into the back of your television. And it comes with this instruction manual that goes over all the different settings that you can do. And it's very tiny, so it'll go nicely behind your television. So on the front of it, you can select your different televisions, and this will go over to your soundbar, and that's the AC input. And if we go over to the back of it, this will go to TV 1 and this will go to TV 2. And this design is pretty simple, but the thing is, when we get to the testing, I'll show you exactly what it can do. And here's the eARC 201. And the difference in this one is that you can take the eARC from your television and you can run it over to 2 separate soundbars. So these are some different solutions that will work for different people's scenario. This one comes with a power cord. As you can see there, you just plug it right into the wall, into the back of the unit. And then it comes with this instruction guide. And again, it's gonna go over all the different configurations that you can do with this particular adapter. And this adapter is slightly bigger, but one thing about it has ventilation on the side. So if it happens to get hot, at least you have some airflow that's gonna go into it. On the front of it, there's a power indicator. This input shows your TV's connected. And then this will show if your soundbars are connected. Plus it has a service port. On the back of it, we have soundbar 1, soundbar 2, and you have your eARC that goes over to your television. Plus you have a 5-volt input right there. And like I said, I will tell you all the specs later as far as what it can support. But let's go ahead and do some testing. And just so you know, both devices supports Dolby Atmos, DTS:X, Dolby True HD, as well as DTS HD. But keep in mind, this is just for audio. Video will not transmit through these adapters. The first one we're going to take a look at is the eARC 201. Now here's a scenario. You can take this one and run them over to 2 soundbars, but check this out. You can also run it over to an audio system and a soundbar, or you can run it out to another room so you can have multi-room capabilities. So in order to get this all set up, we're going to use this soundbar right here, and it's made by TCL. We'll just set it over here for now. And we're also going to use this Vizio soundbar that also has an HDMI EER input. We'll just go ahead and put that over here. We'll start off by plugging the HDMI into the EER on this one, and then we're going to plug an HDMI into the TCL soundbar. And then we'll plug this into the eARC right here. As far as the eARC 201, there's a couple of connections on the back that we need to go ahead and plug into this so you can start using 2 of your audio systems. This cable right here is going over to the TV where it says eARC on the back of it. We're going to go ahead and plug that in right here. We're going to plug the Vizio right here into soundbar 1, and then we're going to plug the TCL into soundbar 2. And last thing you need to do, just go ahead and plug in the power. And now we can start using it. And this gives you an idea of our setup before we do some demos. All right guys, now I have everything set up. Let's do some audio test and see if we can get audio from the 2 different soundbars using the ORAY adapter. So I'll go over to this one, which is the Vizio. Yes, we are getting sound. Let me turn that back down. And now let's go over here to the TCL. And we're getting sound from this one. So you can see where this could be handy if you need 2 separate audio sources from your television. Now you probably have questions about the volume control. Well, if I turn up the TV, it's only controlling one of the sound bars, but I will say if you use like a remote source like your Apple TV that I have plugged into this, I'm able to use the remote control to control both of them, which is kind of interesting. Now I'm going to show you how to take 2 TVs and hook them up to 1 soundbar using this adapter. And this is the 102. And one thing to keep in mind is that it has a switch here so you can switch from television to television. I went ahead and did all the wiring on both televisions. So for example, on this TCL QM8K, I have an HDMI going into the HDMI ARC on the back of it. And I also have a HDMI cable hooked up to the QM8L. And again, that's going in through the HDMI EARC. So all we need to do is plug in this USB-C that's plugged into the back of the QM8K. And then we're going to plug that TV over here into this input. And then we're going to take the QM8L and we're going to plug it into this for TV number 2. And I'm going to use this TCL soundbar once again, and we're going to go ahead and plug it in. So I'm going to plug this side into the HDMI EARC like that. And then we're going to run it into the adapter right there where it says Soundbar EER. And to be honest, I wish they designed it just a little bit differently so we had all the HDMIs on the back of it and the switch on the front, because all these wires are coming out and you have to select that to switch through the different televisions. With that being said, let's do some demos so I can show you exactly how it works. So first, let's go ahead and check it out on the QM8K. So I'll just play one of my demos here. And as I turn the volume up, look at that, it's working perfectly. Now I'm going to check out the QM8L, and keep in mind, all you need to do is just hit the switch so it switches over to the other TV. And I'll go ahead and hit play on this. And there you go. Now the volume is going up and down. Soundbar is playing. I was thinking about some scenarios where you would use this. Let's say, for example, you're actually watching sports. You have TV 1, TV 2, and one audio system or amplifier. Just by hitting that one switch, now you can move the audio from one television to the next while it's on commercials. So that would come in handy for a lot of people out there. Or let's say, for example, you have a motorized projector that goes in front of a television. You can easily switch your audio. So those are some different scenarios that you can use this particular adapter with. So that's all I have on this video. And if you guys are interested, I'll leave all the links in the description below. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Welcome back to the channel. If you've been following me, you probably remember I did a review on the TCL QM6K, which is a great television, especially for gaming. Well, right here I have something a little bit upgraded from that television, and it was sent over to me from TCL. Now it came in this nice crate, which is a cool feature, but let's reveal the television, and here it is right here. Now on this video, we're gonna get out of the box. I'm gonna show you some of the basic menu, and we're gonna do some gaming. So sit back and relax, let's get started. First of all, this is a QD mini LED television with LD 2500, and this is gonna help out with that contrast ratio. It uses a crystal glow HVA panel, and we'll talk about some of these things in the full review. Also has a gaming accelerator, so it can do up to 288 Hertz using a gaming motion. It uses the AIPQ Pro processor, and this uses AI to give you the best picture quality. And the 65-inch has 2600 nits of peak brightness, and that's going to be great for the HDR movies. It also has a refresh rate up to 144 Hertz, motion rate 140, but you can see this TV is packed with a lot of cool features. Now it also has Google Cast built in, so you can send your Android device over to it. It supports Apple AirPlay and HomeKit, so you can hook it up to your computer in system for Siri, as well as it works with Alexa, and that's using the TCL application. And this TV, just like last year's 7 Series, has the pedestal in the center, so it's gonna allow you to put it on smaller bases and stands, and that's kind of great because if you have a small entertainment center, you can have a large TV on that base. In the box, of course, you're gonna get the user guides, batteries for the remote control, and a power cord. This is the base, and we'll assemble it in just a minute. And here's the other part of the base. The remote control is the same one that comes with the U6K, and it has features like your power, as well as your input button, Google voice command, home, and then you have your settings button, volume, channels, as well as some hotkeys at the bottom, and this includes Disney Plus, YouTube, and all that good stuff. So earlier I did cut off the straps, and once you do that, you can just lift the box right off. And like all TVs, come with this cardboard to protect the screen when it's getting shipped. So here's the base that comes with it. There's 8 screws to hold the center pedestal to it, and then there's some screw holes right here that you can mount on the back of the TV. And mind you, there's 2 sets of screw holes right here, so you can raise the TV up or you can lower it, but you decide depending on your particular scenario. If you notice here, there's a little notch from both sides. You're just going to make sure that you stick it in those holes, and then just go ahead and screw everything together. And I will tell you that it does come with a back cover, so you can put that on once this is done. Here's the back of the QM7K, and one thing you notice is that it has new speakers. And this system is powered by B&O, which is known to make some very high-end audio systems. Now this TV has 40 watts and 4 speakers in it, so you have the 2 subwoofers right here, and you have 2 downfiring speakers to give you that surround sound. And this TV has Dolby Atmos and DTS Virtual X processing built right in. This whole series of TVs are wall mountable, so you have screw holes right here. You just go ahead and put it on your favorite mount, and you can hang it on your wall with no problem. As far as connection, we have 2 USBs. This one is 3.0. You have an Ethernet connection, We also have 4 HDMI. The top 2 are HDMI 2.1, so you can run 2 gaming consoles up to 120 Hz or a PC up to 144 Hz using variable refresh rate. You have a 60 Hz port right here. And down here, we have a separate eARC, so you can run your gaming consoles and a soundbar at the same time. We have a TV tuner and a fiber optic output. For wire maintenance, it comes with these little plastic tabs. You can just stick them right in these holes here at the bottom so you can have some clean wire management. And once you run everything through, you have this cover right here, and there's a slot here at the top and the bottom so your wires come out nice and clean through the back of it. So there's the unboxing experience on this television, and keep in mind this TV is available from a 55-inch all the way up to 115-inch, but I do feel at this time that's going to be a special order television. But so far, I'm really liking it. Now I'm going to show you some of the gaming menus, because I will say when it comes to gaming, this TV is in beast mode. Now when you plug in your PlayStation or Xbox into this television, you will get this little pop-up. It's just a welcome center to show you that it does support auto low latency, variable refresh rate, and they call it the Game Master. In order to pull it up, you just hit the 3 lines on the remote control, and this is what it looks like. So at the top of it, you have your frames per second. It'll tell you the status of your game. You have a aiming aid that puts this little circle in the center. You also have a magnifier. This magnifier allows you to zoom into certain parts of the game, which could come in handy if you plan a first-person shooting game. You also have some different gaming picture modes, and you have a shadow enhancer where you can control the brightness of the screen. There's also a more advanced menu where you can have the frames over in the corner, as you can see right there. You do have a high frame rate mode, and this is more for PC user who's using an advanced video card. And there's some different themes that you can choose if you don't like the one that comes factory on it. Now, as far as the capabilities in the Xbox, you can see that it does support 120 Hertz. It also supports 1440p, 1080p, and 720p at 120 Hz. And everything in the Xbox is checked off, so anything that the Xbox can deliver, this TV will be able to support it. Another thing I want to point out here is that this TV does support 120 Hz for Dolby Vision, which a lot of TV doesn't do that. And you have your variable refresh rate that you can turn off and on, but this TV is pretty advanced when it comes to gaming. Not only that the QM7K is great for movies, but it's also fantastic when watching movies as well. And in my opinion, TCL really went back to the drawing board on this television to make the 7 series pretty much the one that everyone's going to want over the 6 series. Now, there is a 8 series coming out soon, and maybe I'll get my hands on one. We'll see, and we'll compare them. But I would say for bang for your buck, the 7 series at this point in time may be your best value television that you can get that's performing with the big boys out there. Back to the LD2500, and where it really shines on these televisions is basically the local dimming zones to control the black levels and the lighting in each part of the television. I couldn't verify which TVs have how many local dimming zones, but I can say on the 65-inch model, it really looks fantastic. Now, I'm not going to say that it's as good as OLED, but I will say for a mini LED television, this one is getting pretty close to matching the performance of OLED when it comes to overall contrast ratio and picture reproduction. And this TV can produce up to 97% of the DCI P3 Ultimate High Color Gamut. I can definitely see the hard work and dedication that TCL's put into this model to give you a very great looking television Now keep in mind, this is not a full review. I just want to give you some samples of what this TV looks like so you can kind of get an idea if it's going to be the right one for you and your family. But if you do have questions, make sure you comment below so I can see if I can integrate that into the full review. Another thing that was very important is how well this TV performs when watching sports events. I was just kind of playing around through the different channels, and I'm going to tell you not only that it's bright and detailed, but it has very smooth motion on it as well. So if you like sports, this definitely is a television that you're going to enjoy year after year to watch your favorite events. If you don't know already, part of my channel is to show you tutorials as well. So I'm going to show you how to set up this television right out of the box for new users. And you can pretty much use this on most of the newer TCL televisions, just in case you wonder how to get everything up and running. So now I'm going to show you how to set this up as a brand new TV. First of all, you're going to choose your language, and you can see there's multiple languages in here. So we're going to choose English. You're going to choose your country, and I'm going to set it up as a Google TV, but you can choose basic TV if you only plan on using the inputs and the TV tuner. Now the Google TV will require the internet to get it all up and running. Normally I scan this barcode, but I'm going to show you the manual way to do it, and just make sure you go ahead and connect to your Wi-Fi first on the next step. Once the Wi-Fi is connected, it will check for current updates just in case there's been some software upgrades. Once that check is complete, you want to go ahead and enter your Gmail. Now if you don't have one, you can go to Google's website and sign up one, or you can create an account right from the television, but I recommend you go to your computer or smartphone instead. If you're planning on using the voice command, go ahead and allow, otherwise it won't search through all your apps whenever you give it a command. And you can set it up to activate with your voice so it knows that you're the one that's talking. Now if you have a Google Home system in your house, you want to control the TV, just go and choose your home if it finds it. And then you want to select the room that you're going to put it in so it'll know it on the application. If you're having these apps, go and check them off so it'll go ahead and download it as soon as the TV loads up. But if you don't, just hit confirm and continue. Next, we're going to pair the remote control, and you need to press home and OK. And this is going to set up Bluetooth. So whenever you get voice commands, the TV can actually read your voice. Now TCL does have a mobile home app where you can control the TV, and you can use that to sign into your Alexa account and some other things. I already have one, but I'll set that up at another time. Then I would agree for automatic updates anytime the TV sees one. Also, the QM7K has Apple AirPlay and HomeKit, so you can connect it to that, and you can use it with your Siri voice command. Once that's set, just go ahead and press on done. Now it's going to install all the application and everything that you checked off into the television. And this could take from 2 minutes up to half an hour, depends on how fast your internet is. And to wrap everything up, you can choose your screensaver, you can add more people to the profile. You can even put the TV in kids mode, so it'll block some of the content with parental control. But here it is. This is the operating system. It's powered by Google. On the front of it, you can see that it's pretty snappy overall. It's a fast processor in this TV. You'll get access to all your applications, everything very easy. If you don't have a TV tuner plugged in, you can use this free service. It uses the internet. It's called Google TV Free Play. You also have access to all your favorite applications. I mean, entertainment, movies and music, video player tools. Now TCL does have their own tab here, and this is for the TCL TV where you can stream just like Google, but they have their own version of it. So again, with internet connected to this TV, you have plenty of content to watch whenever you want to. First of all, this TV does support CEC, so you can have it to control different devices. And again, those two inputs I showed you earlier will be able to support up to 144 Hertz using variable refresh rate. And this TV is using Google TV version 12, just so you know what kind of operating system's in it. As far as storage, it has 52 gigabytes, so you'll be able to download all your favorite applications and a lot of different content in this television without running out of memory. Of course, they have ambient mode, and this allows you to connect your Google Photos, art galleries, and I made a full video on TCL settings if you want to go check that out next. But when you turn it on, you have these different screensavers that appear whenever you're not using the television. So it gives you some type of art on the television when not using it. You also can cast to it for your Android device, and this is the Game Master. So basically, I like to leave everything on automatic. So whenever you plug a PlayStation or Xbox or something into it, it'll automatically detect the signal. So to set up your gaming console completely automatic, and it will trigger the auto low latency and the variable refresh rate. So in my opinion, so far, I'm really liking the QM7K. I think it's going to be a great television for anyone out there. And if you're interested, again, I'll leave all the links in the description below so you can check other reviews. Plus, I'll post all the different sizes as well down there. Other than that, I think this TV is going to be very promising for someone who's looking for a full movie experience. And the fact that you can get it in a smaller 55-inch all the way up to this massive 115-inch, that gives everyone an opportunity to have one that's going to fit in their home. If you have any questions, make sure you leave that in the comments below. Thanks a lot for watching. I'm Tech Steve, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Welcome back to the channel. On today's video, we're going to do a complete overview on the TCL QM6K. This is a 2025 model, and hats off to TCL being one of the first companies who released a television right after CES. Currently, this TV is available in a 55 to 85-inch, but there's rumors that there might be a 50-inch on the market and a 98-inch that may be coming out later this year. And this TV has some technologies that we're going to talk about. This TV uses an HVA panel. So what does that do? First of all, it's going to give you better contrast. It also has low energy consumption, and it has a higher refresh rate for gaming and less emitting blue lights that's easier on your eyes. And TCL also has a new local dimming zones. Unfortunately, I don't have the specs on the different sizes, but this is what it includes. First of all, the technology is called LD500. And on this series of TV, it's going to give you better black levels, high HDR brightness, the AIPQ Pro processor, and with this new line of televisions, you can get up to 4K at 144 Hz with the right PC and gaming card. And there's a gaming accelerator that can give you up to 280 Hz, and that's using variable refresh rate. The feet on these TVs are standard, and there's no inner mounts for it. The bezels around the televisions are fairly thin, and there's a premium QD mini LED badge on the side of it. Normally you don't get great viewing angles on VA panels, but I would say that this QM6K really holds its own from angles. Not saying it's perfect, but it works really well. This TV does use hands-free Google Voice command, or you can use the remote control to ask it questions. And the new remote control does have a backlight in it, just in case you pick it up at nighttime. Now I do want to point out that TV, they did remove the headphone jack on it, but you can Bluetooth it. And you have plenty of connections such as USB, 2 HDMI 2.1s, 2 HDMI 2.0s, as well as a eARC for your soundbar and a ATSC TV tuner, plus a fiber optic output. But you're probably wondering, how good does the screen actually perform? In my opinion, just watching your standard sports game, it's pretty neutral picture on it. It's not oversaturated or anything like that in sports mode. And the movement on it is pretty clean, as you can see right here in this demo. So here's the SDR, and Vivid mode definitely blows it out. We have your standard mode, and I would use this for everyday television. Then we have the filmmakers mode and the movie mode that makes it a lot warmer. And when you put this TV in HDR, you didn't get the option for IMAX, as you can see right here, that gives it that more cinema look to it. And I think it looks great on most of the profiles that are built in. Now switching over to Dolby Vision, I think it still maintains its brightness. As you can see here, there's different formats in here. And Dolby Vision IQ basically uses AI to make sure you get the best picture quality. But if it's in the daytime, you want to use bright. And you have dark mode if you're watching it at nighttime. The motion is great on this television. Right now I have it in standard mode, and as you can see, it's smooth like butter. There's a little bit of fringing here on the top level, but it's not really that much to be concerned with. If you put it in filmmakers mode, you can see that it does get a little bit of chalky as well as movie mode. And it's because that these formats are made to synchronize with 24 frames per second content. And if we go to the motion settings on the television, you have different settings like low, medium, which smooths it out, and that'd be great if you're getting any kind of trailing on the movies. And then you have high that gives it its smoothest performance. Now under custom, you can adjust the blur reduction and the judder reduction, so it's going to give you a smooth experience. And as far as upscaling, I think it did a really good job starting from 720p and up. If you use 480p content, it's not going to look that great, but most TVs don't really support that format anymore. So make sure you use 720p, 1080p, or 4K if you want to get the best offset. This TV can handle it and display it very well. As far as anti-glare coating, it actually works pretty good. It's not going to be as high-end as like a QM8, but it does a pretty decent job reflecting light bouncing off of it.
When I tested the blooming out on this television, this new panel is doing an excellent job making sure that the contrast remains while it brings out all the highlights and the brightness of the screen. So if you're worried about that and halo effect, I think they did a really good job on this television overall. And the last test I want to show you is dirty screen effects. I will say that this TV is not that uniformed overall, but I didn't go into the menu and mess around with any of the local dimming settings or anything like that. But you can see there are some areas that are not synchronized across the screen. But you got to remember that this is more of a budget television. It's not going to be their mid-tier like the QM7 and the QM8. Now I want to get some readings for you guys, and I will tell you I'm not a professional calibrator. I just have access to the equipment and the software. So I want to check out the peak brightness in this television, and what I did is put the TV in vivid mode, and with the lumens reader I was able to get 840 peak brightness out of this television. But the interesting thing, that was peak brightness, but after a few seconds, it dropped down to 696 luminous with a 10% window. And while I was in here, I did a color checker and a saturation sweep, and there was a few points that was off. And without going into a full calibration, I want to balance out the colors in this mode. And here's the basic adjustments that I made, and you can always pause the screen if you want these settings. And here's the movie mode after I made those slight adjustments. Next, I want to compare the built-in audio system against the Q85H so you can hear the difference. I will say that this TV has a really good audio system as a standalone, but I just want to show you if you decide if you want a better audio experience, you might want to invest in something like that QM85H to give you a more elevated experience.
This is a Tech Steve voice audio test to see how good this TV sounds for movies. For the next few moments, sit quietly and experience the range of this TV's audio capabilities as we test the boundaries of sound.
Tennessee, while the cold here in Sweden got the best of me.
This is a Tech Steve voice audio test to see how good this TV sounds for movies. For the next few moments, sit quietly and experience the range of this TV's audio capabilities as we test the boundaries of sound.
Tennessee, while the cold here in Sweden got the best of me.
So as you can see, even though it has a great audio system, I would say that adding that extra audio system with the bigger subwoofer and the rear speakers is going to immerse you into a television like this, especially when you're watching movies. So overall, I think the QM6K will be one of TCL's hot sellers this year. One, because of the price points, I'll leave all that in the description below. But second is that it's fantastic for gaming, and I went over that in my unboxing video, so make sure you go check that out right after this video. But the light remote control, the new technology with the LD500, as well as the HVA panel giving you great viewing angles, I think this TV has a lot of potential for future customers who are looking to upgrade, and TCL is definitely going to bring out some of the best competition out this year, especially from some of the competitors not mentioned by his names. So that's all I have to say on this video, and if you're interested in learning more, as always, I'll leave all the links in the description below. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. Today, I'm going to show you the new Amazon Echo Show 11. And this one's powered by the new Amazon Echo Plus. Instead of just giving it voice commands, now you can have conversations. But let's go ahead and get it out of the box so we can see what it's all about. The cool thing about it, when you first open it up, it has this nice presentations. and it has this new updated design, which we'll take a look at in just a minute. Now it does come with some basic instruction books, but I'm gonna show you how to set it up on this video. You also get this 30-watt power supply, and it has a braided cable, and that's everything you need to get it started. So there's nothing else in the box. Now one thing about the Echo units, instead of just having the voice commands, it also has a screen. And I like this feature because you're going to be able to see your family pictures as well as news. You're also going to be able to see all the shopping lists that you have made. Plus, you can look at music videos. The design is very chic, and on the side of it, you have your power as well as a volume rocker. There's also 2 far-field microphones on the back of it. There's your power cord input. There's a camera on the front of it for doing video chat, and there's 2 additional microphones so it can hear you in just about any room. And it has this nice felt material on it that kind of reminds you of the Echo Max as well as the Echo Studio. Now I'm going to show you how to set it up. You're going to be using this device, not the smartphone. First thing you want to do is go ahead and press on your language, then press on continue. Now as you can see here, you can use your Alexa app, but I'm going to show you how to use it with the device. Now you want to go ahead and enter your password and then press on done. Now when you get to the screen, I recommend you use your email. Do not use your phone number. A lot of people have reported that they don't have access to the application when they're done. Now the Echo Show 11 will start looking for updates. Now you will get some terms and conditions. And if you live in another country, you want to change it here. And you can also change your time if you're in another area. Press on continue. Now you will need to enter your address. Then you want to go ahead and choose where you're going to locate it. And if you need to, you can change the device name. I just make sure that I'm using the one that I put in. Now, if you want to set up photos, this is great for your family. You can press on setup, and you can use this QR code to download the Amazon photo app. Press on continue. And this one does have the new Alexa Plus, which I mentioned earlier. And then there will be a little tutorial kind of explain everything about the new operating system. Now we have it all set up. Just keep in mind that this is available in 2 different colors. Today I'm using the Glacier White, which is nice and clean. I really like it. And you can get it in a graphite if you want more of that charcoal looking color. One thing that's different about this one over the previous generation is that this one has Alexa Plus. Now, I will tell you, I do have the 15-inch model at home and it did receive the update, so yours might get it as well. But this one's supposed to have better audio and some things like that as well. So with that being said, let's go ahead and give it some voice commands and see how it responds. Alexa, what can you do?
Oh, you're asking about my superpowers. I can show you what's new or what's most popular.
What's the most expensive car in the world?
The most expensive new cars are the 2014 and 2015 Ferrari LaFerrari, priced at $1,416,360 each.
What football games are planned this weekend?
Commanders versus Dolphins at 6:30 a.m. Panthers versus Falcons at 10 a.m. Chargers versus Jaguars at 10 a.m. Texans versus Titans at 10 a.m.
What's the top news today?
Google announced a $40 billion investment in 3 new Texas data centers to expand AI capacity.
What's the best way to cook a ribeye steak?
For a perfect ribeye, start by bringing it to room temperature for about 30 minutes. Season generously with salt and pepper, then sear it in a screaming hot cast iron pan with a bit of oil for 2 to 3 minutes per side to get that beautiful crust.
Show me what's trending on YouTube.
Searching for trending videos on YouTube.
Open up Prime Video.
Okay, here's Prime Video.
So as you can see here, not only that you can give it commands, but you can have a conversation with it. Plus with the Echo Show, you actually get to see exactly what it's talking about. And that's a lot better than like the dots where you only can talk to it. I think the screen is the best way to go. Now let's do an audio test to see how good these speakers actually sound. Now I'm going to keep it at the default settings, but keep in mind you do have bass and treble controls if you want to get an even better experience.
Connected to SCB Media Samsung Galaxy S22. Now that you're paired, next time just say, connect my phone.
Let's dance. Funky baby, let's dance.
Before we look at the operating system, just so you know, what it's going to do is just do these slideshows. And over here, you can see the weather as well as the time. Now, one thing about this unit, this camera here on top, it no longer has a cover on it. So you would have to put some kind of sticker over it if you decided that you didn't want to use that camera system or if you're worried about privacy. And another thing I want to point out is that when you see this bar down here, it means I have the microphone muted. and now it's back on. Now I'll show you some of the features you can do with it. If you slide your finger down from the top, there's an option to turn off the camera. But how do you know that it's disabled? That's something that you have to consider if you want to be able to use this unit. You also have your brightness control. And then over here we have do not disturb, and you can edit your home screen. Now down here, you can add music and you can add videos. If you look at the bottom, these are some music services that you can add. Plus, if you go to the application, there's more of them. If you press on music at the top here, you can see that you have a selection of music that you can listen to from Amazon. You also can do podcasts. And you can do soundscape. So let's say, for example, you want to go to sleep. You can use one of these and it can create that sound. And there's books here at the top as well. Now back on the top here, we have slideshow. Now this is where you can set up your photos that you have uploaded. So if I press on that, you can see there's Amazon Photo, which you get 5 gigs for free. And if I hit back, it will eventually start showing pictures from my photo gallery. We slide down again. We also have routines. And this is great if you want to set up features like wake you up in the morning with news and weather, start your day, screen time, as well as different TV shows can pop up in these routines. Now we have TV and video. And one of the cool features about the Show 11 is that you can use Fire TV, your Prime, as well as YouTube. And if you slide this over, you have Facebook and all type of selections. So if you want to watch any type of TV show, it will populate on here so you can enjoy TV shows late at night if you have it on your dresser and you don't want to use your larger TV. Next, we have Smart Home. Under Smart Home, this is where you're going to add all your Amazon devices. And this could be a Ring camera as well as other Echo units if you want to be able to see it. And one thing right here, I have the Dock Max. You can have one for the garage and you can create groups at the bottom. Now you can manually set up alarms, but you can use your voice commands for that. And then they have a few other things like calendar. If we slide over here, we have your communication where you can do drop-ins, you can get daily news, and you can see which devices are active. If we slide back here and click on widgets, this is a cool feature because you can go through here and find different things that works in your life. And that could be sports events. This also could be your calendar, weather reports. You can customize all that to show up on your screen when you're not using the device. And the last thing I want to show you up here is that if you go to settings, first of all, you can change the different voices. You also can change your wake word. So if you don't want to use that word that triggers everyone's device, you can choose one of these, including Ziggly. If you go back, you can also turn on the follow-up mode. There's also display and appearances where you can change the different backgrounds and you can set it up to automatically go into sleep mode whenever it's late at night. Under device options, this is where you can change your network. You can also add Bluetooth devices to it, like your smart device. And there's also Alexa gadgets. If you buy any of those devices, you can connect it to it and you can change your time zone and everything there. But these are all the features that are available in this Echo Show, and there's more options on the application. On this video, we went over so many features and function of the Echo, and I haven't even scratched the surface. If you guys have one of these, I'm going to tell you that it's a good idea to explore the application as well as the unit so you can get the most out of it. I've been using Echo devices probably for the last 10 years, and I really use them every day, mainly for shopping lists, reminders, and getting current news. With that being said, keep in mind that this one will connect to a lot of new features with the Alexa Plus, and we're talking about Uber, OpenTable, and a few other applications. So whenever you want to look for a ride, you can basically give it a command. It can summons the ride, and you'll be able to see the progress right from the screen. That's all I have on this video. If you guys have any questions, make sure you leave that down below in the comments. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. If you're a Samsung fan and you don't want to go with the OLED series, well, today we're going to talk about what they call the Neo QLED series. Now in 2026, they have two new models that are coming out. One of them is the M70H and the other one is the M80H. And they removed the 90 series from their lineup according to what I can see, but time must go on and Samsung's strategy is changing. Unfortunately, at the time of this video, I don't have a TV to show you, but what I will do is basically run down the specs of each model so you can see if it's worth your hard-earned money. Let's start off with the QM7H. Now keep in mind, this is a quantum mini LED television, and basically what that means is that it has finer pixels on it, and that's going to help out with blooming and also give you more color accuracy. But again, I don't have one to show you to prove that. This TV will be available in a 43-inch, 50-inch, 55, 65, 75, and an 85-inch. One thing that kind of threw me off about this TV is that it's 60 frames per second instead of 120 frames per second. And what that means, if you're a gamer, you're not going to be able to get those higher refresh rates, but we'll go over the 80 series in just a minute because that might be the upgrade that you need for this particular series. The QM7H is powered by the NQ4 AI processor, and this alone with the color booster is going to give you some really good colors according to what I've seen in the past. Now keep in mind, Samsung does not support Awol Vision, but they have a technology called HDR10 Plus that is similar. And the QM7H also has Neo Quantum HDR, and it's kind of technical, but for the average person, it's going to give you better colors when watching HDR content. Now, as far as the audio system, we're talking about 20 watts, so it's not going to be a lot of power for most people, but it'd be great for listening to dialogue. And it does have what they call object tracking light, which uses technology to move the objects around the screen with the audio system so you get a more immersive feel. When it comes to connectivity, this TV does support 2.5 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz, but there's no option for Wi-Fi 6, which may not be needed. It also has 3 HDMIs, which can run up to 60 frames per second, and you can connect your thumb drives because it does have 2 USBs, 1 optical output, and an Ethernet connection if you want to hardwire it. Now, as far as the operating system, it will be running off the new Tizen 1, and it does have what they call Vision AI Companion. And what this is going to allow you to do is get different titles on like movies that you watch on Samsung TV Plus, as well as be able to give the TV voice commands and have it to react and do different things. If you want to be able to use those features, all you need to do is just press one button on the remote control, and then you can start asking it questions.
Who won this game? What was the final score?
The Eisencraft SV team secured a victory.
Another thing I want you to know that this TV doesn't have an art mode, but you can connect to the App Store and be able to get some screensavers, but I'm not exactly how that works on this particular model. Now, as far as voice command, this TV will have Bixby available to connect to Amazon Alexa, and with a login with SmartThings, you could also use it with Google Voice Assistants. And a few last features that I want to mention is that it does support Apple AirPlay 2, Google Cast, and you can take 2 Samsung earbuds and run them simultaneously together. And the Q7H will have multi-view, so you could play your game on one side, have your phone, mix it up. So that's a great feature that this model includes. Now, when it comes to gaming, you do have access to all the cloud gaming that Samsung has to offer. You can take your controller and connect it directly to the television and play directly off of the television. Now, the downside is that this TV does not support AMD FreeSync nor G-Sync, so that could be a letdown, and it's mainly because this TV doesn't have the 120 Hertz, nor does it have variable refresh rate according to what I'm reading. However, it will have an AI gaming mode. You also have access to auto low latency, and you'll also have access to HDIG, which is a standard for gamers to give you the best picture quality. And the very last thing I want to mention is that this TV will not come with the solar remote control, but is wall mountable with the slim fit design. In my opinion, what I'm seeing is that Samsung want to give you one of their top tier television as far as the picture quality and trickle it down to a better price by removing some of the features. Now, if you're not a gamer, you don't really care about having a 60 Hertz television, but you're still going to get all those color volumes and things that you would normally get in a Neo QLED. So I'm undecided if this is going to be a great TV or not, but for Samsung, a step in the right direction. But the question is,
can it compete with some of the companies out there who are giving you a lot more bang for your buck? Now let's talk about the QM80H. Now this is more what we're looking for in a Neo QLED because this TV is fully loaded with all the features that you want to have for this series of televisions. In far as sizes, this TV is available in a 55, 65, 85, and a 100 inch. And keep in mind the Super Picture Enhancer is on the 85 inch and the 100 inch models. Well, first of all, it's powered by the NQ4 AI second generation processor. And this processor has a lot more power to give you a better experience overall. We're talking about faster menu times as well as load up AI faster. So if you want a TV that doesn't have any type of lag comparison to the other series, then this one is the one to go for. Another thing about this television is that it will support up to 144 Hertz, and it has another technology which, be honest with you, first time I heard about it, and it's called DLG, which is dual line gate, and that supports up to 240 Hertz. Now, as far as picture profiles, this TV supports the Neo Quantum HDR Plus. That's going to give you much better picture on it, and it will support the HDR10 Plus, HDR10, and HLG picture profiles. So it will have you covered for the most part. Now, when it comes to the built-in speaker, it has 30 watts, and it will have the object tracking light. Plus, it will support the Q Symphony and a voice amplifier to bring in that dialogue when you watch the TV late at night, because we know movies, they have all this action sound, but you can never hear it. Now, as far as connectivity, this TV does have the Wi-Fi 6E, the 5 gigahertz to 2.4 gigahertz, and it does have Ethernet built in, Bluetooth 5.3 and 4 HDMI 2.1 connections, so you can plug in your gaming console, cable box into any of the ports, and you'll get the maximum speed and resolution out of it. And you get 2 USBs, a digital output, and an RS-232C port, so you can hook it up to those nice touchscreens in your fancy home. Just like the QM7H, it does have the Vision AI companion, and the QM80H will also have the multi-view, the Apple AirPlay, the Google Cast, well as the multi-screen. So it has all the features that the QM70 have, but a little bit more. And this is where gamers are going to really love this television. First of all, if you have a PC, you can get up to 144 Hertz. Any of your gaming consoles can go up to 120 Hertz. It supports AMD FreeSync. It also supports G-Sync, and it does have HDIG for that nice picture that the developers want you to have. And I think for people who don't want to go to OLED, this is going to be the top model that they have in this new lineup. And just like the QM70F, this one does not have the solar panel. Seems like a Samsung kind of backing away from that a little bit and going back to batteries. Maybe they had some issues, I'm not sure, but it does have your standard remote control. There's a quick overview on the new Samsung Neo QLED televisions, and hopefully one day this year I'll have one in the studio so I can actually review a live one so we can go over all this information. I also want to say thank you guys for all your support, and if you're interested in learning more about these televisions, I'll leave the links in the description below. I'm Tech Steve, thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. If you've been looking for a new television and you're a TCL fan, there's a lot of choices on the market. So today we're going to compare these two right here. This is the TCL QM7K, and over here this is the TCL QM8K. Now both TVs do perform very well, and as a standalone television, I think you'll be happy with either one. But what happens when we put them side by side? Let's get into it. Both of these TVs have AI technology to clear up the contrast, the picture, and the clarity. Both TVs have a powerful light emitting chip. And both of these TVs are part of the Precision Dimming series. And here's the remote controls that comes with the televisions. This is for the QM8K, which has more of that silver finish to it. And this is the remote control that comes with the QM7K and is black. Both of these TVs are going to have a great picture on it, but you're going to notice that the QM8K has a lot more details to it. And it's because this TV has up to 5,000 of peak brightness compared to 2,600. And you're going to notice more contrast overall, and it's because the QM8K supports up to 3,800 local dimming zones, where the QM7K supports up to 2,500. But the question is, should you save some money and get the QM7K that has the HVA panel, or should you budget more for the QM8K that has the WHVA panel?
Besides the picture quality of these televisions, another thing to consider is size, because you can get a QM7K from a 55-inch all the way up to a 115-inch. And far as the QM8K, you can get this TV from a 65-inch up to a 98-inch, so there's not all the sizes that are available for this television. And both of these TVs are going to look great on movies because you're going to get those inky contrast ratios, you're going to get a bright picture on both televisions, but here's the difference. When it comes to the QM8K, you get better spectral highlights. So this TV is really going to shine when it comes to those details that you're going to be missing out on the QM7K. Now the QM7K is not a slouch because it is a great looking television. However, we're trying to justify the difference in the price between these two units because at the end of the day is your money and you have to make that decision for yourself. And the demos that I'm going to show you on this video may sway you one way or the other to see if you want to spend more money and get the QM8. With the TVs in SDR mode, I want to show you the dynamic range of both televisions and movie mode. And what you're going to notice is a huge brightness difference between the two televisions. And switching over to filmmakers mode, if you look at the bottom of the trees, that you can see a lot more details and light coming in through the bottom, where you don't see that on the QM7K as much. But this is interesting. When I switched over to HDR mode, it seems like the QM7K had a lot more saturation in the colors than the QM8K, but you definitely could tell the difference between the two TVs in these different modes. And this theme remained the same when I switched over to Awol Vision mode. The QM8K just looks more natural to me overall out of the two televisions. Before we take a look at sports, I just wanted to explain something to you guys real quick. These TVs are powered by the Google operating system, which works very well. But whenever you're doing demos like I do, you can't override the operating system that's built into the televisions to put it in different picture profiles. Whatever signal the TV sees is what it's going to play. So I use Apple TV, and this allows me to basically put the TVs in different modes. So if I'm watching Disney Plus, I can go over here and override the system and force it into HDR or force it into Awol Vision. So if you wonder how I do it, 4K Apple TV. Now let's talk about sports. In sports modes, I think you're going to get a great picture on either of these TVs, but you're going to notice that the QM8K is a lot more flatter. And as I mentioned earlier, the QM7K is going to be a little bit more saturated. And both of these TVs have a motion rate of 480, so it's going to be able to smooth out just about any image that you put on the television. And I think you're going to be happy watching either one. But one of my favorite things about these televisions is both of them are great for gaming. Now TCL has a motion accelerator that can support up to 288 Hertz. And what that's going to do is give you a much smoother gameplay and get rid of all that tearing and smearing that you might see on some other televisions. And loading up the Xbox, both of these TVs will support 4K at 120 Hertz. They will also support 1440p, 1080p at 120 Hertz. And rest assured, both of these TVs will support Awol Vision gaming up to 120 Hertz as well. And you'll love the fact that it will support all the video formats inside of the Xbox and PlayStation. Another thing these TVs have is a Game Master with this gaming bar. In this menu, you're going to be able to see all your frames at the top of it. Plus you'll have aiming settings, magnification, access to the auto low latency, variable refresh rate. And both of these TVs do have a floating game rate. So if you want to play your favorite game and know what frequency is at, these TVs support that as well.
Into 6 right long of a crest, 50, 6 left long, upwards of a crest, 50, flat middle of a long crest.
Sounded sick jump.
Honey, let's make you fly.
So gaming is fun on these televisions, but one thing I do notice is that I kind of like the colors better on the QM7K because it just made the sand look a lot more darker, but the QM8K was much brighter. Now it's TV testing time. So I'm just going to do a few basic TV tests because at this point, I'm pretty sure you already know which TV is the best. But keep in mind that if you was interested how bright these TVs are in all the testing, go watch the main videos because I covered all that kind of stuff. With that being said, let's talk about upscaling. When I was looking back on this footage, I just realized that these TVs upscale identically because they pretty much have the same processor and all that good stuff in it. But the thing is that you can notice is the difference in the colors between the two televisions. In my opinion, the QM8K just looks more natural and more realistic than the Q7K, even though both of these TVs have great pictures. You might like that warmer look on it, but looking at this skin tone test, I still like the fact that the QM8K more of a pure color, where the QM7K has more of that warm look. But both these TVs are really great and the colors pop, but there is a big difference in the colors of these two televisions. Taking a look at the dirty screen effect on these two televisions, one thing I noticed on the QM7 that I have, on the left hand side, it just seems to have a little bit of dimming in the backlights on one side of it. Not saying this is defective, but that's what it appears to be like for me. In my opinion, these TVs are pretty neutral, but as we get into the grayscale, you can see a little bit of blotchy areas in the center of the screen, but I don't think this is something that you're gonna notice watching everyday content. Keep in mind, this is a test. And if you didn't know this, some of the original mini LED TVs were known to have a lot of blooming on them, where you see these glowing edges around logos. But I would say both of these TVs are doing a great job controlling the blooming, and that's due to TCL has a technology called Halo Control that really helps out, and you can see it in these demos. Here's a motion test. At the top is a 24 frames per second test, and at the bottom is a 60 frames per second test, and both TVs will perform the same. But keep in mind, the 24 frames is slowed down to give you that more cinematic look, but both TVs are smooth like butter, and you won't have any problems whatsoever getting a great picture on either television. The last thing we're going to do on this video is listen to the audio. Now keep in mind, both of these TVs do have the B&O audio system with the Biosonic equalizing, so they're going to sound pretty good. Now, is it going to be better than a soundbar? In my opinion, I think soundbars sound better because you have an external subwoofer that produces a lot more bass, but here's what they sound like. Put headphones in if you want to get the best experience.
Pros, I don't play by the rules, I switch up the flow. Hey, chill on the weekend, give X's and no. She in love with the kid, I ain't texting her phone.
I think I found my favorite distraction.
Comes to my pros, I don't play by the rules, I switch up the flow. Hey, chill on the weekend, give X's and no. She in love with the kid, I ain't texting her phone.
The last thing I want to mention is viewing angles on these TVs are very similar, but since this has the WHVA panel, it's just going to be slightly better. And when it comes to anti-glare, they're almost the same. So you're going to get really good anti-reflection off both of these TVs. But what do I think about these TVs? In my opinion, the QM8K is definitely improvement over the last year series, and is a step up from the QM7K. Can you justify the difference between the two? That'll be completely up to you. But I did like the colors better. It just looks more natural. And I like the fact this TV has this new zero border design, so it looks a lot more premium overall, and especially if it's sitting in your house. I do like the fact that the QM7K is available in a smaller size, which is 55 inch, and you can get a larger one at 115 inches. So you have a little bit more diversity between the two TVs. But overall, these demos will help you to make the best decision, and I hope it helped you out. That's all I have on this one. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching. And if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and give me a likes on this video if you found it useful, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace. So now let's check out a game just to kind of see how the play is. And I can say once everything loads up, the colors are really nice on it. As we all know, LG is really known for making OLED TVs, but they still make some basic televisions for the average user who don't want to spend that kind of money. So today, we're going to take a look at this TV right here. This is the LG UA77. Now later on in the video, we'll talk about the pricing and the sizes, but this is the 55 inch that I picked up, and it has technology like the A7H generation processor. It also supports HDR10. It has a web OS operating system, and it works with Apple AirPlay, HomeKit, Google Cast, Alexa, and Matter, which is a new format that people are starting to use. So this is going to be one long video. It's going to show you everything you need to know from the time we set it up, and we're going to do some picture tests, audio tests, and you name it. So let's go ahead and get right into it. Personally, I like LG TVs, but I haven't reviewed one in a long time. I think there's so many good brands out there on the market that you can't go wrong with most companies, and we'll see how good this one performs, because I remember I did a review a long time ago on the UR90, and I actually like that television. Now I don't expect much from these TVs. Got the little plastic feet, and here's a closer look at them. And it comes with this little guide right here. And this could be some variances on it, like the UA75 and UA80, UA84, UA85. So that's a few other models that appears on this card. It comes with a few other things here in the package. This includes a basic remote control and the batteries. Here's a closer look at the remote control. One thing I do like about it is that it has all the buttons on it, such as your source button as well as your number pad. And then it has some other buttons down here like your volume, channel, and you have some controls down here as well as your hotkeys if you want to go directly to certain applications. And then we have this styrofoam on top of it, and it has some styrofoam on the side of it too, so it's packed well. Now let's see how heavy this TV is. It's not too bad, not too bad. And I really feel like somebody can set this up by themselves. You probably need to be able to lift about 30, 40 pounds. Let's go and get this box out of here so we can put everything together so we can test it. It appears to be a little bit thicker TV, which is good because when they make TVs so thin, I think you lose audio quality. Plus a lot of those TVs are edge lit, and we'll look at this one as far as the backlights a little bit later on in the video. So this is where the screw holes go into. You can see there's some speakers down here. There's a little press button right here to get through some of the basic menus, turn it off. Another speaker on this side, and over here is where we're going to screw the other feet in. Now one thing about these feet is that since it's not flush, you kind of got to line this up to get to the screw hole, which could be a bad thing. You can see right there, but I'll get it all set up. I finally got this aligned so I can get these screwed in. But quite honestly, it took me a few minutes to get this to work. As you can see, it keeps falling out. All right, so here's the back of the TV. Looks like it's made out of metal, which is good, not plastic. You got this little piece right here, and this is where most of the brains are of the television. And then we have some other different features over here. But one thing I've noticed here, we have attached power cord. I think that's a no-no, but people still use it for whatever reason. There's an attached power cord, and if we look at the inputs, we have 2 USBs. We have 3 HDMIs, and one of them is EER for your soundbar. And at the bottom here, we have your LAN connection as well as an optical output, antenna input. So there's going to be 3 HDMI totals on this television. Now this TV can be mounted on the wall. As you can see, there's some screw holes right there on top and bottom. But this gives you a general idea what the back of this TV looks like. This gives you an idea of the glare in the room. As you can see, there is some glare on here, but it's not as bad as what I've seen on some other TVs. Also, I wanted to let you guys know that this TV does not have a screen protector across the screen. They use these little foam on here to protect the screen, some plastic around the edges, and an energy savings guide here at the bottom. So I'm going to go ahead and get everything all ready to go so we can walk through the setup and get over to the test. I got the TV all set up. The only thing is that those feet are really hard to put on. Other than that, it's pretty simple design. And now we're going to go ahead and get the TV set up so you can see all the steps. Now keep in mind, this is web OS, so ideal to get access to everything. You're going to need to have some kind of Wi-Fi or internet connection to it through Ethernet, and you're going to need to have a web OS account. To set it up, the first thing you want to do is go ahead and choose your language, choose your country, and if you need accessibility features, go ahead and select that, or you can set it up later. You can set up the TV with the ThinQ mobile application, but we're going to use the remote control today on this video. After you connect your Wi-Fi or Ethernet connection, you're going to get terms and conditions. Choose the way you watch, whether it's a cable box, antenna, any type of streaming device. Now enter your zip code, and this can be useful if you're going to use the LG channels. If you're planning on using the TV speakers, you can use the stand or wall mount, and this will adjust the EQ. Next, it'll look for updates, and you'll need to sign into an LG account, explore the world of your LG TV. If you're planning on connecting to your Amazon ecosystem, just go ahead and press here, and then you can walk through the steps and enter your credentials so you can use the remote control to access some different features. Now keep in mind that this remote control doesn't have the voice command, so you'll have to use your mobile device or you can purchase the Magic Remote Control to get access to the voice commands. You'll see this little icon when you pull up certain applications like YouTube to cast your phone over to the television. With that all set up, go ahead and install the applications, and now we're done. The whole setup process took me about 5 minutes. It didn't need any updates, but now we're going to take a look at the WebOS operating system. Some people like it, some people don't, but let's check it out so you can see some of the functionality in this LG UA77. Now, one thing about WebOS, at the top of it on the main screen, you're going to see ads, but you have some cool features like news, sports, gaming. We won't go too far in these. I just want to show you that they are on here. There's an app store, and there's plenty of applications here for entertainment, games, news, lifestyle, education, just kind of give you an idea. Now this operating system, you can see it is not the fastest I've seen. It's kind of a little delay, and you can see it loading up right there, but we just installed the TV. But let's go take a look at some of the things that you might want to know about. Now, as far as the main menu, you do have a picture setting. We'll go over some of this a little bit later in the video. You have advanced mode as well as filmmakers mode, where you can set to automatic, and you can reduce the blue light. And under sound settings, you have all these different custom EQs, which are great if you're using the built-in speakers. But one of my favorite features about LG TVs is that you can use your TV speakers. You can use wired speakers, wireless speakers. You have this option where you can use a Bluetooth speaker as well as the TV speakers, or even an optical output and the TV speakers. Now this TV does have some features like AI Pro sound. You can do AI acoustic tuning. And if you notice that the start feature is grayed out because this is not the Magic Remote Control, you will have to buy that separate to get the Bluetooth connectivity and the microphone built in. Under general, this is where you can scan for channels, you can change your network connection. And here's the pointer options if you get the Magic Remote Control. And one thing I did find a little disappointing, if you go down here to the bottom, this TV has 0.96 gigabytes of internal memory. We're going to be using the Xbox just to check out some of the settings that this TV can do. Under general settings, you can see that the TV will support 4K and 1440p as well as 1080p. I did check, unless you override, this TV will not support 120 Hz. I want to also let you know that this TV will not support Dolby Vision, but it does have some decent features, like it will support auto low latency, and it does have variable refresh rate, which is pretty surprising to me. Now I just loaded up this game, and I will tell you that the speakers on it sounds a little bit more on the teenier side, so you're not going to get that big bass response even out of TV speakers. But this will be great for dialogue and all that type of stuff when you watch the news or anything that has a lot of people talking in it. And just so you know, this TV does have a game bar where you can see the frames, see if the variable refresh rate is on. And the standard, you can choose these different genres of gaming. And as you can see, the black stability changes as you go through these different settings. You do have a darkroom mode, so you can lower the lights on the TV, and you can change the colors on the menu. There's also a gaming optimizer, and this brings you into a larger menu where you can see all the different settings in it. You also have access to all your picture settings, including your gaming contrast and black levels, and you also have an option for your gaming sound. So at least it has some pretty decent features when it comes to gaming. So now let's check out a game just to kind of see how the play is. And I can say, once everything loads up, the colors are really nice on it. And this has to be an IPS panel, and that could be taken away from some of the black levels, but again, watching the game here, everything looks pretty good. Now I notice the skies are not the bluest that you're going to get, but for a basic television, I think you'll have a lot of fun with this TV so far. Now we'll get into some testing in just a minute, Whoa, kind of went too fast there. But we'll get into some tests in a minute so we can really see how it performs. But if you're an LG fan and you can't afford but if you're an LG fan and you just don't really have the money to spend on the OLED, so far this TV don't seem to be too bad, as long as you know that at a few $100s, it's not going to be the best TV performers that you ever get. Now we'll get to some tests in a minute, but I just wanted to pull up my Spears and Muscle disc while we're on the Xbox right now. Take a look at these skin tones. It actually looks better than I thought it was going to look. And I'm assuming that this is an IPS panel because the viewing angle seems to be really good on it. And the fact that everything's more colorful and white, it definitely makes a lot of sense. Now this TV is very easy to get to all the menus. I just press one button on the remote control and now have access to all the settings. So here's that cinema mode. It gives you that nice warm look to it. We have sports mode that increased the brightness. And it does have ISF expert calibration built right in. This is the bright setting. This is the dark setting. And this is vivid, which is going to be extremely bright and not accurate at all. So we'll go ahead and put it back in cinema mode so I can go through a few more tests here. Now we're going to check out some motion, and of course I'm going to use the stock ticketer that I always use, and we're going to try out 24 frames per second to see how it performs. So here's the cinema mode, and again the TV has a really good picture on it, but you know it's always going to have this chalkiness to cinema to give it that cinematic look. But as you can see here, as I switched over to sports mode, everything cleaned up. Now we'll check the clarity settings, and it has true motion cinematic movement. We can turn that off. We can go to natural. See, it smooths up quite a bit. Smooth out the motion here, and user selection allows you to change the judder so you can manually adjust it. So I'm going to give this TV an A+ when it comes to motion. And here's 60 frames per second. As I expected, it's very smooth because this TV is native 60 frames per second. So you won't really have to make too many adjustments unless you're getting that soap opera effect. Then you can go back into the clarity settings and you can lower the judder. Now we're checking out some blooming, and I don't really see a lot of blooming, but I do see the backlights coming in. So you're not going to get a lot of contrast out of this television. But keep in mind, this would be ideal for a garage or your bedroom. This wouldn't be ideal for me to have in my living room, just because if you're watching a movie at night, you're going to see this backlight bleed on the television. Now I'm looking at the camera, and this dirty screen effects actually looks pretty good. I mean, it's pretty uniform. I didn't expect it to be this good, but as you can see over here, there's some little areas in the television, and usually you can tell a lot more as you get into these darker areas, which I can see a little bit more now. But overall, it is not a bad television when it comes to dirty screen effects. Now here's upscaling, and there's not a TV on the market that does a good job at 480p signal, and a lot of people don't even use this signal. The only reason I play it just so I can get an idea of how it performs. And while I'm in here, I will let you know you can change the aspect ratio of the screen. Right now it's at 16:9. You have your original, which is 16:9. You can even crop it in as a 4:3. You have a vertical zoom. And you can see on the screen, you can adjust this by yourself, and you have a 4-way zoom, so you can actually take it from the center and fit any type of signal on this television, which is a pretty cool feature. Now in some cases you will need to use an external device, like I have connected the Apple TV, but sometimes the native applications will not let you use the zoom features. Now back to the upscaling. 720p looks really good on this TV. Everything's smoothed out. There's a little bit of artifacts on it, but it's actually doing a better job. And here we are in 1080p. Absolutely, this is going to look more like 4K. So if you're looking for upscaling, I've showed you some different examples, but 1080p, again, it's going to give you the best picture. And I think you can get by with 720p. And here's an HDR demo, and you can find this on my Tech Steve testing channel. But the thing is that this picture actually is starting to impress me. At first, you know, I was seeing the backlight bleeds and all that kind of stuff. But now when I have a signal on it, I can see that LG is doing a great job reproducing these colors. You're just not going to get those inky black levels, but this picture is definitely presentable for most people. And while I'm in here, I want to show you a feature called Chat Box. You can ask it different questions, and I want to ask you a question about the system. This is a list of different things, so if I want to factory reset it, I can do it here. I can install and delete applications. Let's say I hit delete app. Here's a shortcut to the edit list. As you can see, it went right to all the applications, so there's a little trash can right above it. So it can be very handy to have this particular feature on this television, because it's going to allow you to easily access things that you thought about with the AI built into it. Now I have Disney Plus planned, and right now it's in SDR mode. And as you can see here, the vivid mode is just blowing everything out, so it's unusable. But if we go into standard mode, tones things down just a little bit. We have your basic mode. And if you look at cinema mode, it actually looks really good. It has that more natural look to it, and you can go in there and adjust it any way you want. Then we have sports mode, which is way too bright, and filmmakers mode, again, it has that nice warm look to it. Plus we have the expert brightness, and we have expert darkness. After going through all these settings, you can choose anything you want on a television like this, but I like the expert daytime better because I like a brighter picture, especially in a TV that doesn't have 5,000 nits or anything like that. Now I switched it over to HDR, and the picture looks so much better. I like the vivid a little bit better than I did in SDR. Then we have your standard, basic, cinema home. It just seems a lot more natural looking. And we have filmmakers mode. Now by putting in HDR, I lost the ISF settings, just so you know. But I feel like there's enough settings in here to play around with so you can get a really good picture out of it. Sports may help out with the motion, but I like the fact that the basic and the standard just tones down those greens quite a bit, so it has a little bit more natural picture to me. But I must say that the whites on this television are really good, and the black levels are doing great too. On this video, we went over everything that you need to know about this TV, and trust me, there's plenty more applications and things like that on this television. But now we're going to go over and take a look at the specs and the sizes that you can get this TV in. The first thing I want to show you is the pricing on this television, and we're going to be using bestbuy.com, but you can get it at other sources, and I'll leave a link in the description below. If you click on it, I will get credit, just so you guys know. So by the looks of it here, we get a 43-inch. At the time of this video for $229, but let's go up to the 50-inch, see how much that is. So for a little bit more, $299, you can get the 50-inch. And on this video, I'm using a 55-inch, and this is the one that I got from Best Buy, and this one is $309. If we go to the 65-inch, we're looking at $419. We go to a 75-inch, we're looking at $649, and we're looking at $949 for an 86-inch, which is pretty reasonable for the size of that television. Now, I looked on display specification. I tried to find this TV. Unfortunately, they don't have it on here, so I couldn't figure out which panels use IPS and which panels use VA panel. But the one I have here, I'm pretty sure it is an IPS panel, and that's the 55-inch, just because of the backlights and the viewing angles. This is a direct LED TV, and if we go down here to specifications, like I said earlier, 60 Hertz, and it will support the HDR10 HLG in your standard SDR. Now, if we go over to LG's website, it shows the same sizes. And if we look at the picture processing, same stuff. Going to gaming, 60 Hertz, like I showed you guys, gaming optimizer. And I didn't know this, that it uses HDIG, which is similar to filmmaker mode that you have in movies. HDIG is going to be that way for gaming to give you the best picture quality. A lot of this stuff we went over. And when it comes to the audio, it is a virtual 9.1.2 mix-up. For me, it's sounded a little bit more teeny, so I would definitely get an audio system to go along with it, unless you're just using it to watch news in your kitchen or something like that. And it does support Dolby Atmos as well. Now, if we go down here, connectivity, I did show you 3 HDMIs, and it does use Wi-Fi 5 as well as 2.4 and 5 gigahertz.
And again, that's an ATSC 1.0 TV tuner. And they even tell you that it's made in Mexico. So that's actually some pretty good information. Now, if we look at some features here, again, it uses the A7 8th generation processor. We already went over some of the different entertainment. If we go down here, we already know that it supports Dolby Atmos, and that's going to be through the HDMI on the back of it. It does have HDR10 Pro, and in my opinion, I thought HDR looked really good on it. So whatever they're doing gave you that pop to it. Filmmakers mode, we went over variable refresh rate again, and I didn't realize it will support GeForce Now, which is a cool feature to have. And according to this, all 3 ports support HDMI 2.1. And what that's going to do for you, since it is a 60 Hz television, it's going to allow it to get more video quality from your external sources. So it's going to make everything that you plug into it look good, especially if you have your gaming consoles plugged into it and HDMI 2.1 cables, just better colors. You can do screen mirroring from Apple AirPlay and Google Cast. And again, we already went over these features like the HomeKit and Matter. So I know this was a lot of information. I'm making longer videos because I want you guys to see everything you can see possible when making a buying decision. Now for me, I like this TV, but it does have some things I didn't like about it. I do like the fact that the colors actually pop. I was very impressed with the color reproduction on this television, but I will tell you, you're going to see the backlights. It's just due to the nature of having an IPS panel, no local dimming zones, and that's just what it is. But ideal if you was to put this in your living room, just keep in mind, you're going to have some great colors, but whenever you're watching movies, you may see some gray haze in letterbox styles. So if you don't care to crop off some of the image, then you can go into those screen zooms and fill up the screen to get rid of the letterbox, but you will be cropping the screen. I do like the fact that you can get the Magic remote control, and let's look that up real quick. And looking on Amazon here, you can find generic ones for around $19. LG has them for $32.99. So you can see all you need to do is just buy one of these remote controls. You're going to then connect it to Bluetooth, and then this is going to give you access for using the voice commands for a lot of those features that I showed you on the video. In my opinion, I think this is a okay TV. Now, the problem that I have is that everything works great on it except for those black levels. So ideal is I would put this in my second bedroom, kids room, garage, unless we could together figure out which panels are VA. Because if you get the VA panel, I think that's going to help out with the contrast level, give you that more inky black level, but you will lose the viewing angles in the process. So if you know, please leave a comment below and let me know which panel and which source that you found to find out information. With that being said, that's all I have on this video. Thanks a lot for watching. I'm Tech Steve, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. In the pursuit of showing you guys value TVs, medium TVs, or any high-end TVs, today I'm going to show you something new, and it's called the Frame. Now, what gives Frame its name is that these TVs actually looks like wall art when they were mounted on your wall. And just so you guys know, this is your standard series, but they do make a Pro series. This Frame TV is available in 4 different sizes. Today we're going to be using the 55-inch, but if needed, you can get this TV in a 43, 50, 55, and a 65-inch size. No matter what your scenario is, there's going to be a size for you. So in the box, we have these feet, and they're made out of plastic, but looks like they're pretty heavy duty. And they have this adjustable tab on the back of it, so you can raise the TV up and lower it. And it comes with a few accessories, and we'll go over all that in just a moment. Now inside here, it looks like a box, and this is for mounting on the wall. But on this video, I'm not going to be mounting on the wall. I just want to show you how it performs. And there's another box in here, and it's the Samsung One Connect box. And again, I'll show you that in just a minute. So I'm going to just go ahead and get everything out of the box so we can see all the parts that comes with it, and I'll show you how to put everything together. So here's everything that comes in the box with this Frame television.
So over here we have the wall mount, some instructions, power cable, and this is for the One Connect box. Here's the feet that I showed you earlier, and here's the One Connect box. And this is interesting. This One Connect box is different than the S95F OLED that I unboxed. So let's take a look at the back of this one. Over here we have a power cord input, as well as a USB, TV tuner, fiber optic output, Ethernet connection, and 4 HDMIs. Now keep in mind, all these are HDMI 2.1, and then we have the output that goes over to your television, and that's with that display cable that I showed you earlier. An interesting thing, this one comes with a white controller, and on this one, it's going to have all your basic Samsung features, and this includes your power input. You also have a setting button. This is for the AI features, and these are all the controls in it, plus you have some hotkeys at the bottom. Now this TV is pretty blank on the back of it because of the One Connect box, but we'll take a look at it anyway. First of all, you can mount it on the wall with these brackets, and Samsung also makes a special bracket, and you can mount it right there. Now the One Connect box would generally have this little data cord that slides into the back of the TV, and that goes right here. There we go. And then it goes into the back of this control unit right here. And all you would need to do is just go ahead and plug in your inputs and plug the power cable in, and then you're golden like grams. Oh, I want to show you this too. Now Samsung did send me over this frame piece, and this is so you can put a border around the television. So if you do happen to mount it on the wall, once it goes into its ambient mode, it will look like a picture frame. And the thing is, this is available in different types of styles. For example, you can get this in modern brown, modern task, modern white, and you can get sand gold. If you're fancy, that's the one that you should go with. Now, one thing about a TV like the frame TV, you can see it has that matte finish, and this is good for reflecting glare, so I don't have to necessarily put my curtains up when I film it. And a lot of people are wondering about the One Connect box. Just so you know, it doesn't fit completely below the television, but if you're not going to mount it on a wall, it actually looks pretty cool. Now, if you're wondering about how wide the feet are on the 55-inch model, we're looking at around 36 inches wide and around 2 inches high. And one of the cool things, if you have a small Samsung soundbar like this one, it will fit in between the feet to give you that nice stealthy look. I'm gonna go ahead and pull off all the tape and get it ready to go. And at the end of the video, I'll show you how to set it up. But as soon as I get that done, we'll get right into some testing. Now, first thing we're gonna take a look at is the anti-glare coating. Now, keep in mind, this is a matte finish screen. So what that means is that it's not gonna be like a mirror, but it will pick up some reflection. So I have a studio light turned on, and as I turn it off, you can see how it will bounce off some of the light on it. But if you do have a lot of windows and things like that in your house, I think you'll be fine as far as the glare on it compared to something with a glossy screen on it. Now let's check out the viewing angles. Right now we're in front of the TV, and keep in mind this frame TV is a vertical alignment panel, which a lot of people like. But if you get over to the side, you can lose some of the colors on these type of televisions, but at the same time, it does help out with the contrast, so you get a good picture, especially right in front of it. The frame TV has all the premium features that you would find on TVs like the S95F, and I did make a video to show you the best settings. I'll leave a link in the description below if you want to learn more. But for now, let's go ahead and do all our testing, and at the end of the video, I'll give you a recap on what I think. For all you sports fans out there, with the TV in standard mode, it actually has a good picture. One thing I would point out, it doesn't have the inkiest contrast ratio when it gets into some of these areas. But what I would say is that this TV looks very natural and the colors pop. And I like the white levels because it doesn't look artificial, but the TV is bright and vivid when it comes to sports, and it looks pretty accurate when it comes to the picture levels. Now here's some samples of the TV. We're using some YouTube trailers here, and I can say that it has some, again, good colors on it. You can see a lot of the highlights in it. Again, the backlights is not going to be as dark as it is on some TVs, but considering all of the capabilities of this television, that's something to think about. One thing I will say that the TV is in movie mode, so it's going to give you the most natural picture. But now we're going to take a look at the different picture profiles so you can see how it performs in SDR and HDR. Now I'm going to be using Chiefs of War from Apple TV, and this is the dynamic mode. In fact, I had to turn my camera down, so this TV does get pretty bright. And I'll show you a couple other settings in here. Like this is standard. It still keeps its brightness. We have equal modes made to save you a little bit of energy. We have movie mode that's going to give it that more natural cinematic look. And we have filmmakers mode. Now this TV does have an AI mode. I'm gonna go ahead and toggle it on. And this is AI basically figuring out the best type of picture quality for this television. So if you don't want to think about it, this is a setting that you could use to make everything completely automatic, because it will use the light sensors as well as the content to make the adjustments. Now we're in HDR mode. This is the AI setting. Go and turn that off and look at the different picture profiles. So here we have the movie profile. Here we have the filmmakers mode. We're back on dynamic. Here's standard, equal mode, and back to movie mode. Now keep in mind, these are adjustments from Samsung. There's no changes made, no calibration or anything like that. So those are the different picture profiles for this Samsung Frame TV. Now we're gonna check out some gaming, and keep in mind this TV does support up to 144 Hertz using variable refresh rate, and that's mainly on computers using a high-end graphics card. First, we're checking out the Xbox, and as you can see here, it will support 4K as well as 120 Hertz without changing anything. We'll check out 1440p, and as you can see here, it does support 1440p at 120 Hertz, so it's going to cover all your spectrum of video gaming. As I mentioned earlier, it will support everything except for Dolby Vision gaming, and it does have auto low latency, and it will support variable refresh rate. Another thing you can do, if you press and hold down the play pause button on the remote control, this TV does have a game bar, as you can see here, that's going to give you like your standard mode, aiming points. You can change the aspect ratio, mini map zoom, and you can get this little pop-up here that you can even add surround sound, and you have a dynamic black EQ. Plus you have a gaming picture expert mode. So there's plenty of options for gaming on this Frame television. I just plugged in the PS5, and we're going to get all the same settings, but on PS5, keep in mind, if you want to use 1440p, you need to go down here and test the output. And what it's going to do is go through this whole list, and once you check those off, the PlayStation will support it. Now this is interesting because over here, the PlayStation said the variable refresh range is 48 to 120 Hertz, but over here, it has 48 to 60 Hertz. So I'm not sure exactly what that means. But if we go to 1440p, now we have 120 Hertz capabilities. And when we go to 1080p, we have up to 120 Hertz capabilities. So I'm not sure if this is saying that at 4K, it only supports up to 60 Hertz, but that's what I'm seeing here.
Farther from London than the carriage traveled.
She needed her immunity to mean something. Maybe I was starting to buy into that whole cure business. Maybe I just wanted to do right by her.
Hey, Pete! Headed your way! Did I miss the convoy?
Not yet. I'm still securing a couple inmates.
Man, it feels good seeing the guys who escaped last year going back to the raft.
Real good.
Now we're going to do some tests on this TV, and I just want to show you the contrast at first. And like I said before, it has a great picture on it. It's just not going to be the blackest dark levels that you've seen, but it does perform at a very good level where it's going to give you that nice picture on your wall. And have some vivid colors. Now when it comes to blooming, I would say that this TV is not going to show much at all. That's usually something that you might get on some mini LED models, but for this one, I think when it comes to blooming around the edges, you're going to be just fine, not seeing a lot of halo around different objects that's appearing on the screen, especially when you get those credits at the end of a movie. Now as far as upscaling, Samsung's always did a good job at it. I mean, this is 720p content and it looks like 4K. So the AI processor in this TV is going to give you that more natural look to it. And for 720p content and higher, I think you're going to be just fine. But if you want to get the best out of this TV, 4K is definitely the way to go. And you can get that from paid streaming services like Netflix, Prime Video, Hulu, And you can watch some content on YouTube, but it's usually in demo form. Now we're going to talk about audio, and they have it pretty simplified. You have amplified and you have standard. You can choose TV speakers, receiver, and you can use HDMI EER. Now this TV does have Bluetooth 5.3, and if we go into all the settings, this is where you can get more details such as Q Symphony setup, and this is recommend you get a Samsung soundbar to match up with it. You also have expert mode where you have balance, EQ, there's your EER, and then you have some other features like audio delay, and this TV does support Dolby Atmos output if you want to get that full cinema experience. There's also auto volume, and you can also use a fiber optic and a TV speakers at the exact same time. So there's the options for audio when it comes to this frame TV.
This is a Tech Steve voice audio test to see how good this TV sounds. This is a Tech Steve voice audio test to see how good this TV sounds.
Now first of all, I want to let you guys know this TV is pretty snappy when it comes to the operating system. So as you can see here, it moves very fast. So Samsung did a good job making sure it works well. Now there's a couple things in here. We have profiles. You can add more people in there. We have a search function, and then we have art. This art features allows you to add different pictures to the TV. So whenever using it as a frame on your wall, you can display this different art. Now keep in mind, this service is $4.99 a month, or you can pay around $50 for the year. But it allows you to have these custom artworks from all these different designers, so you can find one that meets your decor. And this frame also has your same features like Copilot, your smart things, as well as a list of Samsung applications. And it also has this game hub that you'll find on most Samsung TVs. You can add a controller to it. Plus, as you can see here, we have some cloud services like Xbox, Luna, GeForce. And these are cloud games you can play directly on the TV without having a console, but you would have to have their premium streaming service to get access to it. On the home screen, this is where you're going to find your applications, and there's a ton of apps in here. Plus we have connected devices, shows everything connected. Plus you can use the Smart Things Hub to get access to your lights and cameras in your home. Plus you have settings that's going to show different picture profiles, and we'll go over that in just a minute, as well as multi-view, and I made a full video about a lot of this before. So that's a quick rundown of the operating system, and so far, man, I'm telling you, it works really well, and there's plenty in here to play around with if you want to look for content. In most cases, if you're okay with commercials, you won't even have to pay for anything. On this video, I went over a lot about what this frame television is all about, and personally, I like it. I wish I could take it home, mount it up, and it would literally be out of the way, put a picture frame on it, and have my family memories on there. But this is for someone who wants simplicity. They don't want to have a big media center in their living room. They want to have a television that they could pretty much put up, forget about it, and it could display art whenever they need it. Now, one thing I want to say is that you don't have to buy art. Samsung does have some pre-built-in ones, but if you want to customize it, that's where you pay for that membership. Now, I will say that it is not the inkiest contrast level, but it's a trade-off between the matte finish and the brightness of it versus having something that's going to be inky. It is not designed to be a full movie TV, even though you do get a pretty good results with movies. Now, a lot of the positive things about this TV, I like the fact that Samsung has this TV where it can support up to 144 hertz for you gamers out there. You have the gaming bar, and I like the fact that this TV, you could have one single cable coming down your wall versus running all the wires up it if you plan on mounting it. So the One Connect box is definitely a pro for me as well. I also like the fact that this TV has this simple to use remote control. The only caveat is that it doesn't have a source button on it. You'll have to go to the main screen, but that's a trade-off, and I wish Samsung would put that back on here, but that's their choice and their decision. So if you guys are looking for something that you can have in your house, kind of put out of the way and be able to have wall art on it, this TV is great for that. Another thing I want to say is that the audio system in this TV is pretty good, but I want to show you what it sounds like with a basic Samsung soundbar, and the soundbar is less than $300, and as you can see, it will improve the sound. But if you want to get the best sound, go take a look at Samsung's Q Symphony ones that allows you to use the TV speakers and the soundbar together. That's all I have on this video, and if you plan on buying a frame TV, if you don't mind, use my links in the description below. That helps me buy more TVs to bring to the channel. So for other people who are asking me to review all these televisions, that helps pay for those newer TVs. With that being said, that's all I have on this one. Thanks all for watching. I'm Tech Steve, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Hey everyone, Tech Steve here. Welcome back to another video. So today we're going to check out this Roku TV that I picked up from Walmart. Now, I was wondering how good this TV is because when you look at the website, a lot of people are buying this television and it has a lot of cool features for the money. So I picked up this Hisense TV for $238 plus tax, and then you can see that it's supporting Roku, 4K capabilities, Dolby Vision, DTS:X sound, 4K upscaler, and it has auto low latency. This TV also supports Apple AirPlay, Apple HomeKit, and Google Home. On this video, we're going to unbox it, take a look at the connections on the back. I'm also going to do some demos on it, setup, everything you need to know so you can see if it's the right decision for you. Let's get into it. Now, cool thing about Roku operating system is that it's very easy to use, and I think a lot of people are going to like that just because if you're looking for simplicity, you can't beat Roku. So in the box, we have some plastic feet. Looks like they screw on, very easy, and we have the Roku remote control. Then we're going to go ahead and pull out the styrofoam and see what's inside. So you do get a quick setup guide, some batteries, power cord, and some screws for the feet. Here's a closer look at the remote control. You have your back, home, navigation, as well as your play, pause, fast forward, and some hotkeys at the bottom. On the side, you're going to find the volume up and down and a mute button. Now I do want to point out here, they do put a piece of cardboard in front of the screen to protect it while it's getting shipped. And just so you know, they do recommend 2 people to lift this, but it's around 35 pounds, so it's not too bad. So on the bottom here, you got a little press button to get through some of the basic settings. You have some speakers, probably only about 10 or 15 watts. And the great thing is the feet right here has this little T shape, so you can't put it in wrong. One thing I want to point out, it doesn't have a center mount, but they're very easy to screw into this little metal bracket here. And then we can look at the back of the TV real quick. And this is a very easy installation. Just put in the screws on each side, good to go. Now, as far as connections on the back of it, you have screw holes so you can mount it to the wall, power cord input, headphone jack, and it has that composite input for older VCRs or gaming consoles. And just in case the TV lock up, you have a reset. We also have one USB right there, 2.0. 3 HDMIs, and this is a HDMI EER, so you can add a soundbar to it. Over here we have a TV tuner, fiber optic output, and it does have an Ethernet connection, plus it has Wi-Fi built in. Everything unboxed, let's talk about the picture quality on this television. Well, for me, I think it actually has a really good picture with the right expectations. One thing that really stands out is the details that this picture has, especially for the price point of it. And the Roku operating system is very easy to use and download applications, all that. But as you can see here, it's looking for something that's basic. I'm gonna say this is a pretty good television, but I would advise you to have the right expectation, especially buying something that's a budget model. Now, even though it is a budget model television, I was pretty impressed with how well it looked on a lot of different content. For example, when I was watching sports on it, it looked fantastic. The brights were great, the colors were popping, and I also want to say that the motion was pretty good on it as well. But one thing I did notice in the menu system is that I couldn't find any motion controls. Maybe I missed it, but I would say that I would think that motion is really handled by the different picture profiles. So if you want to get the best picture, of course, movie settings are the best. But if you're watching a sport event and you don't like the movie setting, you're going to switch it over to something else so it gets a little smoother action on you. In movie mode, I would say that the contrast is pretty impressive. As you can see on this demo, it's pretty dark and detailed. But let me show you some different settings in the television so you can see exactly what it looks like. Now with the TV and SDR, I just want to show you some of the picture settings. If you go over here to the different settings, you can see there's a movie mode right here that gives it that warm look. But you do have standard mode, vivid, which makes it a little bit too bright. And plus you can see the backlights a lot. So movie mode is going to give you that nice warm picture on it. And I will say that this TV is pretty impressive. And you can also customize the picture with the backlights, contrast, sharpness, and there's a game mode if you have it connected to the input. And then we also have expert settings where you can change the gamma, noise reduction, color temperature, color space. In HDR mode, you have this dark mode, which I think looks the best. You have standard mode, kind of washes everything out, and then you have bright. So I'll say dark is good, and you can customize the picture as well, just like you can do the other settings, including the expert modes right here. So Dolby Vision looks good, but I still like the SDR mode on most TVs. But if you're looking for Dolby Vision, you can have some different settings like normal, bright, and dark. So I think dark would probably be the one I would go with. And then you can go and customize it and get the brightness and contrast exactly how you like it. But I think all these different settings on this television looks really good, especially for the price point this TV is, and you have all these different settings. If you plan on buying this TV for movies, you're going to be very impressed with the colors on it, especially the fact that the reds pop on it. You get a lot of shadow details, and you're going to get a picture that actually stands out pretty well. And watching this TV, I just wonder how do they get such great colors out of something at the price points that it is. But it's not perfect. When it comes to dirty screen effects, I did see some blotchy areas on it. And I would say it depends on that picture profile. You might see some gray in the backlights, but again, you got to have realistic expectation when buying a TV like this. But overall, when it has a great signal on it, the TV looks really good. We all seen this glow around the images at the end of a movie whenever your TV is too bright or doesn't have good blooming control. But I'll say this TV does a really good job. I didn't see any kind of glow around the images. Everything looks very intact, and the TV again has great contrast. In my testing, I also think this TV has pretty good upscaling. So I want to put these different pictures side by side so you can take a look at it. And as you can see, even 480p looks decent on it. As we go to 4K, it's going to give you the best resolution. But for old content, I think you're going to be just fine. And it has a pretty good anti-reflection coating on it. So if you plan on putting it in a room with a lot of lights, you will see some reflection, but it's not as bad as other TVs I've seen on the market. When it comes to audio, I'm just going to be completely honest. You need to get a soundbar to go with this television, but you can take a listen, put some headphones on if you want to get the best experience.
This is a Tech Steve voice audio test to see how good this TV sounds for movies.
Now, if you wonder how to set up this television, I'm going to show that in just a moment. But if you are into gaming, let me show you some of the different configurations that this TV has to offer. Now, when it comes to gaming, this TV is kind of different because it doesn't have a gaming bar, but you can see right here that it locked into the gaming mode with the PS5 plugged into it. But the interesting thing is that you can go back in here and you can change it to different picture modes. So instead of having a locked-in gaming setting, again, you can choose your own picture settings to get the best picture out of it, which I kind of like because you're not set up with a particular picture profile just for gaming. Now we're going to take a look at the PS5 settings and see what it's capable of doing. You can see that it does support 4K at 60 frames per second. It does not support 1440p, but it will support auto low latency and HDR settings as far as the gaming. So you're looking at about 13.4 milliseconds, which is pretty decent considering that any TV that's below 30 milliseconds is actually pretty decent. So in my experience, I thought gaming was really good on this television, and I didn't really see any smearing or tearing or anything like that. So if you're a gamer, I think you're going to be just fine. Just keep in mind 60 frames per second will be your max capability. Now for those who stuck around and you just bought this television and you wonder how to set it up, now I'm going to walk you through that process so you can see how many steps it takes to get this TV set up and how to do it. When setting up a Roku TV, make sure you hit the back button on the remote control once so you don't get that screen reader. Then you want to choose your language, choose your country. You want to set it up for home use. And then if you have a wired connection, you want to choose this. But if you have Wi-Fi, go ahead and press on wireless. Once you enter your Wi-Fi credential, it'll then look for software updates. Once the update's complete, you'll get this screen. You can enter your email address, but if you have the Roku application on your phone, you can just activate the QR code and scan it, and it'll connect it directly to your application. But for ease of use, we'll just use the email address. After you enter your email account, you want to go to your email and go ahead and continue from your computer or smartphone and log into your Roku account to activate it. So now I'm on the computer, I'm going to press on activate device, and then it's going to open up my Roku account. As you can see here, it did find the 58-inch, and I can tell it which room I'm going to locate it in. You can customize one at the bottom. Then read the terms and conditions. You can add a payment if you like, if you plan on buying applications. And then it's going to ask you a few questions. Do you have cable or satellite TV? I'll put no. If you want any of these apps installed, you can go ahead and choose those. It will give you this TV lineup so it can download other apps. You can choose a couple of them, hit continue. And you can add these other applications on your TV as well if you want to install. Once you do that, hit continue. They also offer some free trials. If you want to do that, you can go ahead and add those. Otherwise, go down to the bottom, hit continue. And now you can go to your Roku account and your TV should be setting itself up. Now back on the TV, you can see that it's starting to download applications and get the TV ready to go. Once this is completed, you can then start using the application, sign into anything that you like. You can also customize the interface as well. Once that's completed, it's going to look for connected devices. Make sure you have everything plugged in, like your gaming consoles, cable box, as well as your antenna. And then it's going to go through the different inputs and look for the connections. If you don't want to see the inputs on the main screen, you can hide them, but let's go ahead and do this later. And again, that's for all the inputs on the TV. And now we're all done. So this is the Roku operating system. We're not going to spend too much time on here, but here's your home button. If you press the little star on the remote, you can move apps to the top. You can also remove them off the TV. On the side here, we have live TV, and they do have a built-in guide. You can search, and then down here we have settings, and this is where you can reconnect your networks, as well as add more devices like remotes and speakers. You have different themes, and then we have TV settings, and as you can see there, it does support Dolby Vision. We also have audio settings, and here's where you can set up the Apple AirPlay or HomeKit. And then under System, this is where you can connect USB drives to it. You have filmmakers mode where it's automatic, screen mirroring, updates, and then you have advanced settings right there. So there's a lot of different settings in here, and I just want to show you a rough idea of what the Roku operating system looks like. Here's my final thoughts about this Hisense Roku TV. Roku is simple. So with this remote control, anybody can use it. In fact, my mother has Roku on her television because some of the operating systems are just confusing. Now, as far as any type of problems with the TV, I didn't see anything, but I will say that on some different picture profiles, you're not going to get the inkiest black level. Sometimes you will see the backlights. Another thing is I don't see any motion controls, but other than that, I don't really see too many problems with this TV. So believe it or not, I'm going to recommend this to someone who's looking for a television, don't really want to spend a lot of money, and they want to get a pretty good experience. That's all I have on this one. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel and watch my videos so you'll be recommended for the YouTube algorithm. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. If you're building a home theater system, you're probably looking online and at some of the different companies who sell screens such as Amazon, B&H, and some of those guys. Well, I picked up this screen right here. This is a 100-inch cinema screen that's going to be used in the new studio. Now, one thing I like about Awol Vision is that their whole company focuses
strictly on projectors and making the best movie experience with the screens that they develop. So let's go ahead and put this together so you can kind of see the steps that it's going to take to get this all ready to go and mounted on the wall. Let's get into it. All right, so let's get all the straps off. I have put one of these together before, and I'm here to tell you it's going to take a little bit of work, but once it's all done, it's only something that you have to put together one time and then you're good to go. So let's go and get all these straps off. And I like the way the Awol Vision packs this. They basically put these little cardboards on it to make sure that it's protected while it's getting shipped. And just in case my instructions are not good enough, they also put a barcode right here on the box that you can scan and you can see how to put it together their way online. What I like to do is just find the seam where the box comes together and just kind of lift it up and see. Once you get the ends up, then we can get to all the pieces. And remind you, there are a in here. And the way this is set up, it's basically a frame that has all these little pieces in it. And what you're going to do is just lay it out once you get everything out of the packing. And then you can start putting it all together. First of all, we have this interframe, and this is going to build the infrastructure of it. Over here, we have some different pieces that comes with it. We get screwdrivers. We have some wall mount screws. Comes with gloves so you don't get the screen dirty. A hook tool, as well as some more screws, and these springs keeps the screen very stable. Over there we have the brackets that mounted on the wall. This is these rods that you put into the screen to make sure that it actually stays stable. This is a brace that keeps it in the center. And over here we have what you actually see, and that's the frame itself. And then we have the ALR screen right here. So those are all the pieces that goes along with this kit, and it's not for the faint at heart. So what you want to do is take the inner frames and put them together like this. And then you're going to have some screws that you're going to tighten up, and this holds it all together. Instead of using the little screwdriver, I have a drill here with a clutch on it. I'll just go ahead and just use that. And this way it doesn't strip anything out. These are the side pieces, and you can see that they will create this L shape so everything locks in. And with this part, you just slide it into this rail, and you're going to do all four sides and then tighten them down. And for the last part, we want to go ahead and just screw in the centerpiece. It comes with these little M8 screws so you can get it put together, and they're a little more flush. And this, my friends, is the size of a 100-inch screen. And you want to measure from that corner up to this corner, and that's how they configure it because it's a 16:9 aspect ratio. Now what we're going to do is go ahead and lay down the screen so we can start putting it all together. So if you're dealing with the screen, you want to go ahead and put these gloves on so you don't get any fingerprints or smudges. And this reminds me of my buddy Soptofomo with the white gloves on. Oh, this is cool. They actually put it in this nice little felt that you can roll out. And this will keep everything nice and clean, even if you don't have carpet on your floor. Before you lay the screen on, you want to take these tension rods and you're going to slide them through this little piece right here. And just so you know, two of these are shorter than the other two, and they go on the longer side. Once you roll this out, there is a little sign right here that says up. I don't see any markings on the back of the frame here, but we'll go and just kind of lay it down on top of it. And this will get everything ready to go. And that's where these little springs come in handy to start holding the screen. And it comes with this hook tool right here so you can easily pull it. And the way this works is you want to just go ahead and hook it to this corner, and then you want to pull that spring tool until it goes into this little groove right here. And they do recommend you go caddy corner, so you want to go on this side, do the same thing. And what I'm going to do is ahead and put all these springs on, and then I'll show you the next step. And this is what it looks like with all the springs installed all around the edges. And we're almost at the finish line. So it comes with these trim pieces, and you'll notice there's an angle right here on each of them. So you want to go around the screen and you want to go ahead and make sure all these are lined up, and then you're going to screw them in. And take a note here, there is a thread pattern right here that we're going to use to screw it in, and it kind of goes like that. You just go ahead and put your screws in. So I got everything together and expect to spend about 3 hours on this project, but once you get it all together, you're good to go. So this is going to be the theater room that we're going to mount it in, and it's great to have something like this in the studio for future videos. But what I wanted to do is show you what it looks like just on this gray wall that I had painted, and I'm using the Awol Vision Ethereum Max. Now, see here, the projector does have some really nice colors on it. To mount it is very easy. You're just going to take the hardware in the box, and you're going to pre-drill holes, put the anchors in there, and then you just hang it up like a picture frame, and there's some mounts at the bottom. And the biggest thing that you will notice versus putting on the wall is that it's going to be a much brighter, and it's going to have better contrast to it. And one of the things you will notice is that the screen will improve the brightness of the projector as well as the contrast ratio, so you're going to get a much better image than just using a white wall or a gray wall like I have in this room. And far as pricing, the screen I'm using on this video sells for $799 right now on sale, but you can get it in the 120 inch, 132 inch, and if you have $4,000 lying around, you can get the massive 150 inch screen. The last thing I want to mention is whenever you put these screens together, you got to make sure that everything is nice and tight, or you might experience some blurry images in the corners on any type of projector. But I will say all you need to do is just take it apart and make sure that everything is nice and tight, and then reassemble it. Now, it will take a little bit of time, but once you get it right, these projector screens look great. Now, if you guys are interested, I did make a full video on this Ethereum projector. Make sure you go check that out right after this video. And if you guys have any questions, leave that in the comments below. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace. A few weeks ago, I flew to New Jersey, and while I was there, I had to check out some of the local pizza, which was pretty delicious. This video is not about pizza, it's all about checking out Samsung's new headquarters and some of their 2026 model televisions. This is a beautiful building displaying all the Samsung technology, and this includes different screens that you could have in a retail environment. And I got a chance to see how you can set up a cool bedroom and some of their latest kitchen appliances with touchscreens on them. I don't film a lot of computer videos or mobile videos, but I got a chance to see their full lineup, and this includes some of their more basic model cell phones, as well as the Z Fold 7 and some of their other cool mobile devices. And I must say it was a fun trip, and one thing I want to point out here, guys, is that I do these trips so I can find some information so you can actually see what's coming out new. And I want to say that this is not a sponsored video. Samsung and a lot of manufacturers give us first glance to take a look at some of these products so we can tell you guys what it's all about. With that being said, let's talk about OLED. The new 2026 OLEDs will be available in 3 different series, and they will continue their lineup with the S85H, the S90H, and the S95H, which is more of their flagship model. And I was able to get a little bit of footage on some of the models, but keep in mind it was tight lips at the time that I recorded this. To give you some highlights on the S85H OLED that I didn't get a chance to see, this television is available in multiple sizes. It will be available in a 48, 55, 65, 77, and an 83 inch. This TV will be powered by the NQ4 AI 2nd generation processor, and it will support picture profiles such as HDR10, HDR10 Plus, and it will support HLG picture profiles. It'll have a motion acceleration of 120 Hz. It will support variable refresh rate and auto low latency. And of course, it has the 4K AI upscaling, and it has Pantone colors for more accurate representation of the picture image. It's going to have 20 watts of power for the speakers, so I'm pretty sure Samsung wants to push more of their Q Symphony audio system. But with object tracking light, it'll be able to identify different scenes and move the sound around the screen to give you a more immersive feel for TV speakers. For connectivity, this TV will support Wi-Fi 2.5, 5 gigahertz as well as 6 gigahertz, and it does have Bluetooth 5.3, and that's going to be great to get very minimal latency if you decide to hook up headphones to it. And it will have 4 HDMI 2.1 connections, so you can get up to 120 hertz gaming, and it will have 2 USBs and 1 optical output. So if you've been looking at some of the base model Samsung and you want to go to OLED, at least this one has auto connectivity that some of the other models don't have, such as the new mini LED television, and I'll assume the U8000H that will be coming out soon. And as we all know, artificial intelligence is taking over the TV market, and this TV does have the new Vision AI built into it that will adjust the picture, the sound, and you'll be able to see some artists and names of people or in movies whenever you're using the Samsung TV Plus. When it comes to voice command, it will support Bixby and Alexa, and they did mention something about working with Google again, which is something a lot of people have been waiting for. And for you gamers out there, it will support AMD FreeSync as well as G-Sync, and it will have HDMI, which is a standard for gamers to get you the best experience. And check this out, it will also work with the Philips Hue Sync. So now you could have this TV connected to your Hughes lights and have it to move around whenever different action is occurring on the screen. And the last few things to wrap this up, it will have the solar remote control. Now let's talk about the upgraded model, the S90H. Now, one thing about this television, it goes from 120 hertz and now you have up to 165 hertz, and that's going to be great for gamers out there, especially if you have a video card that supports G-Sync or the AMD FreeSync. You'll be able to get the variable refresh rate, auto low latency, the gaming bar, and all of that. Now, moving over to this television, a lot of features that I mentioned on the S85H will be the same. This TV has the NG4 AI 3rd generation processors. As far as the sizes, this TV will be available in the 42, 48, 55, 65, 75. As far as connectivity, this TV will have Wi-Fi 2.4, 5 gigahertz and 6 gigahertz and Bluetooth 5.3. And you'll still get 4 HDMI 2.1 connections, except now it will support up to that 165 hertz. Another thing about this TV, it will have 3 USB-A connections, and it will have an optical output as well as a RS-232C port, so you can connect it to different integrations of panels if you have those type of touchscreens. And this TV does include multi-view, so you could have 2 things running at the same time. I showed examples of this back in the past where you can basically have your cell phone on one side of the screen, watch YouTube on the other side of the screen, or use the inputs like your gaming console. So that's going to be ideal for people who want to multitask with the television. And it will allow screencasting and Apple AirPlay too, but here's the thing. For some reason, they just won't add the Apple HomeKit into it, so you can connect it to your devices and control it with Siri, but who knows, maybe that's something they will consider in the future. The S90H will have a widescreen viewing mode, so if you want to get more of your real estate on the television by putting it in different aspect ratios, this TV will support it. Plus you get the game bar, and you do have HDMI and all the good stuff. All these series will support AMD Premium FreeSync Pro, except for the 42-inch. They actually don't have the Pro in that particular model. Just keep that in mind if you want to have that feature, that you have to go with the 48-inch or a larger model. And of course, it does come with the solar remote control, but that's pretty much the main features of the S90H. Now, seeing this TV live, it did have a great color and some really good reproduction of the black levels, and that's because it is OLED. It also has some great specular highlights, and I'm not sure how bright it is, but it seems to look pretty good. And when I was testing it for uniformity, this TV had a really good solid picture, and it was just a few areas of blotchiness, but overall pretty consistent. And watching movies on it, you're going to get some great reproduction of the picture quality. And to be honest, I just love how OLEDs bring out the details and the picture quality when watching movies. Being that it's an OLED, you're going to see very minimum blooming on it. And I had to test out the 24 frames per second, and overall it was actually doing pretty well. And of course, it's much smoother when we switch over to 60 frames per second, because all TVs do. And I just want to say, no TV's perfect, but this one actually hits the mark. And I know a lot of people have bought the older series, so I think you'll be happy with this newer version as well. Now let's talk about the S95H, which is considered a flagship model, and it does have a lot of changes that we're seeing on this new model. And I would say that this TV has some controversy because it has the matte finish, which is really known to block out the glare. Now, the problem is that a lot of people saying that you're losing some of the black levels in this televisions, and I agree yet disagree. But matte finish is going to be great for people who have a very bright room, but they don't want to have all that glare on their television. The S95H has the NQ4 AI 3rd generation processor. It also has a contrast enhancer to help out that matte screen, and it has a contrast booster to bring in more darker contrast for those people who really want that inky type of look. And it has a upgraded audio system with a 4x2x2 output, so you're going to get more audio out of this television. And again, adding that Q Symphony soundbar is just going to bring your whole experience to life. And just like the other models, this one will have Wi-Fi 2.4, 5 gigahertz and 6 gigahertz. And keep in mind, 6 gigahertz is going to give you the fastest speed possible. So if you're trying to stream any type of 4K content, it's going to give you the best picture by giving you more bits so you can actually stream it much better. And just like the S90H, this one does have 4 HDMI 2.1s that can run up to 165 Hertz. This is going to be ideal for people who want to use PCs on a television and get the very best experience. And it also has 3 USB-A connections, as well as an optical output and that RS-232C port for those nice touchscreen panels for home automation. The software on this television is the Tizen One UI, and it does support the Vision AI companion. And just so you guys know, I did do a review on the S95L from last year, and I thought it looked fantastic. The colors were great, as well as the reproduction and the specular highlights for the QD OLED panel. Now let's talk about the controversy behind this TV, and it's the new frame design. A lot of people may feel that this design is more industrial and it may not match up with their decor like the previous generations. Seeing it live, I do feel that it does have a premium look to it, but some people may not agree with what I'm saying right now. But one thing for sure is that it has some really great color reproduction on it. Now I did do some tests, and this includes blooming, and since it is OLED, it's actually going to pass with flying colors. And at 24 frames per second, it appears to have some decent motion, but keep in mind, I am streaming this online when I did this demo. At 60 frames per second, the TV is going to be much clearer, and you're definitely going to enjoy the black levels, especially if you're the type of person who likes to have a lot of contrast in their image. And when I was at the event, just watching this through some different demos, I find that this TV is going to be one of the televisions that a lot of people are going to enjoy, especially if you're willing to pay the premium price to get all the premium features that this TV has to offer. Now let's take a look at the new Samsung UI interface, because this is something that you're going to use on a daily basis. Here's a new Tizen operating system, and as you can see here, they made some radical changes. So now you have the connected devices here at the top of it, where you can see all your different devices, including SmartThings, Help, as well as Setup. Then we have our settings button where we can get access to our Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. You can go into all settings, and this pulls up the interface that you might be used to on the previous generation. And it's easy to get through all your settings just by going down this list and selecting what you need. But what I really want to talk about is this top part. And Samsung made it a lot more easy friendly to find the Vision AI. Now with the Vision AI, you can ask it questions, and you do have Copilot built in. You can also generate your own wallpapers, and there's live translation to change the language of different content. There's also an AI mode that optimizes the picture and sound. And for the most part, you can actually have a full conversation with it without having to hit the microphone every time you want to use it. Now at the top here, we now have live TV. As you can see right there, you can go watch all of your channels, and this is including Samsung SmartThings application. We also have a game tab, and this allows you to choose any kind of game that you want, and this will allow you to connect it to a controller, and you can use it with Xbox, Luna, GeForce Now, and a few other gaming titles. If we go back to the top, this TV now has the art mode that gives you access to almost 5,000 arts. Now some of it is paid, but you can see whenever you're not using your television, you could have this art to display, And I will tell you, here live, it looks fantastic. And I downloaded some content so you can see what it looks like. So this is going to take the TV to the next level, allowing you to use it on your wall or in a scenario where you can always have something displaying it and make your home look a lot more modern. And if you want access to all the art, you're looking at $5 a month, but you can pay up to $50 a month and you'll save 16%. And that's the current rates as of now. Now back on the top screen, we do have our daily, and this is going to show you like different things like your Samsung things. You can also control like different lighting systems, animal doctors. You can see your Samsung Health. So there's different things in here, again, for your daily life and your lifestyle. I do know in the last Hisense operating system, people couldn't find where the apps are. So Samsung has put this convenient tab here at the top. So now you can see all the applications and you can customize it once you download them. But the whole thing is now it's going to be a lot easier to find applications. At the bottom, you can also look at the settings. You can update them. So you're going to have a lot more easier interface. In my opinion, this update that Samsung did is improvement over the previous generation. I know I went over a lot of information in this video, but this is all the new stuff that's coming out, and hopefully throughout the year, I'll get some of these models so I can actually give you guys more insight. But when you go on trips, you basically have limited time to film things and it's not the proper environment, but I just want to get you guys something out there so you can see what's coming out next. Now, there may be some controversy on the new models not being as good, maybe better. If you guys have any of those kind of comments, make sure you leave that below because it'll be interesting to see what your insights are about these new OLED TVs from Samsung. That's all I have on this video. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next video. Peace. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we have the Sony Bravia 2. This is a TV that I've been waiting on for a very long time to be able to show you guys, because at the end of the day, a lot of people are really looking for a lot of specs like 144 Hz, HDMI 2.1, and I'm here to tell you that this TV has none of that. But one thing I can tell you for sure is that Sony's color science is some of the best on the market and their processing is insane. Let's go and get this TV out of the box so we can take a closer look at it. And I'll tell you that this TV has a lot of great features. As I can see right here, it does Google Cast, Apple AirPlay, Apple HomeKit, and it has what they call 4K reality. And that's something that's been around for Sony for a very long period of time. Now this TV does come with these 2 feet made out of plastic. And it has this little cool instruction guide all rolled up with all the stuff inside of it, which includes an instruction book, power cord, remote control with the batteries. And it's a standard remote control that has, you know, your basic feature, input, channels, Google voice command, and some hotkeys at the bottom. So this is a pretty basic remote control from Sony. Now on top of this TV, we had this nice little cardboard piece to make sure that the TV is in good shape whenever you get it. And then we have this styrofoam, and we can access the TV right below this. Once you get the straps off the TV, you can lift the box off of the base unit. And as you can see, we have these little plastic pieces on both sides of it. There's also another one in the front of it, and it does have this cardboard on the front of the TV as well. Here's the bottom of the TV, and there's an oval speaker on each side. It's probably around 10 to 15 watts per side. And this is where the feet go in. And keep in mind, there's some screws on the back of it. In the center, there's a press button, and that'll allow you to turn the TV off and change the inputs. And here's the other side. Just to let you know, there's like this tunnel. So you want to make sure that's on the bottom, and then you want to slide the foot in just like that. And last step, we're just going to take these screws that's included in the box, and we're going to go ahead and screw this in. And then all you need to do is go ahead and put the screws in on the other side, and we're all set. So here's the back of the TV, and it has a little bit different design than I've seen before. The top of it has this metal chassis, and down here it's got that signature Sony checkerboard look for it. Over here is where we're going to plug in the power cord, and I like the fact that this TV has a removable power cord. There's some screw holes right here so you can easily mount it on the wall, and over here we have all your inputs. Here's the connections on the back of the TV, and that consists of 2 USB 2.0s, and I'm surprised it doesn't have a 3.0. We also have a optical output, 4 HDMIs, and input number 3 is for EER for running up to your soundbar. You also have an Ethernet connection, RS-232 port, our sensor input, and this one does have your standard ATSC TV tuner, not the 3.0 version.
And I want to show you the distance on the feet on the 65-inch version, and you need about 47 inches. Now, if you want to add a soundbar on this television, this is going to be roughly about 2.5 inches, and it's not adjustable. When you first get this TV, you will notice there's some cardboard here on the front of it, and we're going to take that off, and below it, there's some tape on there, but not much at all. So just going to pull these little ends off. I've already did the bottom, and note, this is a plastic material on this side. To make sure the TV doesn't get scratched. Little rubber pieces around the corner of the screen, so they're really trying to protect the televisions when it gets shipped. And here's another look at the design. As you can see, the feet sticks out a little bit from the front of the television. There's a Sony logo in the corner of it, and this TV is a little bit thicker because it uses direct backlights. The Bravia 2 is available from a 43-inch all the way up to a 75-inch. And looking at the viewing angles, it looks like this TV uses a IPS panel and not a VA panel, just because I can see the TV off axis. And this TV does have some decent anti-reflection, as you can see right here. And even with all the lights on in the room, I could barely see myself in the reflection. So that gives you an idea how this TV performs as far as glare. Here's a couple of highlights from the review video that I'm working on, but I want to show you the picture quality on this television. And one thing that I can tell you for sure is that this TV has an amazing picture when it comes to colors, but I can definitely see the backlight, especially when you get off angles. So just be aware of that this is not the inkiest television, and mainly because it doesn't have mini LED or local dimming zones. Now, for you gamers out there, I did check the input lag, and I was getting around 9.3 milliseconds, which is pretty good for a television. And I want to show you the settings in some of the gaming consoles as well. And just so you know, this TV does have a game bar in it. It's not as advanced as some of the other TVs that I've seen, but you do have blur reduction, black equalization, a crosshair that you can have in the center of the screen. And this is nice to have, but I wish it was more advanced like the higher end models. So here we are in the PS5, and keep in mind this TV has automatic tone mapping when it comes to the PlayStation, so it's going to set up all the colors for you automatic. This is a 60 Hz television, so as you can see here, it will support 4K, but keep in mind it doesn't support variable refresh rate, but it will support HDR, and that's for the 1080p signal as well. And also want to point out that this TV does not support 1440p when it comes to the PS5. Now we're inside the Xbox, and you can see that it does support 4K. Under TV details, you can see that it only supports 60 Hz, and it does not support Dolby Vision gaming. Under the video modes, you can see that it does support the auto low latency, but it doesn't support variable refresh rate, and it does support HDR10 and HDR. Now this is not recommended, but I'm just going to see if we can get 1440 out of this TV by overriding the HDMI settings. And after overriding the system, it will support 1440p at 60 Hz, but let's try to see if it'll do 120. And even though this is a 60 Hz television on the Xbox, if you override it, we're able to get 120 Hz, but what do we lose? By doing this, you're going to lose all the Xbox settings, such as the auto low latency, as well as the HDR settings.
Just keep at bay.
So when you're setting this TV up, make sure you have your antenna plugged in, your gaming console, cable box, whatever you have. But here's the starting menu. And I can say that this TV does have a lot of different languages built right into it, so you can pretty much select any kind of menu that you want. Once you choose your language, go ahead and choose your region. And as you can see here, there's all type of regions built in here as well. So Sony's really setting this up for just about anyone to use. If you don't want to hook your TV up to Wi-Fi, you just want to use antenna and inputs, you can set this up as a basic television, but we're going to set it up as a Google TV. Now, normally I scan the Google Home app, which you can see right here. All you need to do is just scan it on the phone, and then you can log right in from the app.
but for most people, we're going to just use the remote control instead. The first thing you want to do is find your Wi-Fi and enter the password. Now I'm using the 2.4 gigahertz, but you can use the 2.5 if you're close to your router because it will provide better speeds. Once it connects to Wi-Fi, just go ahead and enter your Gmail account, and keep in mind you can create an account here at the bottom if you don't have one. Now you want to read through all the terms and conditions and hit accept if you're okay with everything, and also read through these Google services as well. If you have any of these applications that you want the TV to pre-install, just select the ones that you want, and then you can hit confirm. Once all that's done, we're going to now enter all the information for the Sony experience. First of all, you have some license agreements. Make sure you read through everything, and you have some privacy policies. Now, if you want to have control of the television, you can if you want to save energy, I recommend you choose one of these power savings, but I'm going to turn it off for this particular demo. And you can also set up the voice recognition for the Google voice commands. Now, one thing about the Sony TVs, you have to put a parental control on it, which I find to be very odd, but I'll just put in 4 ones just so I know later on. Now, if you have an antenna plugged in, you can go ahead and do the setup. Next, it'll scan for channels. And just so you know where my studio is located, I don't have access to outside channels. Now, if you have other devices plugged in, you can go ahead and configure it. I'm going to go ahead and set up the PlayStation, hit done, and it'll automatically configure it. Now, this is my selector box where I have some other devices plugged into it, so we're not going to configure that. And then you want to go ahead and hit press finish. In the soundbar, you can set the TV up for top table stand or wall mount, and it'll adjust the speakers for you. And just note here, you can use your Google account to register a TV, but this is a demo unit, so we're going to move on. Just so you know, this TV does support Apple AirPlay and HomeKit, and you can also set this TV up to interact with you, so I'll just accept everything. Like I said earlier, this is a demo TV. Make sure you select the different formats that works for you. Now, Sony has their own TV service, and it's called Sony Picture Core. The great thing is you get 5 free movies to use for up to 12 months. Sony also has a mobile application where you can control the television, you can scan that barcode, and you can download the application. And it does have accessibility features as well. Once you get everything in, the TV is now done. Now, another thing about this TV is that you can add your own Google Photos to it. You can create multiple picture profiles, and it does have a kid feature for safe content. Here's a Google interface, and it takes a second to load up, but overall, once it loads up, it's pretty quick. As you can see right here, you also have access to live TV, and if you get channels in your area, this is where they will show up. Plus you have Google TV Free Play, where you can watch streaming content if it's hooked up to Wi-Fi. This TV also supports the Google App Store, where you can download all types of content, and this is where you'll find the Sony Picture Core, as well as My Bravia. And if you have a PS4 or PS5, you also can do PS Remote Play, where you can play it through the television, and you can hook up a Bluetooth controller to the TV as well. You also have features like the Eco Dash, TV controls for smart speakers. You can set up timers and clocks, and there's a media player built right in. And as far as some other features, we have a screensaver built in, and this is called ambient mode, so you always have something on the screen whenever you're not using the television. And you have different options at the bottom. And there's some other features that you can go directly to as far as your inputs, your picture, Wi-Fi, accessibility, and Bluetooth. Now, under channels and inputs, this is where you can set up all your devices. You can also control your CEC, so it can power your TV off and on with your gaming consoles. And this is a feature you should be aware of, and it's called HDMI signal format. Let's say, for example, you would hook a gaming console up to input 1. If it's on standard format, it's not going to give you the 4K capability, so you'll manually have to go over here and adjust it. But I will tell you, most gaming consoles will switch automatically. Just something I want you to know. And it does have plenty of picture settings, and we'll go over that on the main review. You can also change the aspect ratio of the screen. But just note here, sometimes this is only adjustable external sources. And this TV does have some different surround sound settings built right into it, including an EQ, and it's powered by the Android 12 operating system. For our storage, we're looking at 7.9 gigabytes, which is not a lot, but it's enough for most applications. And under power and energy, this is important because if you use a cable box or something like that, you want to switch this over to last input used so the TV doesn't always go back to the home screen automatically. If you have an Android device, you can connect to the television and cast your screen. You have parental control. You can also turn off the LED on front of the TV if you like. Here's the Apple AirPlay and HomeKit settings. And this remote control is ran by Bluetooth, and that's how you get the voice command. And the great thing is that it connected automatically. And if you need to, this is where you could connect different devices such as headphones or external controller for that PS gaming. At this point in time, I don't want to give you my true opinion on this television because there's a little bit more testing that I want to do. But let's be honest, $650, $699. This TV doesn't have a lot of features that some TVs close to it does have. For example, this is a 60 hertz television. For $100 more, you can get a 144 hertz television. This TV doesn't have a full game bar. It doesn't support AMD FreeSync. So there's a lot more out there on the market. So I'm still kind of wondering what I really think and what place this TV has in the marketplace. One thing I'll say for sure, if you watch a lot of movies, this TV does have a great picture, but it comes at a cost of not having inky black levels like you would get on a television with mini LED. But don't hold my feet to the fire. I'm working on the full review so I can really get a chance to go over everything this TV has to offer. And it might be the right TV for you, especially if you're a Sony fan. That's all I have on this one. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. I know you're probably looking for another TV videos, but we have done just about every TV on the market this year in 2025. So it's time for the rest of the year to show you some other products that I'm still interested in, but I just didn't take the time to film. So today we're going to take a look at this speaker right here. This is the party speaker. If you like bass response and you want to have a product that you can take to all the parties and the get-togethers, then this is a speaker that we should all check out. What we're talking about here is the Sony Ultra 7. Now, I'm not telling you to go back in time and look at my old videos, but when I first started this channel, I did Amazon devices, Google devices, and I did a lot of headphone videos. Plus, we did some Bluetooth speakers as well. Because at the end of the day, if you go to the pool and you want to have a cool get-together, those who have the loudest speaker wins in the audio world. Now, it does come with this basic instruction books with a barcode so you can download the application. And check this out. That's a heavy-duty power cord. And believe it or not, this has been in my storage since the beginning of the year, but I decided to wait until I had time to show this to you guys. Now let's do the big reveal. Wow. Look at this thing. Don't sit there and tell me that this is not the speaker that you want to take to the next party that you go to when someone has a basic audio system. Now, one thing about the speaker, it can get wet because it is IP67 water resistant. And this is a sealed cabinet here. When you open it up, you have plenty of controls like your light, your key controls, echoes. You have input so you can plug a guitar into it. Plus we have that big power supply, and we do have a USB connection. If you don't want to use Bluetooth, you can run in a regular audio connection right there. And on the front of it, we do have this power button so you can turn it off and on. We have a Bluetooth so you can connect it to your device, play pause, and you have your volume up and down. Now this right here is a little press button for some bass increase whenever you want to make the party go boom. Now I'm surprised it's been in storage for a while that the battery still lasts, so that gives you some indication. But check this out. You have these LED lights that goes around the woofers here on the side, and you have them on this side as well. Now I'm not trying to make this a long video, so what I want to do is just tell you a little bit about it, and then we'll do some demos. But keep in mind, these are demos, so you're not going to get the actual sound of what I hear, but it gives you a rough idea. Now to connect this is pretty easy. Traditionally, you would think just connect it to your Bluetooth and go on with your life, but this series of speaker has EQs. There's also controls for the lights. So what you need to do, if this has been in storage, you want to download the older Sony Music Center application. Through that application with Bluetooth and everything, you can update it. Once it's updated,
install the application and then use the new Sony Connect app. And newer users may not have to worry about that, but I had to do it on this one. Now that application is compatible with iOS and Android, so just keep that in mind. Do this process that I'm about to show you if you get these speakers and want to get the best out of them. Now, if you have a updated model, you want to use the Sony Connect app. Just go ahead and open it up after you download it. It should find the speaker automatically when it's in pairing mode, and go ahead and press on select. And then it'll start connecting to the Bluetooth automatically. Once it finds it, just go ahead and press OK and hit save. Now here's the interface for the application. You can see the name of the speaker. You can see that it's connected to the Galaxy S22, and you can add a second device and play them simultaneously, which is a great feature. If you go down a little bit farther, you can change tracks on different content. You also have a DJ control where there's some different features inside of here to customize the EQ and a little bit more. Next, we have party lights. When you press on that, you can then choose the different colors of the light just by moving this circle around and finding one that works for you. And this speaker does have a karaoke feature. And what you would need to do is plug a microphone into the back of it, and then you can use it for singing. In addition to that, it has different sound effects here at the bottom once everything is in there. And then we have device settings. Inside of here, we have sound quality and volume, and it has different sound effects that you can customize right inside of this menu. We have function and connection, and this is basically showing all the devices that are connected to it. You have party now, and this is going to control the DJ controls, your party lights or karaoke. You have power and battery. And this allows you to control the amount of power that's coming out of the speaker, especially if it's not plugged in. And then we have system down here that shows you the version. And then we have these different lighting modes that you can choose how the lights look if you don't want to use any of the built-in presets like the DJ control. So that's a quick look of the application. And the great thing is that you can make this speaker do just about anything that you like. As you can see here, it's very easy to set up and get everything up and running. Now I'm going to let you hear some audio demos so you can see how well it performs. And I'm going to say this is the Bluetooth speaker that you're going to love.
I see world on fire. I see fire burning the source. I see people.
So in my opinion, after listening to demos and playing it here in the studio, this speaker sounds fantastic. It's loud, it's crisp, it's clear. It's got the cool lights on it. And one of the things about this speaker is on the front of it, it actually has 4 drivers. There's 2 here in the center and there's a tweeter on each side. And they use a technology called X balance. They're square speakers instead of round speakers. And according to Sony, this is going to give you better bass response. Now, as far as battery life, you're going to get maximum 30 hours of use, which is pretty good for most applications. Plus you can plug it in the wall and still play it. And one cool thing about this speaker is that you can connect 100 of them together. So $450 times 100, you can do the math if you want to create this ultimate party situation. Now the Ultra series is part of a whole series, and I want to show you this. If you don't want to go this high, they also have this one. This is called the Ultra Field 1, but they have a whole series to get up to the 7 that I'm showing you. And if you guys want a video on that, just let me know. And they have headphones that goes along with this series. And the cool thing about these headphones is they will connect to the Amazon system and Google systems to do voice command. Plus they have the 360-degree spatial sound. So if you guys like these type of videos and you're interested, I want you to know that I'm trying to switch things up and show you other products, but TVs will always be the main source on this channel. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Back in 2006, Dell acquired Alienware, who made some of the great computers, such as the Alien 51 that a lot of people like. Well, in my case, I was a PC builder.
And you'll need some type of splitter.
But now I actually moved to Mac just because of the editing. But I still like Alienware and Dell's monitors. So today, we're going to take a look at this monitor right here. This is the Alienware AW2725DM, and I think this is a perfect add-on monitor to my Mac Studio so I can have 3 monitors running at the same time. This is a 27-inch 2K monitor, not 4K, but it does have an IPS panel, which is great for viewing. On this video, we're going to unbox it and do some tests on it, but I will tell you guys, I'm not a gamer. So sit back and relax, and let's get started. So here's the back of the box, and you can see that it will support up to 180 Hertz. We're talking about 1 millisecond of input lag. Now I know this monitor is not going to be great for HDR, even though it says HDR 400 on the box. It also has the adaptive sync. It will support AMD FreeSync and GeForce video card, so you can get variable refresh rate. All right, let's go and get this opened up and see what kind of goodies we get inside. All right, it comes with a lot of pieces in here. Let's go and get everything out so we can take a closer look. One thing I like is that it comes with all the cables that you need. And I must say they packed this monitor very well. And it looks like it has, you know, all the environmental free type of packing on here, which is good. Let's get this little monitor out. Easy opening, easy closing. It comes with everything you need in the box, such as an HDMI cable, a 1.4 display port cable, and it has that USB so you can plug this in and actually use it to charge up your phone through the extra USBs on the bottom of it. It doesn't have much paperwork, but it does come with this Alienware sticker, which is pretty cool. And of course, the base and the monitor, which we'll take a look at in just a minute, but we need to start assembling it. And I like the fact that these monitors don't require screws anymore. All you need to do is just go ahead and snap it together, and then you just screw this little piece on, and now the stand is put together. Since I already have this apart, you do have your standard VESA mount right there, so you can put it on the wall. And then it has some connections right here on the bottom of it. And I like the fact that it has the power supply built in. There's 2 HDMIs, there's your display port, and that's that USB. And there's 2 more USBs here on the bottom. You have this little joystick right here to get through the menu system. And when I was checking this out at Best Buy, I would say that this monitor has everything I need. And here's the thing, I'm not trying to promote Best Buy, but these are normally selling for $269. So when said and done, I was able to pick up 2 of these for $450, and I have the Best Buy warranty, so they're going to be protected for the next year. Now from the top camera, you can see the ergonomics of it, and it will turn from side to side so you can find the best viewing angle. Plus you can angle it back and forth. And personally, I really like these ergonomics, and I like the fact that this is blue in color. And since I use an Apple Studio for my main display, the stand is not adjustable, so I can move this up and down so I can match the height of that monitor. With that being said, let's get everything plugged in and see what it looks like. Before I show you some testing, let's take a look at everything that's plugged into the back. I'm going to be using a PS5. Here's the monitor, and over here we have a gaming PC with the RTX 5060 graphics card. So on the PlayStation, we just have the HDMI plugged in right here. I have the USB plugged into the back of the PC as well as a display port. And on the back of the Alienware, we have a power cord, a HDMI display port, and the USB. And that's so we can check out the power connections on the bottom of it and see what it's compatible with. Now, when you first get this monitor, you need to set it up. So there's a few screens that you need to be aware of. Now on the first screen, we can choose our different languages, and then you're going to press the center button. And you can also enable USB charging, as you can see right there. Now when you press this button, you do have what they call Alien Vision. And we have Vision 1 that shows a little bit of box around the background, and you get a crosshair. If you go to Vision 2, it actually shows a heat map. And when you go to Vision 3, it shows another crosshair, but you don't have that blurry background around it. And this is for gamers out there who wants to get the most accurate targets whenever using this monitor. And there's a lot of settings in here, such as game, brightness, input, display, picture-in-picture. You can go to the menu and personalize it, as well as some others and more information. In other words, this monitor is fully loaded with every setting that you could think about, even though it's not full 4K resolution, which is okay for gamers out there. Now let's do some basic testing so you can see how this monitor actually performs. The first thing we need to do is just go right here into the settings, and you can see that it is supporting 1440p. Also, if you go down to advanced display, you can see right now I have it set up at 60 frames per second. Now if I go back to display, there's also options for HDR, as you can see right there. So let's go ahead and do a test here. I'm going to pull up a video and we can take a look at what the HDR will do with this monitor, and this will be applicable to games as well. So here we have the TechSteve testing channel, and as you see here, the resolution is showing 4K, and as I drop down, you can go to these different resolutions. But watch this. If I go into the monitor here and turn on the HDR, the screen will go dark for a moment as it resets. Now once it resets, I can minimize this, and you can see that it shows 4K still. If I refresh the screen, now it's showing HDR. And if we look at the resolution, as you can see here, everything is HDR. So if you want to watch HDR content on this monitor, you can do it. And it's going to be great for most people because 400 nits is not the brightest, but it is a way you can view the content. Now let's check out the frame rate on this monitor. So right now it's at 60 Hertz. And if I pull up this test UFO version, that's what 60 Hertz looks like. At that top line, it's going to be a lot smoother. As you go down, you can see it gets a little bit more rocky. But now we're going to try out the 180 Hertz, but look how much more smoother this is in comparison. And this is a huge improvement for gamers because using a higher refresh rate is going to make your game a lot more smoother. You're not going to get that tearing and smearing that you would get on 60 Hertz monitors. So ideal, even though this is not a 4K monitor, you still can get some great results out of it. Now we're going to switch over to the PS5. Now one thing about this monitor, it doesn't have speakers on it, so we won't be able to hear any sound, but this is all about the screen quality of it. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the test. So right now I'm just testing out the 1440p to see if it can support SDR and HDR. But one of the cool things is whenever I first turned on the PS5, it actually popped up on the screen that it detected a second source, and if I want to switch. So that's a cool feature to have on a monitor because most monitors don't do that. They just do auto select. And this is interesting. Even though this is not a 4K monitor, it is showing some options for 4K. To give you an example of that, it's showing 4K at up to 60 frames per second and HDR supported. If we go over to 1440p, then we get 120 Hertz as well as HDR. And on 1080p, we're getting up to 120 Hertz as well as HDR. So instead of downscaling, this monitor is upscaling to do 4K, and I find that very interesting. And wow, this is amazing. Look at that, 4K, 60 frames per second. And since it's in HDR, you can't control the presets. But what I can do is go back and turn off the HDR, and then we can check out the SDR presets. And it's just toggling this from always on to off. We're still getting 4K, 60 frames per second, but then I can go into these preset modes, and you can do a lot of them like FPS, arts, and right now I'm finding this to be very impressive just for the fact that it can not only do the 1440p, but it's upscaling to that 4K. And there's also features in here like your brightness at 75%, you have your contrast. We go over here, we have dark stabilizer, and you can basically increase the black levels as you can see right there. And basically that's all the settings that are available in this monitor. And keep in mind, when you're using a PS5, according to the presets of the game, it will automatically adjust itself. So some games will be 1440p at 120 Hertz, other games will be 4K at 60 Hertz. And I must say the colors on this monitor are very, very good. Even though we can't hear any sound, look how good these colors are. If you're looking to save a little bit of money and get pretty good performance, the response time on this monitor is going to be everything you need for the average consumer. So in my opinion, if you've been looking for a monitor, I think this one's actually be great for the average person. Now, I'm not going to say it's OLED or anything like that, but from what I'm seeing so far, the fact that it can do 4K at 60 frames per second and is native 2K, I think it's everything I need in my editing studio. So I finally got everything all set up, and this is what it looks like. If you're interested in this monitor, they do make it in different sizes, and I'll leave all those links in the description below. But other than that, just want to show you guys a new add-on for the studio. And I want to also say I appreciate you guys. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Hey everyone, Tech Steve here. Welcome back to the channel. If you're a Sony OLED fan, then you're definitely going to like what I have to show you today. This is the new Bravia 8. Now this is second generation, but what is the main thing that changed over this TV over the last generation?
Is this really the successor to the A95L? Well, the answer, yes.
Last year, I did review the W8 OLED, which is a great television, but this one has a new panel in it, and it's called QD OLED. What is that exactly? QD OLED is short for Quantum Dot Organic Light Emitting Diodes. And to be honest, there's so much technology behind QD OLED that I can make a full video on it. But for now, here's a quick diagram so you can see how the technology actually works. And as a reference, the Bravia 8 was available from a 55 to a 77 inch, and they all was WOLED. And I also want to say that the A95L won the 2024 TV shootout from last year, and it's available from a 55 inch to a 77 inch. And the Bravia 8 uses QD OLED just like the A95L, but it's only available in the 55 and the 65 inch. And Sony has decided to keep the 77 inch A95 and L in play for this year. So I went ahead and got the TV out of the box and got everything mounted. And there's a few things I want to show you about this TV whenever you unbox it. One thing I want to show you that it comes with these metal feet, and you can raise the TV up where I have it now. Or if you unhook it and put it on this next notch, then you can lower the TV if you're not planning on putting a soundbar below it. Another thing about this TV, it does have attached power cord, and there's a cover for this. I'll show it to you in just a minute. And it's easy wall mountable. All you gotta do is take out these pre-threaded screws, and then you can add your own mounting bracket onto this television. Now, as far as audio, it has a speaker here and here on each side, and this appears to be a base port, but I'll check that out when I get to the full review. And if you plan on adding the Sony camera, there's a little box right here. You just take off the cover, and then you can mount the Sony camera to it if you plan on adding that to the television. And here's a remote control that comes with it, and it has these flakes in it, and it's because that this remote is made out of recycled material. But you have your power button, TV button, source button, menu, navigation, as well as your volume, channels, and there's some hotkeys at the bottom. Now, as far as connections, we have two USBs. One of them is 3.0. There's a switch here so you can turn off the mic if you're not going to use the hands-free Google. There's an optical output, but you can double up and use this TV as a center channel with certain Sony soundbars. There's two HDMI 2.0s, two HDMI 2.1s, but keep in mind one of these HDMI 2.1s is used for eARC. So if you have a PlayStation, Xbox, you would have to use one of these ports unless you get a Sony soundbar that will support the 120 Hz pass-through. There's an Ethernet connection, RS-232, and a IR blaster input, plus it has the ATSC 3.0 TV tuner. And here's all the covers that comes with this television so you can cover up all the ports on the back of it. So this one will cover up the screw holes for the feet. If you want to cover up this part, all you need to do is press and hold that, and this little zip tie comes off, and then you just put it in like this. Nice and stealthy. After you install all your cables on the television, there's a little clip here at the bottom, and then you can just take this piece, stick it in like that, and it's gonna be nice and clean. And now it's time to do the screen pull. Now here's the thing about Sony. They normally don't have screen pulls on their television, but the cool thing is this one does have one. Satisfying. Once this TV's set up, one thing I can say is that it has a fantastic picture quality and it's extremely brighter than I expected. And I will tell you on this video, I'm not going to do the full review. I'm still working on that, but I just want to show you a couple of highlights that stands out to me, show you some gaming and how to set it up as a new user. One of the great features about QD OLED is that it has great viewing angles, so you can see it anywhere in your room, you can hang it anywhere you want, and you're going to get a great picture. This TV also has a anti-glare coating on it, but the interesting thing, using a flashlight, you can see this circle, but I turned the flashlight off, and if you can notice, you can see me in the background, but barely. So it's going to be a great TV for lights in the room. Now I mentioned that picture quality earlier, so I'll show you a quick sample of it. If you look at these demos, this TV is absolutely stunning. Not only that you're going to get this bright picture, but you're going to get all the details that you need in a television. The shadow details are great. The colors are vivid and rich, and I think this is going to be a great TV for sports as well as movies, because not only that this TV has a great picture, but it has smooth motion as well. And this is something that Sony's been known for years, their processing. Now I did test this TV out when it comes to input lag, and I want to try out the 60 Hz port first.
And one thing I noticed is that I got around 32.8 milliseconds using a 1080p input lag tester. Next, I want to try out the input lag on the 120 Hz port. Again, this is only a 60 Hz tester, but I was able to get about 34 milliseconds of input lag. Now, I also want to check out the variable refresh rate off and on and some of the other settings, and that's the maximum I could get. Unfortunately, that's the results I can get with the tester that I have, and maybe in the future I'll get a 4K 120 Hz tester if I can find the right one that's at a reasonable price. With that being said, let me show you the settings in the PS5 so you can see what this TV is capable of handling when it comes to gaming. If you press and hold down the menu button on the remote control, you get this game bar. Inside of here, you can change the picture mode to different settings. You can turn the variable refresh rate off and on. You also have a motion reduction, a black EQ, and you can change the screen size. So as you can see there, you can make it custom or you can fill it in. Under your custom settings, you can adjust it to the size that you need, and this is a great option for some people on certain games. There's also a crosshair that you can have there in the center, and you also have different crosshair types. As you can see here, right by the PlayStation logo, that you can change it to different styles, and you can go back here and turn it off. There's also a YouTube quick search, and this allows you to search for games, play different content while you're doing your gaming at the exact same time. Here's the PlayStation, and we're going to check out some of the settings that are available for this TV. Under screen and video, this is where we can find all the settings. So first thing we're going to do is go into the information for connecting to HDMI, and under 4K, it does support variable refresh rate, HDR, and up to 120 Hz gaming in HDR or non-HDR. And it does have the same settings for 1080p. And I do want to point out, it doesn't support 1440p output on the PS5. And when it comes to sound, let's check out and see if it supports the 3D audio. And as you can see here, it will support the stereo sound and the 3D audio. Once you measure your room, it would automatically set everything up for the PS5. Now we switched over to the Xbox. Let's check out some of the TV and display options on this gaming console. Just like the PS5, it will support 4K at 120 Hz. There's no option for 1440p, but we'll try to override that in just a second. I will tell you that all these settings will all do 120 Hz. Under the 4K TV details, you can see that it will support everything, and this includes up to 120 Hz with Dolby Vision gaming, which is a cool feature to have if you want to get the best resolution. Under video modes, again, everything is checked off here, and that's including the auto low latency and the variable refresh rate.
Not bad, Tyler, but you're still gonna lose.
I already won. You just don't get it.
The anthem wins. You didn't say nothing about roads. I'll be waiting for you guys at the garage.
I thought this was supposed to be a friendly race.
This is us being friendly.
Not from washes Rap's cars. This is serious business.
I haven't seen Max this excited since the...
That was a sick jump.
Well, honey, let's make you fly.
The first thing we'll do is choose your language, and you can see here there's quite a bit of languages inside of the television to choose from. Once you choose that, you want to then choose your region. There's two different ways you can set this up. If you set up as Google TV, it will require a Google account as well as Wi-Fi or Ethernet plugged in. If you choose the basic, then you can use the TV tuner built in, and you can use external devices on it. But keep in mind, without Wi-Fi on this TV, you will not be able to get updates. But we'll set up as Google TV. If you have the Google Home application, you can scan your barcode here, or you can press down and use the TV setup instead. Once you enter your Wi-Fi, there is some Bravia terms and conditions if you want to use a Sony TV. Unfortunately, that's not something you can bypass. For the next step, we're going to set up the Google, so you need to go and enter your Gmail account. If you don't have one, you can create an account here or use your own phone or computer to make one. Once you enter that, you want to go and accept the Google terms and conditions, but make sure you read through everything. This will give you a list of the Google services like location, help Google improve. You can turn some of these things off. It's up to you completely. Once you figure out your configuration, go ahead and press on accept. If you want to be able to search across all the applications you install with the voice command, you can hit allow or no thanks. And this will customize the voice commands for your voice, and everyone can make their own under their own profile. Now, if you do have a Google Home device, you can set it up here. Make sure you choose the room that you're going to be using so your Google Voice devices can understand where it's at. And for this part, if you have any of these applications that you want to install, go and check them off, and then go ahead and hit confirm. And you'll get this cool Sony splash that welcomes you to your new television. Now, Sony has their own experience and they want to customize it as well. So you want to press on start to get it going. Now, you can register it using your Google account, but we'll skip it for demo purposes. And again, you can register it later if you like. And there's a switch on the back that I showed you earlier that you can turn off if you don't want to use hands-free Google Voice command. Now, when it comes to power saving mode, I usually leave this off. But if you want the TV to adjust itself, you can go ahead and leave this on. It'll lower the TV's brightness according to the light in your room. If you do have any devices plugged into the HDMI, or you have a TV antenna plugged in, you want to go and set that up. And all you would do is just press on next, hit setup, and go through the steps. Now, keep in mind, this remote control is not programmable. It uses HDMI CEC to control devices, just so you know before you go through that process. Now, it did find a PS5 that I plugged in earlier, and you can see there it says auto config. I'll go ahead and press on next. And for the audio, you can choose if you have it on tabletop or if you wall mount it. And that'll kind of control the EQ. Next, you'll use the remote control to set up the calibration, and then hit start. This will speakers in to where your sweet spot is in your room by using that test. And once it's completed, you can go to your next step. If you do have Apple devices and you want to control the TV with the Apple AirPlay HomeKit, you can set it up here. And this TV has Soundbar interface, so it'll basically customize your viewing experience, but that's something that you can leave on or turn off, but you need to download the application to give it access. Now, this is for accessibility features, and this allows you to make the text larger, turn the TV on, and configure a screen reader if you need it. Sony also has an application called Bravia Connect, and this allows you to control the TV directly from your smart device using the app, but it will ask you if you want to set up your Google Cloud for screensaver, add multiple people, or enable the kid feature. Once all that is set, you can press on go to Google TV, and here's the interface. Now, we're not going to go too far in here, but I will say that this TV is pretty snappy. It's got the XR processor. You do have features like Live TV that uses Google TV Free Play to stream different channels, and your channels on the TV will appear there if you hook up an antenna. Of course, you have the Google App Store. There's tons of applications in here. And again, just going over some of the basic features here. You do have channel inputs, and this is where you would scan for channels. You can manage your inputs, give them all their name. If you have Sony products that can sync to the TV, you have Bravia Sync. As far as the inputs, I do recommend you change them from standard to enhanced, because if you don't do this and you hook up 4K devices, it will not detect them. And most products out there on the market is 4K. Now, input 3, we do have standard, enhanced, and then advanced, and this will enable the variable refresh rate. And since it did detect the PlayStation on input 4, you can see that it automatically triggered it. But keep in mind, if you don't trigger this, then you will not get the VRR in most cases. And here's a quick look at the picture, your audio, ambient mode. These are just settings in the TV to control the viewing experience. And as far as the operating system, it uses Android 12, and it has 17 gigabytes of internal storage. Now, another thing I would recommend is that, again, if you haven't checked these features, make sure you have this auto power saving mode. You can also use it to cast devices. If you get the camera, you can do hand gestures, you can change your region. You have your microphone sensitivity, Apple AirPlay. So that's pretty much all the little adjustments inside of the TV. Plus, you can hook up Bluetooth headphones or speakers to the television as well. Just a couple of things so you know, the last year model did use the LG panels. This year is using the Samsung OLED panel, and I can say that it looks fantastic. Now, Samsung makes great televisions, but the great thing about Sony is that they have all these technologies right here to make sure that you get the Sony experience with this panel. With that being said, I think it's a great looking TV. So far, I'm liking the motion on it. I love the colors on it. And I think it's going to be a great TV if you're in the higher end tiers of buying a television. With that being said, The next video will be a calibration video, so make sure you stick around for that. And as always, thanks all for watching. I'm Tech Steve, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace. Tech Steve here. Welcome back to the channel. Today I want to compare two televisions that you probably want to figure out if you should upgrade or even buy these televisions, because there's some great deals that's coming around the corner very soon. So we're going to take a look at the Hisense U7K, and we're going to plot it up against the Hisense U7N. Let's get into it. When watching movies on these televisions, the biggest thing you will notice is that the U7N has better specular highlights. And that means that in HDR, you're going to see a lot more details in any type of light source that's coming through the television to make it look that much more beautiful. There's no doubt about it. For the price point, both of these TVs have a spectacular picture quality. But one thing I did notice using theater day mode is that the U7K had better shadow details than the U7N, but the U7N had better colors and better highlights. Switching over to sports, I think you're going to get a great experience out of either television, but it's very obvious that the U7N is a much brighter television. And this is going to give you more flexibility with not only the brightness and some adjustments, but you will be able to achieve a much better picture out of the U7N. Now, I always recommend that you use high bitrate content to get the best motion on the television, and you have features like judder and blur reduction. But just using movie mode on these televisions, the U7N slightly edges out the U7K, but just by a small amount with high resolution content. And both TVs will look spectacular in HDR, but keep in mind, I did see better shadow details with factory settings on the U7K. And this is very noticeable. When I pause the scene, you can see that the U7K shows a little bit more detail and the shadows right here. But keep in mind, these are factory settings. Now it's time to do some torture tests on these TVs to see how they really perform. But I want to let you know that I have a full playlist on Hisense televisions, so make sure you go check out some of those videos right after this one if you want to see unboxing, gaming, and more details on the TVs that I review. Let's get into it. The first thing we're going to take a look at is dirty screen effects, and this is basically seeing how uniform the panel is on these different televisions. And one thing I noticed is that the U7K, when it gets into certain gray levels, you will see artifacts on the screen, and the U7N stays pretty uniform. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but is much more uniform than the U7K on the gray levels. Both of these TVs use VA panels, so I think you're going to be fine when it comes to blooming. I didn't see anything that was noticeable, so you're okay when it comes to seeing any type of glow around images. Being that these are vertical alignment panels, I think you're going to get a very good experience in front of them. But if you get off axis, you will see some coloration in both TVs, and it's because they use vertical alignment panels. But keep in mind, if you mount it up high, just make sure that you have it at a great angle for where you sit at the most. As far as glare, both TVs will reject light pretty good, and they will be very similar as far as the performance of rejecting light. When it comes to upscaling 720p content, both of these TVs look fantastic. I don't see any jaggedy edges, and everything looks very smooth on these televisions. And like I always say on these videos, switching over to 4K, which is the native signal, is going to give you the absolute best picture quality if you want to get clarity, great and the best performance. The audio systems in these TVs are fantastic. In my opinion, Hisense has some of the clearest, more bassier audio systems out there for televisions on the market. Now, I did go over all this on those full reviews, so you can go check out those videos right after this one. But for now, here's a sound quality difference of the two TVs, and put headphones on if you want to get the best experience.
Tennessee, while the cold here in Sweden got the best of me.
This is the
Tennessee, while the cold here in Sweden got the best of me.
So in my opinion, I think the U7K has a really good sound, but the U7N is going to be a lot more crisper and it's going to have a little bit better bass response out of the two televisions. Next, let's talk about gaming. Both of these TVs do have a gaming menu where you can see the variable refresh rate, the auto low latency, and they have features like aim mode, frame counter, and they have every setting that you need to make sure you get the best performance. So after reviewing these TVs side by side, I really think that the U7N is definitely worth buying, but the U7K is probably so inexpensive on the market today. I can tell you, in my experience, it's going to be a great TV to own, and you'll be very happy of the deal that you can probably find right now. Now, I would say that the U7K did have better shadow details, but you can't help but think the U7N has better contrast and better colors. The U7N also has that center pedestal that gives it that premium look, and it has a nicer remote control with the silver finish. But that's all I have on this video, and if you haven't already, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Go check out that Hisense playlist, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. Hey everyone, Tech Steve here. Welcome back to the channel. On this video, we're going to talk about this TV right here. This is the Sony Bravia 8 QD OLED television. Now it does come in at $4,000, and a lot of you are probably wondering, how can I justify that? Well, keep in mind, this is a replacement for the last year A95L, which is Sony's flagship model, and it has some cool technology that's going to give you a fantastic picture. After all the tests I ran on it, I'm going to say that this TV is still one of the best ones I've ever reviewed. Let's get into it. One thing about this TV, it has very clean lines on it. The feet are on the sides of it, which you can raise up and down. On the center of it, you will find indicators, plus it has hands-free Google Voice commands. Being that this is a QD OLED, I like the fact that Sony made the TV a little bit thicker so it doesn't feel so fragile whenever you carry it around. And keep in mind, the remote control is made out of recycled material, so Sony's doing their part for nature. And instead of showing you all these cool technologies that Sony has, let's take a look at the picture quality on movies so we can see how well it really performs in a real-time situation. When it comes to movies, this TV is amazing. You're going to get this really dark contrasty black bars on it, watching letterbox movies, and you're going to get this bright, vivid color picture thanks to the high nits rating on this OLED, and I'll show you that later on in the video. But I will tell you that the color reproduction is so accurate, it's going to look exactly how you want it, and this TV has plenty of settings to adjust everything. Out of the box, cinema mode or filmmaker's mode is going to give you the best look to it, and if you want to calibrate this TV, I did make that video as well, so you can check it out if you plan on doing that. I also want to say that this TV is smooth like butter when it comes to motion, and I'll show you that later on in the video when we get to TV testing. In SDR mode, this TV looks amazing. Now, Vivid mode is going to bring in the brightest picture, and I like Vivid mode, but some people tend not to. But if you want to get the best picture and the most accurate picture besides calibration, you definitely want to choose the cinema mode or the professional mode to give you the best results. And I feel that standard modes can be great for watching everyday content. Switching over to HDR10 with the camera on the same settings, you can notice that the TV does get much brighter, and you have a lot of the same picture profiles as you have in the standard mode. But where this TV really shines is on Dolby Vision. This TV is so bright and so accurate. I would say that if you're looking for a TV to watch your favorite TV shows and you're paying for premium content, then Dolby Vision is going to look fantastic on this Sony Bravia 8 second generation. Now, I'm not trying to hype this up. When it comes to watching sports on this television, it's amazing. Now, I'm going to be using YouTube TV, but the great thing about this TV is that it has an ATSC 3.0 TV tuner. So if you're in an area, you can pick up some of the new 4K content right off the air. As far as watching sports on here, one thing I will tell you is that this TV looks very natural. Not only that the motion is smooth, but you can see all the shadow details and the color is going to pop thanks to the OLED technology that this TV has to offer. And based off the history that Sony has done on their televisions, you know that it's going to look great on anything that you play through it, but sports is going to look exceptionally well. That gives you an idea of what this TV is going to look like on movies and sports. But now let's do some TV testing to see how well this TV really can perform. The first thing I'm going to show you is this dirty screen effect. And as you can see here, from side to side, this TV is very uniform. So you're going to get a very smooth picture on all types of content that you watch. Now, I would say that as it gets into the black levels, you then get into where that contrast shows on OLED televisions. And just rest assured, because QD OLED, each pixel are self-lit, you don't have to worry about any type of ghosting or gray screen on the content that you're watching. Another great feature about this TV is when it comes to blooming, I think it's doing a really good job. I mean, I put this TV at the max brightness and you can see a little bit of halo effect around the edges, but consider how QD OLED first started out. This one definitely is using a Sony technology to balance out the picture so you can get that brightness without losing any of the details. And if you're looking for a TV that looks very natural, this may be the one for you. This is a skin tone test that has different types of shades of skin. And as you can see here, everything looks very natural. The background doesn't have any kind of blue effect to it. And it looks very detailed. And this will have effect when you're watching everyday content. And keep in mind, this is in cinema mode. It has that warm look to it. But if we get into some of the other picture profiles, it's going to have a lot more details as far as colors and reproduction of an accurate picture. Earlier on this video, I talked about the motion on this television that was smooth like butter. Well, I wasn't lying. Here's some different tests so you can see how smooth this TV is. In fact, I switched through the different picture profiles and it still looked good on everything that I ran through it. So if you're looking for a smooth picture, this is why you're paying so much more money for this television, is because of Sony's technology. This Bravia 2 does have some motion settings inside of it, but in my opinion, I think leaving it on automatic is going to be your best bet and let the TV decide on its own. But if you need to, you can go in here and you can play around with the different settings just in case you have some really low bit rate content that's just not that smooth. At least you have some different controls to try to smooth out that image to make it that much better. And I want to show you how well this TV upscales. So first of all, 480p content is not that high resolution, but I want to show you how well it can make this TV look good. I would tell you that the logo is still a little bit blurry because of how much resolution is going to this TV, but it's doing a great job on the master part of the picture to clean things up. And as you enhance the resolution on this television, it starts doing a much better job creating a look that looks more like 4K on just about any source that you play. But I would say that 1080p would be the sweet spot if you want to get the best picture quality if you don't have 4K available. Now let's take a look and see how bright this TV actually gets. To check out the brightness on HDR, I went into the picture profiles and I set the brightness to max. And then I went down here at the bottom and put the peak luminance on high. So if you look at the computer over here, I was getting a value of 1563.5 nits on this television. Next, I want to check out Dolby Vision. As you can see here, I have it in HDR Dolby Vision mode. I also have it right here where it's in Dolby Vision Vivid mode. And then if you look down here at the bottom, we do have the peak luminance on high again. And I was still getting a rating of 1563.5. Now, as far as SDR, I have the TV in Vivid mode, which is the brightest setting. I have the brightness at max, and down here at the bottom, I have the peak luminance at high. So if we go over to the laptop, you can see that it's reading 1186.4 brightness. So that's a pretty good amount of nits for SDR ratings. Now I'm going to do an audio demo for you. Keep in mind, this is a recording and I don't have a full mic set up, just to kind of give you an idea But one thing I want to show you in that previous clip is that Sony uses a technology where it uses the screen at certain points to create that 3D sound effect. So that's a unique feature for Sony. Also, on the unboxing video, I talked about the speakers on the back of it, and that port on the back of it does create more bass response. So you're going to get a really good bass response out of this television and an immersive feel without adding a soundbar. But if you do decide to add a soundbar, I do recommend the Sony Bar 9, which is a great soundbar as an add-on, but you would need to add a subwoofer and the rear speakers as separate add-ons if you want to get the full effect to make your cinema experience that much better.
This is a Tech Steve test to see how good this TV sounds.
Comes to my pros, I don't play by the rules, gotta switch up the flow. Hey, chill on the weekend, give X's and no, she in love with the kid, I ain't texting her phone.
So in my opinion, this TV has a great sound, especially the fact it has these speakers on the back of it as well. Now, if we go into the sound settings, I have it set up as automatic, but you can turn the surround sound effects on. And this is going to give you control for creating how wide you want the surround sound effects to be. It also has a feature called voice zoom, and this is going to enhance the dialogue, especially if you add the Bravia 9 to it. It's going to have controls on that as well. It does have a built-in EQ, and you can see all the different settings here. You can adjust the balance, and you do have advanced volume that keeps the volume consistent, and that's going to help out with those annoying commercials. And it has different dynamic range like standard or compressed, and this is ideal for watching late night TV. Just to show you a few of the things you can do, I did plug in a Sony soundbar. Just want to show you some of the settings. First of all, if you do get something like the Bar Theater 9, like I have plugged into it, you can control the voice zoom, so this is going to enhance the dialogue. You also have sound field where you can turn the surround sound off and on. There's a late night mode that compresses the audio. You can control the bass up and down. Now, I don't have the rear speakers plugged in, but if you do, you can control the volume of the rear speakers. And if you go back into audio sound settings, you have some of the same compressions that you have with just the TV speakers. The last thing I want to show you is that this TV does have different ways you can stretch out 4:3 aspect ratio movies. So if you do have a older thoughts is that this TV is not for everyone, but if you're looking for something higher end that's going to perform and give you the best picture quality that I've seen in a long time, this is definitely one to consider. There are cheaper TVs on the market. I get that because I'm a consumer just like you. But for people who like, just the top of the line, the best, definitely this is one to consider. And the fact that the last year model that this replaced is the A95L that won a shootout with all types of brands out there, just something to consider whenever you're looking for a television. So, the only thing I could find that I didn't like about this TV is that it didn't support 1440p. Other than that, it's a really good TV. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace.
Hey everyone, Tech Steve here, and I was thinking the other day, it's been a long time since I've been to a movie theater. The fact is that a lot of us are now adding different types of products and creating our own home theaters, and the cool thing is that you can pause it whenever you need to go get a drink or anything like that. Now today, we're going to take a look at this right here. This is the new Ethereum Max. Now I'm not going to do all the unboxing, but I will tell you, it does come with a power cord. It comes with this cool remote control that I'll show you a little bit more about in a second, an instruction book, and a cleaning cloth. With that being said, let's talk about the performance of it, and you can see if it's the right thing for you and your family. Let's get into it. The first thing we'll talk about is the movie's performance on this Awol Vision Ethereum projector. The first thing I noticed is how natural this projector looks, and it's because this projector can do up to 110% of the Rec 2020 gamma with vivid and lifelike hues. The native contrast is 6001, and I definitely could tell when watching some of these scenes, especially being in letterbox, that the black levels appear to be dark and not have that gray haze to it. And this Ethereum projector also supports true 24 frames per second and 48 frames per second playback, keeping the cinematic cadence exactly how the filmmaker intended. And I find it to be one of the sharpest projectors I've ever reviewed on this channel after taking a look at it, and it's not by coincidence. And the reason is this projector uses sapphire glass with rare earth coatings. And you can see in this diagram the difference in how they coat their lens system versus some of the competitors. And when you're watching movies, this projector has you covered because it supports HDR10, HDR10+, HLG picture profiles, as well as Dolby Vision, and it will support IMAX as well. With that being said, let's take a look at some of the different picture profiles so you can see it for yourself. In your SDR mode, you have features like your Vivid, you have standard mode for casual watching, sports mode, energy savings, PC gaming, theater, and filmmakers mode. But the interesting thing is when I tested this, there's just a slight difference between the theater mode and the filmmakers mode. And switching over to HDR, this is what it looks like in Vivid mode, standard mode, sports mode, energy savings, and there's a HDR gaming mode as well. Plus there's a HDR theater mode, filmmakers mode. And when it's in HDR, you also get an option for IMAX, so you get that full cinema experience, especially with the metadata. And Dolby Vision has formats like your bright mode, your dark mode, and you can customize the picture to your particular likings. And this can come in handy because this projector does have a calibration mode to achieve a customized picture format that you prefer over the other ones. Wow, we got a chance to look at some movies on here, and one thing I can say is that if you're watching this online, you're never going to get the full experience as you would in your home. I do my best to try to record these videos to give you a kind of understanding how well these projectors perform, but this one is pretty amazing. Now let's take a look at sport. And one thing I noticed right off the bat is how smooth the action was. I didn't see any ghosting or trailing on the images, and the color reproduction is some of the best I've ever seen. If you look at the shadow details in the audience and the black levels on the logo below and how punchy the reds and the blues are, you'll get a rough idea how good this projector would be when you're watching your favorite team. And let's take a look at the motion with some demos I filmed, starting with 24 frames per second. According to what I can see, the processor is doing a really good job smoothing out the image even at 24 frames per second to make sure that you're not going to get all that trailing that you do get on some of the less expensive processors. So overall, it looks very smooth. And switching over 60 frames per second, you can notice that the image gets much smoother, so it depends on the content that you're playing. This projector is going to do a great job making sure no matter what you put through it, that it's going to handle it just fine. And I also want to test it with the Spears & Muscles disc, and as you can see, this projector runs content smooth like butter. And as far as upscaling, I think it did a really good job, especially with 480p content, which doesn't have a lot of resolution. But as we switch over to 720p, it definitely does show an improvement, and 1080p is just going to be that much better. Now 4K is going to be the native signal, and it's going to give you the absolutely best picture quality. Next, we're going to talk about gaming, but when it comes to gaming, there's something that you need to do with most products, including this one. Since the 3M Max does use the Google operating system, you have all these options for HDMI. What I'm going to recommend, just set all of these different HDMIs to automatic, that way you don't have to worry about it. And this will make it less confusing whenever you plug something into it, it can automatically detect it. Now, according to Awol Vision, this projector can go all the way down to 1 millisecond of input lag, which is extremely fast. And using the Xbox, it will support 4K at 120 Hz. It also support 1440p at 120 Hz, 1080p at 120 Hz, and 720p at 60 Hz. Now, let me clarify something. Even though this projector and a lot of other projectors will support 4K up to 120 Hz, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will display it. The fact of the matter is that the processor and everything they're using to actually make these projectors will support it, but the limitations of the DLP that actually generates the light and the tricolors only can support 60 frames per second, and that's this one as well. So what that means is that you can get 120 Hertz into it, but it's only going to output 60 Hertz. So if you're wondering if the Ethereum Max will play any of these consoles well, the answer is yes. But now let's take a closer look of the design of it, because I showed y'all this footage, but you haven't got a chance to see it yet. We got to really take a look at how cool this new design is compared to the previous generations of the Awol Vision projectors. On the front of it, you can see that it has all these different angles to it, and it looks really cool. Plus there's an LED light in the front of it. It does have ventilation on the side of it for the cooling system, a power switch with a backlight on it, and it does have a USB that you can plug in your thumb drives. It has a RS-232 serial port so you can run it to your controllers. There's also an AV input so you can connect your old device, another USB, but check this out. It also has a display port and you can use it on your computer to do all your workflows. You can do presentations, and it's very easy to connect to a computer. I just took an adapter that has a USB-C on one end and an HDMI, plugged it directly into my Mac, and then I could get up to 4K resolution using this port on this projector. It also has 3 HDMI 2.1 inputs and one is eARC, so you can run it over to a soundbar. Now of course it does have Wi-Fi built in, but the LAN connection does support up to 1 gig of internet speed, plus there's an optical output. On the bottom of it, there's some screw holes so you can mount it to any stand that you like, including upside down. And with the adjustable screws, it's going to make it easier to line up to your projector screen. And this is the first time I've ever seen this projector actually has a dust cover that you can disable in the menu if you like, but this will keep the lens as clean as possible whenever you're not using it. And of course, it does have the eye protection sensors just in case something gets in the way of it. It'll turn off all the lighting system on it. And it comes with this cool remote control that has all your features such as AI adjustments. You can change your profiles. You also can use the voice remote control, and it has the free TV that connects to the Google interface. And at the bottom, you'll find hotkeys such as YouTube, Netflix, Prime Video, and Disney Plus. And it does have lights on it, but it doesn't show all the buttons on the controller. The last thing I want to do is show you guys some of the features that are in the menu system of this Awol Vision Ethereum Max. As I mentioned earlier, it is powered by Google TV, and I must say that the interface is extremely fast. You can get through all your applications and you won't see any type of lag. It doesn't have a TV tuner, but it does have the Google Live feature where you can stream content for free just by having Wi-Fi connected to it. And with the robust Google App Store, there's plenty of applications, so the chances are is that you'll find an application that you use on your other devices. And this operating system does support Google Gemini, which is a new AI feature, so you can search for different content and you can set up different voice so you can customize it and fine-tune it the way that you like. But the question is, what can it do?
Gemini on Google TV acts as an AI conversational assistant, enhancing your entertainment experience.
Good afternoon and welcome to the news brief.
And you know how you can normally add your family pictures to the Google operating system for slideshows, but now you can generate your own images in AI so you can actually have some cool wall art that displays whenever you're not using the television. The Ethereum Max also has other features in it, such as being able to set up your keystone so you can match it to the screen or the wall that you're using it on. You can also adjust it as far as the different mounting positions. And it has a focusing system so you can get the cleanest and the sharpest corners on your projector screen that you're using. And if you want to get the best results out of this projector, you want to make sure you set up the screen style that you're using so the projector can optimize itself for the cleanest results. And it has other features such as multi-view so you can play your gaming console while doing something else at the same time. It also supports Apple AirPlay and HomeKit so you can set it up to your Apple ecosystem. And being that it's Google, you can still do your screencasting as well. It's running off version 14 operating system. And check this out, it has 114 gigabytes of internal memory so you can store plenty of applications on it. And this Awol Vision Ethereum Max will support 3D movies if you buy the 3D glasses, which are sold separately. The last thing I want to mention is the screen I used on this video is an Awol Vision Cinema ALR screen, and it's 100 inches, but you can get it up to 150 inches. And one of the great things about the Ethereum Max is that it will support up to 200 inches, and you can get that in some other models that Awol has to offer out there. Now, I will say that when it comes to color reproduction, this one actually looks really good, and I was very satisfied with it, but it will require a darker room to be able to get the full experience. But if you have a room with a lot of lights, Awol Vision does offer a daylight screen as well, but when it comes to light in general, the darker the room is, the better the projector looks. So in my experience, I think this is a great projector, especially if you're looking to get a larger screen and if you want to create a movie room at home or just put it in your living room. I think it's going to work out just fine for people who can reach the criteria of having less light in that room. That's all I got on this video. And if you have any questions, make sure you leave it in the description below, and also check out the link below because you can pre-order this projector right now. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next video. Peace.
Hey everyone, Tech Steve here. Welcome back to the channel. On this video, we're going to talk about the picture quality on this TV right here. This is the new 2025 Hisense U8G. And just in case you missed it, on a previous video, I did do a full unboxing on this television showing you everything that it comes with, and we took a look at the design. I also went over the gaming settings as well as the Xbox settings so you can see how well it performs, and I went over the menu system so you can see some of the different controls that this TV has to offer. With that being said, let's see if this is the right television for you and your family, so let's get right into it. So first I'm going to show you some movies on these televisions because that's going to be one of the most important things people are going to use the TV for besides everyday watching sports and regular TV content. This TV has Mini LED Pro as well as QLED quantum dots, and this series of TVs has full array local dimming with up to 5600 zones, and that's going to give you these inky black levels. So what this means is that whenever you're watching movies or any type of content that has a lot of contrast in it, you're going to be able to achieve those dark black levels, unlike some of the TVs that doesn't have this type of technology. Another great feature about the Hisense U8QG is that it supports every format that I could think of on the market that's available for the consumers, and this includes Dolby Vision, Dolby Vision IQ, Dolby Vision Gaming, and a slew of other different type of formats. So what that means to you is that no matter what you play through this television, it's going to be able to match up with the content that you're watching to deliver the very best picture quality. I did make a calibration video on this television, and when I was testing out the brightness, you're going to get between 2900 to 3000 nits, which is plenty of brightness to bring out those specular highlights and get all the details that you need when it comes to reproduction of the image. Now keep in mind that this series of TVs are up to 5000 nits of peak brightness, so that was my findings, and you can get this from a 55-inch all the way up to a massive 100-inch screen. And just in case you're wondering, I want to test out this TV in different picture modes. In SDR, I feel like theater day mode was my likings because it was bright enough for a bright room, but it's going to give you a lot more brightness in the dark time, but you can choose which one you want. But that's the format that I like out of all the ones that are built into the TV. And here's the different picture modes in HDR. And again, for me, I like the HDR theater mode. It's not too bright, but it brings in a lot of natural look to it compared to like Vivid mode or Sports mode or any of the other formats that are in this television. And here's what the TV looks like in Dolby Vision IQ. And I would say for me, I do like the custom settings better because you can increase the brightness and customize it so it's going to look the best for you. But these are just some different settings that Dolby Vision has to offer. Since this TV does have AI built into it, I want to show you some of the different features you can do with it. The first thing you would need to do is just turn it on, and again, AI is just going to pretty much adjust the TV by itself. You can personalize your customization by hitting start here on the menu. And for those who have LG televisions, you might have seen this before. The first thing you would do is find the picture that you like and select the brightness. Then you would select the color temperature that you like. Next, you would select the color effect that you like. And the final step is selecting the clarity. Once you do that, it's going to generate a picture profile for you, and then you can compare it. So that's before, and this is after. And if you like the settings, just apply it. And also
has automatic detection for filmmakers mode and IMAX, and this will find the best picture profile based off the content you're watching. And then you have automatic picture mode. So if you turn this on, the TV is going to adjust everything based off the content that it sees. You also have energy savings mode, but this is going to use the sensors in the TV to control the brightness. So I usually say leave these two features off. You also have automatic volume control, and you have AI voice enhancer. And this is great for those movies where the voice is very weak. It's going to use AI to actually make the TV sound a lot more clearer when it comes to dialogue. Now, if you like watching sports on your television, I can say that this TV has a great picture. Not only that it's bright and vivid, you're going to see all the details and the shadows. And you're going to see that the color reproduction is very good in this television. I also found that just watching sports, the motion seemed to be very smooth, but there's a little caveat here. Using my test disc at 24 frames per second, here's what motion actually looks like in a testing environment, but not necessarily actuality. I went ahead and turned everything off, and we'll start down here at MPEG noise reduction, and we can go through these different levels, and I only see just a very slight improvement. Now we're going to go down to the motion effect, and let's try the film mode. There's clear, which makes it a little bit better, but I can still see some jaggedy edges at the end, and there's your standard. Now if we go back over here to customize, this is the judder control, and generally this cleans everything up. But if I turn the judder up, it makes slight improvement all the way up. It still has the little jaggedy edges. Same thing with blur reduction. Let's turn that up. And again, not necessarily the smoothest image. Now if we go down here to motion clearness, well, medium, high, and keep in mind this does actually make the TV darker, but the second line got smoother. So the motion on this TV wasn't the best I've ever seen, but again, it all depends on the content. There's going to be so many different shows and different applications and streaming devices that you're going to use that can really dictate that. But the good thing is that at least you have some type of control over it. Next, let's talk about the dirty screen effect on this television. So this dirty screen effects is really to show how uniform the TV is from a white scale all the way up to the black scale and everything in between. So if you look right here, you can see that there is a little bit of a netting on this side of the television and the other side, and the center is more solid. So what that means is that this TV is not going to be completely uniformed, and this is only noticeable on certain content, but you won't see it every day. But I just want you to be aware of how this TV does perform on this test. And it does a fairly good job on blooming as well, which is an enemy for mini LED television. Because these TVs have so many local dimming zones and so many different ways to control it, it all depends on what you're watching, but in my experience, the blooming was pretty good. It's not going to be perfect, but it does a good job at making sure that everything stays consistent. Next, we're going to talk about upscaling, and just in case you don't know what that is, it's going to take a low quality signal and try to convert it up to 4K to fill in the TV to give you the maximum picture quality. On 480p, I found that this TV was very clear and very detailed. But keep in mind, if you're watching 4:3 aspect ratio videos, that it will not fill in the screen, because I went into the settings and I tried to adjust all the different picture modes, and it did zoom in just a little bit, but it didn't fill the screen completely. Now, when you go to 720p, it's definitely going to be a lot better, because this is what the TV is meant to upscale. And if you go to 1080p, it's going to be even better. But again, 4K is always the best resolution. And just in case you wonder why you get these black bars on the top and bottom of the TV, it's because movies are filmed in widescreen. But I want to show you what true 4K signal looks like on this television, so you can see how this TV performs even with that type of signal. So that gives you a rough idea of how this TV performs in all these different scenarios, so you can see if it's the best picture quality for what you're looking for. In my opinion, I think it looks pretty good overall, and I'm very happy with it. Now, on the main video, I did talk about the Xbox and the gaming features. On this video, we're going to use the PS5. Now, keep in mind, this TV has some really cool gaming features. First of all, it will support 120 Hz 144 Hz and 165 Hz, and it has a gaming accelerator that can do 288 Hz, and that's going to help out with that smearing and ghosting that you find on some games. So overall, it's going to be a great experience, especially using HDMI 2.1 cables with a gaming console or a PC. The PlayStation is going to show 60 frames per second until you load up a game. And just so you know, this TV will support 1440p on SDR, and I did test HDR and it will work just fine. The PlayStation doesn't support Dolby Vision, but it will support the auto low latency. And just in case you missed it, this is what the game bar looks like. Again, I showed it on the unboxing video. And if you notice in the corner right now, it does say 60 frames per second as soon as I load up this game. And as you can see in the corner now, it shows 119 frames per second. So in other words, the PlayStation will support 120 Hz 4K games. You just have to load up the game for it to work. And the odd thing is, now when I go back into the video signal, now it's showing the variable refresh rate and up to 120 Hz, which is odd. I wish PlayStation just did it automatically. So here's some gaming footage on Dirt 5, and one thing I can definitely tell is that the colors are very saturated, very contrasty. In my opinion, this is gonna be a great television for gaming, and the fact that it supports everything is pretty amazing. Now let's talk about the audio on this TV, and I will say that the audio on it is pretty powerful, and I'll let you hear a demo in just a minute and talk about a little bit more details. But I will tell you that it will support Dolby Atmos, and it's a virtual version of it, DTS:X, and it's virtual, as well as Bluetooth audio, and it does have a headphone jack on the back of it. So the configuration is such: you have 2 speakers on the bottom, 2 speakers on the side, 2 speakers on top, and on the back of it, it has 2 subwoofers. And one thing you'll notice about this TV, it is a little bit thicker, and this is all built up around the audio system to give you a more premium sound. Now keep in mind, I personally think it could be a replacement for a soundbar, but a soundbar with a separate subwoofer will give you a lot more clarity and bass response. But here's what it sounds like.
This is a Tech Steve test to see how good this TV sounds.
My pros, I don't play by the rules, and I switch up the flow. Hey, chill on the weekend, give X's and no. She in love with the kid, I ain't texting the phone.
Now this TV does have a lot of settings in here, like standard, theater, sports, music, speech, late night, game mode, and back to standard. There's also some processing in here. As you can see, it has Dolby Atmos, DTS, Virtual X, or you can turn the sound processing off. And one thing I like about this TV is because it has all these speakers in it, it does have a virtual Dolby Atmos, and it actually has a pretty good sound. Plus, you can enhance the dialogue if necessary. If we go into the advanced feature, you have a built-in equalizer, so you can change all the different frequencies. You also have a wall mount option. You have a separate volume for the subwoofer, which is great, and you can turn it off. Plus you have balance. But one of the features I like is this lip sync feature. Just in case the picture's not matching up with the audio, you can go in here and adjust it to make sure that everything is synced. Now back to the acoustic tuning setup. I'll show you how it works, and basically it uses the microphone and your remote control. You sit in your sweet spot, and then the TV is going to adjust the sound automatically. Overall, I feel like this is a well-balanced television, especially with all the features on it. I will say that there are some things that did stick out to me as far as the motion wasn't as smooth as I like. I would say that it has a little bit more slight blooming than I prefer. But overall, the picture quality is dark, contrasty, colorful, and it has a lot of features, great audio system. So if you've been looking for a new TV, this is one that you might want to consider, especially if you're a Hisense fan. That's all I have on this video. And if you have questions, make sure you leave it below in the comments. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace. If you've been following me on YouTube, you probably noticed that I made a post about these TVs right here, and you guys have showed out and show me which TV you like. Most of the people who responded to this post preferred TV B, but the question is, which TVs are you actually looking at? Well, here's the answer. On the left hand side, we have the Samsung S95F with the matte screen, and on the right hand side, we have the Sony Bravia. Now, both of these TVs are QD OLED, and they both have great pictures, but the question is, which TV should you buy and which TV has the best picture overall? On this video, I'm going to show you some demos so we can see which TV is going to be the best one for you and your family. Let's get into it. And just so you know, I'm not going to cover all the details on these TVs because I made a full video that you can go check out on each one. But for now, let's take a look at the glare. The Samsung uses a matte finish, and this is on the Sony, but let's go over to the Samsung. And as you can see here, it's a huge difference in the reflection on this television with that matte finish. Now, some people don't like that, but look how good it's doing compared to the Sony. And I will tell you, both of these TVs have a great coating on them. Now we're going to take a look at the viewing angles. So here we have next to the Sony, and the viewing angles are pretty good on both TVs. Again, OLED has that technology that's going to look fantastic when it comes to viewing angles. And now we're over here by the Samsung. And again, it still looks good on the Sony. So viewing angles will not be a problem on either of these TVs. Just want to let you know, I'm going to factory set both TVs, and the Samsung is going to be in movie mode and the Sony will be in cinema mode. These are the settings that they want to have from the factory to give you the best experience. And I will tell you, when you're doing comparison videos, there will never be a perfect answer, but this will give you a rough idea. The first thing I want to show you is that the Samsung does have a faster response time. So as I go down this list, you can see that it loads up faster than the Sony. And I do have both of them in 4K mode, and the Sony is enhanced mode. So the Samsung has a faster interface, but it does use the Tizen operating system, which is something that a lot of people like, but some people don't like. Now on the Sony, it uses a Google interface. So it's going to be something you're a little more familiar to because a lot of people use Google products in their home. With that being said, let's pull up some demos and take a look at these two titans of televisions. Now, the first thing we're going to take a look at is watching your everyday television. And to me, they look very similar. Sometimes when I play this footage back, I can see it a little bit different. But right now, looking at these televisions side by side, they look pretty identical. Now, changing to a different station, I do notice that the Sony has better color as far as the grass, even though this is not a high resolution signal. And it looks like the green and the red pops just a little bit more to me. And again, both these TVs are in their native movie mode and not the sports mode. But that gives you an idea of what to expect when watching TV and the colors that you're going to get. Now, this is a movie trailer of Superman. And one thing I noticed is that the artifacts on the Sony are a little bit more than the Samsung. And one thing I could tell as well is that the Sony has slight better shadow details right in this area, but you may not be able to catch that on camera, but that's what I'm seeing here. As far as color reproduction, I think the Sony has a little bit more natural color to it than the Samsung, but both TVs are doing a great job. Another thing I noticed, again, when it comes to those shadow details, on this particular scene, they're pretty lined up. Now, this will show us the contrast on it, and I'll turn the lights off just for a quick second so we can see the black levels a little bit more. And one thing I can notice is that there's a little artifacts on both TVs. Again, this is not the highest quality resolution, but the Samsung appears to have a little bit better dark levels than the Sony. Now, it's very slight, but as I can see here, it depends on the scene that we're watching. The Samsung edges Sony just a little bit, but for the most part, it all depends on what you're watching. Now, I would say that the black levels are going to be great because these are QD OLED televisions. So no matter which TV that you're looking at, I think you're going to be fine either way. It just depends on what you like and how this video ends up and as far as looking at the colors. And here's one last demo for us. And again, they look pretty similar to me in here in the dark. Not really much I can see. And a lot of people are saying that you lose some of the different characteristics of the screen when you have that matte finish that the Samsung has on it. But I'm telling you right now, I don't even notice it. And maybe you will, but I don't. And here's another dark scene for us to take a look at. And again, here live, both TVs look very similar. But let me go ahead and turn on the light so we can do some other demos. And I'm also checking to see if I see a reflection of myself in the televisions. And I would say that I don't really see it on either one. The televisions are doing a great job. Now let's take a look at some different picture profiles, and both TVs are in SDR mode. But I like this scene because you got the hair there, you got a little bit of background, and you do have some shadow details around the neck area. Now let's take a look at the picture differences in SDR content. In vivid mode, the Samsung is not as bright as the Sony. You can see that it's extremely bright, but the Samsung does have some settings that I didn't really want to mess with, but we'll go down here and look at the brightness. So right now it's at 33%. Now let's put it all the way up to 100%. And here's the differences. One thing I noticed on the Sony is that if you look right here, there's just a lot more brightness that is happening around the screen. But I do know the Samsung is extremely bright when it's in HDR mode. Now we have both TVs in standard mode. As you can see, the Sony is at maximum brightness and the Samsung's at 30%. One thing about this mode, I can notice Sony has a lot more details. If you just look at the color of the hair compared to the Samsung, the standard mode to me looks better on the Sony. Next, we're switching back over to the cinema and movie mode. The Sony's at max brightness, the Samsung's only at 17. So these settings can definitely change the way the picture looks. So if I put the Samsung at 100% brightness, just like the Sony, now in this particular mode, the Samsung actually looks brighter, but to me, I still like the hair colors on the Sony over the Samsung. The shadow detail seems to be around the same, and the color reproduction, by cranking up the brightness on the Samsung, I think it could win in this situation, but I still like the skin tones better on the Sony. I will go reset this back to factory in just a minute, but just so you know, other picture profiles, the Samsung has equal mode, and it has filmmakers mode while in SDR. Now the Sony, on the other hand, has a lot more picture profiles. We have your cinema, we have your professional, we have calm, we have photo, we have IMAX enhanced. Now I have the TVs in HDR mode, and looking at this, the Samsung is a much brighter picture in HDR. Now keep in mind, they do have similar picture profiles. Let's take a look at that. So right now I have the Samsung in dynamic, the Sony in standard. And I don't like the fact that Samsung has this menu that goes over the screen. So here's your standard mode. And again, the Samsung looks much better as far as brightness and details. If I go over here, see that the Sony's is maxed out in brightness. You'll have to go in and adjust the peak luminance to get more out of it, but that's your standard mode right from the factory. And then we have the eco mode, movie mode, and now we have the Sony in cinema mode. So this is a comparable picture with the same settings. And again, and one thing I do notice is that the Samsung has better shadow details. If you look at the hair on the Sony, around some of the different edges, it does kind of lose a lot of that details in comparison to the Samsung. And the Samsung does have filmmakers mode while it's in HDR as well. So there's all the different picture profiles, and I think the Sony beats it out just because you have professional mode, calm, photo, and it has IMAX enhanced where the Samsung doesn't support that. So this is the Samsung in cinema mode and the Sony in IMAX enhanced. So overall, I want to give this to Sony as far as the colors, but I want to give it to Samsung as far as the shadow details. One thing I will point out about Sony is that it doesn't label HDR, but the Samsung does. But we're going to go ahead and reset these back to factory so we can finish up some more comparison. So here's some dirty screen effects. As far as uniformity, both TVs are going to be great, so I don't think you have any problems whatsoever. One thing I do notice is that the Sony again is more white, where the Samsung has a little bit more of a gray tint to it. Even as I get into these other levels, both TVs still do a great job. So again, you're not going to have pretty much any dirty screen effect on either TVs. After all, these are premium OLED televisions. Now checking out this upscaling, to me they look pretty much identical. Both TVs have the same amount of blur on them. Again, upscaling is not meant for 480p content, but I like to bring up this kind of content just because I want to see how these TVs do perform when you put the lowest resolution possible on them. But again, they perform almost identical. Of course, 1080p is the sweet spot, but I want to pause this scene and show you where those shadow details are definitely noticeable. If you look at the top of the lion's head right there, I can see a lot more definition in the black levels. On the Sony, it's not as defined as the Samsung, but I do like the colors on the Sony. Depends on what we're seeing, but again, it's like you're going to get the colors, but you're going to lose the shadow details. And that could be something that's important to some people, but we're really nitpicking here just to give you like an example of how both TVs perform. But overall, like I said before, you'll be happy either way. It's just what the little details that's going to affect your buying decision would be based off of some of the stuff that I'm talking about on this video. And when it comes to motion, they seem about the same to me. Only thing I noticed is on the Sony, there's a little bit of artifacts on the second line down, but overall, they look pretty much identical. Now, one thing you can notice on the Sony, if you look at the colors of the screen, again, it has that more natural look to it to me. But let's switch over to 60 frames per second. At 60 frames per second, both TVs look fantastic. So you're not gonna have any issues whatsoever with that type of signal on it. Now, keep in mind, I have made a full video on both TVs, so you can go check that out if you wanna see more, but this just kind of go through some quick demos so you can see the difference between the two TVs. Now we're moving over to gaming, and just so you know, if you press and hold the play pause button on the Samsung, you get this gaming menu where you can do the game genres. You have a virtual aiming point, a mini screen zoom, and you do have some more features up here. And this is including MIDI map detection, surround sound, and a black EQ. And you do have a expert picture mode. On the Sony, if you press and hold down the menu button, you get their pop-up, and they have a lot of the same things, like you have your picture mode, variable refresh rate. This one also has a motion blur reduction, black EQ, full screen, a crosshair, and you can do some different things on the Sony, such as multi-view gaming, where you can have YouTube on one side of the TV while you game on the other side of the TV. And that's something you could do in the Samsung with the multi-view as well. Some other things I want to point out is that the Samsung will support up to 165 Hertz, and that's using a PC, but on the Xbox, you're going to get 120 Hertz. Another thing I want to point out here is that the Samsung doesn't support Dolby Vision, and if I didn't have these two connected together, the Sony will support Dolby Vision, and that includes Dolby Vision Game. Both TVs do support ultra low latency and variable refresh rate, and just like I mentioned, you do have Dolby Vision Gaming on the Sony where you don't get that on the Samsung. Looking at these icons, I can say that the Samsung definitely pops. If you look at the green here, it is very vibrant, where the Sony is a lot more flatter. So that's something that you may or may not care about if you like those punchier colors. And one of the interesting things, switching over to this, it seems like the lag on the TVs are about the same, where when I was using another device, the Samsung was loading up much faster. And I did see that on someone else's video as well. So I want to load up a game so you guys can see the difference in the colors. And man, even though the Sony looked flat on the icons, once it's got a signal, you can see that it is producing a lot better colors. Now, as far as the inputs, I would say that the Samsung has a Sony beat because it does have 4 HDMI 2.1s, and the Sony has 2 HDMI 2.0s and 2 HDMI 2.1s. Now, looking at this game right here, I really like the colors on the Samsung better. So I really have some insights of what I think about these two TVs, and I'll talk about it in just a minute. But as you can see here, the colors are great on both of them. The Sony has more of a more natural look, where the Samsung has that punchier look. I mean, just look at those. On there, and the video might not do it much justice, but as you can see here, both TVs are very responsive. I don't think you have any problems with either television. Now you're probably wondering what I think about these TVs. Let's go ahead and wrap this up. First of all, when it comes to the Sony Bravia 8 II, I like the natural colors on it, and it's a great looking television. I also like that it's easier to use because it has the Google operating system. The Tizen operating system is great and it has a lot of functionality, but I think for a consumer, it's not as easy to use overall. I don't like the fact that the Sony has two HDMI 2.1s and two 60 Hertz ports. And I don't like the fact that on Sony, you have to go in and manually switch it over to VRR or enhanced to be able to do your gaming unless you have a PS5. So it's like one of those things where you have to do some manual setup on the Sony in comparison. But once you get it all dialed in, the picture is great. The Sony also has built-in calibration for Sony Picture. It has built-in calibration for Netflix and Prime Video. So everything that you look on the TV is going to be calibrated from the factory if you use the built-in native applications. Now, when it comes to the Samsung, better shadow details. On some scenes, I thought it was a little bit brighter, but one thing about the Samsung is that the picture is more saturated. So it's going to look like it has a lot more vibrant colors. Another thing about the Samsung, it has 4 HDMI 2.1 cable inputs. So you can actually put your gaming console on all the different inputs and always get the faster performance. Another thing about the Samsung, it automatically selects your gaming consoles. So you're going to have that feature as well. Now, when it comes down to it, I'm going to choose the Sony for movies, the Samsung for gaming. And this is the overall value that I give these televisions, but I think you can go either one and you'll be fine. That's all I got. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. 2024, TCL had the Q6, which was a QLED television, and they changed the technology, and this is the new mini LED version of the Q6. TCL did loan this to me, but this is the 65 QM6K, which is for 2025, and as you can see, it has the QD mini LED. This TV is powered by Google TV, and it has all the great features like Apple TV, Chromecast, and it also has the built-in Apple AirPlay and HomeKit. There's a lot of new features on this television. We'll cover that on the full review, but as you can see here, this has the LD500 Precision Local Dimming Series. This also has the HVA panel. It's a 4K TV, and it will support up to 144 Hertz using variable refresh rate. So let's go and get it out of the box so we can get it all set up and ready to go and get our first look at the QM6K. And if you want to learn more, I'll leave links in the description, but here's a barcode that TCL included. So let's go and get this top open so we can see the new remote control as well as what it comes with. But I did show some of this on the video that I made at CES so you could see what was coming out. In the box, you get some screws for the feet. It does have more of that computer type power cord. There's an instruction book. And here's the new remote control for this television. I think the design is pretty nice, but I still like these hotkeys and the white buttons on it. But it seems like it's very functional. And here's a closer look at the remote control. You have your inputs, menu button, navigation, as well as those hotkeys at the bottom. And this includes Apple TV and TCL TV, plus Disney. And here's the feet that comes with it. They almost sound like they're made out of aluminum or strong plastic. Now keep in mind, when you get a 65-inch, it is ideal to use 2 people on it. So I have Justin behind the scene helping me out, make sure nothing falls or get damaged. And one thing you have to do in between these shots is you got to get that styrofoam off the floor. So I use this Dyson right here. And this one is the V15. So the great thing about this one, it detects what's on the floor and then it actually speeds up the motor. The feet are labeled, so keep that in mind. Make sure you get the right side. So you'll see left and right, and it's gonna be on the TV as well. All right, let's go ahead and screw this in. And one thing I'll point out here on the bottom, there's a speaker on each side. And over here, there's a press button to get through some of the menus. And there's a switch right here because this has hands-free Google voice command. One of the things that you'll find difference is that on this TV, is that it has 2 subwoofers on it, and these are Onkyo speakers with ultra bass. Like most TVs, this one has Wi-Fi as well, and it has a lot of inputs here on the side. There's 2 USBs, and this is a 3.0. There's an Ethernet connection. There's 4 HDMI. Now these top two here are up to 144 Hertz, and this one down here is EER for your soundbar. You have a TV tuner and you have a fiber optic output. And just so you know, this one no longer has that headphone jack output. I don't think it's something people use anyway because you can just use Bluetooth. And last thing we need to do is just pull off all the plastic. If you have the screen protector, you have this little orange tab right here. Now I have it all set up, let's take a look at the operating system because I know you guys want to probably know about the speed of it. As you can see here, it's pretty fluid, so the chip processors that they're using in these newer TVs is getting much better. This is your standard Google operating system, and if you have antenna plugged in, everything will appear right here on the live. But with this Google TV Free Play, you can content that's streaming online, and it's absolutely free as long as you have Wi-Fi connected to it. And under apps, you can see all types of different applications, including TCL TV. And when you have this TV hooked up to the internet, it's just like the Google TV, it allows you to watch free content. So as you can see here, there's plenty of content on here to watch that you can stream anytime you don't have any kind of content to watch. There's also a built-in user guide. There's a quick panel that pulls up this little piece right here. You can see everything on demand, like your Google Home. It does support Apple AirPlay. I do have an Apple TV plugged in, and you can add more stuff to this list. And there's also a feature called T-Solo. It also has a feature called T-Solo, which is great because if you are used to Bluetoothing your phone in your car, you can Bluetooth your phone to this television and you can play directly into the television. So that's a very, very cool feature. And there's also a feature called T-Exhibit. And one thing I like about this particular app is that it's similar to Google Ambient Mode, but one thing about this one is live. So as you can see here, you can have different art that displays and it's not static. So you always have something moving on the screen to give it a more cooler look to it, in my opinion. And it does have a built-in media player, and it will work with Amazon Alexa once you download that and configure it. This TV has a lot of features. We'll go over some of that in this video, but let's look at a couple things here. First of all, in About, it is using the latest and greatest Android 12, so you will get the current features. Another thing about the television is that it has 22 gigabytes of internal memory. You can cast to it. Now to use the casting feature, if you pull up a YouTube video, you can tap here and you hit that little button right there. And then what you want to do is select the television. It's going to load up the YouTube application, and then it's going to start playing the video. And some applications will support this. It will support Apple AirPlay and HomeKit, so you can connect it to your home system and control it with Siri. For AirPlay, you can just pull up the screen mirroring on your phone and it'll display everything that your phone sees. And for HomeKit, you will go down here and hit Setup. You'll then get this feature that says Add to Home. You'll press on that. You'll choose whatever home you want to add it to. It's going to then set up the TV. You just press Allow and done. And we'll go over this later in the video. This is the Game Master features, and this is going to allow us to get the on-screen menu and some other things for gaming. And just in case you wondered, inside of Bluetooth, you can hook up different devices. I have some headphones right here, and see, it already found them. I can press OK. I can pair them, and then once these are paired, I can start listening to TV through these headphones, no problem. Now, in order to show you that music player, I went ahead and connected one of my iPhones up to the television, and if we go back over T-Solo, I went back to my music player, and I'm using Epidemic sound that I'm paying for, but check this out. And I can also change tracks here. You see it switches on the phone too. And you can use this with any of your music sources, which is great. So this TV allows you to have it part of your audio system if you decide to connect it with your device. But I do wish it showed the art that you get on your phone. See, it's just showing that little CD on the screen, but hey, at least it works. And if I change tracks here, it changes on the TV too. Next, we're gonna check out the gaming. As you can see here, it is in gaming mode, and the input lag I'm getting on this 1080p 60 hertz tester is 13.1. Now keep in mind, if you have a 4K tester, that should go down quite a bit, but I just want to give you a general understanding on a 1080p signal. Next, we're going to check out the Xbox, see what it's capable of doing. And to get up this gaming menu, you just want to press and hold down the 3 lines on it. And this is a new interface. As you can see here, it still has a lot of the same stuff, but we have your aiming aid. You can magnify it. We have different picture genres. You can see right there, there's a couple of them in there. Auto low latency is on, variable refresh rate is on, and it does have a shadow enhancer. Now at the top here, it shows you the frames, HDR, auto low latency, and it does support VRR FreeSync. Now when we go to the main menu, you can see that it has a floating icon over there that shows you how many hertz that your game is playing, and that should be flexible with variable refresh rate. On some different consoles, it will support HDIG. It also has high frame rate mode, and this is ideal for using on the PC. And this is how you get up to 144 hertz. But keep in mind, you have to turn this off and on if you're playing on the PC, because generally gaming consoles don't support that kind of frequency. We also have a screen ratio. So this is 16:9. This is 21:9 and 32:9. Another feature you have is called theme style, so you can change it to green or like a cartoon look. So there's the options that's available on the Game Master system. All right, readjusted the camera here. Now, as you can see here, it will support 4K at 120 hertz. If we drop down to 1440p, it will support that as well at 120 hertz. We go to details. It supports everything, as you can see right there. And this includes Dolby Vision gaming at 120 hertz. Now video modes, everything is supported, and you have the option to turn variable refresh rate off and on. So here's the PS5. Let's go ahead and check out all the settings in here. And usually it's identical, but only thing is PS5 doesn't support Dolby Vision. And right now you can see that the resolution is at 60 frames per second. And that's usually due to, that's the default for PlayStation until you load up a game. But under the 4K, which is the 2160, 48 hertz to 120 hertz is supported, HDR supported, the same as 1440p and 1080p. I would say that this TV is pretty impressive because it does support everything. I just loaded up Asphalt Unite, and if you go back over to this menu, now you can see that the HDIG did turn on. So it all depends on how you have it set up. So this video really wasn't all about doing a full review. I just wanted to get out of the box, which I always do on new televisions, and just kind of have some fun with it, see what all the menus and all that stuff has to offer. But I will be coming out with a full review very soon. So if you have questions, be sure to leave that in the comments below. My first impressions on this television is that it's very impressive. Now, the things that really stand out to me is the picture quality looks amazing. The functionality of it is good. The remote control, kind of like the last year model a little bit better, but that's my own personal opinion. But when it comes to gaming, this TV is set up to give you the best gaming experience. Now, I know people are going to ask, how does this compare against like the QM7 from last year or the QM8? At this point, I really don't know, but I can say this. I think this is going to be one of the hottest selling TVs this year. Mark my words on it. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace. For all you Samsung fans out there, we're going to take a look at the S95F. And the model I'm going to be using today is a 65-inch. And being an OLED TV, I didn't expect this, but this TV is very heavy, weighing in at 71 pounds and 4 ounces. So let's go and get this TV out of the box so we can put it all together. All right, let's check this out and see what's inside of here. It looks like there's a lot of pieces. And keep in mind, this TV does have that One Connect box that allows you to connect everything to the television remotely and use a single cable on the television. This is the One Connect box. As you can see here, it has some rubber feet on it. And as far as the connections, this has an Ethernet, a fiber optic, tuner, as well as some USBs, 4 HDMIs, another USB, and this is where you connect the wire that goes over to the television. And as far as size, it's about 11.5 inches by around 13 inches. And I'll get everything out of the box so we can start putting everything together. And just so you know, it does come with a power cable. This is a short cable for the One Connect box, and this is a long one if you plan on mounting it on the wall. And here's the remote control that comes with it. It's pretty standard. You're going to have your AI button, microphone, navigation, controls, as well as some hotkeys at the bottom. You also have a USB-C on the bottom of it, and we do have a solar panel, so you don't really have to use batteries on this. It's all self-contained. All right, so let's go and get this box off. And I will tell you, this thing is packed pretty well. All right, so there's a piece of foam here on the side and another piece on this side. And I think I figured out why this TV is heavy, and it's because of these metal bases. And here it is packed inside of the television, and this is pretty much giving it all this weight. One thing about OLED TVs, they feel kind of fragile. Look at this. This thing is extremely thin, as you can see right here. And by the way, there's another piece in here that we can assemble. And again, these pieces are giving this TV all the weight. I'm going to show you how to put all this together, but it could be a little complicated. So you have these little hooks here. And what we want to do is take this and we want to slide it like that and press down. Now keep in mind, I am using a drill with a clutch on it. So make sure that you don't use a high power drill or you can strip out the screws on the TV. The first part was mounting this on the TV. Now we need to assemble the base, and it could be a little bit complicated. For the base piece, we have rubber pieces right here and rubber pieces right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this piece and we're just going to lock it into place. Once you get this locked in, you then have this little piece right here. Just push it down. And that will lock everything in. And for the last part, we just want to go ahead and take this foot right here and lock it to the main base. And then we're just going to put 4 screws into this. So I'm going to mount the One Connect box on the back of it. So they have these little special screws so you can hook it onto the back of this metal bracket. And this gives you an idea. See, they got that little hook for the One Connect box. The assembly of this TV is not too bad. Once you get everything all screwed together, it's got this nice clean look to it. Now I'm going to put the One Connect box here on the back of it, but while we're back here, let's take a closer look at some of the different configurations that they have on here. Now you can use a standard TV wall mount bracket here on the bottom, and then there's all kinds of extra screws because Samsung does make a very thin, slim mount for it. Now I think there's speakers in these little grooves right here, but we'll take a listen to it once I get it all set up. And if you go down here to the bottom, there's 4 subwoofers on each side of the television. So you can see there's some of the woofers, and here's the other side. So you're getting 8 woofers all together, which is pretty cool. And on the bottom of the One Connect box, you can see it has this little indentation so it can easily be hung on the television. And there's those screws for the One Connect box. Just go ahead and hang it like that. And then we need to connect the cable. So over here, we just pull that little data plug off, and we're going to go ahead and plug it. Now Samsung has it set up pretty nice. You just pull this little plug off, and you want to go ahead and plug in one end right there on the back of the TV. And then we're going to take the other end and plug it to the One Connect box. So there you have it. Now once you get all of the cables set up, you have this little plastic piece to hide the wires a little bit better. And you'll just mount it like this. And it's going to have that nice clean look to it. Before we get started, I want you to know that I have a lot to cover on this video, and at the end we'll discuss prices and sizes. Now there's a lot of features inside of this television. We're not going to go over everything, but I'm going to cover picture quality, the audio, as well as showing you some gaming and more. Let's get into it. So here's the operating system on this TV, and I'm going to tell you it's very snappy and this picture looks fantastic. On the sidebar, you can search for applications, you have ambient mode, you have daily plus, you have a gaming center, home, and down here, this is where it's going to show all your connected device, plus you can get to the settings. Now, one thing that I do definitely notice is that the black levels are great, and I've heard a few mixed bags of information on this television, but so far what I'm seeing, it looks great. Now this TV does have a lot of saturation, but I have to be honest, this is some of the best colors I've seen on the TV in a very long time. Now we'll have to compare this against another OLED just so we can see how good it really performs. But what I'm seeing here so far, it looks fantastic. Again, the colors are really popping, and it's going to be ideal for someone who wants to do some gaming or watch some movies and get a fantastic picture. Now I want to pull up this demo so you guys can see some of the true colors of this television, and I'm just going to say that it is going to be very impressive in your home. So OLEDs is not really the thing that I usually go for, but I can definitely see this in my living room. This TV is in SDR mode, and a lot of people complain that Samsung doesn't support Dolby Vision, but they do support what they call HDR10 Plus. And who knows, in the future, they may offer Dolby Vision, but don't hold your breath because Samsung is really keen on having their own technology, and they're already integrated into their cell phones as well. So if you want to get HDR10 Plus, it's going to give you the experience of Dolby Vision. And another thing about this TV that I'm finding out is that it's actually brighter than I expected. I mean, OLEDs, they had a history of not having that bright of a screen, but I can make out everything on this screen. And usually when I play this particular demo on a low nits TV, you won't be able to see the image whatsoever. So you can see Samsung's doing a great job when it comes to these televisions. For me, I like these punchier colors and dynamic mode. Then you have your standard mode. That's not going to be as white, but this is something you can use for everyday TV watching. Then you have your eco mode. Once it's activated, it'll dim the TV. With the light in the room. And then we have movie mode, and a lot of people like this format because it's going to make the picture look a lot warmer. And this is something that you can use for all your favorite movies. And then we have filmmakers mode, and this is basically looks like movie mode to me, but it depends on the content that you're watching to activate the metadata to give you that best picture for filmmakers mode. Now I switched over to HDR, and man, this TV really pops. You can see those specular highlights popping out, especially in these lights. It's almost so unnatural, it's not real. So right in here, down in there, you're definitely going to get that really white color. So in dynamic mode wouldn't be ideal for HDR. But here's your standard mode, eco mode, made it a little bit darker, movie mode, and filmmakers mode again. And I can definitely tell a difference in HDR mode. You can see the filmmakers mode is a lot darker. So that's everything I want to cover on the picture quality, and it looks fantastic. Next, we're going to talk about gaming. Now, first of all, this TV does support AMD Premium FreeSync. It also supports up to 165 Hertz using variable refresh rates on the computer, and it has a lot of different gaming settings that we're going to go over right now. If you press and hold down the play pause button, you'll get this gaming menu. You have options like your different game genres. You have a virtual aiming point. You can change the aspect ratio of the screen. You can even zoom into the maps to make a mini map, and you do have some more settings down here. Now it does have a motion feature that's available in some games, and your sound options. And if you look at the bottom here, you can see your resolution, your frames, if HDR is turned on, or if variable refresh rate's turned on. If we go into more settings, this is where you can customize a little bit more. You have your virtual aiming point. You also have surround sound. You have dynamic black EQ. So as you can see, as I change here, it makes the picture a lot inkier. And then you have gaming motion plus. Now, since I'm going through a selector, it may stop some of the options, but at least you get an idea of it. And they do have what they call HDR10 Plus gaming. You have basic, and then you have advanced. So you can definitely get the most performance out of this TV. And you can also have it set up whenever you turn the TV in gaming mode, that it automatically pop up that gaming bar that I showed you a minute ago. Now we're in the Xbox. We can look at the resolution. You can see that it does support 4K at 120 Hertz. And remember, Samsung does not support Dolby Vision. But it will support everything else that the Xbox has to offer. And that includes, again, your auto low latency, and you do have that variable refresh rate. Now we can check out the PS5. I just got everything plugged in. And keep in mind on that One Connect box, everything supports HDMI 2.1, so you can plug your gaming console into any of the inputs on the back. So if we check out the resolution in the PS5, you can see that it does support 1440p. So as I was saying earlier, on the Xbox, because I'm using that selector, we lost the 480p, so this TV will support it, no problems. Now, I will say that you're going to get the variable refresh rate up to 120 Hertz, and again, 1080p is supported as well. If you're thinking about buying an OLED for gaming, the Samsung is doing a fantastic job. The skies are clear. I can see a lot of shadow details. For the most part, I think you're going to definitely like the fact that this TV just looks beautiful. Now, I've gamed on a few TVs before, but one thing that stands out to me is these highlights. QD OLED technology just looks beautiful when it comes to like the resolution. So this is Gran Turismo 7. It's probably time for me to play through some of these scenes so I can get a faster car, but just kind of give you an idea of what it looks like. And here's the game Steep. Just want to show you again the color details of it. I haven't went too far into it, but man, look at these graphics on it. This is going to give you the ultimate gaming experience. I can't begin to tell you how good this TV looks on gaming. The camera just can't reproduce what I'm actually seeing here. Now, like I said, people are saying mixed bags of information on these newer TVs, but this QD OLED technology is ridiculous, bright, and is very detailed. Now we're going to talk about some of the different features in this TV so you can get an idea of some of the cool things you can do with it. Some other features TV has is called AI mode. If you notice when I turned it on, it's automatically adjusting everything, and you have these different settings like AI optimize, AI customize. Now for the AI features, once I pull up Samsung TV Plus, you can see on the side here, I can see which show is playing, and I can see all the actors in there. And this is the same thing as Amazon X-Ray. So if I want to look for other particular films that this person's in, I can press on it, and then it's going to look for other shows that has that particular actor in it, which is a cool feature. And if you press the mic button on the remote control, you can say, what's the weather like today? And there's a local weather for San Diego. You also can ask questions like, open up YouTube app. And as you can see here, it's loading. So Bixby has got a lot better over the years, just like Siri. So again, you can use that voice command to do all types of different searches. Another feature that I like is called multi-view. For the first screen, I can choose TV, any of the inputs, Samsung TV Plus, YouTube, or a camera. So I'll just go ahead and use input 2. That's why I have the PS5 plugged into. Now we're on the second screen. I can use Smart View, and this could be your phone. So I have my Galaxy already plugged into the system. I can go ahead and press on that, and I can then change the layout if I want and give it a name. Once I hit save. So now on one side of the screen, you can see my PS5, as you can see right there. And on the other side of the screen is the phone. And this is a pretty cool feature because you can sit there and surf through your phone on the TV while you're playing games on the other side. Another feature I want to tell you about is called Live Translate. So you can basically go in here and turn this on, and then you can choose your language that you want the subtitles to be in. And that's a cool feature. So we have Korean, English, French, and a few other ones down here. And I'll give you a quick demonstration of how it works. So let's say I choose Mexican. You can see that it's translating it here at the bottom. Now, one caveat about that is that it's not available for all your content. It's really available for Samsung TV Plus and on certain channels that supports it. Now let's talk about some testing on this television so you can see how it actually performs. When it comes to viewing angles, OLED has the best that you're going to find on the market, no matter where you sit in your room, no matter how big a room is, and no matter how high the TV is, you're going to always get a great picture on this television at all angles. Now, one of the unique characteristics about this TV has a matte finish, so the glare is going to be very minimized. So if you notice, I have this light, just give you an idea, see how bright it is, and look at it on the TV. So what that's going to do for you, if you have a lot of lights and windows in a room, this is going to be ideal for those type of situations, because this TV is not going to get much glare at all on it because of that matte finish. And when it comes to blooming, I think this TV does a really good job. The fact that it is OLED, you still will see a little bit of bleed around some of these glows right here. And I feel overall you're going to really appreciate the picture quality on this television. Now we're taking a look at the dirty screen effect on this TV, and it's pretty clean. It's pretty solid all the way across the TV. And one thing you'll notice is that when you get an OLED TV on this level, you should expect a really good picture out of it, and that's exactly what you're going to get. Also, I don't see any vignetting around the edges. It's pretty uniform all the way across, but this TV is not the cheapest one on the market. But just be aware that when you buy a TV on this level, you're going to get a really good picture, and that's what you should expect whenever you spend that kind of money. As far as upscaling, this is 480p, and it's not going to be the cleanest signal on most TVs, but 480p is not ideal for these high performance televisions. You need to go up in the resolution. I can say that the upscaling is good, but it's not the best I've ever seen. I can still see a little bit of artifacts right here as the image moves around. And I would say that this is something that I didn't expect. I thought it would be just a little bit better. Like I always say, 1080p is your sweet spot. If you run a 1080p signal through this TV, you're going to get some really good upscaling, and it's going to really perform like the TV's meant to do. And now we're back on 4K, and this picture quality is stunning. Now keep in mind, if you want to get 4K content, you will need to usually pay for a service. IPTV, cable boxes, they can do it in some cases, or even Dish Network, DirecTV. But if you're going to use 4K, I would just recommend streaming applications that you can get from your different signals like your Hulu, Disney Plus, as well as Amazon, Netflix. Pay for that premium service when you buy a TV like this, because you are paying a lot for a TV like this. And just want to play one last demo here for you so you can see how uniform this TV is, how well it performs. And I'm very, very happy with this picture quality. This TV is very nice, and I think if you go on this level, you just expect something great, and that's exactly what you're going to get. Now I know other people will try to pick apart different TVs, but I'm going to say that you can nitpick anything you want, but buying a TV like this, I think you're going to definitely be happy with the performance of it with those good signals in mind. Now we're checking out some motion on this TV at 24 frames per second. It's going to have that little chalky look to it like every TV. But let's go in here and take a look at the motion settings. Now they call it picture clarity, and just so you know, you can leave it on automatic mode where it adjusts itself out, and it's going to look a lot smoother, as you can see by turning this on. But they do have this custom one where you can go in here and you can change the blur reduction as well as the judder, and the judder really controls the speed of the signal. So as you can see, as I move it to 10, everything smooths out even at 24 frames per second. But if I put it back to where it was, you're gonna get that chalky look. The good thing about this is that whenever you're watching a movie, you can definitely choose whatever type of smoothness that you want just by going in here and the picture clarity settings and controlling the judder. Now we're at 60 frames per second, and just like most TVs, it's smooth like butter. So you won't have any kind of problems whatsoever if you plan this type of content on 60 frames per second. It's always gonna look smooth. But if you're getting that soap opera effect, go back into your settings and you can change those clarity settings and control the judder so you can get rid of that. In my opinion, this S95L passed all my demos with flying colors. It's just a great television. And again, it is a premium television. We'll talk about prices in just a minute. Now we're going to talk about sound, and keep in mind this has two sound modes, which is amplified and your standard. And you can also use ER. It has Dolby Atmos outputs. So you're going to get pretty much everything you need out of this television. Let's take a listen to it.
This is a Tech Steve test to see how good this TV sounds.
My pros, I don't play by the rules, I switch up the flow. Hey, chill on the weekend, give X's and no, she in love with the kid, I ain't texting her phone.
This is the end of the Tech Steve's audio test and transmission.
And if you really want to get the best sound quality out of a S95F, is to add a Samsung soundbar. Now the great thing is, by adding a soundbar, you want to get one that has the Q Symphony support. And this is going to allow you to use the built-in TV speakers and a surround sound to create a Dolby Atmos experience like you won't believe. Now we're going to talk about how to set up this TV as a new user, and then we'll go over the pricing and some more advanced features. Next, I'm going to show you how to set up this TV using the SmartThings application. I have my phone here, which is a Samsung Galaxy phone. I'm just going to line up the barcode, hit open SmartThings, and it's going to start the process. So the first thing it's going to do is go ahead and search for the TV. As you can see here, it's finding it, and you will get a welcome screen. Now it's syncing the device data. Since I have the Wi-Fi and everything already installed on the phone, it will use those credentials to make it a lot easier to set everything up. Now we want to go ahead and choose our language and then hit next. There will be some terms and condition. You can skip them, but I'm going ahead and accept it all because this is a demo account. On this screen, you can choose your room. For example, I can press on that, choose studio, and then you can change the name to anything that you want for the TV name. And then once you get that, go and press on next. You can register your device. I'm gonna skip that. And there's some more terms and conditions. I'll go ahead and just choose the ones I want and then hit next. Now I have one input plugged in and it goes to a selector. I'll go and hit next. Now there's a list that shows all the different Samsung TVs that I've installed over the years. You can see right there, but we're not going to use that. So let's go ahead and hit skip. Now they do have an automatic feature, and this includes the sound, volume, brightness. It can all be automatic, but I'm gonna just do that later. Now for voice assistants, you can use Bixby or Amazon. I'll just use Bixby and hit next. And keep in mind, if you do choose Amazon, you'll have to set everything up here. Now with the voice command, you get more features. I'm gonna go and skip that. And I'm not gonna install any of these apps, but you can see there's a list of them. If you press on them, they'll install for you automatically. Now here's the thing that I don't like. You always have to set up a PIN number. If you don't want to forget, just add all ones, but you can choose anything you like. I don't have a service provider, but I'll just put in a random zip code here. But if you have any of those other systems, make sure you select the one so it can actually look for local channels. And that's pretty much it. And then you get this nice little welcome to Samsung screen. And you can use the SmartThings application as a remote control. So down here, we can control the ambient mode. So if you want to have different screensavers, you have a feature where you can change all the TV sensors. You can do Smart View where you can mirror your phone. You can even get phone calls as well. You press this button. Now we have a full remote control where you have hotkeys at the top, your volume, channel, and this is like a mouse. So as you can see here, I can move the screen around very easy. Right, home, goes back to the home screen. Right back, we have menu. Inside of here, I can change the picture settings. I can also change the sound settings. So you get the idea. If you use the SmartThings application, you can control pretty much every asset of the television.
Now we have the TV all set up. Let's take a look at some other things that Samsung has on their website and the pricing. Now, first of all, this is Samsung's website, and as you can see here, it's available in a 55, 65, 75, and an 83, which would be pretty insane. This TV does have the new NQ4 AI 3rd generation processor. Like I mentioned earlier, it's glare-free, and it is a OLED HDR Pro screen with a motion accelerator up to 165 Hertz, but technically it's a 120 Hertz panel. By using motion, you're going to get a smoother image, especially if you're using technology like the AMD FreeSync. This new processor is really set up to enhance the AI picture quality and sound. And as we go down here, you can see it's a pretty fast processor. I'm not sure what they're comparing this against. And then we did go over the glare-free technology. And this is going to show you the difference between the OLED HDR Pro and SDR. So as you can see there, it's just going to enhance and make everything look a lot crisper and a lot more detailed. Now, as far as AI, again, it's there to look at the different images on the screen to clean everything up. And this screen has 83 million self-lit pixels. So that's how you get that technology with the OLED. And to give this TV all the great colors that you're seeing and that natural look is validated by Pantone, which is basically a company who makes sure that colors are accurate. It also has a built-in color booster. And this is for AI motion if we turn that on, which I didn't do on this video. Now, as far as the Q Symphony, the great thing is when it's on and you have a sound bar, it's going to create this immersive surround sound. But this TV does have what they call object tracking. So as audio move around the screen, it's going to use technology to make sure that you get a more immersive feel, even if you don't add the sound bar to it. I went over this on other videos, but this TV does have a gaming hub. And one of the great things is that Samsung works with Xbox. So if you have a premium Xbox account, this is going to allow you to connect a Xbox controller to the TV and use it. I do remember back in the day, they did have a Samsung controller that was supposed to come out, but I haven't seen it on the market yet, but it was an option. Now, if you want to, you could use this SmartThing hub and it works with Matter. And this allows you to connect your lights, your thermostat, and all different parts of your home to the TV directly. So you don't have to have a voice command like the Google Home or the Alexa device. Another feature I didn't mention, if you have a Samsung watch, you can use gestures to control the television. Primarily, I use a lot of Apple products, so it wouldn't work or be compatible. And as far as the audio, you have that subtitle feature that I was telling you about where you can change it to different languages using the Samsung TV Plus. Now, as far as pricing, the 55-inch at this point on Amazon is around $2,200. The 65 is around $2,800. The 77 is $4,000, and the 83 is around $5,800. And that's the pricing on Amazon. We switch over to Best Buy. Looks like we have $2,800 for the 65, $4,000 for the 77, and there's a couple more sizes down here. $2,100 for the 55 and $5,799 for the. So the prices are pretty lined up when it comes to that on these different websites. Now, another thing I want to show you is there's some different variances depending on where you live at. So there's a TQ series, there's a QE series, and the ones that we use here in the United States are a QN series. And I've already set up a comparison. And the biggest thing that you can tell is that this is QD OLED technology. So that's going to give you that very bright screen. And again, sometimes this information could be wrong, but according to this, it's showing that the 83-inch uses an OLED display by LG, and it's not a QD OLED. So if you guys can verify that, it'd be greatly appreciated. Also, the bigger screen you have, the more pixels are going to get stretched out, but it's also showing that we're getting brightness up to 2200 nits on this 65-inch, which is pretty cool. When it comes to input lag, I only have a 60 hertz tester, but it's showing that you can get down to 4.1 milliseconds, which is extremely fast if that was accurate. And again, these TVs will support up to 165 hertz, but generally you have to get something like a 5090 video card, 4080 video card, which are $2,000 or $3,000 video cards on a PC. So, and if you're looking to install it on the wall, you're looking at 400 by 300 millimeters. And once you get up to the 83-inch, you're looking at 400 by 400. In most cases, these TVs use the M8 screw, which is a metric type of screw. They also have ATSC 3.0 TV tuners, which I wasn't aware of at the time. And last thing I'm going to mention here, you can see there's plenty of features in here. It just goes on and on and on. Plus you have Bluetooth 5.3. And one thing about these TVs, all 4 HDMI ports are HDMI 2.1. So you're going to get access to plug in 4 gaming consoles if you really wanted to, if you're that hardcore gamer. But there's a lot of specs online. I'll leave links in the description below. And that way you can go take a look at this for yourself. In my opinion, the S95F is a beautiful television. And I know after watching it and doing all the demos that you're going to be happy with it.
I can't help but look at the brightness of the television compared to some of the previous OLEDs, and the fact that this TV has that QD OLED panel, and not sure about the 83-inch, but I know the other sizes do. I think you're going to definitely be happy. The fact that it's glare-free, it's great for gaming, it has everything you need, but it comes at a premium price. If you guys are interested in learning more, I'll leave all the links in the description below, and feel free to come back to this video and you can learn a little bit more about it later on, or share it with a friend. That's all I have on this one. Thanks all for watching. I'm Tech Steve, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Prepare to experience something spectacular.
So I want to do some new audio tests here on the channel whenever we get sound bars and audio systems and anything that has to do with TV speakers. So I picked up this right here. This is a Zoom microphone and it has 4 mics in there. But one of the cool things about this microphone is that it allows me to record in 4 channels at least. And then I'll use my editing software to see if we can get close to 5.1 or at least 5 channels whenever we play it back. The whole purpose of this video is to let you hear what the X11L sounds like in comparison to different configurations of the Z100 audio speakers. Now what I'm going to do is just kind of let you hear the audio out of the TV. Then we're going to add 2 speakers, 3 speakers, 4 speakers, and then add a subwoofer. And each of these tests are just to give you an idea of what this audio system really sounds like. Let's get into it.
This is Dolby Atmos. Now, sound moves around you in 3-dimensional space with breathtaking audio quality. It brings the on-screen action alive and immerses you in every moment.
In my opinion, when it just comes to the TV speakers, I think TCL does a really good job. On some of their other series, like the 6K, 7K, and 8K, those don't do as well as this one because this one has 4 subwoofers and it has a center bar in the front of it to give you better audio. But overall, the X11L has a really good audio system just by itself. Now let's go ahead and hook up some rear speakers to it and we can see what it's going to sound like. So all you need to do is go down here to the audio output settings. Under speaker management, we're going to go ahead and press on that. Now that it found the rear speakers, we want to go ahead and hit pair. And then we'll press on auto calibration. And this is going to set up the 2 rear speakers with the TV speakers. And that's pretty much it.
The white zone is for immediate location.
So now I'm going to add a 3rd speaker. And then we're going to go down to add a new device. And now we have 3 of them connected. Last step is to auto calibrate again.
The white zone is for immediate location.
And for this last step, we're going to add 1 more speaker here in the front, then auto calibration.
It brings the on-screen action alive and immerses you in every moment.
The white zone is for immediate location.
For this part, I added the subwoofer is down here below the entertainment center. And then we want to go over here to displays and sound again, go to speaker management and add new device. And now that it's found the subwoofer, we can go and pair that and add it to the systems. So now we have all 5 speakers and a subwoofer connected.
Now, sound moves around you in 3-dimensional space with breathtaking audio quality. It brings the on-screen action alive and and immerses you in every moment.
The white zone is for immediate loading.
If you've been thinking about buying a Z100, I'll give you some configurations that I think is going to work best for most people. If you have just TV speakers and you have a TCL QM6K, 7K, 8K, 9K, or even the X11L like what's behind me, I think you're going to be really satisfied if you just add the 2 rear speakers, because it's immerse you more into the audio. Now, if you go with 3 speakers, I think that gives you the most fullest sound on a budget, because now you have something in the front to kind of fill in what the TV speakers lack. Now, if you go with 4 speakers, that's going to be the ultimate setup. And the thing is that now you got TV speakers working along with the other ones. And I would say if you have true Dolby Atmos sound, that the dialogue was really good on this particular demo, but depends on what you watch. You don't have any controls in the menu, so just keep that in mind, that you won't be able to adjust the different sound in the different speakers. It all relies on the EQ. I would say that I could be okay with just 4 speakers, but by adding a subwoofer, it brought in 45 hertz that you don't get from the other speakers. So what that means is that if you really like bass response and you basically have a house, not an apartment, then adding a subwoofer is definitely a plus, and that'll give you the full Dolby Atmos connection there. Now, for its formats, I like to use Apple TV. I like to use Netflix 4K, and I think Amazon Prime UHD footage, as well as Blu-rays and gaming consoles. Those all going to give you a Dolby Atmos audio in some scenarios. But with that being said, that's all I have on this video. Hope this helps you out understanding what the TCL Z100s are all about. And if you guys are interested, I'll leave all the links in below for the different configurations. And with that being said, I'll catch you guys on the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're taking a deep dive into the brand new TCL QM8K, which is a QD mini LED television. It has cutting-edge quantum dot technology, ultra-bright mini LED backlighting, and stunning 4K resolution, and this TV's promise delivers incredible viewing experience. Whether you're a movie buff, a gamer, or just love to binge watch your favorite shows, this QM8K could be the upgrade that you've been waiting for. This TV has plenty of inputs, including 2 HDMI 2.1s, 2 HDMI 2.0s, and it does have an ATSC 3.0 TV tuner for those 4K over-the-air channels. Now this is part 2. I already did an unboxing, a gaming and setup video, so make sure you go check that out right after this video. But today we're going to talk about the picture quality. Let's go. The QM8K is powered by TCL's own IPQ Pro processor, and it supports Dolby Vision IQ, HDR10, HDR10 Plus, and HLG picture profiles. Being that this is the new Crystal WHVA panel, this TV has inky black levels with up to 3040 local dimming zones, and this is going to create more like a OLED picture quality when it comes to the black levels on this television. When watching this TV, what you can expect, especially watching movies, is a very bright detailed picture with inky contrast ratio and vivid colors. And I was very amazed at how accurate this TV was right out the box, just a slight red push, but the TV is very accurate in movie mode. Back to the movie clips, I will say that this TV is very smooth and accurate. Now I'm going to show you a motion test later on in the video so you can see how well it performs, but just watching these demos, you can see that this TV would be great for movie night for you and your family. And this TV is available from a 65-inch all the way up to a massive 98-inch if you want to get the biggest and baddest experience. As we all know, movie mode is the most accurate when watching your television, except for watching sports, of course. But here's some different picture profiles in SDR mode so you can see what it looks like as we select through the different options so you get an idea of how it performs. Next, I want to switch over to HDR so you can see some other picture profiles. And one thing about switching over to HDR, you then get the option to add IMAX, and this is going to give you more of that movie feel, especially if you like watching IMAX in the cinema. And for this last picture demo, I want to show you the TV in Dolby Vision mode. Now, Dolby Vision Dark is ideal for nighttime, Dolby Vision Bright is ideal for daytime, but then again, you can go in here and select which picture profiles is bright enough for you, and keep in mind, you can always make adjustments to it once you get a profile selected. For all you sports fans out there, this TV is going to be great because the motion is fantastic, and again, I'll show you that a little bit later in the video. But one thing, when I was filming this footage, the sports was just extremely bright, so my camera was having a hard time filming it. But the main thing you should know is that the content in sports is recorded different ways. In my opinion, I think this TV looks great if you have a high bitrate content, but let's be honest, some sport events just not recorded that good, but this TV does its best to clean up the image. So far, I showed you demos, movies, and sports, but now it's TV testing time. For this first test, let's check out how bright this TV actually is. Now I'm just going to use the microphone, this little DJI camera, but right now I have the TV in SDR mode and it's in Vivid. And as you can see here, we're reading 2880. That is a bright television. But let's go through some of the other picture profiles here. So we got standard, see it dropped down quite a bit. We're looking at 206.7. Let's drop over to sports. And that brought us up to 734.2. Next, we have it in filmmakers mode. And as you see there, it dropped down to 194. And then we'll go down to movie. So we're looking at about 522.2. Next, we have game. And that brought us to 793. And it's moving around just a little bit. And the last one I'm going to use is intelligent settings. And this is where the TV selects itself automatic. And it brought us up to 831. So next we're going to try HDR, and I'll just read off the measurements right here. In Vivid mode, we have about 26, which is pretty bright. We'll go down to standard mode, almost 29. Sports mode, about 25. Filmmakers mode, 26. Movie mode, drops down to about 17, as you can see right there. And then HDR does have IMAX mode. So there's an IMAX right there, and we're looking at about 17. Again, very bright. And for Dolby Vision, as far as brightness, again, it's at 100%, looking at around 1741. We'll go to Dolby Vision Dark. Just move down slightly a little bit more, but keep in mind the brightness at 100%. Dolby Vision Game drops down about 1743, and Dolby Vision IQ, looking around 736. Seems like the SDR is getting a lot of brightness out of this particular television. Next, we're going to check out motion, and keep in mind, this is a 144 Hertz television with 480 motion rate, and 60 Hertz is going to give you the absolute smoothest picture. But keep in mind, when you're watching 24 frames per second movie, the TV has to slow down the processing in order to display it right. But I want to show you the TV side by side so you can see how the different hertz affects the television. And here's a skin tone test so you can see how natural this television looks. And I must say that if you look at the color chart, it pops. In my opinion, TCL has done a fantastic job with the color correction on this. And in some cases, this TV might not have to be calibrated. Besides the movie mode, I also want to switch to some of the other picture profiles so you can see how this TV performs in the skin tone test. And seems like every setting looks absolutely amazing. You just have to select the picture profile that works for you. Switching over to the dirty screen effect test, I would say that there are some areas of the screen that are not perfect. One thing I can notice is there's some slight vignetting around the edges of the television, and as it gets into some of the gray levels, you can see some discoloration in the center of the screen. But this is something you probably won't see on a daily basis. Again, this is a test, so you can see how well this TV actually performs. As far as upscaling, I would say that this TV does a good job, but keep in mind, these newer TVs are not built for 480p. As you can see in the image here at the bottom, that it will look blurry on older content. So if you're trying to hook up a VCR or something like that that has low resolution, don't expect any TV to pull off miracles. However, if you go into 720p, your picture is going to be so much more cleaner, and you can get this from most streaming contents or cable boxes. As you step up to 1080p, it gets even better, so you're going to get the best picture quality, and the upscaling can go to work to make sure the picture looks good. But as I always say, 4K is going to give you the best picture quality possible, and you can get this from streaming services like Netflix 4K, Amazon Prime Video, and services like Hulu, but these are paid services. Now, using an external device, I also want to point out that this TV has plenty of zoom features, so if you get in those letterbox and you want to stretch the picture, it's not what it's made for, but you can see this TV has plenty of options to magnify the image. The last thing we're going to talk about is the audio system on this TV, and after listening to all the speakers, one thing I noticed is there's a speaker on both sides here, and you have the subwoofers on the back, and B&O calls it the ultra bass audio system. The 65-inch has an 85-watt audio system, and it does support Dolby Atmos, especially through the HDMI EER on the back of it. Plus, it will support Dolby Digital and PCM. Now let's take a listen to it, and just keep in mind, this is a recording.
This is a Tech Steve test to see how good this TV sounds.
I think I'll find my favorite destruction. When it comes to my pros, I don't play by the rules, I don't switch up the flow. Hey, chill on the weekend, give X's and O's. She in love with the kid, I ain't texting her phone.
So here live, I would say that the TV sounds really good. The bass response wasn't as deep as I would like to have, but it is a good sound audio. You can select the different audio outputs, also connect it to external speakers, Bluetooth devices, use the fiber optic, and there's an option for external subwoofer. It also has different sound settings like movies, speech, music, games, so you can adjust it just the way you like. And if you hit customizing, you get this Biosonic EQ. This allows you to brighten the sound, relax the sound, and different options. Plus, this TV does have a few other settings in here, so you can adjust the audio to your likings. Overall, this video was made to help you guys make the best buying decision, and that's why I test TVs out and let you see what I see. Now, granted, it is recording, but the last thing I want to leave you with is that TCL is no longer this company that's in discounted warehouse type of places. That's how I knew them back when they used to use the Roku operating system. But nowadays, they're on a whole new level. You got to think about it. They make their own panels. They also make their own processor. And with the technology coming out today, I think they're going to be hard to beat in the future. Now, if you look at TVs in general, Samsung is the #1 sold TV in the world. TCL has crept into second place, so that means something that the TVs that they're making are pretty premium and they're catching up with some of the highest competition out there. But when it comes to this QM8, this is going to be a TV that I think a lot of people are going to enjoy if they want a higher end television, but it comes at a cost. That's all I have on this video. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Hey everyone, Tech Steve here. Welcome back to the channel. Today, we're going to talk about this TV right here. This is the U8000F. And just in case you missed it, I did do a unboxing. I talked about all the gaming setups, the inputs, the design, and showed you how to set it up. On this video, we're just going to talk about the picture quality and some of the features that this TV has. Now, if you've been following me since 2020, I did an unboxing and setup and all that good stuff on the TU8000. Then we moved over to the AU8000. They skipped the BU8000 here in the United States, but then we continued on to the CU8000, the DU1000, and now we have this TV right here. Now, I will say that this TV, they have been taking away a little features over the years. For example, this TV no longer has a fiber optic output, so you can't run it directly to an older audio system. Addition to that, this TV doesn't have adjustable feet anymore. So with that out of the way, I will tell you that this TV does have a new menu system, which is pretty good, and I really think it's a lot user-friendly for you guys out there. And I would say that the colors are still great on this television. And it also has a pretty decent anti-glare coating on it. So it's not going to pick up all the lights in the room, but if you have a lot of windows, just watch out. And I will say that the viewing angles are pretty good on this TV as well, given the fact that this is a VA panel. If you plan on buying the U8000L for watching movies, overall, I think your experience will be good. I will tell you though, in the black levels on letterbox movies, you will see some gray haze in it. And because this is one of Samsung's entry-level televisions, it's not going to have local dimming zones. So you have a technology called Samsung's UHD dimming, which does a decent job of creating those black levels. But I will tell you, it's not going to be the inkiest TV that you ever seen on the market. But if you want a Samsung TV with the darkest black level, you're going to have to invest more money to get a QLED, a mini LED, or even an OLED to achieve that. Now, for general use watching sports on this television, I think it's going to be a fairly decent picture, but keep in mind it all depends on what type of content and the quality of the content that you play through it to get the best picture quality. But in my findings, I thought everything was pretty smooth due to the 120 Hertz motion rate. In my opinion, I think it's going to be good for the average consumer. Now, when it comes to the smoothness of your picture, which we call motion, I would say that it's not one size that fit all. This is a feature that depends on what your tastes are, that you may have to go in here and adjust it from time to time based off the content that you're watching. But I would say if you want this picture, you want to put it in dynamic mode. The only problem with that is that it's going to put the TV in its brightest settings. But in my opinion, this is something you're going to constantly have to adjust if you're not happy with how smooth the TV is. But the great thing is you at least have these settings so you can customize it. A lot of people are asking me how bright are these TVs that I've been reviewing. So I want to pull out my testing equipment, as you see back here, using Calman software to see how bright the television. When I test dynamic mode, I was able to get 277 nits out of it. In standard mode, I was able to get 285 nits out of the television. And I'll say it's not the brightest television on the market. For most people, it will be bright enough for all your TV shows and movies, but a lot of people do turn down their brightness anyway on these higher end, brighter televisions. So you have to be the judge and see if it's going to work for you. Another thing I want to show you is that this TV does have more of a blue push as far as the colors from the factory and movie mode. And I did attempt to calibrate it, but I ran into a few errors. So at this point, I'm not going to be able to give you those settings, but I at least want to show you some of this footage. And even though I don't have the calibration settings on this video, I will say that the settings built into the Samsung TV are going to help you get the best picture quality depending on the content you watch. In my opinion, I think the dynamic mode is going to be for people who want a really bright screen to get the maximum out of this television. But for the more natural look, you want to switch over to movie mode. But I do feel for most people, standard mode is going to be good enough unless you're watching a movie. But that's something that you can consider according to how you like to watch your television. When it comes to audio, this TV has 20 watts, which is not a lot of power. On the bottom of it, there is a bass port to give you some enhanced sound. It also can connect to the Samsung Q Symphony audio soundbars, and it has a feature called Object Tracking Sound Light. And what this will do is it will track the different objects on the screen to move with the sound, so you get more of a surround sound type effect. Now, even though this is recording, I wanted to let you hear what the audio sounds like.
I think I found my favorite distraction.
When it comes to my pros, I don't play by the rules, I switch up the flow. Hey, chill on the weekend, give X's and no. She in love with the kid, I ain't texting her phone.
Now we're going to do some basic testing so you can see how well this TV performs. Well, when it comes to dirty screen effects, you are going to see some areas that are not as uniform as the center of the television. So you're going to get a slight vignetting, but I will tell you, whenever you watch content on it, you will not see this happening unless you're watching content that has a gray screen.
And since this is a V8 panel, I didn't find any noticeable blooming on this television, so I don't feel like it's anything for you to worry about when it comes to TV as far as getting halo effects around images. Now this TV has a Crystal UHD processor, and the whole concept behind it is that it could take pretty much any content and upscale it to 4K. And my findings on 480p content, I don't think it did that great of a job as far as clearing up the image, but I would say once I switched over to 720p, which is more the resolution that this TV is looking for, it did a really good job making it look more like 4K. Now, of course, 1080p is going to give you a slight improvement over the 720p because it has more lines of resolution. But of course, if you go to 4K native resolution, it's going to give you the absolute best picture quality. And I recommend you use that whenever possible if you're paying for premium streaming services. The last few things I want to mention about this TV is that when it comes to adjusting the screen, it has plenty of settings inside there, so you can stretch the screen sideways, long ways, and this is going to be great for people who are watching 4:3 content who wants to fill up the screen by zooming into it. Samsung gives you plenty of controls to do just that. For you gamers out there, I went over everything on the unboxing videos, so go check that out right after this video. But just to give you a quick summary, this TV is a 60 Hz television, and I tried to override it on the Xbox, and there's no way to get 120 Hz out of this television. Another thing I want to point out is that when it comes to input lag, you're looking about .9 to 10 milliseconds. So overall, it's pretty good when it comes to that. And also keep in mind, this TV does have auto low latency and variable refresh rate, but it does not have a game bar. So before you ask me how good is this TV for games, I think it works really well as long as you have the expectation of 60 frames per second. So what's my opinion about this TV? I don't think it's better or worse than any of the previous versions of this television. In fact, I think in some cases you will like the fact that you have this new operating system, and I think that's really the thing that makes it stands out. Now, I know some of the newer Samsung TVs have AI features, which I'm looking to get a couple of those in to test out. But this TV is kind of like a very bare bones type of Samsung TV. So you're not going to have all of these bells and whistles, but you at least have the voice control. Now, here's the thing. When you look at the box, it says it works with Amazon, it works with Google and some other features. The way that works is that you'll have to take the SmartThings application, log into that, and then you can plug that into the other applications, and at that point you can use one of the little smart home devices to control the TV and do basic features. But for its voice commands, that is not built in, so make sure that you understand that. Another thing, this TV does support Apple AirPlay, so if you have an iPhone or iPad or a computer, you can cache your image over to it, as well as cache your images from your Samsung devices using SmartView. I haven't tried to cache through it using third-party application, but if you have an Android device, I'm pretty sure you can do it with some of the apps that are on the App Store. With that being said, I think this TV is fair. I wish that you could raise it up and lower it. For some people, they want that nice, smooth profile, but that's just the way Samsung designed it. But one thing that they did put on this TV is back. I know it doesn't matter because on the back of the TV, but they kind of got away from the plastic design on this model, which is A+. So should you run out and buy this? I'll say if it was me, I would probably consider the DU7200 if you don't care about the voice commands. And if you can save some money, maybe look into the DU8000. But if you just want the newest and greatest software as well, then you definitely want to take a look at this. That's all I have on this video. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Sorry I'm late. Hardly the best example for Supergirl.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. If you've been looking for a budget cinema television, I have one that I want to show you guys today. This is the Hisense E6 series. And this E6 QF is packed full of features such as quantum dots, Dolby Atmos, as well as AI upscaling, and it does have smooth motion. And you can get this TV in different sizes from a 43-inch, 50-inch, all the way up to a massive 100-inch, so you'll find one that fits your requirements. On this video, I'm going to be using a 50-inch, and it's very easy to put together. This TV is well packed, and I didn't have any problems getting it out of the box on my own, But keep in mind, if you get a larger model, you definitely will need help. And looking at the bottom of the TV, there's a slot where you can mount the feet, there's a speaker system, and there's a press button so you can change the inputs and even turn the TV off. The feet are very easy to install. All you need to do is get a Phillips screwdriver and just go ahead and lock them into place. And then you can go ahead and put the TV on your entertainment center. In the box, you get a quick setup guide, a power cord, and here's a closer look at the remote control that comes with this television. Now, one thing on top of it, you do have the voice command for your Amazon, navigation, home, back, and these can control your different devices. You also have a channel up and down, and there's some hotkeys at the bottom to go directly to Amazon, Netflix, Disney, and Peacock. Here's the back of the TV. It's got that standard Hisense look. You can easily mount it on the wall with these screw holes right here. There's a power cord input right there, and it does have a headphone output as well as composite video inputs. You'll also find a reset button, 3 HDMIs, and you do have EER for your soundbar. We have 2 USBs, a TV tuner, a digital output, and you do have an Ethernet connection, plus this TV does have Wi-Fi built in. And the last thing you need to do is just go ahead and pull off the tape, and you want to go ahead and peel off the screen protector. Then it's ready to set up. So I went ahead and set everything up on the television, and I'll walk you through that a little bit later on in the video, but let's talk about the technology. First of all, this TV has quantum dots that gives you over 1 billion colors, but here's a cool thing. This TV supports Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos, plus it also supports HDR10 Plus with Active, which is something Samsung uses, HDR10 and HLG picture profiles. So what we're going to do is just jump right into some demos so we can see how good this TV actually performs. When watching TV on this television, I think it looks fantastic. The motion is smooth, and I'll show you that later on in the video, and it has some great colors to it. Now, I'm not going to say it is the brightest TV, but for its overall color reproduction, this TV looks great, and Hisense did a really good job with it. So if you've been looking for a basic TV that doesn't break the bank, this might be the one to take a look at in your future purchase. Another thing I've noticed about this TV, you will see some artifacts from time to time, but considering that it's not a very expensive television, I think it had some really good colors on it, and the black levels are pretty decent. Now, considering the price point of this TV doesn't have the darkest contrast level, but with the lights off, you can see that it actually looks really good. I think this TV is going to be great for someone who doesn't have a really high budget, but they want to get a pretty good experience. And I think you're going to be fine with this TV with the right expectations. Next, we're going to take a look at SDR mode, and I want to pull up Hamilton because it's starting to make a comeback, and the colors are really good. I mean, I'm pretty impressed with this television, definitely considering the price point. I want to pause the scene so we can take a look at the different picture profiles while it's in SDR mode. And the thing is that this TV has quite a few settings in it, and you can customize it any way you like. So right now it's in standard mode. We go to mode, gives it a little more warmer look. We have dynamic mode, which is pretty much vivid, natural. There's also a gaming and PC mode, and you can customize it, and it does support filmmakers mode. Next, I switched over to HDR10 Plus, and this is standard mode, and it has a clean picture on it. Movie mode is going to make it look a lot warmer. We have dynamic again, natural, customized, and again, we still have filmmakers mode. Now we're in Dolby Vision, and that's where this TV shines. As you can see here, they have all type of different settings, and that's how this TV gets its cinema name. Now, here's the thing. We have Dolby Vision Dark, Dolby Vision Vivid, Dolby Vision Natural, Game, PC, and you can customize it. So in my opinion, this TV is going to be a great television for people who want to watch movies, but we need to talk about gaming because this TV is more advanced than you expect, even at this price point. If you're a gamer, I find that this Hisense E6 series is pretty impressive, especially the fact of what it supports. So we're going to take a look at the PS5 and the Xbox. When it comes to gaming, this TV doesn't have a game bar, but you do have some basic features inside of the menu system. At the bottom, you can see that it is supporting auto low latency. And if we go into advanced settings, you can turn off the filmmakers mode, and you have access to all these different controls like enhanced HDR. You can control the local contrast to make it a lot inkier. And if you go down, you have super resolution, skin tones, and a few other features to make sure that everything is going to be great for your gaming experience. The 6 series has a lot of support for gaming consoles, even though it's 60 frames per second. If we go into the PlayStation under screen and video, we can check out the information for the connected HDMI devices. Under 4K, you can see that it will support 60 frames per second, HDR, and it will support variable refresh rate as well. If we go into 1440p, you will get up to 120 Hertz and it still get the HDR support. And if we go to 1080p, you can go up to 60 Hertz, but you can see HDR is still supported under all of these different frequencies. Now we're in the Xbox. You can see that it does support 4K at 60 frames per second. And even if we drop it down to 120 Hertz, this TV will support 1440p, which is fantastic. If you go into TV details, you can see everything is supported except for the 120 Hertz. And if we go into the video modes, this TV also has auto low latency, variable refresh rate, and yes, it does support Dolby Vision gaming.
Sorry I'm late.
Hardly the best example for Supergirl.
Something on the floor here. Is that?
I need that damage report.
I don't know about you, but I find gaming on this television was pretty impressive, and I wasn't expected to handle up to 120 Hertz at 1440p. Plus you have the variable refresh rate and the auto low latency. It's pretty much everything you need for a television to be able to do some pretty decent gaming on it. Now let's do some TV testing so you can see how well the screen actually performs. Now testing this TV out, I would say that it has a little bit of blooming, but considering the price point, it's not anything you couldn't manage. And again, this TV has a really good look to it. It also does a great job when it comes to dirty screen effect at the lighter colors. And as I went up into the grayscale, I could start seeing some areas, but not anything major. In fact, I've seen more expensive TV have really bad dirty screen effects where this TV is actually performing pretty well. And it actually does a decent job at upscaling even with this 480p content. And using a demo that's not completely filling the screen, you do have zoom options. So if you have content that's not filling the screen up, you can go in this TV and do some, but keep in mind you will be cropping the image by doing so. But rest assured, if you're going to play 720p, 1080p, or even 4K content, you're going to be happy with the performance of this TV. And it's pretty impressive when you think about how good and how far these TV have came without spending a ton of money. Now I find the motion on this TV at 24 frames per second to be actually pretty smooth. And if we pull up the menu, they have advanced settings where you can go down here and control the motion. So we have the MPEG noise reduction turned on. And if we go all the way down here to the bottom, we have motion processing. Now, if I turn it off, you can see a huge difference in the picture quality, but you do have custom, you have film, you have clear, standard, and smooth. So you have plenty of controls for your motion on this TV. And just note here, if you do press on custom and you back out of this, you can then go down here to the bottom and change the judder so you can take full control of how smooth the motion is on this television. And now we switched over to 60 frames per second. As you can see, this TV is smooth like butter, so it's going to be great for you watching your movies, and it's going to be great for doing all your gaming. When it comes to audio, this TV does have plenty of surround sound effects, but to get the best sound, you want to go ahead and use an external soundbar. But I would tell you that it has bass and treble control, which a lot of TV doesn't have. You have advanced feature where you can do a virtual Dolby Atmos, and you can do virtual surround sound even with the built-in speakers. And there's plenty of sound profiles like movie, music, sports, and you can customize it. And by doing this, this is how you have access to your bass and treble controls.
This is a Tech Steve test to see how good this TV sounds.
I think I found my favorite distraction. At least I'm
Comes to my pros, I don't play by the rules, gotta switch up the flow. Hey, we can give exes and no, she in love with the kid, I ain't texting her phone.
For the last part of this video, I'm going to show you how to set this up as a new user. Now keep in mind, this TV uses Amazon, which is on the internet. So you're going to need to have some type of Wi-Fi, Ethernet connection, and you're going to need an Amazon account to get logged into everything to get it up and running. In order to set up this Hisense Fire TV, you will need the internet, an Amazon account, and have all your devices connected. You can also use the Amazon app instead of the remote control. The first thing you would do is choose your language, and then you would connect it to Wi-Fi. It'll then check for updates, and you can install a full version of the experience, or you can do a basic version. Now you want to go ahead and sign into your Amazon account. Your TV will be registered on your account. Hit continue. You can pre-install some applications, or you can press on no thanks, and you can set up a parental control as well. Once you add all your information, you will get this welcome screen that goes over some of the features that you can use with your new Fire TV. And if you have antenna plugged in, it would now scan for channels. Here's the operating system that's on this Hisense E6 series, and it's going to be fast enough to get through all your basic menus and settings. At the top of the menu, you have your different profiles. You can select your inputs, and this will show your bookmarks as far as purchases and rentals. You can go back home and you can look at live television. And this TV has plenty of applications that you can download from movies, medical, photos, and more. And this gives you an idea of some of the different things you can choose from one category. And if you hit the gear in the corner, you get the screen that shows all the different settings of the television, so you can customize it any way that you like. If you press the microphone on the remote control, you can ask the voice commands. What's the weather like today in San Diego? And as you can see there, it appears on the screen. You also can use this to open up applications and control different devices in your home. On this video, I went over everything you need to know about this Hisense E6QF. The fact that it has Fire TV, the fact that it can do some really good gaming, and the fact that it has QLED, and it does have an AI light sensor as well if you want it to adjust itself. It has everything that you need. If you are interested in learning more, I'll leave all the links in the description below. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. Hey everyone, Tech Steve here. Welcome back to the channel. On today's video, I'm going to show you a television that I know you've been wanting to see. This is the new 2025 TCL QM8 series. And as we all know, the 8 series is the go-to television when it comes to TCL. And just to let you know, I got a chance to see this TV before it was released to the public, and it was beautiful. I also got to see it compared to other TVs, and this TV is extremely bright and extremely detailed. And if you have an older TV, you're probably used to having these thicker borders on your television. And here's a couple more examples of that. But this TV has this new border design where it almost looks completely invisible. And part of this trip is that we got a chance to go to the SoFi Stadium and watch a live concert. And I had a chance to hang out with Brian Tung and Caleb Dennison, which was a good time. And I did a little bit of dancing too. Don't make fun of me. This QM8 is available in a 65, 75, 85, and a 98 inch. And this is a QD mini LED television. And this is a cutting edge display technology that combines both benefits of QLED and mini LED backlighting. It also has zero borders, the Crystal Glow WHVA panel, which is different from the Q6K and the Q7K, which has an anti-glare coating to improve picture quality, especially in brighter rooms. And this series of TVs has up to 3840 local dimming zones, up to 4500 peak brightness, and it will support 144 Hz. And of course, it is powered by the Google TV operating system. This TV also has voice command, as well as Google Cast, Apple AirPlay, Apple HomeKit, and it will work with Amazon Alexa, and it has the B&O audio system that we'll take a listen to on the full review. So last year I did unbox the 98-inch version with Be the Installer, but because that TV is so large, we're not going to be reviewing that against this TV, unfortunately. But what I will do is compare this against the Hisense U8QG. But keep in mind, all these videos take a lot of time, and I do my best to get these out as soon as I can. In the box, it has this little piece for the feet, and we'll take a look at it in just a moment. And here's the back plate that goes to it. And of course, we have all of the standard stuff, the power cord, remote control, and some instruction books. Once you get everything off the top of the box, all you need to do is just lift up this cardboard piece to go ahead and lift it off of the television. On the front of the TV has this little cardboard piece to protect it when it's getting shipped. I'm gonna go ahead and get everything ready so we can mount the base on it. Here's the piece that goes on the back of the TV, and it separates, and that's so you can run the wire maintenance down. And on the bottom of it, it has these metal contacts, which makes it very easy to attach to this piece right here. Now, one thing about this, it has that brush aluminum look to it on the front and black on the back of it. We're just basically gonna take these two pieces, put them together like that. And then it comes with this bag of screws. We just want to go ahead and put that into the bottom here. There's 8 tiny screws. I'll go ahead and put all these in here, and then I'll show you how to attach it to the back of the television. Here's the bottom piece, and there's the screw holes here on the back of it. And there's 2 different locations that you can mount this bracket on. Now I'm going to put it on the bottom one, mainly because I'm going to be comparing this against QM7K one day, and I want to make sure that they're at the same height, so just a little bit less hassle later. Now if you decide to use a drill, keep in mind you want to use one with a clutch on it, otherwise you can strip out the screw holes. Now before I show you the back of this TV, I want to show you that this TV is a lot thicker, and we're talking about 2 inches thick. So I'll assume this is part of the audio system, but we'll check that out again once we get to the full review so I can get a chance to listen to all the speakers inside of the television. On the back of it, you have this nice checkerboard finish. Down here, there's some ventilation, and here's the back of that stand that I showed you just a minute ago. It's powered by this B&O audio system, and on this one it says Enhance Ultra Bass, so we'll check that out later on. Here's the screw holes for the mounting brackets if you plan on mounting it on the wall. And as far as inputs, we have a USB 3.0, a USB 2.0, Ethernet connection. Of course, it has Wi-Fi built in. We have 2 HDMI 2.1s that will support up to 144 Hertz. We also have a HDMI 2.0, and we have another HDMI 2.0 for EER, a TV tuner, and a optical output right there at the bottom. Now TCL does call this a premium QLED mini LED television, and as you can see here, it's got a little bit thicker border on it, but it looks pretty nice. And the power cord looks more like a computer plug, but it doesn't have that third one for the ground, but it plugs right here to the back of the TV and you're all set. Here's the remote control that comes with this TV. Has this nice silver finish to it, so they do make it look a lot more premium. And you have all your basic controls, including voice commands, channels, volume, hotkeys at the bottom. And here's the remote control that came with the last year's series. They went from the black over to the silver, but it still has the same look to it as far as the buttons and the layout. And here's the remote control that came with the 2023 model. I still like the design on this. It was nice and slender, but you can see that they have made some changes from this particular design. So we got everything pulled off the television, but the last thing we need to do is remove the screen protector. You'll see an orange tab right here in the corner on most models, so let's go ahead and get it pulled off. I went ahead and got the TV all set up with the Google operating system, and I'll show you that footage a little bit later on in the video. But for now, let's take a quick look at the viewing angles. And as you can see with this WHVA panel, it's going to have really good viewing angles, especially for people who have furniture that's not in the center of the room. This panel also has really good anti-glare coating on it. So if you have a lot of lights and windows in your room, it's not going to be perfect, but it is ideal for people who want to minimize glare on their television. Now I'm still filming footage for the full review, but I can say that this TV has really good colors. Now, as far as it's accurate or not, I had to hook it up to my calibration tester to see how good it is. But I will tell you that the picture is bright and very vivid, and it has some really good colors. In order to see if this is better than the previous models, I'll have to get to the comparison video, but you can see that the TV does have a really good picture quality. And I can't wait to get to the full review where I can do some more testing on it. This TV does have a game bar. Once it's in game mode, just press and hold the 3 lines on the remote control. At the top of it, you can see the status of the gaming console that you have plugged into it. It also has an aiming aid, a magnifier, different picture modes, as well as auto low latency, variable refresh rate, and a shadow enhancer. If you go into the main menu, you can have the hertz to float on the screen that you can move around. It also supports HDMI EER, which is a standard to give you the best HDR Dolby Vision for gaming. And you do have a high frame rate mode if you're planning on hooking it up to a computer that supports variable refresh rate through HDMI. And you can also change the themes from blue, green to cartoon if you like. Now let's take a look at gaming with the PS5. Now we're going to take a look at the information and the PlayStation. And as you can see here, it does support variable refresh rate up to 120 Hertz, HDR, as well as SDR. It also supports 1440p at all the different frequencies and 1080p at all the different frequencies. So we took a look at the PS5. Now let's take a look at the gaming settings for the Xbox Series X. Now inside the Xbox, let's take a look at the TV and display options. Well, first of all, you can see that it does support 4K at 120 Hertz. If we do the drop down, we have 1440p as well as 1080p and 720p. Under 4K TV details, as you can see, the QM8K supports everything, and this includes 120 Hertz for Dolby Vision gaming. Under video modes, we have everything in here checked off, and this includes auto low latency, and it does have variable refresh rate. And just the last few things, I want to show you why we have the TV in gaming mode. You do have control of your brightness, black levels, and gamma. You can control all your colors right in here, and this includes the color space. And you do have sharpness, but you don't have your standard motion controls. To set this TV up, the first thing you would do is go ahead and choose your language, choose your region, and you can set this TV up as a Google TV, which is going to require some type of internet service. Or you can set this TV up as a basic TV, which includes using an antenna and hooking up external devices. Now, if you have the Google Home app, you can scan it with the barcode, but I'll show you the manual way to do it. Just go ahead and press on down, and then go ahead and enter your Wi-Fi credentials. Now, you can use the Ethernet on the back of it while it's doing this process, but next it's going to look for updates. To use the application, it does require a Gmail account. I'll go ahead and enter mine in, and then you want to accept the terms and conditions, but make sure you read through everything. TCL does have a few pop-ups in here, but the main thing, you want to set it up to do automatic updates. Like I said earlier, this TV does support Apple AirPlay and HomeKit, so you can control it with Siri. And now, once this is all done, your setup is complete. All you had to do from this point is just wait for the TV to install all the applications and get it up and running so you can start using it. The last few steps you can do is you can set up your Google Photos to be the screensavers for this television. You can add multiple profiles, so you can add your kids as well. And now we can go to Google TV. Now we're on Google TV. You can see that it is a pretty snappy television. I don't see any kind of lag in it whatsoever. If you hook up your antenna and you get channels, you'll see them here. Plus you get free channels from Google if you have the TVs connected to Wi-Fi. There is an app store and you can download plenty of different applications, so you can find one that meets your needs. And I'll tell you, there's plenty to choose from because Google has one of the largest operating systems out there for television, so you're going to get plenty of applications. If you buy any movies, it'll end up in the library, and TCL does have some streaming service called TCL TV Plus, and you can go through here and watch free content as well. Being that this is a TCL TV, going back to the applications, you do have a quick panel. And this is so you can see everything at the bottom that's connected. You have T Solo, which is a music player, and you can Bluetooth your phone directly to the TV and play your music, which is a cool feature. This TV does have a built-in wall gallery, so if you're not using the TV, you can have some of these different presets already in your television, so you can have something on your screen whenever you're not using it. And you can play files off a USB drive or a network drive if you have it available. Under channels and input, this is where you would scan for channels. Under input, you can see over here on the side, it does support HDMI controls like cable boxes and things like that. You can also have EER set up, and you can have the TV to power on with external devices. This TV does have plenty of picture settings, screen settings, as well as audio settings, and we'll go over that on the main review. As far as storage, this TV has 52 gigabytes built in, so you have plenty of memory for all your different applications. You can also load some things into it. You have an ambient mode where you can use your Google Photos, art galleries, or custom AI art, which is powered by Google. And if you want to, you can go through here and customize it any way you want as far as the screensavers, top news, and things like that. Now, if you plan on using an external device like a cable box, I would say go in here and switch this over to last item used, so it would automatically choose that input. And this TV does have this energy dashboard where you can control the eco modes. I'll usually say turn some of that stuff off, but I'll leave it up to you if you're looking to save some energy. If you have an Android device, you can cast over to this television. This is where you'll find the Apple AirPlay and HomeKit settings. And down here is where you'll find the gaming master features for your inputs to get the best performance. And I do recommend just leave everything on automatic, so the TV will detect your consoles or PC, so you don't have anything to worry about trying to figure that out later. And the last few things in here, you can choose if you want to have the indicator turned on the bottom. If you want to see the store demo, you can put it in store mode. And I'm pretty sure this feature right here is every time you change your inputs and you want to see that pop up, you can turn that off here at the bottom. And that's pretty much the features in here. And just so you know, you can pair headphones and accessories to this as well. My first impressions on this QM8K is that I really like this television's design. I like the new remote control, and I like the fact that it is thicker, so it feels more solid whenever you move it around. Also, it does have a upgraded audio system. I would say I still prefer the sound bars instead of built-in TV speakers, but that's my own personal preference. And I do like the fact that the colors look good and the black levels are good as well. Now, I'll be doing some testing on this television. We'll check out the brightness and all that stuff on the full review. But if you have questions, make sure you leave that below, and I'll see if I can get to some of those answers when I make the full review. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. Every once in a while, a company designs something that's extraordinary. On today's video, we're going to take a look at the TCL X11L. Hey everyone, Tech Steve here. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to talk about the TCL X11L. And I'm going to say right now, no matter what you read and all that good stuff, for me, I think it's one of the biggest, one of the brightest televisions, and pretty accurate overall of all the TVs I reviewed on this channel. Now, we know that
there's a lot of people talking about certain things. I was reading the comments and people were talking about the motion on this television, but here's what I did. I have some footage I'll show you later on where I compared it against another TV, and it's not as bad as you think it is. Now, with that being said, let's talk about how this TV performs when it comes to movies. Now, first of all, some of the things you're going to expect when watching this television is that the contrast is very inky. And that's mainly because this TV is packed full of local demi-zones that controls the contrast on the television to make sure that you get a really black picture and at the same time bring out all the dynamic range that this TV has to offer. When I was filming this video, I did try some different picture profiles, and overall, I find that filmmaker's mode seems to be the most accurate because this TV, even though it gets a little darker on some of those settings, it appears to be more natural looking than some of the other TVs that I reviewed on this channel. Now, people want to compare this against OLED television, and that's a completely different technology. You do get the infinity black levels and you get the really good viewing angles, but you are limited to size for people who want larger televisions. And I'm not talking about the average consumers. I'm talking about people who have huge houses and they want to get the biggest TV they can get if they don't want to go a projector. And this TV does deliver everything you need when it comes to that. So I pulled up Amazon Prime, and one thing I noticed is that the black and white images is very accurate. And I'm not joking, guys, because I remember reviewing one of the 7 series years ago that had that red push to it. You had to calibrate it, and I made a video about that to get that out. This TV, right out of the box, is ready to go. And in my opinion, I don't even think it needs calibration. Now let's tackle the motion real quick on this television, and this is using Invisible Man. And I do see a little bit of sputtering while I was in movie mode. Now I'm going to switch it over to filmmaker's mode, and it doesn't really clean up that much more than before. I want to test it against Sony X95L that I still use, and believe it or not, it was getting around the same motion on this movie, and it's maybe because the way it was filmed. Now, even though this is not a higher end OLED, I just want to see how the motion was on this TV. And keep in mind, I'm filming this on a cell phone and not the cameras that I use in the studio. And I haven't tested against other TVs using the UFO tester that you can see online and check out the motion. And maybe that's something I will consider in the future. But I did use a 24 frame per second stock ticker that I created that you can find on the TechSteve testing channel. I did find it to be presentable, and most people won't hardly notice it in watching everyday content. So what I'm trying to say is, depends on what you watch it on, your internet speed. If you're using Blu-ray, that can make a difference if you're going to see any type of motion issues on this TV or any other TV on the market. One thing I will tell you about this television, it is the brightest TV that I've ever had in the studio. In fact, I had to turn my camera down just to film it. I'm here to tell you guys, I am not a professional calibrator. I have the equipment, but I don't necessarily have the knowledge. Now, TCL claims that this TV can do up to 10,000 nits, and according to AI, this is actually a true statement. But here's the thing, is at a 1% window. So what that means is that 1% of the screen was actually used with professional equipment to get the 10,000 nits. Now, most calibrators use 10% windows, and that's that little box you see on the screen when they're flashing colors through it. And I want to do some tests and see what I found out for myself. And keep in mind, I don't have the equipment that other people have, so some of these numbers may be off. So right now I have it in vivid mode, and you see the brightness is at 31%. And on the computer, we're getting a fluctuation from 1900 lumens up to 26. It all depends at 31%. Now I have the TV in filmmaker's mode, and the lumens is around 260. If we go to movie mode, we're getting around the same. Now to do this test, I'm gonna go into the settings, go into display, and keep it in movie mode. Under brightness, we will adjust that in just a minute, but we want to go down here and make sure everything is turned off. And as you can see on the computer, it jumped up to 1433. Now let's go ahead and crank up the brightness in movie mode. And in movie mode, we're getting up to 3823, and it's going to fluctuate. But that's the peak brightness that we're getting in that particular settings, while the TV is in SDR mode. Another thing I want to test while I'm in here, I'm going to go to Vivid,
And in vivid mode, it's jumping up to 45. So it's going to fluctuate there, but it did get up to 45 lumens. Now I want to go ahead and stop this test and go back into the meter, and we're going to turn on HDR10. In vivid at 100%, we're getting around 3662. And if I go back down to filmmakers mode, it drops down around 1949. And if we go to movie mode at 100% brightness, we're going around 3691. And the last test I want to do is check out Dolby Vision. So I'll try some of these different ones. This is Dolby Vision brightness. Now think about these TV settings. Keep in mind they will because the TV will adjust itself, but I have seen it go over 5,000 nits of peak brightness, and that's what you can get on Dolby Vision Bright. But if you watch the meter here on the screen, you can see that it will fluctuate and it's adjusting itself. And to be transparent with you guys, I'm using this Portrait G1, and this is a pattern generator, and I'm using this Display Plus HL to pick out the colors. And I got to talking to somebody who does calibration, and you can get into 20, 30,000 to get the right equipment, or you need a laboratory to be able to test it to get the true numbers. With that being said, let's do a few more tests. Let's start off with stretched out 480p, and in my opinion, this TV is doing a phenomenal job even on this low resolution signal. And if we switch over to 720p, the image gets just a slight sharper than it did on the 480p. Now the sweet spot on most televisions is 1080p, and this is everyday content that you would see watching regular TV on an average basis. But if you want to get the best picture, you want to use sources like Blu-ray players as well as high quality streaming services. And I do understand that a lot of people don't want to pay for content, but unfortunately that's the world we live in now. If you don't pay for Blu-ray media or a good streaming service, you're just not going to get the best picture out of most products these days. So if you're having a grainy picture, chances are you're using a low resolution signal like IPTV, or even plugging a DVD player into some of these televisions. It will allow you to watch the older content, but it's not going to give you the best signal. Now, when testing this TV out to see if it had any type of dirty screen effects, I thought it was accurate overall. But as I got into some of the blacker scenes, I did notice just a slight little blotchiness more in the center of the television, but no LED panel is going to give you a perfect signal because you're spreading light all the way across the television, and to keep it 100% uniformed is nearly impossible. But the X11L does a pretty good job. Unless you can tell me otherwise, I think it would pass this test with flying colors. So there's a thing called blooming where you're watching credits at the end of a movie and all the white on the black background seems to glow. Well, TCL invented a technology called halo control years ago, and I can say that this television does a phenomenal job keeping the black levels very dark at the same time those dynamic and specular highlights without compromising the details in the image. This is part of the new panel lineup, and it has a WHVA panel. So when it comes to viewing angles, I would say that this TV does a great job. So what I want to do is just kind of put the camera right there in the center of the TV to give you an idea how it looks. And I slowly move to the side. And one thing I noticed is that the viewing angles are fantastic compared to most vertical alignment panels, but not as good as IPS. But overall, you get very limited coloration whenever you get to the size of the TV. So this will be ideal for people putting it anywhere in the room, whether it's located high or low. So we talked about the picture quality on this video, but just a few last things I want to mention. Now let's talk about some of the advanced features that this TV has to offer. The remote control that comes with this TV looks like your standard TCL remote control with the hotkeys at the bottom. It also supports the Google Gemini operating system. But here's one cool feature. If you look at TV behind me, now we have a brightness control right there on the TV. You see it back there? And we have a picture profile right here on the side of it, which is really cool and convenient to get to the settings. It also has heavy duty feet on it, so it keeps the TV very stable to your table, and it has a border designed so the TV looks like it doesn't even have a frame on it from the front view. On the back of it, you're going to find 4 HDMI 2.1s that all support up to 144 Hz. It has an ATSC 3.0 TV tuner for over-the-air next-gen content. It also has a more advanced B&O sound system that includes front-firing speakers, rear-firing speakers for surround sound, and 4 subwoofers on the back of it. And I want to show you some of the sound settings so you can get an idea of what kind of controls you have. But here's the thing, this TV was designed to work with the new Z100 speaker system to give you a Dolby Atmos surround sound, and maybe one day I'll have some here in the studio to be able to demo them for you. One thing I do really like about this TV is all the settings you get for audio. As you can see, you have plenty of settings, but one thing you can do, if you go down to custom, you have a surround sound enhancement, and you can control the level of the volume for those annoying commercials. Now the BO Sonic is pretty cool because you can actually go in here and change this around to give you different sound effects so you can get the most pleasant sound to your ears, or you can just keep it in the center at default. There's also a built-in EQ and loudness control, so you can control your bass, your treble, the center speaker, which is a new add-on, and the surround sound speaker that are actually built into the back of the cabinet to create this Atmos virtual surround sound.
This is a Tech Steve dialogue test to check the clarity of this TV built-in speaker system. I recommend an audio system for movies, but if you're wondering how it sounds with music, let's test them now.
So what's my final thoughts about the X11L? I think it's one of the best TVs I've ever reviewed. I think it's going to be a great television for people who are in that price bracket. And, you know, the prices will come down. Right now, this one is selling for $8,000. So, you know, you might be able to get to $5,000 over the next 6 months to a year. But who knows? I don't really predict that. But with that being said, the contrast fantastic. The colors are fantastic. It has some of the most advanced gaming setups that I've ever seen after playing it. I was able to get 144 Hertz out of it at 4K, no problem. And I will say that this TV is really well thought out, and TCL is definitely in the right direction of maybe taking out the #1 TV provider in the world, but who knows? I think they still have this nostalgia about, you know, some of their lower end stuff that started off in the Walmarts and the Sound Clubs. Not saying anything bad about the models, but this is a whole different level. And the fact that they're working with Sony in the near future, if that all goes through, I would say that, man, take them very serious if you're looking for the higher end models. With that being said, just so you guys know, I did make a unboxing video on this television, and I also made a video showing you guys all the gaming settings and things like that. So go check that out right after this video. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you guys on the next video. Peace. If you like these demos that I'm playing, make sure you go check out Tech Steve Testing on YouTube. Hey everyone, Tech Steve here. Welcome back to the channel. This is the 65-inch Hisense U7SG, and so far I think this is a fantastic television. One of the things that they did change on this year model is that it has more of a anti-glare, looks like a matte finish on it as far as the screen, so it's going to be great for rooms with a lot of light in it. The second thing is, on the original unboxing video, I didn't know for sure which processor was running this television, and it appeared that it's the MediaTek Pentronic 800, just so you guys know. Now on this video we're going to do some picture tests. I'm going to show you a couple of movies on it. We're also going to do some testing as far as the contrast, the blooming, and all that good stuff. And then I'm going to show you some results I got from checking out the brightness on the television, and then we'll wrap it up with some gaming. So if you guys been thinking about buying this Hisense U7SG, sit back and relax, and let's get started. Now I'm going to let you guys know that I'm going to be using an Apple TV, and the main reason is because I have my apps preloaded. Just saves a little time when making these videos. But one thing I want to point out here is that you cannot change the profiles in the television like the Apple TV. And what I mean by that is that I can manually select SDR, HDR, or Dolby Vision directly from the Apple TV. And by doing that, it's going to force the TV to go into these different settings. If you use the native applications in your television, then unfortunately, it's going to take the highest resolution and automatically display it. So if you're watching something that's in Dolby Vision, you can't go back to SDR without having an external device, just so you know. All right, let's just check out a couple of demos here. We'll use Dune 3 trailer, and a lot of people tend to like this movie, and third generation coming out if you've been waiting for it. But I'm noticing here is the black bars here are rock solid. The picture is good. Now this is a YouTube demo, so it's not gonna be as clean, but I want to show you how clear it can look whenever you have something that's recorded in HDR. So if you look at this scene right here, look at the color reproduction on it. The skin tones are really nice and natural. You can see those specular highlights. So this Hisense 7 series is doing a great job reproducing the image, but we got some testing to do. Let's keep going. So here's another scene, and as you can see here, the images look good, and we have great separations from the background to the colors. So far, I really like what I'm seeing, but let's check out some of the picture profiles in the television. Here we have Hijacked on Apple TV, and I want to show you what it looks like in vivid mode, which is not recommended, but if you go to standard mode, it's gonna look a little bit more natural. This is what you wanna watch on everyday TV. We also have a sports mode, and that's gonna make everything a little more vivid. Energy savings mode, it'll dim the lights in it. But a lot of people tend to like the theater day mode. Now it's going to make the picture a little bit darker, but it will bring in some more details in the background with that nice warm color look to it. And then we have theater night mode and filmmakers mode. So these are all the settings when it comes to SDR. But now we're going to switch it over to HDR and see what kind of improvements we get and see what kind of settings that you get. And again, we're in the Apple TV. I'll just switch over to HDR. In HDR, you still have vivid mode, and really ideal if you're just getting a dark movie and you just can't see anything. Now here we have your standard mode. We have the sports mode, energy savings, gaming. Now this is HDR theater and filmmakers mode, but to be honest, I don't see zero difference between these two. And this TV does have IMAX. So there's the different settings: HDR, filmmakers mode, IMAX once again. And in my opinion, you could just choose any of those. I think you would be fine, but a lot of times IMAX needs certain metadata. So if you're watching Disney Plus and you see IMAX, those are the type of movies you're gonna play to get that best picture quality out of it. But this TV looks really good. Now, one thing, I was over to the side of it, so we'll check the viewing angles a little bit later, but right here in front of it, spectacular. And then let's switch over to Dolby Vision. Then you get the little placard in the corner. Just so you guys know, I did turn the camera down a little bit, just realized it's blowing out the words at the bottom, but here we have Dolby Vision IQ, Dolby Vision Dark, and Dolby Vision Custom. For me, I tend to like the Dolby Vision IQ the best. Dark just gets too dark, but the IQ is a really good balance. One thing you'll notice here, if you look in the dark, look in this area right here. When I switch it back to IQ, see, it brings out a lot more of those shadow details, but again, that'll be your choice of what you like and what settings that you want to use. And the last thing I'll show you is the intelligence settings, and this will actually readjust the picture automatically, which is a great settings for most people. So I'll turn it on, put the automatic picture mode, leave the energy savings off, leave the light sensors off, sound, that's optional. Now here's the automatic intelligent mode, and again, this for most people it's gonna look really nice, and you don't have to think about it. And it'll be up to you if you want to use the light sensors to adjust itself with the light in the room and everything. But if you're looking for automation, this is where to go. Now, after looking through all those settings, I think SDR theater mode might be one of my favorites. The next one would be Dolby Vision IQ. But again, this is something you can play with. And on all these settings, this TV has that nice inky look to it.
So you're going to be very happy overall. Now let's check out the contrast, motion, and dirty screen effects. Personally, I use a Plex server here in the studio. It has all my demos on it, so I can just go through here and select it. So let's go ahead and start off with a blooming test. For this part of the test, I'm going to turn off all the lights. That way we can see the TV screen a little bit better and see if we find any type of details that we might be missing with the lights on. So here's a credit test, and normally you can see blooming around the edges. I would say that I can see just a slight glow around here, but it is much better than the last year's series. Next, we're going to do a dirty screen effect test, and we're going to look for any kind of imperfections on the screen. And I'm going to tell you hands down, most TVs do not get a perfect picture. Now, this first part is really going to blow out the camera, but we're looking for, again, spots on the television. And I can see from the center, that's just because the camera's too bright. And what I'm noticing here is that the center of the television is pretty much perfect. We get just some slight blotchiness on here on the side, but man, this is pretty solid. Not a lot of TVs can even pass this test. I always see it in the center of the television where it looks like these little mini maps on the screen. Now let's get into some darker areas just so we can see if we see any other imperfections. But this television is doing a great job. You guys are seeing what I'm seeing. There's no camera tricks here. And as you can see here, man, it's doing a really good job. Hisense really thought this out. I decided not to film sports that much anymore just because on the back end there's too much copyrights that gets flagged on your videos. So let's check out some different tests I put together for motion, starting off at 24 frames per second. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, I did test this earlier, and as you can see here at 24 frames per second, you can see a little bit of jitter on the ball, but there's a trick to this. If you go into the picture menu on the television and you want it to be really smooth at 24 frames per second, just go into this setting. Go down to clarity, then go down here to motion enhancement. And you see there's standard, clear, film. You want to click on custom and go down to this judder. So let's play this over. Watch this. Okay, that's with the judder at 5. You can see the bounciness of it. But let's say we're going to move it up to 10 and do it again. So you still see the bounciness of it. The whole thing is that you can go adjust it. This is with the judder completely off. We do it one more time. Look at that. That's with the judder off. It's terrible. But you go in here, you change it to like 8, 9, or 10, smooths out. So in my opinion, this TV has great motion, but it will not be automatic. You have to go in here and do some minor adjustments. Now we're on 60 frames per second. I'll put the judder back in that middle, smooth, so you can get even more smoothness if you want it. But a lot of times that gives you that soap opera effects. But as you can see here, 60 frames per second, you're not gonna have any troubles whatsoever out of the picture performance on this television. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the lights back on, but the last thing we're gonna take a look at is upscaling, and I would say there's some sweet spots on this television. This is 480p content, and it's not ideal for any scenario. So if you're getting a blurry picture, it may be because of the resolution. You're gonna see a lot of fringing here. You're gonna see blurry logos. So let's go and go up to the next level. So here we have 720p, a little bit improved. These lines are a lot more straighter. I don't see little jaggedies on them. And over here, the logo is a lot more cleaner too. So 720p, step up over 420p. But to be honest, this is what you want to use. This is 1080p. Logo, 50% clearer. The lines straight. You don't see any issues with it. So this is going to be ideal for this type of television, 1080p. So if you see that on Netflix or Prime or any kind of streaming application, that's where you want to make sure that you're playing. And then the last test here is 4K. The TV was built for this. Crystal clear logos, a little bit better colors, no lines right there. No jaggedy edges. So if you want to get the most out of these TVs, look for 4K. It is not a joke. That is the native signal of this television. It matches the pixels, and this Hisense is doing a great job from 720p up to 4K. But if you get into 480p, forget about it. Most TVs will be blurry, that's for sure. Now, as far as the viewing angles, I'm just using this portable camera, and let's start walking over here to the side.
And as you can see here, you do lose some of the colors, but overall, I think it actually does a pretty good job considering that this is more likely a vertical alignment panel. Now, a lot of times Hisense do put different types of panels in their televisions, but I know the 65-inch looks really good when it comes to the viewing angles. So now we're going to check the brightness, and I'm going to be using a 10% window on the television. We'll go over here to the computer and start measuring it. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and flip through these different picture profiles, and this is at Vivid with the peak brightness turned on in SDR mode. And look at this. This thing is moving. It's adjusting itself, and we're getting about 2,500 lumens. If we go down to standard mode, you'll see that will drop, and let's let it level out. And we're looking around 1,780. Here's the sports mode. It'll drop down just a little bit. Energy savings, I think I have it turned off, so it's not going to make too many adjustments there. But you can see it's going down to around 1,200, and it's fluctuating. We'll go down to PC game, and this is going to be a little bit darker, around 515, 16. Theater day mode, and it's leveling out around 427-ish. Let's go to theater night mode. It should go down just a little bit. And it's leveling out around 237. And then we have filmmakers mode, and we're looking at about 155 brightness. So again, this TV is actually getting very bright. So this TV does get really bright. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and stop this test, and then I'm going to go over here to the portrait display, and we're going to switch this over from SDR over to HDR10. So I'm going into the settings, and I'm going to change the brightness to make sure everything is maxed out, and it is. Now we're back on the continuous, and look at this. In HDR at Vivid mode, we're getting 3212. Let's go back into the TV and adjust the menu. HDR standard mode, we're getting around 2492-ish. Sports mode, around 2493. Energy savings mode, around 23, and is going down. The energy savings mode is balancing out around 1318 right there. HDR game. It did go back up, and we're leveling around 1383. And the last one, and then we have HDR theater, and we're around 1681. And then we have filmmakers mode. As I mentioned earlier, it's about the same brightness. And then we have IMAX mode, and we're finishing off around 1320 right there. So that's the different brightness in SDR and HDR. So now we have it in Dolby Vision mode, and this is Dolby Vision IQ. And we're getting a brightness around 2534. This is Dolby Vision Dark. But the interesting thing is staying about the same. Look, 2525. I'll go back to IQ. And it only goes up slightly. Now let's on custom, and we're getting about 2552. Now let's check out some gaming, starting off with the Xbox. But I'm just going to go through the resolution, and I'm not sure if my video card supports it, but I'll hook up a computer as well and see what kind of resolution we get out of that. So what we're going to do is go into your TV and display settings, and as you can see already, the TV does support 4K at 120 Hz for the Xbox. It also supports 1440p at 120 Hz, 1080p at 120 Hz, and if you really have to use 720p, it will drop down to 60 Hz. Now on the 4K TV details, it does support everything, and this includes up to 120 Hz on Dolby Vision gaming, which some of the older models didn't do that before. Now under video modes, everything's checked off, and plus we get variable refresh rate. Now that we're in here, let's take a closer look at the gaming bar. The way this works, you want to make sure the TV's in PC or game mode. Then you can press game bar, and this is everything you get. First of all, you can see all your frames and HDR, VRR here at the top. There's also different game genres. You can change the themes, dark details, you can see right there. And there's a brightness control, a few other things in here. If you go into more settings, you can see that it does support AMD FreeSync. And you can also get a frame counter, as you can see right there, and you can move it around the screen to wherever you want it to be. And then there's another game settings that lets you control the contrast, black levels, and there's another switch for the AMD
FreeSync Premium Pro. And I'm sure we're going to get the same settings in the PS5, but let's go and check it out. So in order to check this, we'll go down to Info with the connected devices. In 4K mode, we have the variable refresh rate as well as HDR capabilities, the same for the 1440p and the same for the 1080p. So you get the point. It will be able to support everything your gaming consoles do support. I'll play a couple of games here and then we'll put it in the PC to see what it can do.
Left 5 short into right 6 short.
Now I have the PC pulled up. Let's take a look at the resolutions on this TV. And keep in mind, Hisense says it will support up to 165 Hertz in 4K mode. Let's check it out. Now the computer I'm using does have the RTX 5060 video card, and right now you can see it's showing 60 Hertz. It is showing up to 330 Hertz. Let's just try it out and see if it works. This TV is supporting 330 Hertz. And this is at 1440p resolution, so that's pretty impressive. It even supports it at 288 Hertz. But what we're really trying to figure out if it supports 4K at 165 Hertz, because that's what's on the box. So here it is. Let's go and click on it. And there it is, 4K resolution at 165 Hertz. And this is good to know because if you have a gaming computer and you want to use this TV, you would be able to do it. Now, the computer I'm using has an NVIDIA video card, as I showed you a minute ago, but this TV is set up for the AMD FreeSync. So if you do have an AMD card, then you can get all the full features of the television. As I told you guys before, I'm not a big gamer, but I did download a stream and I haven't had a chance to play these games, but I'll load one up so you can take a look at it on the PC. Now this game is called Counter-Strike 2. It's one of the most popular ones out there right now for a stream. So there you have it. If you're a gamer, it's going to work great on the Xbox, the PlayStation, as well as a gaming PC. All right, let's talk about the Hisense U7G. Now, just so you know, the G is meaning that it has a Google operating system. And I really like this operating system because you can get to everything very fast. At the top of it, you can get to Google's live channels, and this is where you will find your channels when you're using your TV tuner that's built into it. And then you have a robust app store, and the thing that you can get here is a web browser. You can clean up your TV with the device assistant. You can also use your memory card to play on the TV, and you can hook up a television. As you can see here, it's loaded full of functions. Another feature I want to show you is called Gemini for TV. Now, if you press on this, the great thing is you can ask it any question that you like. And all you need to do is press this little microphone that's on the remote control. Why is the sky blue?
The sky appears blue due to a phenomenon called Rayleigh scattering.
You can even create images that you can use for your screensaver. Create an image of a giraffe driving in a Lamborghini. Check this out. It's a giraffe kind of behind a Lamborghini, which is pretty cool. And the great thing is you don't have to buy AI credits to do this, and you can save it right into your television and you can use it for screensavers. But that's just a few things you can do with Gemini. And these are some of the basic things you can get with the Google TV. And keep in mind, I made a video unboxing this television and I went through all of that. So I showed you guys everything that I could think of that you might want to know about this television, and overall, Hisense really stepped up their game in my opinion. And if you're looking for a television that can perform very well, this may be the one for you. Now here's the thing, some people may want to wait, and that's a good thing because throughout this year, I will be bringing out more videos. I will be testing this against the last year model, and there's a whole bunch of TVs that's still coming in on the back end of the business. So hopefully I can show you guys some other options that you may or may not like. And once all this is said and done, Black Friday hit and you can make the very best decision. But for now, I will give this TV a high rating. So far, what I see is bright, detailed. You also have that anti-glare coating on it, and this TV is very responsive. You got all the new software in it. How could you go wrong? That's all I have on this video, and if you guys have any comments, go ahead and leave that below. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Hey everyone, Tech Steve here. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to compare the picture quality when it comes to the TCL QM6K and the QM751G. Let's get into it. The first thing we're going to do is I'm going to show you what both of these TVs look like in movie mode with the exact same settings from the factory. I would say that the QM6K is a great looking television, but if you look at the QM7, then you're going to notice that it has a more warmer, more deeper color look to it over the QM6K. The tones on the Q6K has more of a white look to it. It doesn't have that warm feel to it. So in other words, this TV could be more accurate overall if you was thinking of a more balanced picture, but this is something that you should decide for yourself. Do you want something that's more on the whiter, natural side, or do you like that warmer look on the QM7? Now when it comes to sports, I think the QM6K looks fantastic. If you look at the grass, it just looks more natural, more detailed. And both TVs will have great motion, so everything's gonna look smooth and fluid. But my preference for sports will be the UM6K. Now, when it comes to upscaling, I think you're gonna get the same type of picture on both televisions. They do look very similar when it comes to cleaning up all the edges on 720p. And I will point out that the QM7 has a lot more red tint to it, and I'll explain that in just a minute. And the U6K does look a lot more detailed and more natural, and the contrast on it just looks better to me overall. When I did my review on the QM751G, I did notice that it had a red tint. But if you do have this TV or plan on buying it, don't worry. I have a full calibration video that you can go check out on this channel to correct some of the colors on it to make it look more natural. And the reason I want to tell you this is because this is a dirty screen effect, and you can see that it does have that red tint to it. And again, this can be calibrated out to make it look more even kill. Even though the QM6K has the new Halo technology in it, I do find both of these panels to be pretty similar when it comes to uniformity. So whenever you're watching any type of scene, I think you're going to get a similar experience on both televisions. I also think you're going to get a very similar experience when it comes to motion. Now the TV is in movie mode, so it's really set up to do 24 frames per second. And you can see that both TVs look very similar. Even when I switched over to the Sarah hammock test, you can see that as she swings back and forth, again, you're going to get the same type of motions. But the great news is that in other modes, the TVs do perform at a higher level, and this will allow you to adjust the judder and the blur reduction to achieve a much smoother picture to your preference. As far as blooming, I think both TVs do a really good job. Now keep in mind the QM6K has a HVA panel and the QM7 has a VA panel, so you can see that for blooming, both of them do a really good job, especially with the local dimming zones in these televisions. So you're not going to have to worry about any kind of halo effects glowing around the images whenever you're watching contents or credits on movies. When it comes to viewing angles, I think the U6K looks a little bit better off angles than the QM7, but I would say that both TVs are going to be very similar. So if you plan on mounting these TVs up high, I think you're going to be fine either way. But on most TVs with these type of panels, sitting in front of the TV is going to give you the best experience. You're also going to get almost the exact same experience when it comes to glare. I did a test with a flashlight on both of these TVs, and to my eyes, they look completely identical in the dark. So in mind that you're not going to get improvement one over another when it comes to glare reflection. On the back of the QM6K, you're going to see dual subwoofers, and on the back of the QM7, you're going to see a single subwoofer, and these are powered by Onkyo. The QM6K has the feet on the side, and you cannot adjust them to the center, and the QM7 has a center pedestal, so you can mount it on smaller stands. Here's the inputs on the QM6K. If you notice, it has two HDMI 2.0s and two HDMI 2.1s, and you do have that separate eARC. And on the QM7, you have the same type of inputs, but additional to that, this has an AV input with an adapter and a headphone output. Now let's take a listen to the audio on both of these TVs, and keep in mind, if you put headphones on, you're going to get the best experience.
Tennessee, while the cold here in Sweden got the best of me. Tennessee, while the cold here in Sweden got the best of me.
So one thing I noticed is that the QM7 does have better clarity to it, so it seems just a lot more crisper. The bass response were very similar on both televisions. Now we're going to take a look at some gaming, and I would tell you that both of these TVs do have the game bar, and they call it the Game Master. One thing, if you notice on the QM6K, they did adjust it a little bit so you have a lot more options right there in the bottom. And they do have other features such as HDMI, screen ratio, positioning, and you can change the colors of these themes to match up with your decor or whatever you have going on in your home. In my opinion, I think both TVs are fantastic. The U6K is going to be a little bit more on the natural, more flatter look, and I will say that overall you're not going to have to calibrate it. The colors on it are pretty good right out of the box. If you get the QM7, I would say that it will need calibration, especially if you get a 65-inch. And again, I made a video on that. But I think either way you go, both TVs are going to be great. Now, what you have to ask yourself is, do you want the latest and greatest technology as far as all the features that the U6K have, like the Halo, has a new gaming accelerator 288, as well as a new remote control? That's something you have to answer for yourself, but this video should give you some examples of what each television looks like so you can make the best decision for yourself. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we finally got the Hisense 6 series in, and it has a lot of great features we're going to talk about on this video. The model I'm going to be using today is powered by Fire TV instead of Google, which would be pretty interested to see all the different settings in it, but we'll get it out and take a closer look. Now the thing about this particular TV, it will support up to 144 Hertz. It also has the high view engine in it, 4 HDMIs. We'll find out how many are 2.0. And it does have up to 1000 nits of peak brightness, which is pretty good considering that this is not Hisense's most expensive television. Here's the feet that comes with it, made out of plastic. You also get this bag of accessories that has the power cord, user guide, and the remote control. You got your Alexa button, plus you have your navigation keys, some controls, as well as some hotkeys at the bottom. All right, let's go and get this ready to go. The feet are super easy to install. You just line them up into this little square right here and go ahead and screw it in. There's a speaker on each side of the bottom of the television, and then there's a press button right here to turn the TV off and select through some of the different inputs. And here's a closer look at the back of it. It has a standard power cord input. You have your screw holes to mount it on the wall, plus it has a built-in subwoofer. And this TV is loaded with inputs. We have a USB-C, 2 HDMI 2.0s, and this is EER for your soundbar. We have 2 HDMI 2.1s, and again, these will support up to 144 Hertz. We have a TV tuner. We have an AV input with an adapter. You can hook up old players, and you do have a headphone output as well, which is pretty rare. And of course, it has Wi-Fi built in, a LAN connection, a digital output, and a second USB. And the last thing you need to do is go ahead and pull off the screen protector, and you'll see a yellow tab. Before we get started, just let you know that these TVs are available from a 55-inch all the way up to a massive 100-inch screen. So I got everything all set up, and I'll show you it later on in the video, but I want to show you the picture quality on this television, and I can say that it's very impressive. Not only that this TV is up to 1000 nits, but it has up to 600 local dimming zones as well. And another thing about this TV is that it uses quantum dot technology, and I can say honestly it has some really great colors on it. And what I'm seeing so far, if you're looking to save some money and you want to get a TV that has a high performance level, this one seems to be pretty good so far, but we'll do some more tests on it so we can see how accurate it is watching different types of content on it. But what I'm seeing right now is looking pretty good. So now we're going to take a look at the picture profiles on this TV. And just so you know, you do have your local dimming settings right here. As you see right there, if you don't want to have as much contrast, you can adjust that. And you can also go down here and change the peak brightness. But in vivid mode, it's going to be at the highest. And that's what gives vivid is brightness. There's also some advanced settings down here, like filmmaker's mode. You can also set it for intelligent picture where it automatically adjusts itself. Now, as far as other picture profiles, we have standard, and this is what you're going to use on your daily basis, in my opinion. We have movie mode that gives it that nice warm look to it. And this is a great format, but it loses those punchy colors that you get in some of the other formats. You also have sports, and this is going to be great for motion. And then we have filmmaker's mode. Now the TV is in HDR10 plus mode, and that's what Samsung normally uses. So this TV does support pretty much everything. But here's the vivid mode. And then we have the standard that gets really dark, in my opinion. We have movie mode, and that's going to be even darker. But keep in mind, these profiles, you can use more nighttime watching or make some adjustments. And then we have sports mode, adds a little more color. And then we have filmmaker's mode. In my opinion, movie mode is the most accurate, but I would have to add some brightness back to it to lighten things up. As far as Dolby Vision, we have Dolby Vision IQ, Dolby Vision Dark, Dolby Vision Vivid, which blows everything out. Dolby Vision Standard looks a little flat to me. And then we have Dolby Vision Sports and Games. So I actually like the game setting, and I do like the IQ settings. If you go to the dark, say it almost gets too dark, but that gives you an idea of what to expect whenever you're buying this TV. And just keep in mind, you can go in here and adjust each profile any way that you like. Now we're checking out the settings on the Xbox Series X. And as you can see here, it will support up to 4K 120 Hertz. There's no option for 1440p. And if we go over here to TV details, it supports everything that the Xbox supports, and that's including Dolby Vision Gaming. Now, if we go to video modes, as you can see here, it does have auto low latency built in. So this TV is going to support everything except for 1440p, according to what I can see so far.
Slow, 4 left of a crest, into 1 right, tightens, don't cut.
I haven't seen Max this excited since the Veneto job.
Aren't you?
Biggest job we've ever done? You bet I am.
I had to be real with you guys. When I was using input 3, which the TV is still connected to, I was getting some different errors. Like, for example, you can see variable refresh rate is not supported. 1440p is not supported, and 1080p is not supported. But watch this. I'm going to go ahead and unplug input 3 and move it over to input 4. Now we have that plugged in. Let's switch to inputs on the television. As you can see, right now we're on input 4. Now we have VRR supported as well as HDR. And now when we test out 1440p, it is running. And now this TV will support your variable refresh rate and 1440p. So if you're using the input 3, it may be blocking the 1440p, so you will have to use input 4. And in some cases, you won't be able to get the variable refresh rate to work as well when it's using input 3. But now when we go up here, everything's supported up to 120 Hertz, 1440p is supported up to 60 Hertz, and 1080p is supported up to 120 Hertz. And I find that very interesting.
Speaking of soaring, get a load of that jump. There you have it, folks. The numbers are going through the roof.
Now we did a little gaming. I'll show you this TV does have a few more options in here. Now if we go down to picture and go down to your input settings, we click on game, you can see this is where you can access your AMD FreeSync and you can access your auto low latency. Now we could do some TV testing, starting off with blooming, and I definitely can see just a little bit around these logos. You might not be able to see it on the camera, but let you know there is some blooming. And this is pretty common with mini LED televisions, but you got to consider you are getting a much brighter screen and you are saving some money. But one thing I can tell you for sure is that looking at this TV and a dirty screen effects test, I can say that it is pretty solid. And as we go through these different levels, you can see that the dirty screen is still pretty solid on this TV. So in my opinion, Hisense is nailing it, and you will get some from time to time, but it's not going to be bad at all. And before we talk about upscaling, I want to show you some of the different things you can do with this picture as far as stretching it out. And take a look at the picture sizes. You can see we can do 6x9, 4x3. We can zoom into it. That's going to fill the whole screen. And then we have native. So as you can see here, that zoom feature is going to allow you to fill the screen. But keep in mind that you will be cropping off some of the information. But in my opinion, I think the upscaling is working decent on this television. It's not perfect, but this is 720p and it actually looks pretty clear. I can see a little bit of artifacts around the images here, but nothing that's major. And here we have 1080p. It's going to be ideal for a 4K television to be able to get the best picture quality. And I think you'll be happy. Just make sure that you get the right content going to these TVs to get the best picture quality possible. Now we're going to check out motion, and right now we have the TV at 24 frames per second. One of the great things about the Fire TV is that now you can adjust the motion. Before you couldn't do that. So if you go down to your picture settings and go down to advanced settings, you can see there's a motion option right now. And right now it's on standard. But if I turn it off, you can see that it does get really bad. We have custom. If you press on custom, you can go back and then you can manually adjust the judder and the blur reduction. So this is ideal if you're getting that soap opera effect that you don't want to have. Plus we have film mode, which makes everything a little bit smoother, clear, standard, and we have smooth. Now we switched over to 60 frames per second, and this TV is very smooth. And keep in mind, it has a motion rate of 480, and this is going to allow you to make all types of adjustment with that judder to be able to get the smoothest possible picture. So I would say that this TV looks pretty good for motion. And the last thing we're going to check out is the skin tones. And let's see here, if I go ahead and go back into the picture profiles, we can look at the different ones. Right now it's on standard mode. If we go to vivid mode, it actually doesn't look bad. It looks very white and very detailed. Standard kind of looks take away from some of that punchiness colors. And then we have movie mode, gives you that flat look, and this is ideal for watching movies. We have sports mode, and then we have filmmakers mode. So you can see the TV did get a little bit dimmer. Back to movie mode. And before we move on, I want to show you a few last demos so we can take a look at that contrast on this television. And so far it's looking really good. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but the black levels on this television are really good, and the fact that you're not spending a lot of money makes it that much better. But here's some demos so you can take a look and see what you think. Now you will get a little bit of blooming from time to time, but on average I don't think it's something that you're going to notice unless you have credits at the end of a movie or something like that. Now we'll take a look at a glare test, and you will get some glare out of this TV. And I'll go turn the lights on so you can see how well it performs. Now keep in mind, I do have a black screen behind me, but you can see me right there. So that's the glare on this TV. It's not too bad, but you will see some. Now keep in mind, this is a vertical alignment panel, so as we actually go to the side, you will lose some colors. But just keep in mind that this TV is going to have a sweet spot if you sit directly in front of it, or if you stay within 78 degrees of the TV screen. Now, as far as audio, this TV has plenty of sound modes. You have movie, music, sports, and you can customize it. We also have advanced settings where you have virtual Dolby Atmos, and you do have a surround sound emulator. Plus, you can enhance the dialogue, and you have an EQ here at the bottom where you can control all the different frequencies. But the biggest thing is, what does it sound like?
This is a Tech Steve voice audio test to see how good this TV sounds.
In order to set up this Hisense Fire TV, you will need the internet, an Amazon account, and have all your devices connected. You can also use the Amazon app instead of the remote control. First thing you would do is choose your language. And if you have the Amazon app, you can go ahead and scan this barcode and then go ahead and connect your Wi-Fi or your internet. You can set it up as a full Amazon working TV, or you can do just your basics, and then you'll need to sign into your Amazon account. And if you have the application, you can use the barcode. Now press on continue. You can save your Wi-Fi passwords on your Amazon account if you like. And if you have other Fire TVs, you can restore from a previous backup. Now this TV does have ambient mode. And just so you know, there will be some screens for trial memberships as you set this up. Now, applications, you can go ahead and hit get started and go ahead and add the ones you want, or you hit no thanks. There's a parental control as well, and there's a welcome screens that shows you some different things like personalize your profile, how to navigate, and customize the picture. And if you did hook up an antenna, you can scan for channels, and that's pretty much it. All you need to do is select your profile and go ahead and log in. Now I'll just show you a quick overview of the menu system, and I will tell you that the remote control does not have an input button. You'll have to go here to change your inputs. But there's all your connections right there. Anything that you save will be in My Stuff. You can search. This takes you to the home screen, and this is live TV if you have an antenna plugged in. Plus, Amazon has streaming channels as well. This list is where you can store your most common applications that you use. And once you hit the gear, you have access to all the different parts of the TV, and you can customize it as you will. Now, this TV does have voice command, so if you hit the blue button on the remote control, what's the weather like today in San Diego? You'll get this pop-up on the screen, and plus you can use the voice command to operate your different smart home devices as well as open up applications. The 65-inch Hisense that I'm using on this video today sells for $650 right now, and I think it's a great value because you get up to 1,000 nits of peak brightness, 600 local dimming zones, and you have a TV that has the Fire interface, so if you're an Amazon fan, you'll definitely like that. The only downsides I found is that I did get some blooming on the television, so if you watching a movie and get those credits, you might see a little bit of glow around the image. Also, the source button is not available on the remote control. You have to hit this gear, and then you can change your inputs there, or you go back to the home screen and change them there. But other than that, I like the colors on it. I like the black levels overall, and I think it's a good value. So if you're interested in learning more, I'll leave all the links in the description below. You can go check out other reviews. If you're interested, you can purchase it. Completely up to you. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. Everyone, welcome back to the channel. I'm Tech Steve, and today we're going to compare old versus new. So one of the big questions that a lot of people are wondering, should I buy a newer television or older television? Well, I want to do a comparison between the TCL QM6K, which is a 2025 model, against a older TCL QM850G. Now, at the time, the 850G was one of the most popular televisions of a couple of years ago, and I still think it performs very well. So if you think about it, when you go look for price points, you're probably going to see that they're pretty compatible just because of the age of the televisions. But the question is, which one is the best one for you? Should you go for the new model or get an older model? So in this video, I'm here to answer all those questions. Let's get into it. Before we get started, I just want to let you know that I did put both TVs in movie mode. Neither TV is calibrated, and these are the factory settings from TCL to give it a fair comparison. Of course, I can go in there and make some adjustments, but I want to be fair when I show you these two TVs side by side. Some things that stands out to me immediately is that the QM6K is a lot more toned down as far as when it comes to the warm mode, and the QM8 seems to be a lot warmer overall, and I can definitely notice a lot more details in the shadows in the backgrounds of the different images. And so far, I definitely can see a difference in the color reproduction on the QM8, but the story's not over. And before I continue, just so you know, if you're a TCL fan, I have a playlist, so make sure you go check it out because every TCL video that I reviewed will be in that playlist, so you can go look at the history if you want to know more about these televisions, but this is just a picture comparison. With both TVs in sports mode, in my opinion, I think both TVs look great.
But the thing that really stands out again is that color reproduction. So do you want something a little bit more flatter, or do you want something that has a lot more saturation like the QM8, which appears to have better reproduction of the greens if you look at the grass on these different demos compared to the QM6K. The interesting thing, when I was watching movies on these two TVs side by side, there were some scenes that I looked at that I actually preferred the QM6K over the QM8 series, and mainly because the shadow details. Now, there's no doubt about it that the QM8 definitely has better colors, but those shadow details, it seems like something you would need to adjust. In my opinion, I think you'll be fine either way, but leave a comment below and tell me what you think. Testing these TVs out, starting off with dirty screen effect, I think both of them have about the same characteristics. One thing you'll notice is that the QM8 is a little bit more on the darker side, and it's because it has more local dimming zones, which you would see on my full video. But the great thing is I don't see any areas that stands out on either TV, so I think both of them are going to be fine for the average user. As far as blooming, I think both TVs do a great job. Now keep in mind that the QM6K has a HVA panel and the QM8 has a VA panel. So when it comes to blooming, I don't think you have anything to worry about. Now, a lot of people wonder about motion, and motion really comes down to the high bitrate content that you're watching. So if you're watching IPTV or something that's not going to have a higher resolution, I think you're going to have some problems with motion on any television. Doing a side-by-side, I thought the QM6K did a better job at motion in movie mode, but again, you can go in there and change the judder and things like that, but just at factory settings, I just think it's going to give you a smoother image. Now keep this in mind, if you use paid content that has a really high quality streaming service behind it, you probably won't experience too much problems with motion, but if you use any type of other format, you might. As far as upscaling, I think both TVs do a really good job at 720p and up. So if you want to get the best picture quality, make sure that your content supports this type of resolution. But keep in mind, ultimately, these TVs are designed to get a true 4K signal on them to give you the best picture quality. And this can come in forms of 4K Blu-ray players, streaming services, Netflix, Hulu, Prime Video, and those type of movie. Now we're going to talk about some of your guys' favorite, and that's gaming. Both TVs do have a gaming bar, and they call it Game Master. And it'll show you features like the frames of your game, auto low latency, variable refresh rate, and there's some menus for HDMI and more. And if you want to see the full gaming settings on both televisions, make sure you go check that out right after this video. In my opinion, I think gaming is going to be very similar on both TVs, and the main reason is because once you get 60 hertz or 120 hertz playing on them, I think you're going to be just fine. Now, if you are a heavy duty gamer, then maybe you want to have a PC and a high performance gaming monitor to match up with it. But for televisions, I think it's going to be very similar. The last few things we're going to talk about is the audio system. So if you look at the QM8, it has a single subwoofer on it, has a great audio system, and the QM6K has two subwoofers on it. If you really don't want to add a surround sound like the QM85H or any type of audio system, I want you to hear the TV speakers, and if you want to get the best experience, put headphones on or even play it through a home audio system so you can hear the true differences.
Tennessee, while the cold here in Sweden got the best of me. Tennessee, while the cold here in Sweden got the best of me.
So the differences I can hear is that the QM8 has better bass response, but I will tell you, just listen to it here live in the same settings, that the QM6K was just slightly clearer, but the audio is very similar in both of them. And I thought the dual subwoofers would make a huge improvement, but it's very slight over, the previous one subwoofer system. Now, the last few things we're going to talk about is viewing angles. I would say despite that the QM6K has an HVA panel, I found that the viewing angles look very similar to me. And the fact that both of these TVs use a VA type panel, I think you're going to get a little bit of coloration from off axis, unlike an IPS panel. The last thing I want to test is the glare on these televisions. And the interesting thing is that the QM8 had these little tiny squares that haloed around the light that I was using. And when I switched over to the QM6K, it seemed to create more like a halo effect. So I'm not sure what that means in terms of real life, but I would say that if you have a lot of windows in your room, you're going to get some glare from these televisions. And that is expected because at the end of the day, this is glass. So what does all this mean? The QM6K is a really good performer. This television is hanging in there with the older QM8 series, but keep in mind, this is 2025. There's still a QM7 series coming out soon. There's going to be a new QM8K coming out soon. So should you wait? Well, I would say yes if you want to pay premium prices when they first come out. But if you're looking for a great performing television, you might want to consider going with the QM8 from back in the day. Now, there's one thing that I really wanted to be honest with you. If you have multiple gaming consoles, the older QM8 shared one of the HDMI 2.1 ports with the EER. So what does that mean? It means if you have two gaming consoles and a soundbar, you would have to give up one of your 120 hertz connections in order to have the gaming experience, but you lose the soundbar. On the newer QM6K, it now has two HDMIs and it has a separate EER, so you can run your soundbar and two gaming consoles and get full performance out of them. The QM6K has this new black remote, and the QM8 had that longer thin TCL remote, which I tend to like a little bit better, but that's just a remote control and it doesn't really change the experience on the television. When it comes to the overall experience, I still prefer the QM8 because it is a higher end series after all. And if you think differently, please leave a comment below. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks all for watching. Make sure you go check out one of these other videos right after this one, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
On this video, we're going to take a look at this audio system from Sony. This is the Sony Theater Bar 6. It's a basic sound system, and it's going to be great if you have a Sony television. On this video, we're going to be using the Bravia 8 second generation. This is a QD OLED, and it looks fantastic. Here's everything that comes with it in the box. You get the subwoofer. You also get this center bar that has 3 speakers in the front and 2 on top. So it creates a 3D sound even out of stereo. You get some paperwork, 2 power cords to power everything up, an HDMI cable, and you get these little feet. Even though it has rubber grips on the bottom of it, you can put these feet to move it up so it's a little bit closer to some of the Sony model televisions. But keep in mind, this will work on any television. And it comes with this base remote control, plus you get batteries, and it has features like your input, power, sound force, your voice enhancer, volume, bass, and night mode. Now here's a closer look at the soundbar. As you can see here, there's a driver here. There's another one here in the center, and there's the third speaker over here on this side. And there's a top firing speaker on each side that I mentioned earlier. And this is to give you that overhead feel, especially when you're watching movies that has a helicopter scene or something going above. The soundbar doesn't have an HDMI pass-through, but it does have an input right here that goes to the EER on your television, and it has an optical input. And over here is the power cord to plug it into the wall. And there's the screw holes for those extra feet if you want to use them. There's some ventilation back here, and that's give you a look of what it looks like on the back side. And you can mount it on the wall with this little hook right here. And over here we have a USB to update it. The subwoofer has this nice driver right here and a port over here to give you some really clean bass response. And on the back of it, you're going to find a link button plus a power cord input. And this one has the amplifier built in, plus it's wireless. It's easy to set up. Just go ahead and find the EER on the back of your TV, then plug in the HDMI right here. Now keep in mind, if you use the optical here on the back of it, you won't have access to the volume control with the TV unless you program TV to work off the sound bar. Now, if you have a Sony TV, you want sure these settings are turned on if it's an option on your model. you want to go to channel inputs, and then you will go down here to external inputs. Under here, you will go down to Bravia Sync and make sure that all this is turned on. And this is going to allow the TV to control the soundbar through the remote control. Now, if we go back to the home screen and hit the gear on the remote control and press on settings, there's also a sound setting. So if you go here, go down to audio outputs, make sure that you have audio system selected. And if you need to, go to audio system settings and make sure that everything is synchronized. And the reason you want to do this, if you now look at the menu at the bottom of the TV, this will turn on voice zoom. Now, on some of the newer higher-end Sony TVs, this will increase the dialogue whenever you're watching movies, just in case you can't hear it. You'll also get the sound field effects, you'll get night mode, you'll get your bass level, all directly from the TV's interface, which makes it a lot easier to control.
My name is Detective Christopher Raven. We live in a world where murderers walk free, in a justice system bogged down by red tape and... My name is Detective Christopher Raven. We live in a world where murderers walk free, in a justice system bogged down by red tape and...
It's gonna be the adventure of a lifetime. We've dreamed of making this movie ever since we were kids. What does it cost to get this thing made? $2.5 million. This is gonna be the adventure of a lifetime. We've dreamed of making this movie ever since we were kids. What does it cost to get this thing made? $2.5 million.
Now I want to tell you about the Sony full lineup of speakers, because I know when you go to the store, you see a soundbar over here, some rear speakers over here, and you probably don't know how it all matches up. So let's talk about that. Now, Sony's audio systems, as far as soundbars, start off with the S400. The S400 will give you a soundbar and a subwoofer, but what it lacks is processing. So on that speaker, it will give you Dolby Audio. Will not give you is Dolby Atmos, DTS Virtual X, or a new feature that Sony calls Voice Zoom 3. Now, it will connect to Bluetooth, so you can connect your phone to it and play your music on it. So if you're looking for a baseline speaker, the S400 may be the way to go. Now, as far as the Sony lineup, the Theater Bar 6 that I showed you guys on this video is the next level up. What it introduced is 6 speakers on it, plus it will support Dolby Atmos with a 3 kind of channel system. It also has DTX-X capabilities, and it does have a feature called Voice Zoom that allows the dialogue to be enhanced when watching movies.
Voice Zoom now incorporates Sony's unique AI sound separation technology, allowing it to detect and separate the human voice without enhancing other sounds.
Now, if you really want to take it up a notch, go with Theater System 6. The Bar 6 system has the rear speakers, so now you can get the full Dolby Atmos experience, plus it does support DTS Virtual X and the Zoom 3. But the biggest thing that I know about going with the rear speakers is that you're going to get a more immersive feel. So if you're watching a movie and a helicopter flies by, it's not just going to create this simulated effect. It's going to actually go behind you in some movies. And a lot of people don't know this. Most TV content is recorded in 5.1. So with those rear speakers, you may be watching a soccer or basketball game, and next thing you know, the crowd is cheering behind you. So those are some things you can get by going with that next level. Now, the next series of Sony speakers are all modular. What I mean is that you would buy a soundbar, you would buy the rear speakers, and you would buy the subwoofer of your choice. Now, the first one, starting off with this system, is called the A3000. Now, the difference about the A3000, you will lose the voice zoom because they put that on the Bar series. But what you do gain is an application that you can download on your phone and be able to connect to it and configure everything. You're going to still get access to the Dolby Atmos and all those different effects if you buy the rear speakers. Now, the rear speakers that you can get for these systems are available on all the speakers that I'm about to show you. If you're looking for something a little bit more economical, you can go with the Rear 8, which is a great add-on. The only downside of it is that it doesn't have the top firing speakers to give you the rear 360-degree spatial sound that this soundbar can deliver. But if you really want to get the full effect of the 360-degree surround sound that the A3000 give you, you want to go with the RS5s. Now, the reason I say that is because that speaker system has speakers on the top and on the front of it. So you're going to get a more 360-degree sound, which you can configure with the application. The second thing is that you don't have to leave the speakers out all the time, because those speakers have built-in batteries that you can just bring out, watch your movie, put them back away whenever you don't need them, if you don't like to have speakers hanging out on your side of your couch all the time. But that is an option. Now, as far as subwoofers, you have a couple choices as well. And the first choice is the SW3. And this subwoofer is going to be ideal for the A3000, because if you're buying an A3000, you probably don't want to spend too much money, but by buying that subwoofer, it's going to definitely enhance your bass response, but it won't go as low as bass, and it's not as big as the next model up, which is called the SW5, which is a bigger subwoofer, better bass response. So if you're looking for something to shake the house, take it up the notch and get that bigger subwoofer. And the cool thing is, since everything is modular, everything is wireless, you can grow your system any way you like. So for example, if you got the A3000, but you want to upgrade it, you can still use those rear speakers and the subwoofer on your next Sony speaker system, which takes us up to the next level soundbar, and it's called the Sony Bravia Bar 8. Now, this speaker is also compatible with the application, and you can use the app on your phone to configure your room so it can map out the acoustics, and it does support the 360 spatial audio. So that's going to be the best option for you if you want to go up a little bit higher. Now, this speaker also has voice zoom, and with the application, you get full control of the speaker, which I tend to like, but it does come with remote control. Now, we're not done yet, because Sony does make some more speakers if you want to take it up a notch. And the next level up is the Sony Bravia Theater Bar 9. Now, the 9 series has 13 speakers in it, and it was kind of upgrade from the HTA 7000 from last year, but it doesn't have the subwoofers built into it. But it still has the 120 hertz pass-through, the variable refresh rate capabilities, the application that you can acoustically set up your room, which is fantastic. And that one does support the 360 spatial audio. So if you're looking for kind of like the top notch is what's out right now, the Theater Bar 9 is going to be the top of the line. Now, Sony does have another system which is kind of different than the other system, and it's called the Bravia Theater Quad. And this system is going to have 2 speakers in the front, 2 in the back. So you're probably wondering, there's no center channel. Well, a lot of the higher end soundbars from Sony, if you have a Sony TV that supports it, has a feature called S Center. And the S Center basically is a 3.5 millimeter cable that goes from the soundbar over to the television. And this allows you to use the TV speakers along with the sound system to create a more immersive feeling. Application, you can also set up the quad system to do everything else like the Bar 9 and the Bar 8. This one also has the 120 hertz pass through. So Sony did think about for people who has an Xbox, a PlayStation, and they want to be able to run it through the TV. The soundbar is going to allow you to have full access to those particular features. Now, this is the lineup, and if you go look online, there's all kinds of different reviews and things like that. And personally, I still use the HTA 7000.
You set the terms, you can change them. All right.
And I use the Bar 9 in my bedroom, and this one's going to probably be going home. I'm going to probably put that in my bedroom because I do like the Sony lineup. Now, this is not a sponsored video or anything like that. Just want to show you guys what's out there so you can make the best decision. But that's the whole lineup if you've been thinking about adding a Sony soundbar to your system. Another thing about these speaker systems is they don't rely on Sony TVs. The only benefit of the Sony TVs, if you go with the higher end Sony TVs like the X11L and up, you can get access to the S Center channel, so you can use the TV speakers along with the soundbar. And with the Bravia Sync, you can control most of the settings right through your TV's interface, which is a very convenient option. I did have a question for you guys. What kind of audio system do you have? What kind of TV do you have? What do you really like? And what would you like to see on this channel for 2026? Because I'm basically going to change up my format, and I'm trying to get some good ideas of how to make the channel better and how to give you guys the best information I can. That's all I have on this video. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. If you didn't know this, I'm looking to make all my videos HDR, but there is a workflow to this to make these videos look better for you guys in the future. So I picked up this monitor right here. This is the Asus ProArt display. It's a 27-inch and it's called the PA27JCV. Now, if you looked at the Asus Art series, you'll know they have the starter models and they have more expensive models, but this one is supposed to be for video editors, photographers, or anybody who needs the very best picture. Another thing about this monitor, it is verified by Calman to have accurate colors. Let's not spend too much time unboxing it. I want to get everything out of here, all put together so we can start displaying it and see how well it performs. Now, it could be ideal for a gamer as well, but what I understand, it's more for people who want to create the cleanest content possible. I did put the stand together. It has a lock right here. Just push it to the back of the monitor, snap it into place, and there we have the monitor. It also comes with an instruction book, a power cord, and it has a built-in power supply, an HDMI cable, and a USB cable. As you can see here, even though it's matte finish, you will get some type of light bounce off of it. You can position the screen any way you like, except when you hold the base, you can't turn the screen this way. So that's the only downside, but you can go up and down. You can also angle it like this, and you can turn it vertical in case you're doing like shorts and things like that. Now, the base on it is made out of plastic, and it does have this little slot right here so you can run your wires through there. Now, it doesn't have a floating look. It has this bezel that goes all the way around the edge. It has a little bump right here for the controls, but other than that, this monitor is actually really thin. And here's a look at the back of it, and as you can see there's a ProArt logo right there on one side of it. Now, for my application, I will be putting it on a VESA mount on my desk, and it does have screws that comes with it, and once we remove this, we can put the bracket on. Now, as far as the connection on the back of it, we have a full-size power cord input with a power switch. Over here, we have an HDMI 2.0. We also have a DVI port, and it does have two USB-Cs, and this one right here is 65 watts to power up your laptop. We have your standard USB-C, audio output that you can run over the headphones, and we have two USB 3.0s. And for easy access, it also has a third USB 3.0, and it does have USB-C there, and that makes it very convenient for charging. The menus are pretty simple. First of all, you can press any of these buttons here, but it's easier just to press on this little toggle right here, because you can then press on the menu and get to the same settings of these direct ones. Now, we do have presets, and you can put in native mode, RGB, Adobe RGB, BT 2020, and a few other ones. And when you set this up for HDR, it will appear down here, but it is PQ. We also have pastels, and this allows you to change the brightness, the contrast. And if we go down here, we can also change the gamma, RGB tuning, and we have some other things like we have the images, and there's all kind of settings in there for that. We also have picture in picture, so if you have two inputs plugged into it, and then we have quick plus. And one of the cool features about this monitor is that it does have 65 watts output, so it will power your laptop. Now, even though it's a 27-inch monitor, if you plan on watching movies on it and just want to get the best picture quality on it, I would say that it's going to have a very good picture. Not only that you get some really good black level as far as the contrast, but you can make all the adjustments in the menu. In addition to that, since this is calibrated by Calman, you're going to get the most accurate colors. Now, if you're a gamer out there, I would say that this monitor is not meant for that, but I'll show you some of the settings in the PS5. Now, over here in 4K mode, you can see that it will support up to 60 frames for variable refresh rate. It also supports HDR and some other frequencies. And it also supports the same thing when it comes to 1080p. And it will support 1440p at 60 frames as well as the variable refresh rate. Now keep in mind, if you plan on gaming on this monitor, you need to go into the menu over here, and then you need to go down here to the bottom where it says settings, and there's the variable refresh rate. If that is checked off, you will not get it, just so you know. Now one thing I can say is that this monitor has a full picture on it. So even though you don't get the features such as the 120 hertz or anything like that, if you're looking for picture quality, this one definitely has it. But I will tell you that it's not that loud. So ideal is you're gonna be sure to hook up some kind of external speaker to it, because you can hear it, but it's not gonna be that great. But man, in HDR, this picture's picking up a lot of details. So that's all we're gonna do for gaming, but I just wanted to show you that it can do some basic gaming if you want to get a better picture, but not get the high refresh rates. So I want to show you a little bit behind the scenes of what I'm replacing. Just keep in mind that I run everything off of a server that has about 150 terabytes running through a Thunderbolt 3 into the back of a Mac Studio that has a 1 terabyte drive in it and 64 gigs of RAM. Currently, the monitors I'm using, I have a Mac Studio, and this is like a $1,500 monitor. It actually looks really nice, but it doesn't support HDR. And over here we have the Sony M9. This is the first generation. They did replace this with the new M9 too, but this one will support up to 144 hertz. The colors are pretty accurate. I just want to use the new monitor for the colors. With that being said, this is my setup, and I do have this on an arm right here. And we're going to take this arm off and we're going to mount it on the new monitor and swap them out. All right, so there's a press button right here. We just go ahead and take the mount off, and then we're going to unscrew this bracket from the Sony monitor. After you take your bracket off your previous monitor, you can see it's a perfect fit, and just use the screws that came with it and screw it back in. And this is a nice idea because you don't have to go out and buy anything. You just pretty much take what they give you and get everything ready to go fairly easy. Now we have the Asus on the screen, and what I want to do is just go ahead and show you how to arrange everything on the Mac. So if you go over here to display, you can see that is arrangement down here, and then you can adjust, as you can see that red bar right there. So I'm just going to line it up with the other monitor, hit OK. Now here's the thing, if you look at HDR, I have it turned on right now, and if you go to the maximum resolution, it's tiny, and we still have the HDR. But if I choose, let's say 4K, for example, the interesting thing is when I go down here, now the HDR is gone. So it depends on the resolution you put this at, that you may or may not have HDR capabilities on a Mac. Now, another thing I want to show you is that Asus does have this right here. This is a built-in application that you can use to configure everything. And it does have multi-frame, so you can split the screen these different ways if you want to be able to get more real estate out of the monitor. Another thing it has is the picture-in-picture right here on the screen. And when you turn this on, you can choose which picture-in-picture format that you want. And this Asus monitor does have a KM switch. With that being said, let's take a look at the presets. And some of these will be grayed out depending on the format, but you can change the brightness of the screen and things like that. So this is the native. Let's switch over to sRGB. Now you might not be able to see it because this is a recording, but what I can see here, it made the image a lot more softer, a lot darker. And here's Adobe RGB. Here's BT 2020. And again, as you can see here, all these ranges change. So you can have automatic, you can have full, and you can change the rotation as well as the different temperatures. So you can go through this list, plus you can create your own users down here. But this is what the software looks like inside of the Asus Display Widget Center, which a lot of monitors don't have for Mac. So I want to go ahead and wrap up this video. I did some editing behind the scenes on this monitor. The Asus is fantastic. The colors are so accurate. The fact that it's calibrated by CalMan, that's a software I use all the time. I think you'll be very happy with this. Now, if you think about it, bang for your buck. Now we're talking a little bit nicer stuff. $1,500 for this Apple Studio display that doesn't support HDR, but it is a beautiful monitor.
compared to $800 for this Asus that's still 5K. It has many LEDs. The black levels are just incredible. Sitting right here in front of it, I don't notice anything that I showed you earlier in this video. It looks fantastic. And if I was to go back in time, I would have got 2 of these instead of 1 of these. So lesson learned for me. If you guys are interested in this monitor, again, this is not a sponsored video. These are just some behind the scenes of what I do to make these videos look better for you guys. Make sure you go click on the link and you can go see the whole lineup that's down in the description. With that being said, it's a go. Videographers, photographers, anybody who's looking for color accuracy, I'm gonna say go take a look at this monitor. And at the end of the day, if you don't like it, you know what to do. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. Toshiba. Now that rings a bell. Back in the 90s and 80s.
LED TV, 120 Hertz frame rate, Net TV, and Resolution Plus. We're all set to ship if we don't include built-in Wi-Fi.
Here it is today, and I'm pretty sure it's been repurposed by another company just to keep the brand alive. But this is the M550, and it has some pretty good things to offer. Quantum dots, 4K. It also supports Dolby Atmos built-in speakers, so it's going to be virtual, and it does support DTX sound as well. The M550 also offers a subwoofer, and check this out, full array local dimming. So I'm very excited to see how good the black levels are on this television. But let's go ahead and get out of the box so we can literally see how good this TV performs. So in case you're wondering how I got this TV, I purchased it on Best Buy with the hopes you guys are going to watch a lot of this video, so it will pay for itself in about 6 months. But let's go and get everything out of here so we can see what this TV comes with. It comes with these metal feet, and it has built-in wire maintenance. Kind of reminds you of Hisense if you think about it. And inside of here we have a little pouch that has some screws, remote control, power cord, instruction book. Yep, and we got some batteries. Let's go and get this styrofoam out of here. And since I'm going to be installing the feet on it, I like to put some kind of cloth on my table here because it's already scratched up. But let's go get the TV out of the box. Whoa! And this TV has a little bit of weight to it. I'm very surprised how heavy it is, but there's nothing else in there. There we go. First thing I'd like to do is just go and get this packing off of it so we can take a closer look at it. Doesn't look so bad. Looks like it's packed pretty well. And to be honest with you guys, it's probably remanufactured by Hisense just by looking at the design of it, but who knows? So on the bottom of it, we have one slot for the feet. There's a speaker down here and this little press button to probably get to your inputs and turn it off. Let's go and screw this in. Now, one thing about the Fire TV, since it is powered by Amazon, if you have that Prime membership, you're going to get full advantage out of this TV. And no guarantees, but a lot of Fire TVs work with the Amazon Ring as well. So can you imagine you're watching your favorite show and somebody gets close to your house and you can see who's on the camera. So that's a good feature. And I may not test it out, so don't hold my feet to the fire on that one. Now here's a closer look at the remote control. You have your power. This is your Amazon button right there, so you can do voice commands, navigation, home, back. You can change tracks, pause your favorite movies. Then you got your volume, your TV button, because this has a TV tuner in it. And you have also some hotkeys at the bottom. And I'm surprised not all of them are Amazon, but you have Prime, Netflix, Disney, and Amazon Music. So if you subscribe to that service, one button, and you can start listening to your favorite playlist. Now, the interesting thing is that it'd be nice if they just use Amazon batteries, but I guess they'll probably have to pay for that feature because it's not Amazon TV, it's just powered by Amazon. So there we go. Oh yeah, this is a Hisense TV. This just looks familiar. I'll probably have a TV in the storage with that on there, and it has that subwoofer on there. So, man, that's some great marketing. You got to give it to them.
But anyway, you got this ventilation over here, standard power cord input. It's got this little curve feel to it, screw holes so you can easily mount it on the wall. But it has all the features that we always like. I mean, you have your USB over here, headphone jack. We also, have an AV input. You can plug a little adapter in there, like a 3.5 millimeter, and plug it in. You have 3 HDMI inputs right here, TV tuner, another USB right there, and it does support eARC. You gotta love that Hisense subwoofer, so I know it has good bass. But anyway, you got an Ethernet connection, you have an optical output, and you have a 4th HDMI, so everything you need in a television. And here's the side view of it. You can see that little hump right there in the back of it. But it's not a bad looking TV. It actually looks pretty good. This TV has a yellow tab on it, and that's how you know it has a screen protector. Satisfying. Let's take a look at the viewing angles. So I'll go ahead and pick up the camera, and right now it looks really good. But if I go over here to the sides, you'll notice they will get some coloration. And that's due because this is normally a vertical alignment panel, and this happens a lot because of the way the pixel and the backlight is structured. And again, right here in front of it. So that gives you an idea of what to expect if you're buying this television. So now let's take a look at the glare on this TV, and just want to use my flashlight. You can see here that it does have a lot of light here in the center. And I'll go over here and turn on the studio lights. You can see a little bit of stuff in the background over here, but yeah, that's what the glare looks like on this TV. So if you have a lot of lights in your room, you will see it. You can set up Fire TVs 2 different ways. First of all, we have a basic mode, and this allows you to do live TV and some streaming applications. But they do recommend full, and this is going to give you access to thousands of TV shows, over 1 million movies and episodes, plus you can use the Amazon voice commands and a few other features. If you don't have an account, you would need to go ahead and create one, but I'm gonna go ahead and sign into an account that I already have established. Now you can go over to this website, but if you have the Amazon application, you can easily scan the barcode that you see on the screen and you'll have a different one for yourself. Now that I've done that part, I can go ahead and continue. And if you need to, you can have this account to save your Wi-Fi settings. And this is if you decide to add future devices onto your account. It'll automatically configure them for you. You can add a credit card to your account for future references, but I'm not gonna do that. But I will tell you, Amazon's gonna ask you a bunch of questions to get you to sign up for subscription base. Now, if you have children, you can set up parental controls, but what I recommend is add them to your Amazon account and set them up on their own. And then we get to the main screen. The way this works, Amazon's gonna have ads all over the place here. On top of it, you're gonna see some shows that they're recommending. As you scroll down, you can see some different movies and TV shows. And I would say this TV is pretty snappy. And there's a few other things you can do here. You can change your inputs, you can add your favorites, you can search, and then this is your home screen, and this is live TV if you have an antenna plugged into it. There's also some favorite applications, and if you hit this one box at the end, you can see all the applications that are installed on the TV. Back on the home screen, if you go down to the gear, you're going to see your notification, different profiles you can add to the TV, as well as change your networks. You have sound and display where all your picture settings, and this TV does support Apple AirPlay and HomeKit. On application, this is where you have a built-in web browser, and then you can also turn off applications or you can delete them. And note here, this TV has a total of 9.56 gigabytes available. Plus you can add an external storage according to what I'm seeing here. On equipment control, this is where you can add some different devices to it. This is where you can see your live TV. Plus you can add different controllers and Bluetooth devices to it. This is where you can use the voice command. You have preferences, sleep timers, look for updates, accessibility. So that's a run through of the built-in applications on the Amazon Fire TV. Now we can take a look at some movie trailers, and overall the black levels actually looks good, especially in this area up here. I don't see a lot of ghosting or anything like that. Now there's going to be a lot of new movies coming out this year, so we can get the best out of our televisions. And so far this TV does have some great colors on it, especially those reds. They're really popping out pretty good. Now we will check the skin tones when we get over to that, but just wanted to play a couple of movie trailers so you can check out the colors on this Toshiba M550. Now this is Disney Plus, and I like to just play a couple of clips out of here so you guys can see the color reproduction of it. And man, that's actually pretty impressive. And here's another movie for you to check out. And the thing is that I'm a little bit off to the side as I'm talking right now, and I will say the viewing angles don't seem to be that good, so this may be a VA panel. But as I move over to the front of the TV, definitely has some really good colors, but I do see a little magenta in the skin tone. Now let's take a look at a couple of the picture profiles in SDR mode. Now one thing, you have the local dimming over here, your picture modes, your backlight controls, contrast, brightness, color. And then over to advanced settings, we do have where you can change the lumens, a couple other pieces down here, including skin tone control. So what you're looking at now is standard mode. Here's the movie mode gets much warmer. We have dynamic, brings in too much details. In fact, over here it's getting blown out a little bit. We have natural. We'll skip the gaming mode for now, and then you have customize, and this is where you can add your own settings. And then we have the filmmakers mode at the bottom. And now we have the HDR turned on. And one thing I can notice, the skin tone looks a little bit more natural, but you do lose a lot of that punch. And we still have that movie mode that brings in those warm tones, dynamic, natural, and again, filmmakers mode. And just so you guys know, I am using my Apple TV streaming device, and that's how I'm switching through the different inputs. But when I switched over to Dolby Vision, we got to kind of restart the signal real quick. All right, so now we got Dolby Vision. You do get an icon over here in the corner. Now we're back in the picture profiles. Now you do get a full list of these, which is cool. So we have Dolby Vision Bright, Dolby Vision Dark, and that's going to be ideal for watching it at night times, and it's going to give you the best contrast. We have Dolby Vision Vivid, Natural, Game, PC, and you can even customize the Dolby Vision as well. So this TV has a lot of features in it. I would say that it's not the cleanest signal. I can see a lot of artifacts around here, but it could just be this is an older movie. Here's YouTube TV. And one thing I can say is that the grass looks a little bit more like neon, but you got some good colors inside of this television. And one thing I want to point out here is under the picture profiles, we do not have a sports mode, so I just have it in standard mode, as you can see right there. For the price of this TV, I think it does pretty decent. I mean, it's going to be nice for a bedroom TV or a living room TV if you're not all into the TV thing. And I would just say that the colors on it is going to look very basic. And I can see a few artifacts here, but we're going to test it out on a little more controlled signal so you can take a look at it. Unfortunately, I can't play a lot of this content just because it's going to get copyrighted, but let you know that YouTube TV is the way to go if you want to watch content that actually has a good picture on it. Now we're going to switch over to Plex, and just so you guys know, I would say create a Plex server to play all your files instead of using SD drives. I just think it can process things a lot better, and you get this nice little interface instead of trying to use the TV interface that's going to be a little bit slower. So first test, let's go ahead and pull up something with some black levels. Here's a contrast test, and if I pause it here, you can see there's a little bit of glow around these edges, but again, I don't expect much for the price point of this TV. I think it's doing a pretty good job for what it is. And I'll pull up the local dimming zones, see if that helps out a little bit to clean this up. So right now it's at medium. We have high, low, and off. So it definitely improves quite a bit, but I will say that the processing on this TV is not going to be the best you've ever seen, but it will do a decent job for what it is. Now if we go down here, we can adjust some black levels. And here's another demo for you. And man, these colors are really popping on this screen. Like I said, you're not going to get the inkiest contrast on it, but it's doing a hell of a job for what it is. And I didn't really expect it to do this good, but the flow rate, local dimmings, is actually working on this television. Now keep in mind, if you had like mini LED or something like that, you're going to probably have more local dimming zones, but the TV is going to be more expensive. But keep in mind, this one was less than $400. I picked it up at Best Buy. And here's the last demo that I want to show you as far as the dark levels. And again, it's doing pretty good. One thing I do see is some artifacts on it. So what that tells me is the processing on it is not going to be the darkest that you're going to see. And you're going to see some artifacts, depends on the signal. But again, this is not a $1,000 television. Doing this blooming test, I do notice a little bit of artifacts around edges. Just a little bit of halo, not too bad. The TV still has this black contrast to it. It's just when you pull up some of these icons, you can see a little bit on it. So when it comes to blooming, I would say that it has a little bit, not too much. But this is surprising. The dirty screen effect looks real clean over here. On this edge right here, I can see a little bit of magenta, and that's something I've seen on the OLED in the past, but it doesn't seem to be that bad. Let's go ahead and change it to a couple more shades ahead. And one thing I can notice, there's a slight little backlight bleed right here. And on this side, again, we still have that magenta, but overall, the dirty screen effects is actually doing pretty good on this TV. Again, you got to consider the price point whenever you look at a product like this. And here's one more darker shade on it. Still looks about the same as I noticed earlier. So now we're going to check out some upscaling. This is 480p, and I can tell that the image right here is a little bit chalky. So a lot of these TVs don't like 480p content. Not sure who still uses it, but I like to use this just to give me an example of the processing on a television. I can also see some jaggedy edges right there, but it's not going to be the best TV for upscaling on 480p. Now this is the sweet spot for pretty much every TV out there, and it's 1080p. This is the signal that you're going to get from most content that's clear. I can see a lot more details here. I don't see the jaggedy edges anymore on the buildings, and I would say the icon, the logo, looks very clear as well. Now we switch it over to 4K, crystal clear icons and images. The building's got straight lines on it. The cloud has really good gradient, and you can see that all the details are there. So again, 4K is definitely the way to go. I know we have limited content, but it is increasing every day. I know you have to pay for it on Netflix or Prime Video or even Hulu. Some of those are now coming out with Dolby Atmos sound in 4K. So this TV is going to give you the best picture in 4K, and it's going to give you a good picture on 1080p, just so you know. Now while I'm in here, I want to check another thing for 480p or anything that's not widescreen. In the menu, we have an option called display, and right now it's set up on automatic, but let's go and try it out. 16:9, 4:3, zoom. So check that out. You will crop off part of the signal, but now you can fill the screen. Now here's the thing. A lot of these have to be from external sources. A lot of the built-in applications only going to play the native. So if you basically have a Fire TV and you just want to do these kind of features, you're going to have to get something that plugs into the inputs so it can override it. So that's a pretty cool feature, and I'm going to put it back on automatic for now. So here's some skin tones on this television, and everything seems to be pretty flat. I don't get those black levels around this checkerboard like I'm used to, but the picture is nice and white. Look at this, the skin tones look pretty decent. Now here's what I'm going to do is let's go into the picture settings. And currently this TV is set at natural, but let's go down to the movie, standard, dynamic, which is the brightest, and filmmaker. So movie mode seems to give it the most realistic, natural look to it. But again, I'll switch back through here just so you can see again. Now I do have a gripe here. I wish this menu system was on the bottom instead of the side here because it's kind of blocking off some of the screen. But this is a good looking TV. This is a 4K Blu-ray disc. And as you can see here, the whites are nice. It's got the nice natural look to it. So at a good price, I think this is not bad. Okay, so here's the motion on this TV, and I do have it in filmmakers mode. The colors look a little off, just a little bit. And let's go down here to the picture settings and we can check out some of the settings. So one thing is, it's a little bit on the extra warm side. But one thing about this TV over some of the older Fire TVs, we didn't have a motion setting. So down here we have what they call motion processing. So you can turn it completely off. You can see it gets really jaggedy right there. So it is working. We have a custom setting, but it doesn't show me options for custom. Maybe it's in another menu. Here we have film, clear, standard, and smooth. So these processors are working. And keep in mind it's an SDR, and this is at 24 frames per second. Now I'm gonna go back into my disk and we're gonna switch this over to 60 frames per second. So right off the bat, the TV is a lot smoother without changing anything in the settings. So it's because this TV, since it's native 60 frames per second, this helps out. And that's where the motion rate goes in, is because it helps process the different picture images to make it match up with the screen. So if you plan a 24 frame per second movie, this is a 60 frames TV, it has to slow down the pixels to make it match up. But let's try this again at 60 frame. It's off. As you can see, it's still smooth. We have custom, film, clear, standard, and smooth. So 60 frames per second, like your everyday TV content is going to be great. On certain movies, that 24 frames per second might need some adjustments. Now we're going to check out the speaker system in it, and I think it's around 10 watts by 2, 15 watts by 2, so I don't really pay attention to those numbers on TV speakers, but yeah, let's take a look at it. And you can see the volume.
This is a tech Steve test to see how good this TV sounds.
I think I found my favorite destruction. When it comes to my pros, I don't play by the rules, I just switch up the flow. Hey, chill on the weekend, give X's and no. She in love with the kid, I ain't texting her phone.
This TV actually has a decent audio system. I mean, Hisense are known for that in general. So I did hear some pretty good sound, some full bass. And now we're in the sound menu. We have your standard, movie, music, sports, custom. Inside of here, you can adjust your bass, treble, balance. We have some advanced settings. So we can do a virtual Dolby Atmos. And it does have virtual surround sound. I don't see a DTX in there. We have sound level, and this will keep everything at one volume as best as possible. And then we have a dialogue enhancer too. One thing I noticed that we don't have a control for the subwoofer, but at least we have some good controls for your bass and treble. Now we're going to check out the input lag on this TV. I just need to go over here to the picture profile, and then we want to go ahead and go from standard down to game. Now we got it in that mode. Let's go and check the input lag and see what kind of speeds we're getting. So it looks like we're getting 9.4 milliseconds, and that's pretty good for a television. The whole thing is anything less than 30 milliseconds is usually pretty decent for televisions, but 9.4 is actually doing very well. So here's the Xbox, and we just want to check out what this TV can do. Now keep in mind this is a 60 hertz television, but it has a little drop down so we can go to 120 hertz. Let's see what happens. So as you can see, it's doing 1440p, and it will support 120 hertz. And I'm pretty sure that's the same for 1080p or even 720p. So let's check it out. But this is interesting. When I drop down to 1080p, it only allows me to do 60 frames, so 1440p is what it is. So let's go and put this back in 4K. If we look under TV details, this TV supports everything except for 120 Hertz. And again, that's at 4K, but it will support Dolby Vision gaming at 60 frames per second. Now, it wasn't stated in the menu system, but this TV does support auto low latency and variable refresh rate, which is pretty surprising. Plus, again, we have the Dolby Vision gaming. So when it comes to gaming at 60 frames per second, this TV has everything that you need. So now we moved over to PlayStation so we can check out the information on this one. And as you can see here at 4K, it can support up to 60 frames per second, HDR supported, variable refresh rate, the whole nine. And again, 1440p jumps up to 120 Hertz and 1080p, again at 60 Hertz, but everything else is supported. Another thing about this TV, it doesn't have a game bar. So if you need that, this TV does not have it as far as what I can find. Now, one thing I noticed, the colors are not really deep in this particular video. But the reaction time and everything seems to be very good. Now, like I always tell you guys, I'm not necessarily a gamer, but I like to have fun with some of these racing games.
First episode of this year's live Extreme series. In this new season,
as far as gaming on this TV, I think it's decent, but it doesn't seem like the colors pop like it does on some other TVs. But regardless, it's still fun. Going the wrong way and everything, just having fun. So there's gaming on the Toshiba M550. In my opinion, I think the M550 has great colors with the quantum dot technology, has Dolby Vision, and it has really good sound, and I was very impressed with how well it sounded here live. The thing about this television, if you're a Fire TV person who has Amazon products throughout your home, this is going to connect right to the ecosystem and allow you to do your controls, and you're going to be able to use the remote control with the TV to do voice commands for your lights and all that good stuff. The only things I would say that could be improved on this television, I did see a little bit of artifacts and a gradient, but it all depends on your source, and you're not going to get the inkiest black levels, but it's pretty darn good with the full array local dimmings. In my opinion, I think it's a great television, but for me, I would probably put it in my bedroom or garage. They do make it in a 55-inch, which you see here. They also make it in a 65 or even a 75-inch if you want to place it in your living room. So, as long as you have the right expectations, I think it's a good TV to buy. And if you're interested, I'll leave all the links in the description below. I'm Tech Steve. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. Hey everyone, Tech Steve here. Welcome back to the channel. So today we're going to unbox, set up, do some gaming on this TV right here. This is the new 2025 Hisense U8QG. This is a mini LED television that has up to 5,000 nits of peak brightness. It also has an AI HiView Pro engine processor, and this processor automatically optimizes the picture and sound based on the content that you're watching. This intelligent feature detects, analyzes, and adjusts the details, the depth, and appearance of everything you play, making everything visually more realistic. And this TV can go up to 165 Hertz in gaming mode using variable refresh rate with a game card. It also has the 4.1.2 channel surround sound built right into it. It is powered by Google TV, has all the application. It does support AMD FreeSync Premium Pro, and it will work with Apple AirPlay, Apple HomeKit, and Google Cast. This series of TV is available from a 55-inch all the way up to 100-inch, and they use the MediaTek Pentronic 800 processor. Another thing I want to mention is that the 65-inch uses a vertical alignment panel. With that being said, let's get it out of the box. So let's go ahead and cut these straps off. And then from there, all you need to do is just lift the box off the top of the TV and make sure it doesn't fall. Now on the front of the TV, it does have this cardboard to protect it. We have the base over here, And it appears that this is a much thicker television than normal. In the box, you're going to get the setup instructions, some warranty cards, and some screws, and you get a power cord and the remote control. And here's a closer look at the remote control. It has all your hotkeys at the top. You have your navigation, you have your profile, settings button, home button, back, volume, pretty much all the standard stuff that comes with these televisions. Here's the foot for it, and it has these screw holes so we can add the pedestal onto it. And on the bottom of it, it does have these little rubber pieces here to keep from scratching the surface. And this is the new back piece. I would say that's pretty heavy duty. You can take this little piece off right here, run all your wires down the center of it, but overall it's designed and built pretty well. And to assemble it, you just take this, stick it on the base part right here, and you're going to add 4 screws right there, and then we can start mounting it to the television. And I do want to point out that you can make this TV high or low just by using these different brackets and putting the screws in on the back of the TV. So it's a great thing that it is adjustable. Then once you get everything adjusted, just slide the base back so you can see it's locked into those anchor screws, and then put the 4 screws right into the television and it will be good to go. So here's the back of the TV, and I did measure the thickness of it, and it's 1 inch and 3/4. So one thing that really stands out to me is that this is going to have a robust audio system with the 4.1.2. So I can't wait till I get to the part where I can actually hear what this TV sounds like. This TV is designed different than the other TVs because it's got this nice checkerboard look to it. You have 2 subwoofers right here, and this is a 20-watt system. On this side, we have the input for the power cord. We also have little hose right here so you can easily mount it. Here's the back of that bracket I just showed you before. This TV does have built-in Wi-Fi, plus we have USB 2.0. We have a serial connection so you can hook it up to some of the AV controllers. Down here, we have a USB 3.0. And then this TV also has a headphone jack, AV input, and 3 HDMIs instead of 4. You do get a ATSC TV tuner. This is a 3.0 version, and it does have a fiber optic output and an Ethernet connection. Let's be honest, when it comes to the ports on this TV, the last year model had 4 HDMIs, but there was a drawback. If you had a soundbar, you only had a 60 Hz port, which can only run 18 gigabits per second. That means is that Dolby Atmos would be compressed. With this port, even though you have less inputs, this is a true HDMI 2.1 for the EER. So this is going to allow you to have uncompressed Dolby Atmos to give you better audio output. But if you have more than 3 components, that's the drawback. But the plus side is, on the side of this television, it does have a USB-C, and it will support specific PCs, and you can also use it for your media player for your hard drives as well. Now, to do the screensaver pull, just keep in mind you'll have a yellow tab here in the corner so you know that it does have a screensaver on it. Now, this is not the full review, but I want to show you the contrast and some colors on this TV. And as you can see here, it is pretty exciting to see the brightness of this television and the details that it has. On the full review, I will go into a lot more detail. And if you have questions, be sure to leave that below so we can add it to the video. But here's a sample of what this TV looks like. And so far, so good. I think it's going to be very promising. In the future, I will compare this TV against the Hisense U8N from last year to see if it has a better picture over the previous generation. So far, this TV is looking really good and very promising. So when I get to the full review, we'll go in a lot more details. But I want to show you some gaming features now. Now, I will tell you that I did try out this input lag tester. It's only 1080p, but when I tried to connect it, the TV didn't recognize it, so we're going to have to skip that for now. But I will tell you that this TV, with all the gaming features that I've seen, I'm pretty sure the input lag is pretty respectful. So here's the settings for the Xbox. As you can see, it does support 4K at 120 Hz, but let's check out some of the other frequencies. As you can see here, it also supports 1440p at 120 Hz and 120 Hz at 1080p. Another thing that I did want to point out is inside the TV details, this TV supports everything using an HDMI 2.1 cable. So if you're a gamer, you're definitely going to like the settings for this. Another thing I want to point out is that it will support Dolby Vision at 4K resolution and 120 Hertz. And as far as the video modes, as you can see here, everything is checked off. Auto low latency, variable refresh rate, Dolby Vision gaming. So this TV is built for gamers. Now I'm pulling up the TV menu and they have the gaming settings here where you can control the contrast, the black levels, your response time, and you can turn on the AMD FreeSync Premium right here if you have it connected to a PC. And you also can activate high refresh rate for smoother videos while playing games. Next, we'll take a look at the game bar. If you look at the top of it, you're going to be able to see which console is connected to, the frames, if HDR is activated, variable refresh rate. If we go down to the bottom, you have game genre, and this includes standard, RPG, RTS, and a few other ones down here. And there's a new AI auto mode. If you don't want to figure that out, the TV will do it for you. There's also some new themes in here, so you can change the menu bar to match up with what you like. And that's a cool feature to have. And to wrap this up, we have dark details, brightness. You can turn on that crosshair in the middle of the screen, as you can see right there. And this is going to be great for certain games where you need to aim. There's also a crosshair color adaptation. And with this turned on, it'll automatically adjust the crosshair color based off the game that you're playing. And besides all the features I showed you, there's also a frame per second viewer that you can move around your screen so you can get the best results according if you want to see that option. So there's a quick overview of the gaming bar and some of the features this TV has to offer when it comes to gamers. And show you an example of that Dolby Vision I was talking about. You can see at the top of it, it's reading 119 frames per second. Inside of here, we have Dolby Vision IQ, Dolby Vision Dark, Dolby Vision Custom, and Dolby Vision Gaming. If we go back over to the game bar, enable that. At the top of it, you can see again, the Xbox is seeing 119 frames. Dolby Vision is on the HDR. Variable refresh rate and auto low latency is all turned on.
Tech cocksuckers. About the rating.
Rating is what outsiders do.
Mom! Hey, listen. You need to hide, and then you need to run. Mom!
Dave, pulse. Dave, light.
Remember, it's a big locust burial site in this island. Hatch, gonna be waist deep in swarm.